Chapter 1 Group Crisis. Hosting Brain. Early in the morning, over the Magic City International Airport, an A380 airliner was releasing its landing gear in the air, about to taxi on the runway. Golden yellow sunlight poured through the porthole on Ling Yuan's side face. He had sword brows and starry eyes. His nose was high and straight, and his body was long but robust, making people feel a sense of power. Inside the first-class cabin, those who saw him couldn't help but look at him a few more times, not only because he was tall and handsome, but also because at his early 20s, he was willing to spend 120,000 on a plane ticket. Not many people were like that. Mr. Ling, we are about to land. The faint scent of roses filled the air as the flight attendant reminded beside Ling Yuan. No man's land roses. Very nice smell. Ling Yuan twisted his head to look straight at her. Dark and oily Chinese coiffure, delicate features, eyes like stars, and a serene smile. The curves of her body were especially obvious against the Cheongsam uniform. The stewardess thanked her and then turned around to carry out the preparations for the landing of the airplane. Ling Yuan's eyes gazed through the window glass at the land he was about to set foot on. It's been 5 years since he left Magic City after graduating from high school at the age of 18. He has been studying and living abroad, and now he can finally live in this strange yet familiar land for a long time. Strange, because the current Ling Yuan was a soul traveled over, and was relatively unfamiliar with this parallel world. Familiar, because the one who had traveled over had fused Ling Yuan's memories and emotions from before. A few days ago, during the graduation party, the previous Ling Yuan died of alcoholism, while at the same time Ling Yuan from the Blue Planet died in a traffic accident. In the end, the soul of Ling Yuan from the Blue Planet in 2024 occupies the body of Ling Yuan from this parallel world in 2016. Ling Yuan, who has been a cow and horse for decades, did not expect to be reborn as a rich second generation. It is really the best of all possible worlds. Ling Yuan's musings were interrupted by a sharp cell phone ring, which turned out to be a call from Zhang Tao, the housekeeper. By the time the airplane was stationary in its parking space, a pure black Rolls-Royce Phantom had been waiting for a long time, attracting a lot of attention on the corridor bridge. Young master, welcome home. The butler had long been standing beside the car waiting respectfully, around 40 or so, his upright figure wearing a new style Chinese mountain suit. Uncle Zhang, I've missed you. Ling Yuan gave a long goodbye hug. Young master, if Mr. Ling is here he'll say you're fussy again. After the hug, Zhang Tao patted Ling Yuan's shoulder with both hands. The driver dressed in an all-black uniform opened the car door and Ling Yuan got into the back seat. The car pulled away from the airport and traveled through the streets of the city. After the passengers had all left to leave the cabin, Lu Wei stood at the corridor bridge and watched through the glass as Ling Yuan drilled into the car and drove away from the service driveway. Wei, what's going on? Wei. She only came back to her senses after her co-workers repeatedly reminded her. It's nothing, let's go. Man, still nothing? He's gone and you're still staring for so long. Wanting to get off the hook? Shen Man snickered. How to get off the hook? This time we met we don't even know if there will be a next time. Lu Wei followed the flight attendants onto the connecting car. Her gaze once again looking in the direction Ling Yuan had disappeared. Is my dad home, Uncle Zhang? Under the starry roof of the Rolls-Royce, Ling Yuan spoke in a bland tone, a far cry from the man who had just expressed his agitation. Mr. Ling is at the company. Young master, Zhang Tao paused and said, the company has not been doing well lately, and Mr. Ling has been asking me to hide it from you, but I think it's necessary for you to know. How serious is the situation? Ling Yuan opened the car window and looked at the busy traffic. The breeze brought a hint of coolness. Young master, the situation is not optimistic. Zhang Tao's voice was heavy. In recent years, the group has invested nearly $100 billion in capital, and the liabilities have climbed to $400 billion. Many debts are about to expire, and creditors have been pressurizing for repayment as soon as possible. A number of banks have frozen credit lines, cash flow is broken, and many projects have to be suspended. How come? Ling Yuan was puzzled. Wasn't everything fine before? Mr. Ling originally thought that with the industry's growth prospects, the company's future cash flow would definitely be able to cover all its debts. But the economic recession made everything a bust. Commodity prices are in the toilet, and the steady demand for shipping has plummeted due to the economic slowdown, which has directly hit Ocean Group's cash flow sources. Combined with the company's huge annual expenses, the interest alone on its loans is increasing rapidly like a snowball. The root cause of this crisis lies in overexpansion, Zhang Tao slowly said. Especially in the energy and logistics industry, the group has been hit hard by market changes. The supply chain was also affected, and many partners began to withdraw their investments. Hasn't father been looking for solutions? Ling Yuan placed his elbow on the car window. Banks are unwilling to support us anymore? Because of the collapse of confidence, Zhang Tao sighed. The rating agencies have downgraded our credit rating. Investors are starting to panic and sell, and the stock price has plummeted. The situation is getting more and more dire. I see. Ling Yuan leaned his back against the seat and looked out the window. So what's the current situation? Mr. Ling has only managed to scrape together $60 billion even after exhausting all means. If this $60 billion can't plug the mouths of the debtors and give the market confidence, the group will be in danger and may face bankruptcy. Zhang Tao said gruffly. There is still $60 billion, is it? Then there is still hope. Ling Yuan's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. With the memories of 2 lives, it was not that he could not turn the tables. Ling Yuan tapped his fingers on the edge of the car window. It was true that when a tree topples, there are many examples of the world's top 500 going bankrupt. The car drove all the way to the Ling family's villa, Tang Palace. Unlike other villas in the suburbs, the Sandalwood Palace is located in the city, and the smallest one is designed to have an area of 1,600 square feet, which results in the Sandalwood Palace having only 18 buildings, and the Ling family occupied the 9th of them. Sandalwood Palace is next to the Western Suburbs Hotel, which is a state guest house specializing in receiving heads of state. And in order to guarantee the security and privacy of the state guest house, it is stipulated that buildings within a 3-kilometer radius of the Sandalwood Palace should never be higher than 15 meters. Such significance and geographical location also makes the Sandalwood Palace as the Magic City First Mansion called. The entire villa complex is surrounded by a tall fence, with evergreen shrubs planted on the outside and different species of trees planted on the inside to ensure that it remains evergreen throughout the year. A balance of privacy, security and aesthetics. This was the true haven for the Ling family, who controlled the Oceanic Group, but the ship was currently rocking. In June, the weather was windless and rainless, and after the meal Ling Yuan stood on the balcony overlooking the courtyard at night, the water mist from the fountain reflecting on the lights and refracting brilliant patches of light. So what if he is $400 billion in debt? This plate of death. Since he took over, he must kill a bloody road. He propped his hands on the balcony, and in his mind, he already had the first counterattack plan. Chapter 2, A Lone Stakeout. Although Ling Yuan had only been in this parallel world for a few days, he had already found quite a few similarities with the Earth he was in before. For example, the world pattern, social life, etc. Perhaps it was the reason for traveling through the world that caused him to have a strong memory, able to remember many of the events that happened in his last life. In his memory, tomorrow, June 24th, the UK held a referendum on leaving the European Union, and the final vote was in favor of the UK leaving the EU, causing the British pound to plummet, which was undoubtedly an opportunity to make a profit by shorting the pound. As long as this wave of opportunity is seized, his father's Ocean Group may not be unable to get out of trouble. He decided to wait for his father to return and convince him to leave the $60 billion to him. In the living room, Ling Yuan leaned back on the velvet sofa. The large TV screen on the wall was broadcasting financial news, and on the screen, a financial reporter with a grave face was reporting on the crisis of the Sino-Ocean Group, the leading company in the traditional industry, as well as a Fortune 500. Sino-Ocean Group, due to the global economic downturn and blind expansion in recent years, currently with debts as high as $400 billion, a large amount of debt is about to mature and need to be repaid, and is on the verge of bankruptcy. The company's stock price has plummeted recently. Investor confidence has fallen to freezing point. The TV screen switched to show the logo of Sino-Ocean Group and the company's rapidly expanding territory in recent years. If this crisis cannot be reversed, Sino-Ocean Group will become the second Fortune 500 belonging to China to go bankrupt in recent years after Huaxin Energy. However, industry analysts have pointed out that this is also a turnaround, and if it is successfully dealt with, it will bring more room for the company to grow. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Father Ling Jingxiong and Mother Xiao Yunfang returned home together. Father Ling Jingxiong was still in his iconic private customized black suit. Although his eyes were bloodshot, he still maintained the majesty of a superior. Her mother, Xiao Yunfang, was the principal of the Magic City Theater Academy, and usually returned home at 6 or 7 o'clock. But recently, in order to accompany Ling Jingxiong, she also returned home with him every day. Dad, I know all about the company. How much money is needed at the moment to make up the whole? Ling Yuan looked at Ling Jingxiong. Adult matters, don't need you to worry about them. Ling Jingxiong said, Dad, I also want to share the family's worries. Look, this is the digital currency I bought a week ago. $10 million in principal. Now it has risen to $16 million. 7 days, 60% yield, said handing his cell phone to Ling Jingxiong. The digital currency is of course the Bitcoin that Ling Yuan bought the same day after he was reborn. Spending all his change, just waiting for the high level to sell off. Ling Jingxiong flipped through it and handed the phone back to Ling Yuan again. Not bad, there are 2 tricks, but still don't need you to worry about it. Now the group owes $400 billion, at least $200 billion of cash injected in order to give confidence to the market, so that the debtors shut their mouths. You're only a few tens of millions of dollars, take it for your own use. I'll think of a way to do it. Dad, what if I say I have a way to make 200 billion or even more? Ling Yuan said. Oh, what makes you earn $200 billion? Just with your tens of millions? Ling Jingxiong only thought that Ling Yuan was juvenile and said to him with a smile. Of course not. Dad, didn't you scrape together $60 billion? I'll make you 200 billion or even more with your 60 billion. Ling Yuan said confidently. You asked me to give you 60 billion to operate. Interesting, how are you going to operate it? Ling Jingxiong was still unimpressed. It's like this, Dad. Eagle Country is holding a referendum tomorrow on the 24th to decide whether to leave the EU. You know about this, right? I know. Why? Go on. I have a premonition that the result of this referendum will be different from the prediction. In the end, the UK will leave the EU and the pound will plummet. I'm going to use 60 billion and short the pound. Experts are predicting that it won't leave the EU. You're better than the experts? And you're not investing. It's speculation. Ling Jingxiong laughed. Experts also have times when they predict wrong. Dad, take the stock market in the first half of last year. Our country's stock market soared, and experts were optimistic about the trend in the second half of the year. But what happened? It started to plummet in June. Experts talk about empty theories, which is like your son. I come from the masses and go to the masses. I didn't do nothing for 5 years over there. Ling Yuan said. No, this amount is too large. Once the consequences of failure are unimaginable. Dad, let me ask you then. You've scraped together $60 billion right now. What's the end of this $60 billion after it's paid off? The company will still go bankrupt and undergo reorganization. Why don't you take a shot at it? Didn't you dare to break through when you started from nothing? Ling Yuan said. Dad, this is not a gamble. This is the only chance to turn things around. After Ling Yuan finished speaking, the room fell into a short silence. Ling Jingxiong stroked his forehead with both hands in deep thought. Okay, just trust my son a hand. Ling Jingxiong lived for more than 50 years, never been a coward. The big deal is that the company went bankrupt and reorganized after the loss. I illegally misappropriated funds to be imprisoned. Ling Jingxiong laughed. Don't say unlucky words. Xiao Yunfang, who had been listening to the father-son conversation, said, turning her head to look at Ling Yuan. Yuaner, since your father believes in you, and I'm sure I'll support you, you must be careful, okay? This concerns more than just our family. Dad, Mom, I will. You guys wait and see tomorrow. Ling Yuan looked at Ling Jingxiong and Xiao Yunfang one by one. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his study, Ling Yuan looked at the traffic and hurried pedestrians traveling through the distance. Once upon a time, he was one of them, and being reborn brought him not only a second life, but also endless opportunities. Tomorrow is the day of the referendum on Britain's exit from the European Union. Ling Yuan whispered. He already knew the result of the referendum. Brexit would win with 52% of the votes, and this unexpected result would inevitably lead to a plunge in the British pound and turmoil in the global capital markets. What he wanted to do was to seize this historical point, short the pound, save his father's company and increase his own wealth. He opened his laptop, logged into the offshore account he had set up, and entered a leveraged 50 times trading order on the foreign exchange trading platform. 60 billion Chinese dollars. $5 billion. I wonder how much wealth this could create for him a day later. After the operation is completed, what he has to do now is to wait. Tomorrow's early morning, the Eagle country's exit from the European Union results are announced. When the British pound plummets, it is the time for him to harvest. At this time, the outside world, less than 24 hours from the announcement of the referendum results, the market is still in a piece of Britain will remain in the European Union in the optimistic expectations of the pound exchange rate to maintain at about 1.47 US dollars, slightly firm. Countless financial experts, analysts are on television and newspapers, claiming that the possibility of staying in the European Union is far greater than leaving the European Union. Chapter 3 Huge Gains. The foreign exchange market can be bought and sold on the same day, 24 hours a day. Tonight Ling Yuan cannot sleep. He has to keep a close eye on the market. China time, 2:30 a.m. on the 24th, 6:30 p.m. on the 23rd in Eagle Country. The referendum in the Eagle Country has ended, but the results of the vote are still being collected and summarized nationwide, and will not be announced until 7 p.m. That's 3 a.m. before the final results are announced. After the polling point was closed, the trading market looked unusually nervous, and the volume of trading was instantly enlarged, with the pound briefly rallying to 1.475. Ling Yuan's account has seen hundreds of millions of dollars in floating losses, which is the harsh reality brought about by 50 times high leverage. Every point of fluctuation may make him bankrupt. However, the EU will certainly bring the market collapse. He has to wait patiently. On the trading platform, the commission and interest are constantly accumulating, which makes Ling Yuan have to be constantly vigilant. The longer the time drags on, the higher the cost. The numbers kept jumping, and market participants began to bet on Remain, but he knew that the voting result would completely shatter that illusion. The market is gambling, while I act in certainty. Ling Yuan observes the market fluctuations, his fingers hovering over the keyboard, waiting for that moment to arrive. The pound exchange rate touched 1.48 during the session and then began to fall back as the market's optimism began to falter. With the referendum result yet to be announced, the pound is swinging like a tightrope walker. In the market, more investors began to pour in, the exchange rate ups and downs like a tidal wave of turbulence. Time passed by the minute. Ling Yuan still did not make a move. As the voting results were gradually announced by region, the gap between the Remain and Leave factions became smaller and smaller, and the market began to feel uneasy. Britain's exit from the European Union has won with 52% of the votes at 7 p.m. in the Eagle Kingdom and 3 a.m. in China. The voting results of the entire Eagle Kingdom were all summarized. All over the world, there were people like Ling Yuan waiting in front of the screen, some in ecstasy and some in despair. The news screen on live television was fixed on the voting results. At this very moment, the British pound quickly fell. From 1.47 instantly fell below 1.40, and then continued to fall to 1.35. On Ling Yuan's account, the green profit figures danced wildly. Each fall has multiplied his profit. The leverage of up to 50 times allowed him to already gain tens of billions of dollars in floating profits. His eyes were glued to the screen. The British pound fell below 1.33 and approached 1.30. Every number that fell was expanding his profit margin, but he was also aware that with the market going crazy, a rebound could come at any time. At this point, the accumulated fees and interest had amounted to tens of millions of dollars, but those costs paled in comparison to the current huge profits. It's time. Ling Yuan decisively closed his position to lock in his profits. Ling Yuan closed the last part of his position at 1.30 to end this financial speculation. The net value of his account had soared to incredible heights. He stared at the $59.5 billion net profit in his account, which was the final figure after deducting interest costs and transaction fees, adding the $8.5 billion principal. He now had $68 billion in hand, a 700% profit in less than 24 hours. This amount of money after paying off all the debts of his father's company all still had a surplus of more than $20 billion. The dawn in the east gradually illuminated the entire Magic City, and the entire city began to wake up. This speculation was the rich return he won by utilizing the advantage of rebirth, and this profit would be the first step in building his huge business empire. And the financial turmoil brought about by Britain's exit from the European Union was only the starting point of his journey to the top. Wealth is just a tool. True control lies in the foresight of the future. Ling Yuan walked out of the study. Next, it's the election in the beautiful country, the oil countries cutting production, and the Bitcoin skyrocketing. I'll be in control of everything, he muttered, his thoughts soaring. After a long period of intense concentration, Ling Yuan collapsed onto the bed in a deep sleep, and soon fell into slumber. Early in the morning, Ling Jingxiang woke up with a clean sweep of his previous fatigue, perhaps due to the fact that he had completely gone out of his way last night. He slept extraordinarily comfortably this night. After breakfast he walked straight to the study, ready to check on Ling Yuan's operation. Although he had agreed to Ling Yuan's desperate attempt, he still would not take it lightly. He didn't expect the study to be empty, but the computer on the desk was brightly lit. He got close enough to take a look, then noticed a long string of numbers on the account, 68, followed by 9 zeros, in US dollars. Seems to suspect that he did not wake up, or look at the wrong. He rubbed his eyes again, repeated several times to confirm, and finally determined that the account has 68 billion US dollars. After confirming the result, Ling Jingxiang was unusually calm, did not laugh, nor did he look for Xiao Yunfang to share his joy. He just quietly looked at the photo frame on the desk and revealed a faint smile. In the frame is a family photo from 20 years ago. Ling Jingxiang is wearing a blue polyester cardigan. Xiao Yunfang is a flowery shirt. Ling Jingxiang is holding Xiao Yunfang with one hand, and Ling Yuan, who has a watermelon head, is in his arms with the other. I didn't expect that little boy from my childhood has really grown up, and can actually share the responsibility for himself. He had started from nothing and spent 30 years developing the Oceania Group from an office cubicle to 100,000 employees today, with business spanning multiple continents. Based on his boldness and strategy, he didn't expect his son to be bolder and more visionary than himself. He was happy and relieved. Turning back, he transferred $38 billion to the company account, got up and left the study. Xiao Yunfang had just finished breakfast at this time. After Ling Jingxiang shared the news with her, she could hardly hide her smile as well. The couple walked to the door of Ling Yuan's room. The bedroom door was half hidden. After pushing the door open, Ling Yuan was sleeping in a big shape on the bed. The quilt had been draped to the floor. The two watched the scene quietly, and after a moment, they closed the door. Ling Yuan was woken up by Wu Xiaomao's phone call. Brother Yuan, I've read the news about Uncle's company. I'm sure we can get through this. Brother, I don't have much here, but I can more or less fund it. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Mao, keep your pocket money for yourself. Get ready to watch the news later. This crisis is over, and the Sino-Ocean Group will only get stronger. Ling Yuan said, that's not right, brother. What turnaround can there be now? It's been rumored all over the circle. Uncle has scraped together as much money as he can, and it's all still a long way off. Wu Xiaomao paused and hurriedly said, I don't mean that, brother. Of course I hope that Sino-Ocean Group can pull through. I'm worried that you can't take the blow. Don't worry, Xiao Mao. If I say I can survive, I can survive. Just watch the news later. Is there anything else? I'm going to bed if there's nothing else. Yes, brother. It's been a long time. Let's get together this afternoon. Okay, Xiao Mao. Time and place. I'll be there on time. Don't be late. I can't be late. Xishan Golf Club will be waiting for you at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Mao's full name is Wu Xiaomao, a playmate of Ling Yuan who wore open pants together since childhood. Both grew up in the same deen. The childhood days were gone, but the friendship between the two grew stronger. Chapter 4, Provocation. Just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Yuan came to the basement. The spacious basement, Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Bentley lined up in order. 6 or 7 cars will not have a suitable for their own driving. It seems to find a time to buy a few cars. Ling Yuan chose a Bentley Continental, which is relatively the youngest in appearance. The car drove out of the villa area, along the city road, and drove to the golf course. The navy blue Bentley Continental shuttled through the busy streets of Magic City, with pedestrians hurrying on the streets. Ling Yuan was also in the car surveying the familiar yet unfamiliar city of Mordor. After all, in his last life he had struggled here for as long as 20 years, and his youth was left to this city. Xishan Golf Club. There was not a single cloud in the sky. Under the azure sky were continuous patches of bright green grassland. The air was filled with the freshness of grass. Ling Yuan got out of the car and gave the car keys, along with a few red tickets drawn from his money clip, to the parking attendant, striding towards the club lobby. Just as he stepped onto the 3 outdoor steps, a shout came from behind him. Brother Yuan, is that you? Turning his head to look, the wide-bodied and fat Wu Xiaomao was waving his right arm high in the air at him while speeding up his pace towards him. Brother Yuan, looking at the back so tall and handsome, it's really you. Then his right hand was directed towards a girl. This is my sister, Wu Jiai. Do you have any impression? When I was a kid, I often followed behind our ass. Today I have to follow over to play. Of course I have an impression. Xiao Lu Zi. I didn't expect to grow so beautiful. Ling Yuan's eyes lightly swept a glance at Wu Jiai. With long straight black hair and big flashing eyes, she was currently looking at Ling Yuan with a smile. What little sixth son? My name is Wu Jiai, not little sixth son. Wu Jiai responded with a beak. Ha ha, doesn't 5 plus 1 equal 6? Ling Yuan joked. The three of them just stepped into the lobby. An account manager stepped forward to greet them. How are you, Mr. Wu? Mr. Yang and Mr. Su have already arrived. This way please. In the middle of the conversation, he led the three into the VIP waiting area. In the waiting area, there are 2 boys sitting on the L-shaped sofa. Both of them are in their early 20s. One of them has gold glasses and is wearing a Ralph Lauren polo shirt and casual suit pants. The other was relatively casual, with a round inch and a hipster short-sleeved shorts. The 2 men were talking in the lounge area, heard short footsteps coming from the aisle. They looked up and through the hollowed-out carved Chinese screen, recognized that it was Wu Xiaomao's 3 men. The round inch man directly shouted, Maozi, here. By Wu Xiaomao introduced to each other after Ling Yuan learned that the 2 had been listening to Wu Xiaomao say that he had a big brother, and then had the intention to befriend. The elegant boy was called Yang Yi. His family was in the gold jewelry business and had one of the largest businesses in the country. The other boy with a big grin is called Suzy Heo, not a local of the Magic City. The family has been operating in the real estate business in Jiangsu and Zhejiang for more than 10 years. At this time, Yang Yi and Suzy Heo, 2 people inwardly, is bitter. Befriending Ling Yuan is a few days ago under the decision. At that time, listening to Wu Xiaomao said that his big brother is going to return to China, then let Wu Xiaomao to help introduce. I didn't expect that in a few days' time, the Sino-Ocean Group had undergone such a drastic change. The industry leader is facing a bankruptcy crisis. Although the 2 can find an excuse not to come, but they do not want to fall into the people's truth. Besides, even if the Sino-Ocean Group bankruptcy cannot affect the business of their family, the 2 had no choice but to come as if this was the first and last time they would meet with Ling Yuan. Brother Yuan, Come all the way here. How about playing a few games? 18 holes or 9 holes? You name it. Yang Yi took the clubs, then twisted his head and ordered something to the caddy. Business reasons I often play here. There are a few sets of exclusive clubs. You don't mind, you can just use them. Let's play 9 holes. It's past 3 o'clock now. It's too late to play all 18 holes. Just play half. You guys play. I'll take a look first. Ling Yuan said indifferently. Ling Yuan was inwardly puzzled for a while. Now that the state of the Sino-Ocean Group is known to the outside world, how is it that they are still willing to befriend themselves? The financial news did not seem to have aired the latest news of the Sino-Ocean Group. The outside world was still pessimistic at the moment. Ling Yuan, with his hands resting behind his head, lay back on the lounge chair, chatting from time to time with Wu Jiayi next to him. It was so cozy. After some observation, among the three, Yang Yi was at the highest level, considered the ceiling level among amateurs. As for Wu Xiaomao and Su Zihao, the two had miserable skills, a little better than a novice level. After realizing the level of the trio, Ling Yuan decided it was better not to bully anyone. After crossing over, in addition to his superb memory, his physical quality was also top-notch. At least for now he hadn't met anyone stronger than him. Nowadays he still loves extreme sports, perhaps because he is fused with the original Ling Yuan. But he is now performing extreme sports as Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a piece of cake. His reaction speed, force control, physical endurance and so on are far beyond normal people. Unfortunately, the cozy time was short-lived, and there was always someone who wanted to be in the limelight. If it isn't Su Zihao, you exploder also plays golf. The source of the voice was a young man. Versace classic printed shirt with casual suit pants, black framed glasses under his big back head. At the moment, he had a girl on his arm, and his eyes were sizing up Ling Yuan and the others back and forth. What's wrong with thugs? Can't they play? You still manage to be really wide. Zhao Xian, unexpectedly looking at the greatly grinning Su Zihao, did not have any overly aggressive response, which impressed Ling Yuan. Of course you can play. I'm for your caddy to hold. On your skills, their ball hit where do not know it. Pick up the ball or tired caddy. Ha ha. This does not need you to worry about. You do not say? I'm thuggish. I'll tip more. You're so heartbroken, caddy. Why don't you come and pick up the ball for me? How about it? Su Zihao yelled. This sentence seemed to have angered Zhao Xian. His voice was raised a few degrees and he pointed at Su Zihao and yelled, Don't you give face? Su Zihao, let's have a match. Dare you? And don't you say that I'm a bully. I see that you and Yang Yi came together right. You few just send whoever you want, and whoever loses apologizes in front of everyone. It's not too much to ask. Ling Yuan on the lounge chair watched all of this with interest, and the sound of the two arguing made Wu Xiaomao and Yang Yi stop their activities on their hands. After Yang Yi's explanation, Ling Yuan learned that Su Zihao and Zhao Xian had a conflict between the two of them. On one hand, their family businesses overlapped. On the other hand, Zhao Xian had previously pried away Su Zihao's girlfriend. Oh, interesting. Is he a high-level golfer? Knowing how good you are, he still dares to initiate a match. Ling Yuan asked. You flatter me. My level is just playing in the amateurs. As for him, although I can't look at his character, but his golf skills are really better than mine, comparable to some professional athletes. Yang Yi raised his hand to hold down his golden glasses and touched his nose as he replied. Alright, I know. So are you going to be on later? I'll do it if you're not on. It just so happens that I haven't played in a long time. Brother Yuan, are you serious? Yang Yi froze for a moment and asked after him. Of course, don't worry, leave it to me. Ling Yuan nodded, patted Yang Yi on the shoulder and got up to walk towards Zhao Xian. Chapter 5, The outside world is shocked. Su Zihao didn't know how to respond at this moment. He also knew Zhao Xian's golf level, but if he actively admitted that he was inferior to someone else, especially if this person was still his love rival, he was unwilling to do so. We'll take over this match. I'll compete with you. Ling Yuan stood in front of Zhao Xian, a few steps apart and said, And who are you? Can this person represent you? Su Zihao. Zhao Xian looked up and sized up Ling Yuan before turning his head towards Su Zihao. This my far brother, my big brother. It's still too late for you to give up the match, Zhao Xian. Or don't cheat if you lose later. Su Zihao was hesitating on how to explain his relationship with Ling Yuan, but Wu Xiaomao directly stepped forward. This is Ling Yuan, the son of Ocean Group's Ling Jingxiong? Wu Xiaomao, are you confused? The Sino-Ocean Group owes $400 billion and is close to bankruptcy, and you're still treating him as a treasure. Wait a few more days and your big brother will become an old scoundrel, right? This statement, Wu Xiaomao's face instantly red. He fiercely stepped forward, was about to counterattack. Suddenly the leisure area in the center of the TV came a clear news broadcast sound, while all the attention pulled over. The financial channel on the screen was broadcasting a heavyweight news, and the host looked focused. The highly publicized debt crisis of the Sino-Ocean Group has finally seen a major turnaround. Early this morning, the Sino-Ocean Group announced the injection of a huge sum of $260 billion to pay off its debts. The TV screen switched to an aerial shot of the headquarters of the Sino-Ocean Group. The magnificent corporate building glittered in the sunlight, and the huge Sino-Ocean Group logo looked incredibly eye-catching. The company's top management then announced that debt has been cut in half, and the remaining funds will be invested in the resumption of several key projects, including energy development, logistics center expansion and commercial real estate core business. At the same time, the stock price of Sino-Ocean Group soared, with the market capitalization rising by $100 billion in just a few hours. The entire lounge area fell silent, and only the smooth and uplifting voice of the host continued to echo. Industry experts say that the resolution of this crisis marks a whole new level of Ocean Group's ability to deploy funds. It could also mean that the company is about to step onto a bigger stage. On the screen, a string of eye-catching data climbed up the stock market charts, and the investors' trading hall was abuzz with applause. The smug smile on Zhao Xian's face instantly froze. The taunts from earlier were still echoing in his ears. He was momentarily speechless. The knots in his throat rolled slightly as he struggled to squeeze out a sentence, only to find his lips trembling slightly. Zhao Xian. See, Wu Xiaomao was the first to break the silence, letting out a loud laugh and pointing at the screen. This is Brother Yuan. This is the Sino-Ocean Group. Who was the one who was talking tough here just now, saying that the Sino-Ocean Group was about to go bankrupt? Who's stupid now? The surrounding people had sideways glances and exchanged words in twos and threes. My God, a direct capital injection of $260 billion by the Sino-Ocean Group. That's not a small amount. So that guy is really Ling Yuan, the young master of the Sino-Ocean Group. For a moment, Ling Yuan's identity completely triggered the attention of the entire arena, and everyone couldn't help but survey the young man sitting on the sofa with awe and shock. Zhao Xian's face went from pale to red, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He tried to squeeze out a smile and said with a trembling voice, "Yes, I'm sorry, Xiao Ling, it was my mouth that was lacking just now, and I apologize for the offense I took earlier. In fact, our family very much hopes to continue working with the Sino-Ocean Group." Ling Yuan glanced at him. His tone was bland but with an intimidating tone. "Apologizing is fine, we can talk about this later. For now, let's continue with the match from earlier." Zhao Xian froze, then nodded his head in a hurry. "Okay, young Ling, I'll listen to everything you say. Aren't you going to compete with Su Zihao in golf?" Ling Yuan leaned back on the sofa calmly and said indifferently, "Now I will represent him and play around with you." A flash of panic flashed across Zhao Xian's face, and he hastily waved his hands. "Young Ling, you're a big man. Can't I just admit defeat? No way." Ling Yuan's tone was resolute. "I've heard that you're very good at golf and I want to see it. In this case, let's have a little bit of a lottery. Play 9 holes and a half, $3 million a hole, and the loser settles the bill immediately. How about it?" This sentence was like a heavy hammer hitting Zhao Xian's heart, and he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Although $3 million a hole wasn't completely unaffordable for him, the bet of nearly $30 million for the whole game was still enough to make his flesh hurt. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. $3 million for one hole? That's not something an ordinary person would dare to play. Zhao Xian is kicking the bucket, isn't he? Ling Yuan is using his money power to teach people to behave. Zhao Xian's palms began to sweat, and there was more than a hint of pleading in his voice. "Ling Xiao, can I not play?" Ling Yuan smiled. "If you don't want to continue the match, then we'll just terminate your family's cooperation with the Oceanic Group. It doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt me." These words completely crushed Zhao Xian's last psychological defense. He lowered his head and nodded repeatedly. "All right, young Ling, I'll listen to you. We'll do as you say. I hope you put forth your full strength." Ling Yuan's tone remained bland. "It doesn't matter if I lose. What I'm most afraid of is letting off steam. If I can see that you're letting off steam, then your family's cooperation is completely hopeless." Zhao Xian was completely flustered and hurriedly assured, "I don't dare to. I will do my best." He glanced at Ling Yuan, only endless regret and fear remaining in his heart. After the two of them made their preparations, they arrived at the grass field. Zhao Xian was perhaps returning to his familiar territory, and his confidence was back. Zhao Xian looked at the girl beside him. "Xiao Yu, you have to watch well today. I'm winning this money for you." He said this on his lips, but he still carried a hint of nervousness inside. Knowing his ball skills and still daring to play like this, he was either an expert or a strawman. Ling Yuan wasn't a strawman by any stretch of the imagination. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled in response, but she was still confused about the exact details of the match. She approached Zhao Xian and asked in a low voice, "Ah Xian, what exactly does a $3 million hole mean? How is each hole going to be played?" Zhao Xian softly explained, "In a golf tournament, each hole has a par number, based on distance and difficulty. For example, a par 3 hole is designed to estimate that a high-level player will score the hole with 3 strokes. and we're playing for who can perform better on each hole. Whoever has fewer strokes wins. The price for each hole is $3 million, and after playing 9 holes, the total is $27 million. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded as she listened. That means that for each hole you play, whoever has fewer strokes wins $3 million? Zhao Xian smiled. That's right, that's exactly how it is. A 9-hole match. You can start over for each hole and don't have to worry about the mistakes in front of you. I see. Cheers, I'm sure you'll win. Zhang Xiaoyu cheered for Zhao Xian. Seeing this, Wu Jiai, who was quiet on the side, also yelled, Brother Yuan, cheer up, you're the best. Win the money and treat us to dinner tonight. Chapter 6, a small win of 15 million. The match began and Zhao Xian took the first swing. The ball slashed through the air and landed firmly in the center of the fairway. Zhang Xiaoyu saw the shot and revealed a look of admiration. Ah Xian, you're so good. Zhao Xian turned around and smiled at her. Then his gaze turned to Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan remained calm. He swung the club seemingly casually, but the ball flew far. Zhang Xiaoyu didn't understand the mystery and still thought that the two were neck and neck. However, in the next few shots, Ling Yuan seemed to make a couple of small mistakes and the ball did not land near the green as planned. Zhao Xian seized the opportunity and easily won the first hole by 1 stroke, earning $3 million. Looks like I got lucky today. Zhao Xian said proudly to Zhang Xiaoyu. I won on the first hole. Zhang Xiaoyu smiled and applauded, but she was still a bit curious. You guys play like this? Do you all rely on luck? Zhao Xian shook his head and explained. Luck is certainly useful, but it relies more on skill. Like the par 3 hole just now, it's all about precise control. The first shot has to hit the ball onto the green, and the next 2 shots putt into the hole. Whoever has good technique has a higher chance of winning. Zhang Xiaoyu came to a realization. I see, so you will definitely continue to win next, right? Zhao Xian looked at her and nodded with a smile. The second hole was still a par 3. The distance wasn't long, but the vicinity of the green was covered with obstacles. Zhao Xian teed off again and the ball flew straight towards the green. Ling Yuan was right behind him. This time, Ling Yuan's performance was still a bit unsatisfactory, and the ball did not land in the ideal position. He needed one more shot to get close to the hole. Zhao Xian didn't waste the opportunity and ended the match with a putt, successfully taking the second hole and winning $3 million again. Zhang Xiaoyu applauded from the side. Ah Xian, you're amazing. You've already won 2 holes. Zhao Xian smiled and looked up at Ling Yuan, but in his heart, he felt something was wrong. Although Ling Yuan had made a series of mistakes, his demeanor was always calm. When he came to the third hole, Ling Yuan finally showed his true strength. The third hole was a par 5, with a longer distance and higher difficulty. Zhao Xian explained for Zhang Xiaoyu. A par 5 is a standard par 5 finish. This kind of hole requires the first 2 or 3 shots to hit the ball far away, as close to the green as possible, and the remaining 2 shots are completed by putting. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded. So par 5 holes are more difficult than par 3 holes, right? That's right, Zhao Xian said. Par 5 tests patience and precision. If you don't hit the first shot far enough, it will be hard to catch up later. Zhao Xian took the first swing, and the ball flew far enough to land firmly in the center of the fairway. But Ling Yuan's swing surprised Zhao Xian a little. His ball not only flew farther, but also landed in a perfect position. In the next few shots, Zhao Xian's performance began to be a bit impatient, and although he tried to stay calm, he missed the best opportunities due to several tiny mistakes. Ling Yuan, on the other hand, had a steady rhythm and gradually approached the green, eventually ending the match at the 4th shot and winning the 3rd hole with an absolute advantage. Zhang Xiaoyu was a little worried. It's okay, cheers. Zhao Xian frowned, his smile fading. Don't worry, he's still trying to play the pig and eat the tiger. Ha! Zhang Xiaoyu was a bit curious. You mean he intentionally lost the first 2 holes before? Zhao Xian pondered for a moment and said in a low voice. He was probably testing me, and now he's getting serious. The 4th hole was a par 4, both in terms of distance and difficulty. Zhao Xian tried to stabilize the situation, but Ling Yuan's form was getting better and better, and each of his shots was incredibly accurate. Zhao Xian didn't make any glaring mistakes, but Ling Yuan's performance had made it impossible for him to catch up. He won this hole too. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the scoreboard. Zhao Xian was silent for a while, then said, he intentionally slacked off at the front, and now he's already starting to power through. Then do you still have a chance? Zhang Xiaoyu asked. Zhao Xian said, of course I do. I just have to be more careful next. The 5th hole was a short par 3, requiring the player to send the ball to the green with precision on the first shot. Zhao Xian was clear that this could be his last chance to turn the situation around, so he focused all his energy and completed his tee shot perfectly, with the ball landing firmly in the center of the green. Zhang Xiaoyu was excited to see this. Ah Xian, you played this shot so well. Zhao Xian nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan was not to be outdone. His tee shot was at a slightly different angle, but it was still flawless. Both of their balls landed on the green at almost the same time, and the match became extremely tense. During the putting session, Zhao Xian's palms were slightly sweaty. He knew that he couldn't make the slightest mistake, or else he would be overtaken by Ling Yuan again. However, just when Zhao Xian's putt was slightly off, Ling Yuan putted it in steadily and won the fifth hole without any doubt. Zhao Xian's heart sank as he realized that he had been completely controlled by Ling Yuan's rhythm. In the next match, Ling Yuan's form was like a godsend. His performance on every hole was extremely solid and he did not give Zhao Xian any chance to fight back. Despite Zhao Xian's efforts to catch up, mistakes and anxiety made him fall back. The 6th, 7th, and 8th holes, Ling Yuan won more than one in a row. Zhao Xian gradually lost confidence in his heart, and Zhang Xiaoyu sensed the change in his mood. Although she didn't understand all the rules, from Zhao Xian's expression, she already understood that the winner was already divided. The match ended with Ling Yuan winning big with a record of 7-2. The stadium was silent. Everyone witnessed the seemingly evenly matched match that gradually lost its suspense. Zhao Xian stood at the side of the court, his fingers trembling slightly as he gripped the club, his face trying to remain calm, but the tightly pursed corners of his mouth and his reddened eyes revealed his anger and humiliation. He took a deep breath in an attempt to hide the waves within, but the frequency of his chest rising and falling betrayed him. Zhang Xiaoyu stood by the side, wanting to comfort but not daring to speak, her expression looking a little uneasy. Ling Yuan walked over with a bland expression. Zhao Xian, thanks for the 15 million. Don't worry, there will be no blame, and today's matter will end here. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth and tried to squeeze out a forced smile as he said in a low voice, "Thank you, Xiao Ling. I'll transfer the money to Wu Xiaomao later. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After saying that, he stiffly turned around, seemingly eager to leave this pasture that made him feel suffocated. The moment he took a step, Su Zihao suddenly opened his mouth and said with a bit of smugness, "Zhao Xian, aren't you forgetting something?" Zhao Xian's footsteps stalled, and after stopping, he slowly turned around, his gaze skimming over Ling Yuan and eventually landing on Su Zihao. His fists were clenched together so tightly that even his knuckles were white. "I'm sorry, what happened today was my fault." Zhao Xian's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, but he bowed low immediately after he finished speaking, then straightened up and left the stadium with quick steps. Just when the crowd thought that he was holding back his anger, Zhao Xian was halfway there when he suddenly slammed the club in his hand onto the ground with a muffled sound. Zhang Xiaoyu was startled and hurriedly chased after him. The court was quiet for a few seconds, then exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 7-2. Zhao Xian was actually beaten like this. This is a complete fall today. 15 million. Ling Yuan is a real money-capable player. This kind of match is too much fun to play. Zhao Xian lost money this time and had to apologize in public. This scene is truly the most exciting I've ever seen in my life. Su Zihao looked at Ling Yuan and said with admiration, "Brother Yuan, it's still you who's great. You made Zhao Xian apologize twice in one day, and $15 million is like buying groceries. If there's anything you need me to do in the future, just ask. Brother Yuan, I'm the same. If there's anything you need, just ask." Yang Yi stood on the side and showed his attitude at the right time. Wu Xiaomao also came over, his tone full of excitement. "Brother Yuan, the look on Zhao Xian's face today, I guess I'll have to hold it in for a month at home." Ling Yuan, however, remained calm as usual. He handed the club to a staff member on the side and straightened his cuffs. "Let's go. It's late. Let's have dinner." The crowd looked at Ling Yuan's departing back with shock, admiration, and even some awe. Today's match was not just about golf. It was a crushing of banknote ability and mentality. Chapter 7 Identity Exposed. Magic City Bund BFC Financial Center. A group of people just got off the bus. Wu Xiaomao was dancing around and talking to Ling Yuan about something, when a sudden shout came from behind them. The two turned their heads to look at the direction of the sound, only to see two people, one fat and one thin, poking their heads out of a red Ferrari and a black Rolls-Royce respectively. At a glance, Ling Yuan realized that these two people were familiar to him. However, the two definitely did not recognize Ling Yuan. National husband Wang Xiaoni and Shanghai Emperor Qin Fun. "Mao Zi, what have you been doing lately? You didn't come even when I told you to come out and play." The one who spoke was Qin Fun. Ling Yuan's impression of the Red Rafa first bump was him, the second generation of the stacking boy. I don't know why he was called Shanghai Emperor. Ling Yuan wondered how Wang Xiaoonian and Qin Fun play together. To know, this time Wang Xiaoonian under the Panda TV is flourishing, and at that time the fighting fish, Tiger Teeth formed a three-legged situation, can be said to be pleased with the spring. Wang Xiaoonian also certainly cannot imagine less than 2 years after the Panda TV is facing the risk of bankruptcy. His father Wang Jianlin is even more popular for a moment. The name of the Wanda Group in 2016 in the private sector revenue is located in the top 10, but also the world's top 500. It was neck and neck with Ling Yuan's family's Sino-Ocean Group, and the two companies focused on different businesses. However, Ling Yuan believed that with him, his father's Sino-Ocean Group would soon surpass Wanda Group. Little Onion, Old Chin, isn't this a reception for my big brother? Brother Yuan, just this one, just returned from studying abroad. As Wu Xiaomao spoke, the two also turned their heads to look at Ling Yuan, who also nodded slightly, signaling to the two. Okay, then you guys gather and play together some other day. Your big brother we must recognize, Wang Xiaoanian said indifferently, before he and Qin Fen both drove away from the basement. The two were very interested in Ling Yuan. Today, the Ocean Group with $260 billion, a strong reversal of the situation. The outside world has speculated about the source of this money, but there is no clue. Only when Ling Jinxiang explained the source of the funds at the group's executive meeting, he revealed that it was his son who had just returned to China who had put up the money. Of course the outside world wouldn't believe this statement. A 23-year-old young man taking out $260 billion. Was this possible? But this also put a veil of mystery over Ling Yuan in the circle. New Rongji box, after the 5 people have been seated. As the dishes are served one after another, the meal is slowly coming alive. Wu Xiaomao raised a jug of wine dispenser. Brother Yuan, today I will honor you first. Others call me Maozi, only you can call me Xiaomao. This brother, worth it. Saying this, he drank the white wine in one go. Ling Yuan picked up the wine dispenser on the table and smiled. Little Mao, you're still this hairy. Everything is in the wine. He tilted his head and drank the entire jug of wine, looking as normal. The few people in the box froze for a split second, then broke out into applause and laughter. Wu Xiaomao's eyes twinkled as he laughed. Brother Yuan, this time, you're solving the crisis of the Oceanic Group as being rumored in the circle. I don't know if others believe it or not, but I do. A few days of raking in a few $100 billion? How did you do that, brother? Ling Yuan smiled indifferently and raised his glass. It's just a chance, aiming at the right time, laying out in advance and harvesting. Wu Jiayi asked, is it because the Eagle Kingdom left the European Union? I saw on the news that the pound plummeted by more than 10 points. Ling Yuan nodded. Before Eagle country's referendum to leave the EU, the market expected them to stay in the EU, but I judged that they would leave the EU and shorted the pound in advance. And when the result came out and the pound plummeted, naturally, I earned it. Yang Yi lamented. Brother Yuan, this is not an operation that ordinary people can think of. It's only someone like you who can grasp such a big game. Su Zihao, on the other hand, sighed. Alas, we haven't even looked at the dishes on the dinner table correctly, and you've already grasped the changing winds and clouds of the global market. The gap is too big. Wu Xiaomao picked up. That's why we need to learn. Brother Yuan, tell me, do you have any more opportunities like this? Bring the brothers to have some soup. Ling Yuan smiled. Of course there are opportunities. The pound has bottomed out. You can do more pounds, but the rise is very slow. You need to be patient. Wu Xiaomao nodded, then raised his glass. Brother Yuan, let me toast you. There aren't many people who can seize this kind of opportunity. Brother, you are a legend. Several people echoed, and the atmosphere in the box became more and more enthusiastic. At this time, Wu Jiayi suddenly raised her cell phone and said, Hey, you guys, look at this news. Brother Yuan, this is definitely talking about you. The title of the news displayed on the screen reads, Britain's exit from the European Union triggers a plunge in the British pound. Mysterious traders bet accurately, and the market is stirred. The camera switches to the trading floor of the foreign exchange market, where people are staring and discussing in low voices the short trade with a huge amount of money, an operation so precise that it seems to foresee the future. A few days earlier, the pound had held steady in the run-up to the EU referendum, and just in the final hours before the vote result was announced, the trade bet on a plunge in the pound with shocking precision. The camera switches to Wall Street, where a certain investment banking executive is interviewed. Never before have I seen such a precise operation. It's not just about financial strength. It's about a superior insight into market dynamics. Certain senior investment bank analysts speculated that this is likely to be an organized operation. Behind the scenes, perhaps a mastery of financial trends and investment genius, or a capital group that understands the international situation. Warren Buffett, the god of stocks, was admired, and many people began to speculate on the identity of the mysterious trader. Ing Chia read out a passage from the news. Behind this deal, which may be the work of a top investor, the bet amounted to more than $8 billion, and ultimately made a profit of more than $50 billion. The trade order came from Mordor. Brother Yuan, this is talking about you, right? Ling Yuan laughed and raised his wineglass. Non-committal. Ha ha ha, it's really Brother Yuan style. Wu Xiaomao laughed out loud and took the lead, shouting, Come, let's drink to this wave of legendary maneuvers by Brother Yuan. Several people raised their glasses at the same time. and the crisp sound of glasses clinking together echoed in the box. Wu Xiaomao put down his glass and patted Ling Yuan's shoulder. Brother Yuan, now you are a true legend. What's your next plan? You won't be a successor in Uncle's company, right? Ling Yuan put down his wine glass and leaned back in his chair. Of course not. I'm going to open a few companies, but I need to organize my thoughts in the next few days, so we'll talk about the specifics next time. A few people's eyes suddenly lit up. Wu Xiaomao took the lead to state, Brother Yuan, I will definitely follow you when you start a company. No second thoughts. The rest of the people nodded their heads, and the box once again resounded with enthusiastic voices of agreement. As the night deepened, Ling Yuan stood up and straightened his collar. Alright, this game is over today. Little Mao, you make the arrangements for the second half, and choose any location you want. Wu Xiaomao patted his chest. Brother Yuan, it's already been arranged. You guys just wait to enjoy yourselves. Several people left the box together, the sound of laughter and footsteps drifting away in the corridor. Chapter 8 Million God Dragon Set. The Max Bar in Magic City, synonymous with drunkenness, is the largest bar in Magic City. Ling Yuan and his entourage had just arrived at the entrance. The bar's account manager Xiao Lu had been waiting for a long time, and immediately greeted him upon seeing the situation. With a professional smile on his face, Junior Wu, this way please, the V88 you booked has been arranged. The best card seat in the whole place. Wu Xiaomao waved his hand and said with a smile, Xiao Lu, tonight's protagonist is not me. This is my big brother, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Xiao Lu's heart shook. His eyes quickly shifted to Ling Yuan, only to see that he was dressed in a black silk Cuban collared shirt, and underneath his short broken hair was an angular face. Xiao Lu hurriedly bent down and said respectfully, Young Ling, this way please. Inside the bar hall, deafening music intertwined with colorful lights. Ling Yuan followed Xiao Lu through the crowd to the V88 card seat, the largest and most honorable area in the venue, with the best viewpoint and an unobstructed view of the entire stage. Ling Yuan sat on the black U-shaped sofa and casually leaned against the back of the chair, but he still could not hide the powerful aura. The surrounding gazes gradually focused on this place, and whispered comments in twos and threes had already spread. It's V88. This card seat will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The one sitting in that seat must be someone with an unusual status. Xiao Lu walked up with his iPad and asked with a smile, Young Mr. Ling, what would you like to drink over here? Ling Yuan raised his eyes. His voice was flat. Divine Dragon Set. Come with 10 sets. The rest as you see fit. 10 sets of Divine Dragon Sets? Xiao Lu's eyes lit up. His smile instantly deepened. Okay, Mr. Ling, you wait a moment. I'll arrange it right away. Not long after, the lights in the bar hall dimmed abruptly. A spotlight hit the entrance, and the waiters, with 6-colored Ace of Spades champagne on their heads, arranged themselves into a long colorful dragon, passing through the hall and heading straight for the V88 card seat. The glow of each bottle of Ace of Spades was stinging the eyeballs of those around them, and every guest who passed by couldn't help but look back. My God, Ace of Spades, this is top quality champagne. You guys, look at that long line. There are at least a couple dozen bottles. This is too much. When the waiter displayed 10 sets of dragon sets neatly arranged in front of Ling Yuan's table, the surrounding people completely exploded. 10 sets of Divine Dragon Sets. $1,200,000. He's here to show off his wealth. My God, $1,200,000 can buy a suite in a small city, right? He actually used it all to order wine. What's the name of that guy? He's so generous. It's outrageous. I can't even afford a bottle of Ace of Spades on my salary. And he's ordering 10 suites? What kind of status does he have to have? Anyone who can spend $1 million a night at tax is definitely a top tycoon. The surrounding chatter grew louder and louder, and some people had even quietly pulled out their cell phones to take pictures. Ling Yuan in the booth was still calm, gently shaking his wine glass, completely ignoring the commotion around him. Wu Xiaomao looked at the scene and said with a smile, Brother Yuan, the commotion is shocking enough. Ling Yuan smiled and said in a low voice, It's just drinking, getting some atmosphere. The waiters opened the champagne one by one. The golden liquid gushed into the cups. Ling Yuan gently raised his cup and gestured to Wu Xiaomao and the others. Just enjoy yourself tonight. At this time a soft cry came from the corner card seat. Wei, look, the biggest card seat in the middle. The one sitting in the very center is not the boy from yesterday's first class. Lu Wei got up to look at the center of the hall through the dim light, and after confirming several times, she responded, That's him. How do you remember him? Man, he wasn't the one you were serving either. Nonsense. You stared at him for so long after he got off the plane yesterday. It's also the first time I've seen you like this. I see no girls around him. Why don't we go over and get acquainted? Shen Manmang said playfully. This is not good. This can't find a reason. How to go over? Besides what to say if we go over? Wait and see. Lu Wei looked at Ling Yuan again before turning her head to Shen Manmang and said, called you usually more rehearsal, now to actual combat on the goat. You like this, when can you get off? Look at your eyes, are going to come out of the water. Shen Manmang joked. How could I? Lu Wei weakly responded. Her scarlet cheeks, however, answered everything for her, only to be covered up by the half-bright, half-dark, sometimes flickering lights. I'll tell you, Wei. Shen Manhwa then began her emotional counseling session with Lu Wei. As time progressed, the atmosphere of the bar became hotter. From time to time there were girls who took the initiative to come forward to greet Ling Yuan on his card seat. Ling Yuan rejected them one by one. He certainly liked beautiful women. He loved all things beautiful. However, he was not interested in the upwardly mobile ones inside the bar. Coupled with the dim lighting and one of the 4 evil arts of makeup, it was completely impossible to identify the superiority and authenticity. The other 3 were having a good time. Ling Yuan raised a glass of whiskey, gently shook it a few times, watched the amber-colored liquid shimmer in the light, took a sip, and was happy to watch everything. He was enjoying the solitude of being alone as well as reveling in the hustle and bustle of the crowd. It felt, well, good. Ling Yuan's sight inadvertently swept over a corner of the bar. A familiar figure caught his eye. Wasn't that Lu Wei? The stewardess who served the first-class cabin yesterday. Because of her serene appearance and the light scent on her body, Ling Yuan remembered her and did not expect her to be here. Lu Wei was sitting at the corner card seat with a few of her colleagues. She was wearing a black one-shoulder dress, able to see her slender white neck and sunken collarbone very well, and her professional Chinese coiffure had been replaced with today's black big waves, hanging down on her fragrant shoulders to look exceptionally charming. Less of that professional constraints on the airplane, more of a hint of ease and casualness, but also with a little imperial sister. I did not expect that this girl is still so versatile. Interesting. However, just at this time, a few drunken young mans are surrounded by Lu Wei and her colleagues, yelling something, from time to time to raise a glass close to, and even one person on Lu Wei's colleagues to move their hands. Lu Wei and her colleagues had to dodge, with uneasy expressions on their faces, but they didn't know how to deal with this sudden harassment. Ling Yuan put down his wineglass and said to Wu Xiaomao, you guys play first, I'll go over. His tone was bland and his gaze was already locked on the men. What's going on? What happened? Wu Xiaomao noticed Ling Yuan's expression and asked with slight curiosity. Ling Yuan waved his hand, signaling that they did not need to follow him, then stood up and walked towards Lu Wei's direction. In a few steps, Ling Yuan was already standing between Lu Wei and the few drunkards. Those few men noticed Ling Yuan's presence and one of them spoke disdainfully. Who are you? Minding your own business? Ling Yuan swept a glance at the man and said indifferently, this my friend, you are not welcome here. You guys go away. The man obviously didn't put Ling Yuan in his eyes, pushed a few people around him and sneered. Brothers, hey, this kid seems to want to play me. Lu Wei had clearly felt that the situation was tense at this point. She pulled the corner of Ling Yuan's coat and whispered, Mr. Ling, it's alright, we can handle it. The look in her eyes was truly icy pity. Ling Yuan didn't respond to her. He just took a step forward and blocked between her and the drunkards. I'll say it again. Get out of here. Ling Yuan's voice was low. Who the are you? Pretending to be a pussy on me, the man said as he picked up a bottle on the table and smashed it on Ling Yuan's head. Watching the man pick up the bottle and smash it against Ling Yuan, a few screams came from the surrounding area that he didn't know who was screaming. In a flash of lightning, Ling Yuan grabbed the man's wrist with his right hand and made it hover in the air. The man fought to get rid of it, but Ling Yuan's wrist was like an iron clamp, making him unable to move. Then Ling Yuan's right hand pushed him directly towards his companions behind him, who rushed to catch it. The beer bottle in the man's hand also fell from his hand and clattered on the floor. Everything happened very quickly. Only the fragmented glass slag on the wet floor hinted at what had just happened. The bar's security and account manager soon came over as well, and Wu Xiaomao and a few others came together in front of Ling Yuan. Chapter 9 Fetus comes fetus goes away. Wu Xiaomao, who rushed over, measured the drunken man through the dim light. After confirming repeatedly, he yelled, Yi Jun, you TM horse piss drunk, get away from me. Look carefully. Me, Wu Xiaomao. Who are you messing with bad? You mess with my brother. Yi Jun's companion said something beside him, pulling him towards his side. Yi Jun shook his head vigorously, staring drunkenly at Wu Xiaomao, seemingly trying to recognize this face. Hearing the name Wu Xiaomao, his expression changed slightly, and his drunkenness instantly sobered up a few points. Wu, Yi Jun's tone was tentative and terrified. This kid is your brother? Wu Xiaomao snorted coldly, raised his hand and patted Yi Jun's shoulder. The force was not heavy, but it made Yi Jun's feet soft, nearly unsteady. You think my brother is someone you can mess with? Wu Xiaomao's voice was not loud, but his tone was icy cold. Yi Jun's companion also panicked, muttering in a low voice, Yi, forget it, don't make a big deal. It's not like you haven't heard of Brother Wu's name. The arrogance on Yi Jun's face had long since faded, replaced by a forced smile and uneasiness. Brother Wu. Misunderstanding? It's really a misunderstanding. I didn't know that this is your brother. He waved his hands repeatedly and spoke sharply. It's my fault for having no eyes in this matter today, Yi Jun said while bowing his head and smiling, kicking the glass shards on the ground to the side. I'll pay for this wine bottle. I'll pay for it. He winked at the waiter while taking out his wallet, pulling out a wad of bills and stuffing it over without even looking. Buddy, this table is on me. Let's just pretend this didn't happen today. Wu Xiaomao didn't respond, but turned his head to Ling Yuan. Brother Yuan, how do you think this matter should be handled? Ling Yuan swept a glance at Yi Jun. Remember, when you see her in the future, stay away. Scram. Yi Jun nodded his head repeatedly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Definitely. I definitely won't show up again. After saying that, he pulled his companion and rolled towards the entrance of the bar, afraid to stay for one more second. After Yi Jun left, Ling Yuan sidled up to Lu Wei and said, "Let's go. This side is too chaotic. You all go over to our side. Let's all play together." Lu Wei bowed her head and answered softly, and the crowd quickly arrived at Ling Yuan's card seat. After they were all seated, Wu Xiaomao immediately greeted the waiter to bring new drinks. Lu Wei's friends were a bit formal at first, but with Wu Xiaomao's gagging and flirting, the atmosphere gradually lightened up. Lu Wei sat next to Ling Yuan, while Shen Manmang sat next to Lu Wei. My name is Shen Manmang, Lu Wei's best friend. Thank you, Ling Yuan. After sitting down, I didn't expect it to be Shen Manmang who opened her mouth first. It should be done. After all, we know each other. How do you know my name? Ling Yuan asked. It's not Wei Wei has always been mindful of you. I found you when you guys were seated at the very beginning. I asked her to come over and say hello to you. She was thin-skinned and unwilling to come. I didn't expect to know you in this way. This is fate. Don't you think so, Wei Wei? Shen Manmang looked towards Lu Wei and joked. Ling Yuan also found it interesting and said to Lu Wei, "Is that so? Why don't you dare to contact me? Am I that scary?" Lu Wei responded with a red face. No, it's because I don't know what reason to use to contact you. Now you have a reason. Thanks to that rash person just now. Ling Yuan laughed. You quickly don't tease her. She is a flower in the navigation division. There are many people chasing after her, but she has never agreed. And it's the first time I've seen her like someone so much. Shen Manmang said. You have to take the initiative. Don't look at her as a royal lady, but she's actually a young girl's heart. Thank you for tonight, Mr. Ling, Lu Wei said softly, with a little embarrassment and apology on her face. She also didn't expect Shen Manmang to say everything that was on her mind, and although she didn't know what she should do, she had to at least express her gratitude. Ling Yuan smiled lightly. It's nothing, don't call me Mr. Ling, call me Yuan, okay? Yuan. Lu Wei straightened her hair and responded. As the night grew deeper, the card table was overflowing with laughter, and only Lu Wei's eyes landed on Ling Yuan from time to time. Soon, the time to part ways arrived. Ling Yuan pushed open the door of the bar and walked out first. Shen Manmang, however, let go of the hand holding Lu Wei, and said to Shen Manmang that she went back to the dormitory first, and added that there was no room in the dormitory, letting Lu Wei make her own arrangements tonight. Lu Wei did not know what to do for a moment. Do you want to walk first to get some air? It's quite stuffy inside. Ling Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and stared at Lu Wei and said softly. The night breeze on the street blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Ling Yuan took off his own shirt and gently draped it over Lu Wei's shoulders. She froze slightly but did not refuse. Ling Yuan looked down at Lu Wei and said softly, is it okay to stay in a hotel? There's a Waldorf over at the Bund. The environment is not bad. Lu Wei gently nodded and answered in a low voice. Okay, inside the Waldorf presidential suite on the Bund. Drink some water and relax. Ling Yuan brought a cup of warm water and handed it to Lu Wei. Lu Wei took the glass of water. Her hands slightly exerted themselves and said softly, Yuan, I really thank you for today. Ling Yuan sat across from her, his gaze gentle. It's nothing, this is all what I should do. After a pause, he added, but I didn't expect that we would meet again. Lu Wei lowered her head, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the rim of her cup, her voice as light as a whisper. Maybe, it's fate. Ling Yuan laughed softly, his voice low. Something like fate is really elusive. The surroundings fell into a short silence. Only the light sound of the night breeze sweeping through the curtains. Lu Wei lowered her head and ruffled the hair around her ears. Her cheeks slightly flushed, but inside she couldn't help but think back to the figure of him stepping forward just now. Today, I am actually quite happy, she suddenly said softly, as if she was speaking to herself, but also as if she was confiding in him. Ling Yuan got up, walked over to her, reached out his hand, and gently held her hand in his lap. His movements were gentle but firm, his eyes deep. Wei Wei. He called her name in a low voice. Lu Wei raised her head, her eyes meeting his. Her breathing seemed to stop, her heart beating as fast as a drum. Ling Yuan smiled, his voice low. Don't try to be strong in the future. If something comes up, look for me directly. Lu Wei froze, her eyes complex and shaken. She bit her lower lip and seemed to be struggling. Ling Yuan did not wait for her to answer. His left hand gently encircled her waist and pulled her towards him. His other hand caressed the side of her face. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. Lu Wei closed her eyes and wrapped her hands around his neck, responding to his passion. The ink-like night sky. The stars shone brightly as the god of love played a symphony. The volcano erupts and lights up the night sky. The hot magma melts the earth and completely engulfs the cold stone, releasing the long pent-up scorching heat between the cracks. The moon and the night. The earth trembled under the fiery red sky, devouring each other. All that was left in heaven and earth was endless burning and stretched rhythms. Chapter 10 Shopping Mall Buying. Ling Yuan woke up early in the morning to see Lu Wei still asleep and pushed away her hand on his chest. He left the bedroom on the second floor and came to the living room on the first floor to call the hotel housekeeper to send 2 breakfasts up. And at this time, Lu Wei in the bedroom also woke up, looked around and realized that Ling Yuan was no longer in the room, and called out 2 more times, found that there was still no response outside, only a silence. I didn't expect that my only one initiative in 23 years had come to such an end, only to stare at the river outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Do not know what to think. The sound of the door opening broke the silence. Lu Wei twisted her head to look at the door. Ling Yuan walked into the bedroom. Behind him there was a cart. The food on it was still steaming. Lu Wei looked at the scene in front of her and directly cried out. Ling Yuan didn't know what was going on. He only sat on the edge of the bed and hugged Lu Wei cause. I got up and saw that you were not in the room. Called your name and didn't respond. Thought that you directly left after last night. Lu Wei choked and said. Ling Yuan gently patted Lu Wei's back and comforted. How could it be? I woke up to see you still sleeping and called breakfast for you. A few minutes later, Lu Wei who was hanging on Ling Yuan's body came down from him. Tired. Quickly eat breakfast. Ling Yuan said. Can I not be tired? How would I have thought that you were so powerful? It's still the first time for me. Lu Wei pouted. I heard others say that powerful people either have a long time or a lot of times. How come you account for both? You still want people to live. I don't know. Maybe it's because I have a good body. Plus you're too charming. And who touched my abs last night and didn't let go? Ling Yuan laughed. Lu Wei instantly went quiet and only glared at Ling Yuan before tying her hair and going to the bathroom to wash up. Is there any place you want to go in these few days? Anything you want to play? I'll accompany you. The two of them after breakfast were leaning back and sitting on the living room sofa. Lu Wei placed her white tender calves on Ling Yuan's lap. No, hey, just want to accompany you. Lu Wei moved closer to Ling Yuan and wrapped her hands around his arm. A moment later, she looked up and smiled at Ling Yuan. Why don't you accompany me to go shopping? Ling Yuan's fingers scraped Lu Wei's nose. Let's go then. Accompany you to go shopping. West Nanjing Road Plaza 66, the highest-end luxury shopping mall in Magic City. The lights were soft and bright, reflecting the floor like a mirror. Lu Wei was holding Ling Yuan's hand, and there was some constraint in her demeanor. Yuan, this place is really too extravagant. I normally wouldn't come to a place like this at all. As long as I have you with me, I can go anywhere to hang out. But I want to give you the best. Ling Yuan stopped and looked down at her eyes. The most expensive may not be the best, but it certainly won't be bad. Where to start? Lu Wei has not yet opened her mouth. Ling Yuan has already held her hand and walked straight to the Dior counter. The clerk greeted her with a smile and just wanted to open her mouth, but Ling Yuan waved his hand. No need for an introduction. Let her pick for herself. Lu Wei looked at the display cabinet with some restraint, and eventually her eyes stopped on a white silk shirt and black high-waisted shorts. She asked softly, Yuan, this shirt, look at the label seems to be 48,000? Not bad. Ling Yuan nodded gently, his tone calm. And these shorts, 42,000. Lu Wei lowered her head and carefully confirmed, her voice full of shock. Go and try it. Ling Yuan ignored her surprise and directly handed the clothes to the clerk. And these shoes? Lu Wei picked up the shoebox and sucked in a breath of cold air when she saw the price on it. 25,000. Yuan, there's really no need to. Ling Yuan smiled and shook his head. Go and try it on. A few minutes later, Lu Wei changed her clothes and walked out from the fitting room. The white silk shirt was simple and atmospheric. The high-waisted shorts outlined her slim waist, and with the classic kitten heels, her slender legs looked even straighter and more dynamic. Just this set. It suits you. Ling Yuan looked at her and nodded in satisfaction. But Yuan, this set is more than $100,000. It's really not necessary. Lu Wei's voice was full of entanglement. After trying this set, pick a few bags. Ling Yuan turned around and signaled the clerk to take out a few bags. Lu Wei looked at the bags that were handed in front of her. reading out the prices one by one, her tone full of disbelief. This toffee bag, 200,000. This palace bag 18,000. This saddle bag 200,000. And this new model, 120,000. She looked at Ling Yuan. These 4 bags add up to $700,000. This is too expensive. Didn't you say that the bag cures all diseases? Ling Yuan smiled. Wrap all these up. Lu Wei gave him a helpless look. This is too extravagant. After leaving Dior, the two walked to the Chanel counter. The double C interlocking logo dazzled under the lights, and the display cases were filled with the latest summer fashions and bags. In the window, a light blue flowing dress caught Ling Yuan's attention. He stopped in his tracks. Go try this one on. Lu Wei glanced at the hang tag and directly froze. 90,000. Ah, Yuan, this kind of skirt is so expensive. Usually I can't wear it at all. In the fitting room, Lu Wei changed into a long skirt, the hem of the skirt gently swinging with her steps. The whole person looked more agile and elegant. After she walked out, she couldn't help but turn around in front of the mirror and pursed her lips. It does look good. But the price. Ling Yuan smiled. If you think it's too expensive, then wear it a few more times and make the best use of it. He looked at her in the mirror and laughed. But it seems like even more expensive isn't worth as much as you are. Lu Wei's cheeks blushed slightly and whispered, you really are good at coaxing people. It's not coaxing, it's the truth. Ling Yuan smiled faintly. In itself, your bottom is good. What you wear looks good. The two then walked into Hermes, which is famous for its top-quality leather goods, especially its platinum bags which are the king of luxury goods. Ling Yuan pointed out a white Himalayan platinum bag for Lu Wei, the crocodile leather surface and the bag on the decoration in the spotlight shining under the dazzling. Lu Wei, close to look at the price tag, said, a bag 2,800,000. It is too extravagant. This is directly back a set of house. You deserve the best. Ling Yuan said blandly, adding to the clerk, I'll take this bag. The guests who were trying out the bag on the side heard this and their gazes were instantly drawn over. A middle-aged woman in a flashy dress frowned and whispered to her companion, why can he just buy it? Doesn't this kind of bag have to be dispensed before you're eligible to buy it? Hearing the guest's complaint, the guide smiled and lowered her voice to explain, that's our VIP customer. His spending has exceeded $60 million. Hearing this, the expression on that guest's face instantly became complicated and he could only put the bag in his hand back into the display case. Lu Wei looked at Ling Yuan in surprise. Ah, Yuan, you've spent $60 million at Hermes? Ling Yuan gripped her shoulders, a smile on his lips. It wasn't Hermes that attracted me to spend so much money. It was you. Lu Wei froze slightly, her gaze meeting his eyes. I just want to tell you. Ling Yuan's tone was gentle. In my heart, you deserve the best. This bag is just a small thing. I want to make you happy. Lu Wei's heartbeat missed a beat. The blush on her face became more pronounced, and her eyes flashed with emotion and shyness. The guide quickly handed over the beautifully packaged Himalayan platinum bag to Ling Yuan and said respectfully, thank you very much for your visit. It is our honor. Ling Yuan nodded. Lu Wei took his hand and the two of them continued to walk forward. Chapter 11, Buying a House. Unlimited budget. After coming out from Hermes, Ling Yuan said to Lu Wei, alright, now that you're done buying what you need, it's time to buy what I need. He held Lu Wei and walked into Paris House. Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she could finally help Ling Yuan pick. But when she saw that Ling Yuan directly bought more than 10 stockings, she asked suspiciously, ah, Yuan, it's not true. You have a fetish for wearing stockings? What are you thinking? Do I look like a pervert? Ling Yuan looked at Lu Wei with a smile. Ah, then why did you buy this? And said you needed it. I do need it, but I don't wear it. I need you to wear it. Ling Yuan smiled. Lu Wei froze for a moment, then twisted her head away to avoid Ling Yuan's eyes. Ling Yuan went to Valentino and Victoria's Secret for the same reason. He bought several pairs of high heels and more than 10 sets of ladies' underwear. When she finally left the store after buying the lingerie, Lu Wei directly buried her head and let Ling Yuan hold her. When Ling Yuan saw Lu Wei's behavior, he had to say that he needed to buy a few suits and asked her to help him choose. Although his suits were usually customized, it wasn't impossible to buy a few ready-made suits to wear for a change once in a while. Okay, then let's go. Lu Wei then regained her full of energy and walked into Jenya on Ling Yuan's arm. Lu Wei didn't let the guide follow, choosing to pick for Ling Yuan herself. After browsing for a while, he pointed to a navy blue suit and said, ah, Yuan, I want you to try this one on. It must suit you well. Saying this, he picked out another pair of black derby shoes. When Ling Yuan walked out of the fitting room, he attracted the attention of the entire store. The guides in charge of the other customers all looked at him from time to time. Marble-carved features, his robust body held up the suit well, his tall and straight posture stood under the yellow light. The mythological god of heaven was no better. The costume became an accompaniment instead, and the gazes all shifted to Ling Yuan himself. This is too handsome for you. This suit is like it was customized for you. Lu Wei came forward and looked up at Ling Yuan, reaching out to straighten his collar and cuffs. It's mainly you who have the vision. Of course I haven't lost the temperament piece. Ling Yuan laughed. Lu Wei proceeded to pick out a set for Ling Yuan and favored herself when paying, saying that she wanted to give Ling Yuan a gift as well. After their purchases were completed, Ling Yuan asked Lu Wei to pick 2 gifts for Shin Man Man. Lu Wei was initially puzzled, but Ling Yuan explained that this was to thank Shin Man Man for being a moonlighter, so Lu Wei carefully picked them out, more seriously than choosing clothes for herself. Unfortunately, Lu Wei couldn't enjoy the joy of carrying shopping bags with both hands today, and Ling Yuan directly asked the mall to send everything to the hotel. The two who left the mall wandered around the streets of Magic City. This was Ling Yuan's first time walking on the streets of Mordor since he was reborn. Everything was so familiar yet strange. Ling Yuan stopped and looked up at the chain store and walked straight in. As soon as he entered, the eyes of the store's employees focused on him and Lu Wei. The dress and temperament of the two men spoke for themselves. This was not an ordinary customer, but a genuine big customer. Broker Zhu Shirhan greeted them with a big smile. Hello, sir, may I ask if you're buying or renting an apartment? Any area of interest? Ling Yuan's eyes landed on her, secretly sighing with emotion that this undead sacred body Auntie Zhu, who was popular in her last life due to Jitterbug, did not expect to meet her here today. At this time Zhu Shirhan, blue lady's suit jacket pocket inserted a small silk scarf. Knee-length skirt wrapped her black stockings calves, the whole person competent and elegant. Buy a house, top compound, large flat or detached villa. Recommend a few neighborhoods. Unlimited budget. Ling Yuan said lightly, his tone casual as if he was talking about buying a cup of coffee. As soon as these words left her mouth, Zhu Shirhan's hand trembled slightly, and she busily nodded with a smile. Just a moment, sir, I'll pick a suitable property for you. She tried to calm down, and after pouring 2 glasses of water for the two of them, she immediately opened her computer and searched. The other brokers beside her, however, couldn't suppress their inner loss and envy and whispered, this is a really big client. There is no upper limit to the budget, and the penthouse and villa can be chosen at will. So how come it's not my turn to receive? Yes, how much commission should be raised for this order? Alas, just a little bit of luck. A few short minutes later, Zhu Shirhan turned her computer screen towards Ling Yuan and said with a smile, sir, this site has found a few sets of properties for you that meet the requirements. They are all very high-quality choices. For example, the Tsuehu Tiandi Penthouse Duplex, the high-tech North Bund Large Flat, the detached villa in Gubei No. 1, and the Yunjin Oriental Penthouse Duplex. These listings are priced between 80 million and 200 million, with an area of at least 400 square feet, and have been vacant since the owners refined them and are ready to move in. Wei, which set do you want to take a look at? Ling Yuan sidled up to Lu Wei. Ha, you're buying a house. If you like it, I'll do whatever. Lu Wei froze a bit and couldn't help but whisper, just pick anyone, I believe in your vision. Ling Yuan said softly, his tone carrying a bit of doting. Lu Wei pondered for a moment and pointed to a set of Tsuehu Tiandi Penthouse Duplex on the screen. Then, let's go with this set. Good, then look at this set. Ling Yuan nodded and turned to Zhu Shirhan. Right, if you need a capital inspection, look at this, he said as he took out his cell phone and handed it over. Zhu Shirhan's heart tightened when she heard capital verification. She was about to mention it politely, but then she saw the cell phone that Ling Yuan took the initiative to hand over. She took a look and instantly froze. On the screen, the balance of the bank account showed 10,000,000,000,000 yuan, and the series of zeros behind it made her brain go blank. She couldn't help but silently count a few times. 10 billion. It was actually 10 billion Chinese dollars. Her breathing almost stopped and her hands trembled slightly, but she tried to maintain her surface calmness. After a few seconds, she took a deep breath and handed the phone back to Ling Yuan with both hands, her tone becoming obviously respectful. Mr. Ling, it's completely enough. There's no need to check the capital anymore, and I'm really sorry for the process issues mentioned just now. That's okay, Ling Yuan said with a smile. Then please take us there. Okay, please come this way and follow me. Zhu Shirhan forced down her inner excitement and led the two out the door. In the car, Ling Yuan and Lu Wei sat in the back row. Lu Wei gently held his hand and looked at the street scene outside the window through the car window. The car was quiet and silent, but Zhu Shirhan in the driver's seat had already been churning inside. A $10 billion account balance. She repeated this number over and over again in her mind, thinking about how to use her best sales skills to facilitate this order. She knew that as long as she closed the deal, even the cheapest $80 million set, she would have at least $5 million in commission. $5 million. Zhu Shirhan murmured in her heart, feeling a huge sense of shock. How many ordinary old rags to sell to get a single income like this? On the viaduct, the traffic sped by. Xu Shihan gritted her teeth and secretly made up her mind, she must facilitate this single today. Chapter 12 Giving you a suite. On the top floor of Tsuehu Tiandi, Xu Shihan pushed open the Italian armored door. Ling Yuan and Lu Wei stepped into the entrance hall and were greeted by a living room cranked up to 6 meters in height, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that gave an unobstructed view of the skyline of the entire Magic City. The sunlight spilled over the woolen carpet that covered the living room. The space appeared even more open and bright. Xu Shihan introduced while walking, unable to hide the excitement in her tone. Mr. Ling, this penthouse duplex has an area of 530 square meters, 4 rooms, 2 halls and 4 baths, and the owner quoted 93 million. The furniture and appliances are all top brands in the industry, and the owner hasn't lived in it since the renovation, so it can be said that it's a brand new house. Ling Yuan looked around. Xu Shihan smiled slightly and pointed to the sofa area next to the floor-to-ceiling window and said, "This is a leather sofa from Bulgari. The coffee table is from Fendi, and the house is embedded with a full set of Danner sound system. You can imagine how enjoyable it is to sit here at night, with the whole city outside the window, listening to music." Lu Wei looked up at the high ceiling, her eyes resting on the dazzling Swarovski crystal chandelier, and she couldn't help but whisper, "This place is really too beautiful." Xu Shihan guided the two of them towards the dining room. The dining table is a Versace customized seating for 8, perfect for banquets. You can entertain your friends here. The door to the master bedroom was pushed open and sunlight flooded the entire space. Xu Shihan continued, "The master bedroom suite is 160 square meters in size, with 270 degrees of panoramic lighting. The check room is customized by Louis Vuitton, and the bathroom is equipped with Duravit's double bathtub, which is very durable." "Not bad." Ling nodded farther and turned to Lu Wei. "What do you think?" "It's good, but you still have to decide," Lu Wei whispered. Ling Yuan laughed softly. "Alright, this is the set then. You contact the owner. Full payment." When Xu Shihan heard this, her entire body stiffened slightly, and after a moment, she nodded her head in a hurry. "Alright, Mr. Ling, I'll contact the owner." Although she tried her best to remain professional, waves of shock had already risen within her heart. 93 million in full payment. This was the most luxurious client she had ever received, all without cutting the price. She knew that it was the norm for ordinary buyers to haggle, take out loans, and hesitate for half a day. And it was the first time in her career that she had seen someone like Ling Yuan who finalized the full payment without even taking a second look. More than 10 minutes later, Xu Shihan, who was on the phone at the balcony, walked back to the living room with an uncontrollable smile on her face. "Mr. Ling, the landlord will be here soon." Half an hour later, the landlord Su Ziyuan walked in. He was dressed in a decent suit, holding the real estate license in his hand, and after entering the door, he carefully sized up Ling Yuan and smiled slightly. "Truly a hero. I didn't expect Mr. Ling to be so young. I've brought the real estate license on my side. Pay with this card. No limit." Ling Yuan pulled out a black and gold private bank card from his bag and handed it to Xu Shihan. 93 million, deducted directly from the account. Xu Shihan froze for a second as she looked at the card, and quickly responded, "Okay, Mr. Ling, I'll take care of it." A moment later, she held the POS and crossed the card. "Payment successful. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Ling." Ling Yuan nodded. He then looked at Lu Wei beside him. His tone relaxed. "Take out your ID card. This house is a gift for you, Wei Wei." This one sentence caused the entire living room to instantly fall into a brief moment of stillness. Su Ziyuan raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, "Mr. Ling, are you saying that this set of houses is a gift for your girlfriend?" "Yes." Ling Yuan nodded, looking calm. "I had planned to bring her here today to choose a house, and since she thinks this set is good, it's for her." Su Ziyuan couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile, sighing with emotion. "Mr. Ling is indeed a dragon and phoenix among men. We have to calculate half a day to buy a house. You casually give it away. Admirably, admirably." Xu Shihan, on the other hand, was completely frozen, standing in place, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. She only wanted to earn some commission, never thought that she would actually witness this legendary level of buying operation. Lu Wei, on the other hand, froze for a moment and hurriedly waved her hand. "Ah Yuan, this is too expensive. It's fine for the house to be in your name. How can I accept something so expensive?" Ling Yuan raised his eyebrows, a hint of teasing in his tone. "If you don't want it, then I can only transfer this house to Xiaozhu." Xu Shihan's eyes widened when she heard this. Me?" Her voice was full of incredulity. Ling Yuan nodded and made a gesture to turn around. "You have your ID card with you. She doesn't want this house. I'm giving it to you." Xu Shihan was completely confused, standing there at a loss for words, completely at a loss as to how to react. She only wanted to earn a commission. How did she have to become the mistress of the house? This operation was also too unexpected. Ah, Yuan, don't joke around. Seeing this, Lu Wei could only sigh and hand over her ID card. I'll just take this house. That's not right. Ling Yuan smiled, looking relaxed. By the way, he looked at Zhu Shirhan. I also bought the 200 million detached house in Gubei No. 1. It's listed under my name. No need to see it, and the formalities will trouble you to do it together. These words made Zhu Shirhan completely smashed by happiness. The commission of the two houses directly exceeded $5 million. She was so joyful inside that she almost screamed, but on the surface, she still tried to maintain her composure, receiving the relevant documents and nodding her head repeatedly. Okay, Mr. Ling, I will definitely do it as soon as possible. Su Ziyuan, on the other hand, shook his head with a smile and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Mr. Ling isn't just young and talented, he's also bold. I admire him. He looked towards Zhu Shirhan and whispered, Little Zhu, you've gotten a great deal of glory today. This kind of client is not something you can meet every day. Zhu Shirhan nodded. The smile on her face could no longer be hidden, and hurriedly took the documents to go through the formalities. But inwardly, she was so excited that she was turned upside down. She might not be able to meet a second client like this even if she took over for another 10 years. She kept telling herself to stay calm, took the relevant documents, added Ling Yuan's contact information, and immediately went to handle the relevant procedures. Su Ziyuan and Ling Yuan were talking in the living room while Lu Wei was looking around the room. It was only then that Ling Yuan learned that Su Ziyuan was also an intermediary, but he was an intermediary for private airplanes and cruise ships. After some familiarization, Su Ziyuan also left, leaving Ling Yuan and Lu Wei in the spacious room. Under the dark night sky, the Huangpu River flows slowly, and from time to time, you can see small dots of various colors flashing in it. That is the sightseeing cruise ship that is full of tourists. With only 2 people left in the room, Lu Wei leaned on Ling Yuan's shoulder and held his hand, enjoying the beauty of the moment. Ling Yuan sniffed the faint aroma and used his fingers to tie Lu Wei's hair in circles. To Lu Wei, he said, This will be your home in Magic City from now on. You can freely dispose of the house, and you can call your friends to come and live in it if you feel empty when you're usually alone. Well, this is our home. I will cherish it. Lu Wei said, I'm very happy today. Thank you. There's no need to say thank you between us. I feel like you cower with me sometimes. Maybe you're worried about something, but I hope you can be your true self. Ling Tian scratched Lu Wei's nose. To love someone is to be as they are, not as I want to be. Don't you think so? Aya, lighten up. Pinch your makeup later. Lu Wei whined. This is not just quite good. Keep it up. Also, those few things you bought at the mall today, do I really have to wear them? Lu Wei's watery eyes looked at Ling Yuan. You're reminding me. Come on, let's go to the bedroom and see the results of the afternoon. Ling Yuan picked up Lu Wei, who was leaning on the sofa, with both hands. Lu Wei let out a cry of surprise and wrapped her arms around Ling Yuan's neck, looking down at the floor moving under her feet. Inside the master bedroom suite, Lu Wei had already changed into her 3-piece suit for the afternoon. Her feet were on the beige cashmere carpet, and under the goose yellow light was the impactful outfit, and her scarlet cheeks. Ling Yuan, on the other hand, went straight to Lu Wei and led her to swing in the sea of moonlit nights. Ling Yuan paddled his oar and sailed in the dark as ink sea, the stars twinkling on the dome, and the surrounding area was so quiet that occasionally one could hear the whales leaping out of the water to change their breath. The stern of the boat can vaguely see a glimmer of bright light. That is the glowing blue jellyfish. The waves were undulating, and the evening wind whipped across the surface of the sea, sending up layers of fine waves. The waves rolled up and calmed down in silence, and Ling Yuan rode farther and farther away. Before long, the boat completely disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 13 6 Months Plan. It was 11 o'clock in the morning when Ling Yuan was awakened by the sound of a phone call from Wu Xiaomao, who said that there would be a party in the evening to introduce him to new friends. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wei was no longer in the room, while a note was left on the nightstand. Ah Yuan, I'm going to work. The dining room bar table put breakfast. I personally do cold if you remember to heat down. Love you. After eating all of Lu Wei's ham and omelette pasta, Ling Yuan lay on his back on the living room sofa with his hands on his head, wearing a pair of gray pajama pants, and thinking. The midday sunlight shone through the glass window, illuminating his naked upper body, and one could even make out the tiny downy hairs on it. His abs were well defined and his pecs were hard and shapely, with just the right amount of curvature to be pleasing to the eye. Only the silky red scratches on his back were slightly out of place. Ling Yuan looked at the string of cold numbers displayed on his cell phone. 28. $5 billion and 9 billion Chinese dollars. As the startup capital for his business empire, barely. He pondered in his mind what other companies that didn't exist in this world, that all of them were there, and all of them went public. Xiaomi, Meituan, Jingdong, Byte, DDT, Ningde Times. All of these future top 500 companies in the world are still not listed, and they can still invest themselves. There are also many other opportunities. For example, Pound Duo, Little Rainbow Book, No Worries Media, manhwa Tour. These are not any news. Acquire a few more multinationals, do some industrial work, find a way to buy a few photolithography machines, and do some charity work. Money is not enough. He went straight to the study, searching for relevant information on his laptop, and there was a surprise. At this point in time, according to the expected development should be able to search the news of Piecing Duo, Little Rainbow Book, and Worry-Free Media. But these three companies do not exist at all, and there is not a single relevant web page on the search engine after inputting the relevant information. As for manhwa Tour, can search, but only see a business registration information and simple company URL. There is contact information. Other information about the company are not. You should know that in the past life, manhwa Tour only made a financing in 2012. The amount of 1 million Chinese dollars, in exchange for 15% of manhwa Tour's equity. After that, manhwa Tour had repeatedly rejected investment requests from major organizations, and the valuation of manhwa Tour before he crossed over had reached 160 billion Chinese yuan. After some thought, Ling Yuan had a clear plan. The venture capital company was definitely going to be set up. Then there was Piecing Duo, Little Rainbow Book, and Worry-Free Media. These three companies could do it completely on their own, with their business ideas and profit models clear to themselves. Hire professional managers on the line, or directly from his father's Ocean Group borrowing people. These three companies can play a combination of cards, with the advantages of the three companies mutually beneficial and win-win situation. To speed up the rise of speed, the evening party is just the right time to give Wu Xiaomao a few people to talk about. Let them go to prepare for the opening of the company. However, there was something that could be done now. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, is this Kai Haoyu from manhwa Tour? Yes, may I ask who you are? A man's boyish voice came from the other end of the phone. My name is Ling Yuan. I'm an independent investor who is interested in your company. Ling Yuan took a sip of water and continued. I know that you guys are in a predicament right now. I have a solution. Not only do I offer you money, I also offer a program. It's not clear over the phone. In this case, several of you partners arrange a time to come to Mordor to find me as soon as possible. We'll meet face to face and I'll reimburse all consumption. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yuan passed Kai Haoyu's WeChat ad request. Then Ling Yuan directly transferred 50,000 Chinese currency over. Then sent an address for them to contact him when they arrived in Mordor. When Ling Yuan traveled to the address of the clubhouse mentioned by Wu Xiaomao, the three people in the manhwa office, also in Mordor, were in trouble, with Kai Haoyu as the leader of the three people who are still a bit confused. A person you have never seen call you, said you know you now have difficulties, to pay to help you. After the phone call is directly transferred to you 50,000. What should you do? Three people in the cluttered office discussion for half an hour, and finally decided to go to meet the so-called independent investors. First of all, other people and their own acquaintance on the transfer of 50,000. And secondly, this investor sent the addresses not a neighborhood residential buildings and so on, but the Ocean Express building, which is the headquarters of the Ocean Express Group, which is recently in the ascendant. Perhaps the other party is Ocean Group executives. After all, three people's company is really difficult now. As the car traveled on the viaduct, Ling Yuan decided that he would have to take the time to buy a few cars. What a thing to have a huge amount of money in hand and yet not have a car of your own. The waiter pushed open the wooden door and Ling Yuan walked into the box. He was left at the round table with 7 seats and he recognized all the people. Wang Xiaowen and Qin Fen were also there. He didn't expect it. Brother Yuan, you finally arrived. This main seat is reserved for you, Wu Xiaomao directly yelled. He then introduced Wang Xiaowen and Qin Fen to Ling Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Yuan was no stranger to these two. After Ling Yuan took his seat, the dishes were served one after another. The atmosphere soon became lively as the people exchanged cups and drinks. Brother Yuan, you said last time that you were opening a company. How is it going now? We are all waiting for it, Wu Xiaomao said as he rubbed his palms together and looked towards Ling Yuan. The rest of the few people did not speak, but they also looked at Ling Yuan expectantly. After a few days of fermentation, combined with the information from the extranet and Ling Jingxiong's words, today, many people in the circle believe that the person who shorted the pound and raked in at least $50 billion in profits is the son of the Sino-Ocean Group, Ling Yuan. Many people have tried to contact Ling Yuan, but there is no way. Wang Xiaowen originally did not attach much importance to Ling Yuan before, thinking that he was at most the same as himself, but the shorting of the British pound incident made him realize that the two are really different. Ling Yuan's courage, mind, he had to admire. The two families are similar. he created a Panda TV, currently located in the industry's top 3, would have been very satisfied. I did not expect that I can also meet other people's children. Our rich second generation. I opened the company, have not yet made a profit. How do you directly kill into the international capital market, but also wildly earn $50 billion? This goods then goods have to throw. People then people have to die. This must not be followed to learn. As for Chin Fin and others, also want to take advantage of this opportunity. Both can make friends with Ling Yuan. Probability can also make a fortune. Why not? They don't want to be called the second generation of the rich, but it's better to do something on their own. Previously, they were suffering from a lack of direction, and only ate, drank and had fun every day. Now a big god is in front of them. The opportunity can be grasped. There's a brow. I've written the business plan. I'll roughly talk to you guys first. We'll implement all of these in the next few days. Ling Yuan crossed his arms on the table and said indifferently. Chapter 14, Star Han Group taking shape. For companies, one of them has a user orientation that focuses on young women. You would be a good fit. How about it? Want to come and try? Ling Yuan looked at Wu Jai. I'll be the chairman. You'll be the president. Don't you think too highly of me? Brother Yuan, just give me the position of president directly. That would put me under a lot of pressure. Hey, I believe you. No matter what. You are also a graduate of Stanford Business School, and I have all the program processes. You only need to implement and manage. Of course you can mention any ideas you have. Okay, Brother Yuan, you have said so. What else do I have to worry about? I just have one request. In the future, you can't call me Xiao Lu Zi on other occasions. Wu Jiayi pondered for a moment before no longer refusing. Okay, Mr. Wu. After all, the president has to show his majesty. Ling Yuan laughed. Wu Xiaomao saw his sister have landed, hurriedly said, Brother Yuan, look at me. My sister line, I also line. I do. Brothers cannot be compared to his sister. You said 4 companies, the remaining 3 it. The rest of them didn't say anything, but they were waiting for Ling Yuan's response. Of course I didn't forget about you, Xiao Mao. I've long thought about it. How about you and I do e-commerce together? Brother Yuan, of course there's no problem. But isn't e-commerce now divided between Taobao and Jingdong? At most at a VIP shop. Is it too late to do it now? Wu Xiaomao questioned, and the crowd nodded. I want to do e-commerce can be different from them all. The specific details of my good program and then talk to you. Ling Yuan smiled confidently. What about the remaining 2? What do they do? Wu Xiaomao questioned. The third one is to do the Netflix economy. I don't know if you guys are interested in Xiao Onion and Qin Fun. You two are online surfers. Then turning his head in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi, you and Zihao, you guys can also get involved. Wang Xiaoanian was called the national husband by netizens at the time, due to the large number of fans calling him their husband underneath the comments on his Weibo. Qin Fun, on the other hand, was also known by many people because he was calmly playing with his cell phone after the first crash of Rafa last year with more than 30 million. Both of them have tens of millions of Weibo fans. Ling Yuan's main energy is still ready to put on Pound Duo Duo. After all, this company is the future of the world's top 500. The rest of the 2 companies he is ready to be a handful. The small rainbow book will be handed over to Wu Jiayi in charge. Wait for Lu Wei to come back and then ask her if she is willing to come to the small rainbow book. After all, flying every day is not a solution. Originally 8 is the youth meal. International flights but also jet lag. Worry-free media. He is ready to attract more people in. The company's positioning is the net-red economy. Then who has the most net-red around? It must be rich second generation. Worry-free media need the influence and resources of this group. As for whether or not this group of rich second generation would have anything to do with the company's artists, they were all adults. As long as it was a matter of you and me, who could care? Brother Yuan, you have invited. Of course I can. There is money to be earned together. My company's artists are still quite a lot. When the time comes to get all over. Wang Xiaoanian took the lead and said, there are not many people who can let him call him brother. But who let Ling Yuan be more bullish than him? His Panda TV's main business is live video broadcasting. Artist brokerage accounted for very little. Now the artist brokerage carved out. Focus on doing live video broadcasting is not better. What about the last company? Brother Yuan. The last one is a venture capital company. I plan to do it myself. Firstly, the venture capital industry doesn't require much manpower. And secondly, it's not appropriate to have too many voices in the venture capital industry. The crowd nodded frequently in understanding. At the end of Ling Yuan's explanation, the rest of the 3 people also got involved in worry-free media. They even started discussing how much amount to invest. Seeing that the atmosphere was so hot, Ling Yuan directly struck the iron while it was hot and joined them in dividing the investment shares and shareholdings of the 3 companies other than Starhan Capital. Soon, under Ling Yuan's organization, the company's embryonic form has begun to emerge. Named but made it difficult. What name there are? There are nominated to earn him 100 million. There are nominated heart beating. There are nominated a small goal. In the end, Ling Yuan see the results of the discussion does not come out. Direct clabbered decision down. Star Han Group is the parent company. The parent company under 4 subsidiaries, 3 of which are subsidiaries. Spell Duo. Registered capital of 1 billion. Ling Yuan accounted for 90% of the shares. Wu Xiaomao accounted for 10%. Of the 3 companies, Ling Yuan's main focus will be on piecing Duo, Little Rainbow Book, with a registered capital of 800 million. Ling Yuan accounts for 80% of the shares and Ing Qie 20%. Ling Yuan is responsible for the overall strategic direction, and the rest is given to Wu Jiai. Worry-free media. Registered capital 500 million. Ling Yuan accounts for 52% of the shares, and Wang Xiaoonian accounts for 48%. Ling Yuan is responsible for the overall strategic direction. You have to know that in the last life of Spell Duo and Little Rainbow Book, the capital at the time of its establishment was just tens of millions of dollars, and the first round of financing was also a few $1 million. As for worry-free media, the registered capital is 50 million, but the paid-in is only $500,000. These 3 companies Ling Yuan plans to pay all the registered capital. Spell Duo 1 billion, Small Rainbow Book 800 million, Worry-free media 500 million. This is the result of Ling Yuan's careful consideration. This has several advantages. First, to enhance the credibility of the enterprise. The second is conducive to corporate finance. And finally is to facilitate the expansion of business. Ling Yuan wanted to use strong capital to make these 3 companies develop quickly. He could not wait for the speed of development in his previous life. The people were all excited. After all, this was their first time starting a business for many people present. And at Wang Xiaoonian's suggestion, a few people took a few group photos together. When the group left the clubhouse, it was already late at night. When they parted, their actions for the next few days were decided. Some were responsible for business registration. Some were responsible for the company's location and so on. That night, the young people who loved to surf on the internet soon realized that their national husband, Wang Xiaoonian, had sent out a microblog. Worry-free media officially set sail. Introduce me. This is my far brother. The text was accompanied by a picture below, which was a group photo of the 5 founders of Worry-free media, with Ling Yuan in the very center of the photo. Netizens quickly realized that Qin Fan had also sent a graphic that was identical to Wang Xiaoonian. The comments exploded. All kinds of them. Hubby, after living together for so long, how come I didn't know you had a big uncle? What big uncle? Didn't you see how handsome he is? I announced that this far brother is my husband and Wang Xiaoonian is my little uncle. Worry-free media. What the hell? Qin Fan is also there. Isn't he doing Panda TV? Combined with the picture and the information in the text, I guess the few people in the picture have set up a new company called Worry-free Media, and this company is headed by this far brother that Wang Xiaozong said. Soon the content of the picture and the text exploded all over the net, and the news about who is the far brother that Wang Xiaoonian and Qin Fan are talking about, as well as the news about Worry-free Media, directly hit the microblogging hot search. Chapter 15, Manhwa Tour. Ling Yuan had breakfast and was sitting in front of his computer writing a business plan. The cell phone on his desk was ringing urgently. It turned out to be Kai Haoyu's call. He said that they were in Magic City, and that they could meet at any time to discuss the matter in detail. Half an hour later, in one of the conference rooms of the Ocean Mansion, Ling Yuan pushed open the door, and 3 boys in plaid shirts stood up from their office chairs. Hello brother Yuan. A boy with a flat head walked towards Ling Yuan and extended his hand. Ha, you guys know me? You shouldn't. The receptionist told you? Have a seat. We are all the same age. Make yourselves at home. Ling Yuan shook the man's hand and then gestured for a few people to sit down. I brushed the microblogging last night. You were on the hot search. The photo with Wang Xiaoonian. The boy in the lead continued. After some mutual introductions, Ling Yuan realized that the flat-headed man's was Kai Haoyu, and the remaining 2 were his partners. I'll cut the crap then. I know that the Crash Academy 3 that you guys are developing right now has encountered financial problems. I can give you a solution and I'll continue to invest in you if this game performs outstandingly. Ling Yuan said. Manhwa Tour's real breakout product was the original God, but now he had to test these 3 with Crackdown Academy 3 first. After all, the pre-development cost of the last proto-god was said to be as high as $100 million, so even if there was water, it wasn't that far off. He doesn't fight battles he's not sure of. Ling Yuan leaned on the back of his chair. My proposal has 2 options. You guys can decide based on your own judgment of the future. The 3 of them, Kai Haoyu, sat on the other side of the conference room with complex and nervous expressions on their faces. Brother Yuan, please speak. We'll listen. Ling Yuan opened his mouth. The first option. I will inject $4 million to solve your immediate financial problems and invest an additional $800 million into a new game project.
but the condition is that I will hold 90% of manhwa's shares.
The company will be fully integrated into Star Han Group.
You guys will still be responsible for R&D,
but the company's major decision-making power will go to Star Han Group.
The three of them glanced at each other, and Kai Haoyu's frown deepened. Ling Yuan swept his gaze over them and continued.
The second option.
I will still inject $4 million,
and will likewise invest an additional $800 million.
I will only hold 49% of manhwa's shares,
and the company will still be dominated by you guys. However,
this $800 million additional investment will be used as a kind of cooperation agreement. It needs to be repaid with the water flow of 1 month after the new project is launched.
If it can't be repaid,
I will hold 90% of the shares.
The running water of the new project? Kai Haoyu froze and asked. Brother Yuan, you mean providing us with a new project?
That's right.
Ling Yuan nodded.
This project has a lot of potential.
I can fully support it.
But you guys have to prove yourselves with actual achievements. If you guys have the confidence to make it break 800 million in first month's water flow,
this option is tailor-made for you.
Another founder tentatively asked.
Brother Yuan, the 800 million investment you mentioned is specifically for the development of this new program? Or is it for something else?
Ling Yuan smiled. Of course it is used for the new project, research and development and team staff expansion. The promotion and distribution costs are separate. I will make up for the resources you guys lack, but it's up to you guys to deliver the final result, breaking 800 million in first month's water flow.
That's the answer. The atmosphere in the conference room tensed up.
Kai Haoyu gritted his teeth and looked at the other two.
800 million water flow in a month. The difficulty is too great. With our current team and technical reserves, can we really do it? The other person pondered for a moment and replied, Haoyu, Brother Yuan's resources are here. 800 million water flow sounds difficult, but if the market promotion is in place, it may not be impossible. And with 49% of the shares, at least the company is still in our hands. The third person also nodded. If we choose the first option, we will completely lose control of the company. After working so hard for so many years, we don't want to just give it away. Kai Haoyu looked up at Ling Yuan and hesitated for a split second. Brother Yuan, can you reveal what this new program is about?
If we really have to pay it back with the first month's water flow, we always need to know its potential.
Ling Yuan smiled and shook his head.
Now is not the time to talk about this project, but I can tell you that it is a work that is not available in the market at this stage. What you guys need is trust in my vision and confidence in your team.
Kai Haoyu took a deep breath and said, Brother Yuan, let's pick the second option. The additional 800 million investment.
We will repay it with the first month's water flow of the new project.
We are willing to gamble.
Ling Yuan smiled, stood up, walked to the table and patted Kai Haoyu's shoulder.
Very good. It's this hustle of yours that I value.
He turned towards the door and turned back.
Remember, I will give resources and support, but what will ultimately make or break this project is your execution.
You guys just make Crash Academy 3 at ease for now.
After sending Ling Yuan away, the three of them, Kai Haoyu, returned to the conference room with mixed and excited feelings. 800 million streams is really a heavenly challenge, Kai Haoyu muttered, but we can definitely do it.
But what exactly is the new project that Mr.
Ling is talking about? Never mind. Now that we have 4 million, let's make Crash Academy 3 first. The new project Ling Yuan was talking about was, of course, Proto God, and he kind of hoped that the trio would go for the first option. However, the trio were really as unwilling to relinquish their control of the company as the internet had said they would be. The second option is also acceptable to him, with an investment of $4 million,
in exchange for half of the shares of the future 100 billion market capitalization company. As for the original God's first month's water flow breaking $800 million,
he hadn't worried about it. As far as he remembered, the original God's single month's mobile water flow alone was $340 million. With his own support in this life, it might not be impossible to break through that number. After Ling Yuan left the conference room, he arrived at Ling Jingxiong's office. After the solid wood desk was a black leather chair. After the leather chair was a huge whole mahogany boogie board, and on the wall was a huge wall painting of the sunrise in the east, accompanied by the sound of opening the door.
Ling Jingxiong approached and leaned back in his boss chair,
smiling. How did you think of coming to find your father me? Say it. What is it? Dad, you say this? Nothing I cannot find you? It's not okay for my son to miss you. Ling Yuan giggled. Really? Then I'm so happy. Then you sit on one side. I'm going to be busy.
Ling Jingxiong picked up a pile of documents on the table and read them.
Seeing this, Ling Yuan could only say, Dad, what about this time? Mainly because I miss you, and secondly, I'm looking for your company to borrow 2 people, and I'll return them in a few months.
Oh, borrow 2 people?
Borrow who? What do you kid want to do again?
Ling Jingxiong put down the file and looked up at Ling Yuan. A few days ago the foreign exchange market to earn a lot of money.
I have to spend the money. Money begets money. Set up a few companies. The initial period is short of people. You do not have so many great generals under you?
Ling Yuan will sit against the chair row to the desk.
Okay, you still have some skills after all. I will not ask what your company is going to do.
Ling Jingxiong held his chin in his hand.
No problem. When you find an office location, I'll have them report directly. Just waiting for your words, Dad. Then you get busy first. I'll go.
Ling Yuan walked straight to the door after righting his chair.
Right, you'll have to pay the salaries of the two. I won't give you 1 cent from now on.
I'll see how big you can play with over $20 billion.
Come back to work when it's gone. Ling Jingxiong laughed. Don't worry, Dad. It looks like I don't have to come back to work. Ling Yuan smiled and closed the office door. Chapter 16, Starhan Group, Magic City Center Building. Early morning.
Ling Yuan stood on the street and watched the sunlight pour down like broken gold on the patches of glass curtain walls,
reflecting a dazzling light.
The starting point of Starhan Group is located here, the Magic City Center Building,
the tallest building in Magic City,
and also the tallest building in China, with a total height of 632 meters,
and one of the top 10 landmarks in Magic City.
StarHub has rented 5 floors,
1 company per floor, 5,000 square meters per floor,
total 25,000 square meters for 5 floors.
With 5 floors,
the monthly rent is as high as $14 million.
But Ling Yuan thinks it's worth it.
He also believes that it won't take long for Starhan Group to have the volume to occupy a building that will have a building named after the group. Magic City Center buildings such as office buildings are equipped with a full set of office equipment.
Leasing day can be completely direct office.
At this time 56 to 64 floors are crowded. The design company is doing the soft furnishings of the office space.
56. 57 2 floors of the overall style is on the younger side,
because the 2 floors are respectively Carefree Media and Small Rainbow Book. Product positioning determines the soft furnishing style.
And 58, 59, 63 floors of the decoration style is inclined to calm atmosphere, respectively, Spell Duo 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 and Starhan Capital. Starhan Group. Currently there are 3 companies are in the office state. The night before after the people gathered dinner,
Ling Yuan directly to each company's business plan were given to them, so that they slowly digested.
Wu Xiaomao, Wang Xiaoyao and others directly used their various relationships, business registration, recruitment of mid-level personnel, recruitment of technical staff, with yesterday's 1 day's time to implement all the good. After all, the treatment of the personnel of all the companies under the Starhan Group is 20% higher than that of the same industry. Today, Worry-Free Media has already had grassroots personnel come for interviews one after another. And after the advance warm-up of Wang Xiaoonian and Qin Fen's microblogs, coupled with the endorsement of the company's paid-up capital, the outside world is also very curious about this company. Ling Yuan believes that Worry-Free Media will bring surprises to the outside world, although it looks inconspicuous now. Once the users of the short video platform skyrocketed and also started to do live streaming with goods, it is the time for Worry-Free Media to load money in the sack. Now it is 2016, and there are only a few companies that specialize in the Netflix economy. After Ling Yuan took the high-speed elevator to the 56th floor, he went straight to Worry-Free Media. Walking up to the front desk and looking around, it was really pleasing to the eye. Wang Xiaoonian, they are really good at recruiting people. From the front desk to the administrative personnel, almost all of them are beautiful women. It is estimated that in the future, several of them will often come to the company, which is also considered a benefit. Even found a lot of big net roots in the previous life, but now they are all relatively green. What Peng Shi Huang, generation of drums pulling, are the first generation of netroots in shake. Ling Yuan pushed open the door of the general manager's office. Wang Xiaoonian, several people are talking excitedly. Ling Yuan asked Wang Xiaoonian to gather all the company's middle-level cadres and above, and he wanted to hold a small meeting to tell everyone what Worry-Free Media is doing. After all, many people did not have the concept of Netflix economy in their minds at that time. Inside the conference room, Ling Yuan sat in the main seat, while the 4 Wang Xiaoonian people were on both sides. Ling Yuan drank a cup of water to moisturize his voice, and then started today's meeting. Guys, some of you may not recognize me yet. Let's start with a self-introduction. My name is Ling Yuan and I'm currently the chairman of Carefree Media. I won't be coming to the company often in the future. The company's daily routine will be handled by Mr. Wang, the national husband. Everyone is no stranger to him, right? Everyone can relax a bit. Same age. Ling Yuan saw a group of people sitting upright and laughed. Today I'll tell you how our Worry-Free Media is profitable, and what our business are, and what you are going to do. First of all, the profit model. The first one is live streaming with goods. Live streaming is on the rise right now. We have so many webcasters in our company, and these webcasters are like walking stores. They introduce various products to their fans in the live broadcast room, like cosmetics, clothes, snacks and whatnot. Fans look at them and like them. so they place orders for them. Every time we sell a product, we get a commission from the merchant. This commission is real income. That's it for today's meeting. Time is limited. More specific details will be given to you later by Mr. 1. Everyone work together. We'll put worry-free media on the right track soon. Finally, I hope everyone will work harder. If the performance grows steadily in the next few months, I personally promise that I will take out $50 million to reward the outstanding departments and employees at the end of the yearly meeting. The atmosphere was relatively quiet when Ling Yuan started his speech, and by the time Ling Yuan got to the $50 million bonus, the people in the seats obviously started to get excited. A marketing manager near the door froze, his hand holding the pen frozen in midair, his mouth slightly open as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, $50 million? Mr. Ling just said 50 million? The two content operation leaders sitting in the center position looked at each other with expressions of dismay at first, and then quickly turned to undisguised excitement. An operations director wearing glasses couldn't help but push the frame and whispered to the person next to him, "Did I mishear? Or did Mr. Ling really say that he would take 50 million at the end of the year? It's not an illusion. I heard it too." The person next to him lowered his voice and replied back, but there was already a hint of excited brightness in his eyes. The several young employees in the back row even couldn't help but whisper, confirming what they had just said to each other. 50 million? My God, how much can this bonus be divided up? You said he's joking, right? Even if it's not a joke, this is too much. A joke? Do you think Mr. Ling looks like someone who would joke about this? One of them lowered his voice and said with a tone of excitement. Ling Yuan noticed the reaction of the crowd and smiled faintly. I'll do what I say. As long as worry-free media can grow steadily, it's not a problem to distribute the $50 million reward to you at the end of the year. The bonus is a reward for effort. The real goal is to bring the company on track. This is something I hope everyone remembers. Although his words were calm, they were like a strong cardiac needle that made the blood of everyone present boil. The young content editor Xiao Zhang had already begun to fantasize in his heart. 50 million bonus. Even if I get a few 100,000, it's still a heavenly fortune. The hard work of working overtime until late at night before. This is all worth it. Wang, who was next to him, couldn't help but whisper, I'm going to work my ass off for the bonus this year. With a boss like this, who would still want to paddle? Manager Liu, who was in charge of the operation, had a complicated expression, feeling excited and pressurized at the same time. 50 million bonus? This is a huge amount. If we don't make some achievements, can we afford such a reward? After that, Ling Yuan handed over the meeting to Wang Xiaoanian and left Carefree Media. Coming upstairs to Little Rainbow Book. Chapter 17, The Whole Internet Explodes. Little General Manager Wu, how is it? Still getting used to it. Ling Yuan pushed open the wooden door of the general manager's office and said to Wu Jiai, who was sitting on the boss chair. Today's Wu Jiai changed from her previous freshness and sweetness. Her sky blue silk shirt with high-waisted suit pants was temperamental and competent. She held up the golden glasses on the bridge of her nose and said to Ling Yuan with a smile, Mr. Ling, I really thought that you wouldn't care after giving me a proposal. Isn't it here today? Mr. Wu, it's hard for you to gather the staff above the middle level. I'll simply hold a meeting. Empty conference room quickly filled with people. People are very curious about the company's development path and planning. After all, as an employee, this is closely related to their own future. Good afternoon everyone. Let's start with a self-introduction. My name is Ling Yuan. I'm currently the chairman of Little Rainbow Book. In the future I'll occasionally come to the company. The company's daily routine will be taken care of by Mr. Wu. Today's main purpose is to get acquainted with everyone. The second is to tell you what we do, and the direction of the company's development. What about Little Rainbow Book? It's a great place for lifestyle sharing, like a living guidebook. Let's all work together to make Little Rainbow Book better and better. And if the users steadily grow in the months after the product is launched, I personally promise to take out 50 million to reward the outstanding departments and employees at the end of the year. The third stop. Ling Yuan went upstairs to Pieces of Duo. In Pieces of Duo he did not choose to hold a meeting, but while Father Ling Zhangxiong sent professional managers and Wu Xiaomao summoned to the CEO office. The professional manager, named Su Hui, was on the sofa looking through Ling Yuan's plan, letting out sighs from time to time, and after placing the plan on the table, he said to Ling Yuan, Mr. Ling, this idea of yours is really brilliant. With such a business model and market positioning, Piecing Duo is the first of its kind. I have a hunch that Piecing Duo will bring surprises to the e-commerce industry. Social grouping, price-cutting function, targeting the sinking market, the same two shoulders carrying a head. How come you are so powerful, Brother Yuan? Wu Xiaomao also exclaimed. What you guys said is of course important, but there are a few other points that should not be ignored. Supply chain management must be efficient, so that we can reduce our costs and also improve the user experience. Ling Yuan crossed his hands on the table. There is also the early stage. We have to use money to smash a market. Advertising and price subsidies to burn a lot of money. The early stage is allowed to lose money. Wait until the user scale is up. External investment and financing comes in. We don't have to burn our own money. Profitability is just a matter of time. What we have to do now is to hurry up and make the app. The advertisement placement and the establishment of the supply chain should also keep up. Only in this way, once the app is online, our users will have a complete and good experience. And Xiao Mao, you have to follow Mr. Su in these months. Ask more questions and learn more. Mr. Su is going to go back to my dad's company. You have to learn to be on your own. Ling Yuan said seriously to Wu Xiaomao. Don't worry brother Yuan, Wu Xiaomao, know when to be serious. I will definitely make achievements in these months. Wu Xiaomao said firmly. Well, then you guys continue. I have to make a trip to Star Han Capital now. Someone is still waiting for me. Star Han Capital was the least crowded of the several companies, appearing empty and quiet. The scale of manpower in a venture capital company was definitely not as large as other businesses. In the president's office, there were only Ling Yuan and Hu Jun, the professional manager sent by his father, Ling Jingxiong. Mr. Ling, how are you currently arranging Star Han Capital? Do you have any investment plans? Hu Jun asked. Mr. Hu, currently there are two main things. First, you help me keep an eye on these companies, DJI, Byte Jump, Ningda Times, Xiaomi, Jingdong, Meituan, and DDT, and notify me immediately if there is a financing plan for them. Also, notify me if there are plans for the sale of multinational companies. Ling Yuan sat in front of his desk, his hand resting on his chin. Star Han Capital needs to recruit some star investors in the industry. Contact me for the final interview. I'll interview with you. Star Han Group also needs to recruit people. Understood, Mr. Ling. The recruitment process is underway, but it's not yet time for the final interview. I'll notify you in advance. Hu Jun's fingers flew across the notebook as he recorded. After Ling Yuan had arranged everything in the company, most of the afternoon had already passed. At the same moment, the entire network had already exploded. Hot searches with the keyword Star Han Group and Ling Yuan dominated the first few positions on Weibo. The origin of everything came from a post made by Wang Xiaowenyan and Qin from the night before. The two of them, as the topic makers in the Magic City's upper-class circles, posted a photo together at the same time, and they also paired it with a photo of themselves and Ling Yuan. With the spread of the photo, netizens began to frantically dig up the identity of this low-key tycoon. Some people immediately inquired about the connection between Star Han Group and Ling Yuan through industrial and commercial websites, but the results left everyone stunned and dumbfounded. The first discovery: Star Han Group's registered capital is 8 billion renminbi, and the information shows that it is paid in. Not only that, Ling Yuan on the Star Han Group 100% holding, which means that the 8 billion cash all belong to Ling Yuan personal. The second discovery: through further inquiries, netizens found that there are 4 other subsidiaries under Star Han Group. Worry-Free Media, registered capital of 500 million renminbi, with Ling Yuan as the major shareholder. Little Rainbow Book, registered capital of 800 million renminbi. The majority shareholder is Ling Yuan. Spelling Duo, registered capital of 1 billion renminbi, still held by Ling Yuan. Star Han Capital, registered capital of 4 billion renminbi, 100% owned by Ling Yuan. Third discovery: netizens then discovered that all of these companies' registered capital is fully paid up. This information is tantamount to dropping a heavy bomb on the entire network. Paid in means that the funds in the accounts of these companies are real cash, not false figures. The netizens were blown away. StarHub and its subsidiaries alone had more than 14 renminbi, 3 billion in cash flow in their accounts. Discussions about Ling Yuan and Star Han Group on Weibo came like a tidal wave. A company with a registered capital of 500 million or 800 million is quite impressive. But what is the concept of 1 billion and 4 billion? Or paid in? Who can stand it? Star Han Group actually has 8 billion registered capital, and all a young man 100% holding? This is too outrageous. The whole network is looking for a tycoon, but I didn't expect to find a national husband in the end. Ling Yuan is too handsome. 8 billion in cash is all his. What kind of life is this? Not only that, more netizens noticed that the tycoon at the helm of Star Han Group was actually so young and handsome, and the title of national husband was brushed across the screen. Ling Yuan's face value is not inferior to the top stream of the entertainment industry, okay? The top stream of capital and the top stream of face value. Both top streams are out of the circle. The key is that he's not only rich, he's also excessively low-key. I've never heard of Star Han Group before, but today I realized that he controls so many companies. Brother Yuan, why don't you consider debuting and directly crushed the entertainment industry. In addition to the netizens' frenzied debate, the professional financial media also quickly intervened to analyze Star Han Group and Ling Yuan's identity in greater depth. Senior analysts in the field of finance and economics commented on the program. Generally speaking, the registered capital of private enterprises is mostly contributed, not paid in. It is almost unheard of for a company like StarHub to have $8 billion of paid-in registered capital, especially when it is 100% owned by one individual. This kind of capital strength is already fully comparable to certain internationally recognized companies. As the discussion heated up, the names Star Han Group and Ling Yuan kept appearing on the hot search list, even suppressing all the other popular events of the day. The top 5 on the hot search list. Hashtag Star Han Group 8 billion paid up hashtag. Hashtag Ling Yuan's national husband hashtag. Hashtag worry-free media spelling duo xiaohongshu hashtag. Hashtag young capitalist giant Ling Yuan hashtag. Hashtag the top flow of the tycoon world hashtag. However, when the outside world has already sent Star Han Group and Ling Yuan to the peak of the hot search, Ling Yuan, as the center of the incident, has no idea. Chapter 18 Charity Dinner. At this moment, Ling Yuan was at Wongu Bay. He leaned back on the wide sofa, his feet stepping on the cashmere carpet, took out his cell phone, registered his personal microblog, and soon passed the identity certification. The information displayed under the small yellow V is, Chairman of Star Han Group. Ling Yuan casually took a picture as his avatar. In the picture Ling Yuan was wearing a blue casual shirt. His face was a sunny and handsome smile, and then released his first microblog with the same image. Hello everyone, I'm Ling Yuan. Star Han Group's product Little Rainbow Book spelled Duo will be coming soon. Please look forward to it. In addition, Worry-Free Media has signed a large number of netizen artists. Netizens quickly took over the comment section of Ling Yuan's microblog. The most commented on were those who called him their husband, followed by those who were curious about what his status was, and even those who directly posted their resumes below to look for a job. But of course, Ling Yuan had no idea about this. Accompanied by an urgent ringtone, Ling Yuan picked up the cell phone he had just put down on the coffee table. It was his father. Ling Jingxiang's call. Are you free tonight? If you don't have any arrangements, do you want to attend a dinner party? You represent the Sino-Ocean Group to show your face. I'm representing Sino-Ocean Group? Dad, I'm not going. And a group of middle-aged and old people pushing cups and exchanging drinks. Why would I go? Besides, why don't you go? Ling Yuan was puzzled. It's a charity bazaar star dinner, not a bunch of little old men. It's decided. You go home in the afternoon, take a watch and go. After all, you represent Sino-Ocean Group, you can't lose face. Ling Jingxiang decisively said, there are a lot of industries that the Sino-Ocean Group has invested in under its banner. As for the dinner invitation to the Sino-Ocean Group, it is because the Sino-Ocean Group holds 8% of the shares in Hui Brothers. You have to know that the largest shareholder, Wang Zhongjuan, only holds 11, and that Papa Ma in Hangzhou holds less than 3%. The influence of the Sino-Ocean Group is evident. Ling Jingxiang asked Ling Tian to go home and get a watch. That was because during the dinner party, the participants of the party could choose to put their personal belongings up for auction, and all the proceeds from the auction would be donated to public welfare organizations. It was equivalent to using one's own personal belongings for charity, doing good deeds and gaining a good reputation. So why not? When Ling Yuan returned to Tan Palace No. 9 courtyard, his parents were of course not at home. The butler Zhang Tao brought him to his father Ling Zhengxiang's wristwatch room and said, Young master, please, Mr. Ling said, you can choose any number of pieces. The watch room was surrounded by a constant temperature and humidity system to ensure that the mechanical watches were not affected by the environment, avoiding humidity, overheating or overcooling. Several rows of customized display cabinets were emitted in the center, and inside the transparent display cabinets were the mechanical watches collected by Ling Jingxiang, which were being placed on the watch shakers and constantly rotating. The overhead spotlights shone dazzlingly on the enamel, diamonds, and sapphires on the watches. Ling Yuan picked 2 Patek Philippe models, one to wear himself and one to take out for auction tonight. Why did he choose all Patek Philippe? There was no other reason. He could not go wrong with this one. Patek Philippe has a top position in the watch industry, and is known as the king of watches. Among the 10 most expensive watches in the world, Patek Philippe accounted for 4 of them, with the most expensive one reaching $210 million. Ling Yuan chose the Patek Philippe 6300A for himself, which is the most expensive Patek Philippe wristwatch with only 7 pieces in the world. The one that was ready to be put up for auction tonight was the Patek Philippe 1527 Perpetual Calendar Rose Gold Edition, and the auction amount would definitely not be small. This watch was produced in 1943, and rarely appeared in the auction market. Ling Yuan wore the watch and left the watchroom. As to whether Ling Zhengxiang would have a little bit of pain when he got home was unknown. Tonight's Waldorf Astoria on the Bund was exceptionally lively.
The major entertainment media had already chosen their spots by the red carpet in advance, in order to be able to take pictures of the many celebrities walking the red carpet from the best angles. The red carpet was filled with the sound of shutterbugs, and all the celebrities were in their best shape to walk the red carpet. After all, this is a good stage for them to show themselves and enhance their popularity. Today's Yang Mi is wearing a black sequined open fork dress with strappy heels, a pair of long legs as she walks on the red carpet and then hidden, especially eye-catching. Numerous media also shone the spotlight on her. Ever since Joshing and Shangshur Pictures signed a $300 million betting agreement last year, she has been working extra hard. For the sake of her own personal transformation and the development of Joshing, she was not only an artist, but also one of the core shareholders of Joshing Media, but she actually had little say in Joshing, which was what she had been struggling with. Yang Mi had just finished her trip to the red carpet and was about to step into the banquet venue with her feet on high heels, when a slight commotion suddenly came from behind her. Turning around, a group of photographers with long guns in hand were running towards the main entrance of the hotel, until a man stepped out of his car and walked straight towards the venue. The brief commotion finally subsided. Who is this man? Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Yang Mi twisted her head and asked her agent. Of course you've seen it before. Don't you still follow him? This person is the one who took out $8 billion in cash to open a company. The one who dominated the hot search list yesterday and today. Star Han Group's Ling Yuan. The broker responded. How did he appear here? Yang Mi was puzzled. I don't know, but the person who came to pick him up when he got off the bus was Huai Brothers Wang Zhengjuan's secretary. What kind of person deserves to be picked up by him? The agent said. Until the two of them entered the venue and leaned back in their chairs. They hadn't figured out why Ling Yuan would show up at the Fashion Bazaar's dinner party. The banquet reserved Ling Yuan's place at the very center of the venue, which led to a phenomenon that attracted a lot of attention from the audience as he and Wang Zhengjuan's secretary walked towards their seats together. After all, not many people had this kind of treatment. Some sharp-eyed people recognized Ling Yuan's identity, and from time to time, there were celebrities in the venue who looked towards Ling Yuan after he took his seat and whispered, "Isn't this the boss of the Star Han Group that was on the hot search? So powerful at such a young age, directly contributing $8 billion to start a company. TSK, so enviable." The actress next to him softly picked up, "Isn't that right? Just now when he got off the bus so many people were filming. Even Wang Zhengjuan's secretary personally went to pick him up. Anyone who can have this kind of treatment is either a top capital or a super network of connections. We can't even compare." On the other side of the table, a certain Flower girl couldn't help but sigh. "He's too handsome. You guys look at that temperament. Completely unlike those rich second generation in our circle. His eyes are really absolute, calm and self-contained, not putting whoever is here in his eyes at all." Sitting in the corner of the movie star could not help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. "At first I also think I saved a few years to buy a house as considered a successful person. And now look, we have this family foundation in the eyes of others is a play ticket." His best friend beside him teased, "Don't be discouraged. Your house is not enough for someone to buy a watch. He just walked past me. I looked, the watch on his hand, Patek Philippe 6300A, worth 200 million. While the crowd was talking, Ling Yuan had already taken his seat. After he took his seat, he realized that he seemed to have been tricked by his father, Ling Jingxiong, saying that there were no little old men, and that his table was almost full of little old men. Luckily he had someone for company. The smiling beauty Li Yitong, perhaps specially arranged by Wang Zhengjuan, sat next to Ling Yuan. Chapter 19, 40 million for charity. Li Yitong, who was sitting in her seat, felt a little nervous and excited at the moment. She entered the entertainment industry because she appeared in a web series last year, and then she was signed by Huai Brothers. After signing the contract because she had no backstage and connections, which led to no drama, and she was unwilling to give up her bottom line, so she only continued to receive web series. Half a year has passed, and she is gradually shaken inside. She is not from the science class, and needs to put in extra effort to have the same opportunity as others. Today the agent told him the opportunity had come. The boss Wang Zhengjuan asked her to sit at a table with him at the dinner party in order to take care of the dinner guests. She thought about it for a long time. There was a bit of resistance within her, but for the sake of her career, she still didn't refuse. Maybe it was just a dinner together, but she didn't expect the person who came was Ling Yuan. She recognized Ling Yuan when he took his seat. After all, Ling Yuan and his Star Han Group were on fire in the past 2 days. The person the boss had asked to accompany him was actually her, and from the conversation between the boss and Ling Yuan at the table, she realized that Ling Yuan represented the Sino-Ocean Group. She began to celebrate her luck tonight. The Sino-Ocean Group is the third largest shareholder of Huai Brothers, second only to Wang Zhengjuan and Wang Zhonglei. Ling Yuan represents Sino-Ocean Group. The weight of his words in Huai Brothers can be imagined. Even if you throw away the Sino-Ocean Group, Ling Yuan himself is also very powerful. After all, the company can come up with $8 billion in cash at the startup stage. She really had not heard of it before.
Along with the dinner, the atmosphere was also lively. After getting to know each other,
Ling Yuan exchanged pleasantries with the people at the table,
and then chatted with Li Yitong. Yitong, relax, why do I feel you're a bit nervous?
Ling Yuan leaned on the back of his chair and looked sideways at Li Yitong.
Is that so? Mr. Ling, maybe it's because of the first time we met. Li Yitong was not sure what exactly Ling Yuan's attitude was,
and said with a smile, her curved eyes like crescent moons,
just call me Yuan. Has anyone ever told you that you look good when you smile?
Ling Yuan said lightly. Li Yitong raised her hand and ran her hair behind her ear,
staring at Ling Yuan. No, you're still the first. The relaxed Li Yitong soon became acquainted with Ling Yuan,
the two of them chatting with smiles on their faces from time to time.
Halfway through the dinner, the charity auction also started. After all, charity dinners, charity is the end, dinner is the means. Of course, for some people, the two could be reversed.
Attendees handed over the lots they had provided to the organizers before the dinner began, and these lots would be compiled into an auction catalog, which would be provided to all attendees to let them know what items were coming up for auction.
During the auction session, these pre-prepared lots are presented one by one and bid on. As the lots appeared one after another, the bidding was getting higher and higher. As the more the lots were at the back, the higher the value of the lots, and the current bidding for the lots had already reached $10 million, which drew a burst of gasps.
Wang Zhongjuan put down the auction catalog in his hands and looked at Ling Yuan.
Ling, you really want to give it up? Patek Philippe 1527 rose gold.
I haven't seen anyone take this watch out for auction.
Uncle Wang, you are overstating it. It's all about contributing to charity. Love has no size. You have a high awareness.
Wang Zhongjuan said with a smile. Ling Yuan smiled and stopped talking,
quietly surveying the venue. Just then,
the auctioneer's voice came from the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor of presenting the next precious lot,
the donor of which you may be familiar with and unfamiliar with. He is Ling Yuan of the Sino-Ocean Group.
Mr. Ling,
he not only strives to forge ahead in his career,
he is also passionate about philanthropy.
This lot was specially selected from his private collection for tonight. It's this Patek Philippe 1527 rose gold,
which was produced in 1943,
with a very small number of survivors,
and has never appeared at auction before. This is a rare and precious piece, so please bid enthusiastically,
not only for the artistic value of this piece, but also to support charity.
Now, let's start the bidding. When the auctioneer read out Ling Yuan's name, the venue's camera was also turned towards Ling Yuan. Seeing this, Ling Yuan smiled at the camera. The celebrities in attendance, on the other hand, revealed surprised expressions as to why Ling Yuan, the owner of the Star Han Group, was also Mr. Ling of the Sino-Ocean Group. But after a short period of thinking, the answer came out. The owner of the Ocean Group, Ling Zhengxion, was well known, the same surname Ling, but also so rich, it is difficult not to cause people's reverie. On the stage, with the auctioneer announcing the starting price, the Patek Philippe 1527 rose gold watch officially entered the bidding session.
The auctioneer's voice was loud and impassioned. The starting price for this watch is $5 million. The crowd on stage was slightly stunned.
Although they had anticipated the specifications of this auction, this starting price still made many people suck in a dark breath. Finally, someone raised their sign. 6 million, 7 million. Another person then followed suit. The bidding gradually heated up, soaring from 7 million to 15 million, with fewer and fewer people participating in the bidding, and those remaining were those who had a genuine interest in the watch or didn't care about the price. 20 million. When this offer rang out,
the venue stirred slightly. The number of people participating in the bidding had been reduced to 3, but the price clearly still had room to rise.
At this moment,
Wang Zhongjuan laughed in a low voice.
Little Ling, you've auctioned this watch for $20 million. You should be satisfied, right? Ling Yuan picked up his red wine, swept his gaze blandly across the auction venue and said, Uncle Wang,
the scarcity of this watch is more than this price, seemingly confirming his judgment. A few seconds later, a male voice with a magnetic sound rang out.
25 million.
The whole room boiled at once. A certain junior in the back row couldn't help but sigh in a low voice.
25 million.
For this watch,
is it worth it? The actress next to him let out a cry.
This is a Patek Philippe 1527 rose gold. Surviving our top collectors only dare to touch things.
For ordinary people, it's astronomical, but for the truly powerful, it's just the bottom line. 30 million. Suddenly, a decisive voice rang out from the front row. The atmosphere of the venue instantly climbed to a climax. Everyone waited with bated breath for the auctioneer's response. 35 million. Currently 35 million.
The auctioneer's voice was filled with excitement.
40 million. In the center, a low and clear voice rang out.
The voice was unhurried, and there was not the slightest hesitation in its tone.
The entire room stood still for a few seconds.
The auctioneer scanned the room to confirm that there were no new bidders.
40 million.
Sold. The hammer in the auctioneer's hand fell, accompanied by a thunderous applause. What followed was a sea of whispers and exchanges of words.
My God, 40 million.
This watch was really auctioned for $40 million.
Such an expensive watch. He actually casually donated it. Ling Yuan's handiwork is really dazzling.
Several stars close to the stage lowered their voices, their tones filled with shock.
This is a Patek Philippe 1527 rose gold a heirloom treasure. It was actually used by him for a charity auction. It's too luxurious, isn't it? Rich? This isn't just rich.
Donating this kind of watch for auction is more than all the endorsement fees I receive in a year.
This isn't ordinary ho. It's the top circle.
Someone said with a complicated gaze.
Top class?
An older guest shook his head, his tone filled with sighs.
Young Ling's pattern is not something that can be described as ho. It's using money to express an attitude. Money doesn't matter to him at all.
A flowboy beside him smacked his lips,
his tone full of envy and admiration.
I don't know where he got the confidence to casually take out a watch with tens of millions of dollars.
I just thought that the starting auction of 5 million was already exaggerated, but I didn't expect it to go straight to 40 million. Oceania Group
Another male star took over the conversation with helplessness in his voice.
Do you think that Star Han Group's $8 billion in cash has already shocked people? There's still the entire Ocean Group behind them. You know,
just the Hawaii shares they hold alone are more than what we people have earned in several lifetimes.
On the other side, Li Etong, who was sitting beside Ling Yuan,
froze for a moment as she stared at the Patek Philippe 1527 rose gold on the stage, and then looked at Ling Yuan, who was sitting beside her with a bland face.
Yuan, surprisingly it fetched $40 million.
I didn't expect you to put such an expensive watch up for auction.
Little Tong you may not know that this watch worn by Mr. Ling's hand is even more precious.
But it's worth several 40 million, Wang Zhongjuan said indifferently.
Uncle Wang's vision is really poisonous.
Ling Yuan smiled and said indifferently.
However, the auction is just a way to do charity. It doesn't matter how high or low the price is. The key is for each item to find an owner who truly understands it. Li Etong looked at Ling Yuan with more reverence.
The man in front of her was not only a mega-rich man. His pattern was standing at a height that was hard for her to reach.
Chapter 21 Ancient North.
With Ling Yuan's auction price of $40 million.
The dinner also entered the end. The crowd one after another to leave the table. Li Etong is a bit uncertain.
The first time to participate in this kind of business nature of the dinner, the boss told her to accompany Ling Yuan at the dinner.
This dinner is coming to an end. Should she leave or stay? Undeniably, she has a good feeling about Ling Yuan. Not only was Ling Yuan handsome and golden,
but he was also very comfortable with him during the 3 hours of the dinner. But she couldn't do it if she let herself be cheeky and take the initiative to stick up for the first time she met him.
She wasn't a passive person,
but needed someone to push her one step before she could take the 99 steps behind her. As the group of people left the wine table and were about to walk out of the hotel's door, the time for her and Ling Yuan to part ways was getting closer and closer.
Xiao Tong, Mr.
Ling's banquet is drinking quite a lot of wine. You'll be responsible for sending him home safely later. Wang Zhongjuan turned his head and said to Li Etong. Li Etong froze for a moment when he heard Wang Zhongjuan's arrangement, before decisively agreeing.
Inside the car,
the privacy screen had been raised. Ling Yuan and Li Etong were sitting side by side in the back row.
The lights were dim,
and soothing music was playing in the car.
Li Etong sidestepped, gently laughed. I didn't expect to actually meet you tonight. I didn't expect the real person to be more than the rumors.
She paused for a moment, seemingly searching for the right words.
Charming. Her eyes looked straight at Ling Yuan.
Ling Yuan smiled and looked at her. A hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes.
What kind of person am I in the rumors? The netizens say you must be a domineering president.
She shook her head and flashed a smile. Tonight's time together has revealed that you're very easygoing. She leaned back in her seat.
After all, someone like you shouldn't be easy to approach most of the time, right? Hearing her say that, Ling Yuan jokingly replied back. I'm not that unapproachable. It's just that no one usually compliments me as directly as you do.
She raised her eyebrows and her smile deepened.
I can hear that you're not the type of person who is completely indifferent.
She looked at the lights outside the window and paused before continuing.
Sometimes, I envy people like you, who can do what they like and be their true selves. He didn't respond immediately, just looked out the window. Maybe, everyone needs to find their own way to live out their true self. When the vehicle was about to drive into Gubei No. 1,
Ling Yuan signaled the driver to stop the car at the entrance of the neighborhood.
Ling Yuan opened the door and got out of the car.
Li Etong was about to follow Ling Yuan out of the car.
After getting out of the car, Ling Yuan stood on the shoulder of the road and turned back to her. You've already sent me home. You don't need to come down. I'll let the driver send you back. Li Etong froze for a moment. Some kind of expectation inside her collapsed in an instant. She hadn't thought it would end like this. She then forced out a smile and nodded. Okay, I hope you didn't act the way you did tonight because of who I am. Ling Yuan stroked Li Yitong's hair. Just like what you just said in the car. Be your truest self. In front of me, you can be your truest self. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She raised her eyes and stared at Ling Yuan's face, looking at the seriousness that flowed from his eyes. As for the haughty brother's side, I will still ask Mr. Wang to give you the resources. I hope you think about whether your true self likes me as well. Ling Yuan closed the car door and walked straight into the neighborhood. She nodded her head without saying a word, only leaning on the back of the chair, looking at Ling Yuan's figure as it gradually disappeared. Inexplicable feelings welling up in her heart. The detached villa in Gubei No. 1. Pushing open the double-opening entry door, Ling Yuan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, surveying the surroundings. The reason why he bought this 1,600 square feet 3-story villa for $200 million as his nest in Magic City was because of the environment and area. Most young people don't want to live with their parents. He is no exception. Tang Palace sighed. Occasionally go back to see his parents is good. He still needs a base of his own. Gubei No. 1 is quite good. Ling Yuan looked at the dark night sky. Occasionally stars twinkle. It turned out to be the navigation lights of the airliner. Returning to his bedroom, he changed out of his suit jacket, walked over to the wine fridge and poured a glass of red wine, sitting alone on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gently shaking the wine glass and watching the red liquid sloshing around in the glass. He was suddenly a little unsure if his actions just now were really a little cold. Perhaps he should let Li Yitong stay, spend more time getting to know each other, and break down the identity barrier. He took a sip of red wine, the slightly bitter liquid slipping through his mouth. Recalling Li Yitong's eyes in the car, he was suddenly a little shaken, feeling that perhaps he had acted too calmly and rationally. Ling Yuan, whose thoughts were racing, walked to the outdoor balcony, took off his shirt, and jumped into the pool, stirring up splashes and breaking the moonlight on the water's surface. The evening breeze blew by, bringing a faint floral fragrance, which was the gardenia planted in the garden. After swimming back and forth for a few laps, the cell phone placed by the poolside suddenly rang, and when he answered, the private butler said that someone was looking for him and asked if he would be released, adding that the person looking for him was a girl, surnamed Li. The entry door opened and Li Yitong stood in the doorway, panting slightly. Her gaze swept across the living room, but was attracted by Ling Yuan standing in front of the door. Ling Yuan was naked, his short hair dripping with water droplets, and his muscle lines were especially distinct in the light. Li Yitong stood still and hesitated for a moment, but quickly took a step forward and ran headlong into his arms. Her forehead was pressed against his chest, and the cool droplets of water seeped into her hair, causing her to shiver slightly. She looked up and said, I had some regrets earlier in the car. You told me to be my truest self, but the real me, I don't want it to end like this. Ling Yuan froze for a moment, his eyes looking at her. Then what are you trying to say by being real now? Li Yitong leaned into Ling Yuan's arms and looked straight into his eyes. I came back because I realized that I like you. Ling Yuan smiled. That's like how you should be. She blinked, feeling the warmth of his chest. Why aren't you dressed? Ling Yuan looked down at her and smiled. Because I know that you'll be back sooner or later, so I might as well save time and just hug you. The two sat on the velvet sofa in the living room. Li Yitong leaned against Ling Yuan and looked around, turning her head to Ling Yuan. Your house is really big. Are you alone? My parents don't live here. I live alone. Do you know what I thought in my heart when I saw you get off the bus? Li Yitong said as he wrapped his arms around Ling Yuan. What? Was it a sigh of relief in my heart? There was a feeling of relaxation, but also a bit unhappy. What I thought was that I'm not that bad. Right, you can't even look at me. Li Yitong raised his head, his gaze looking straight at Ling Yuan. Have confidence in yourself. You know what I like most about you. Ling Yuan smiled. I don't know. What's my favorite part? Li Yitong blinked and smiled. Favorite thing about your eyes? Eyes that love to smile. Ling Yuan placed his hands on Li Yitong's shoulders, and could feel the warmth of her skin through her blouse. Then, Ling Yuan's body came forward even more, his gaze falling on her face. Is this your truest appearance? Li Yitong looked into his eyes, her heartbeat accelerating like a drumbeat. She pursed her lips and smiled. What do you think? Ling Yuan didn't answer as he wrapped his arms around her waist to keep her closer and lowered his head to kiss her. The warm touch spread. She closed her eyes, feeling his nostrils, and wrapped her hands around his neck. Chapter 21 One-liners must be practiced. The ink-like sky outside the window suddenly started to rain heavily, and the bean-sized raindrops smashed on the ground, splashing with gusts of water. The leaves of the trees became brighter and brighter as they were beaten by the rain. Ling Yuan drove his sports car, carrying Li Yitong, and sped down the street. The darkness of the night was like an inverted bowl. The moonlight shone through the gaps in it, forming a silver-white tunnel.
Ling Yuan drove his car and prepared to cross the tunnel.
But the entrance to the tunnel was narrow,
so he had to slow down his car to enter it safely.
After entering the tunnel, there is no lighting inside.
Li Yitong simply closed his eyes. Ling Yuan also had to rely on his intuition to drive.
I do not know how long. The two finally passed through the tunnel. Late at night, the streets are sparsely populated. Ling Yuan foot on the gas pedal. The car suddenly accelerated.
The sense of pushback so that Li Yitong let out a burst of screams.
Ling Yuan saw her reaction,
only to let go of the gas pedal. The two sat in the car. The evening wind swept over their shoulders, and on their shoulders were twinkling stars.
In the early morning,
the sunlight overshone through the curtain slits on the bedsheets,
forming a golden line.
Ling Yuan woke up to see Li Yitong still asleep, gently pushed away her hand on his chest,
got up and walked out of the bedroom to dial his personal butler's number and ordered 2 breakfasts. On the bar table in the dining room, the two of them sat next to each other.
Ling Yuan picked up the milk on the table and took a sip of it.
Yitong, do you have any plans today?
No.
Why? Li Yitong said curiously. Then let me accompany you to relax for a day. After today you'll be busy and have to enter the group to shoot a movie. Yuan, thank you. I'm sure you'll become an excellent actor. Your basic skills are so solid, your efforts won't be buried. Ling Yuan said with certainty. Solid fundamentals. What fundamentals, and how do you see it? Yuan. Li Yitong was puzzled. Basic dance skills. I saw it last night. You're one horse. Have you forgotten?
Ling Yuan looked at her sideways and laughed. Ling Yuan's words were exchanged for Li Yitong's pink fist.
The golden morning light shone on the marble desktop, and the two playful figures were projected on it, forming a beautiful picture scroll. Magic City Disneyland. Li Yitong was looking around.
She was dressed in a simple hoodie and jeans, wearing a pair of sunglasses.
Ling Yuan was similarly dressed casually. He looked sideways at her excited eyes and smiled. You haven't really never been to Disney before, have you? Li Yitong blinked,
a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth.
It's true. I practiced dance all the time when I was a kid, and I was too busy to get away after I went to college, so I didn't have the chance to come to a place like this to play.
Ling Yuan took her hand.
Then let's let you completely relax and unwind today and experience a trip to Disney. The two of them walked to the fantasy fairytale castle, which towered over the clouds. Li Yitong looked up, her eyes lingering on the castle. Ling Yuan looked down at her.
Inside the castle is the fairytale world experience.
Do you want to go in and take a look? Li Yitong nodded happily and followed Ling Yuan inside. Upon entering the castle,
they were surrounded by colorful lights and various movie character decorations, making it seem as if they had traveled to the world of the movie.
When they walked to the Beauty and the Beast themed area,
Li Yitong stopped in her tracks with a twinkle in her eyes.
She whispered, I loved the story of Beauty and the Beast when I was little, and I always felt that Belle was especially strong and kind.
Ling Yuan smiled slightly sideways and whispered,
there are some parts of you that are also like Belle.
Li Yitong looked up at Ling Yuan with a smile,
warmth spreading in her heart. Since we're here, we definitely need to experience some exciting programs. Ling Yuan pointed at the 7 dwarfs mining car and said to Li Yitong. Li Yitong was a bit nervous, but nodded again.
Beside the speeding track of the mine car, she took a deep breath, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. After the mine car started, the two of them rose and swooped to the rhythm. Li Yitong screamed in shock, but her eyes were full of laughter. After the mine car was over, she said excitedly with a blush on her face,
it's so exciting, I want to play again. Ling Yuan couldn't help but smile as he looked at her. Of course, your goal today is to relax yourself. After the roller coaster,
Ling Yuan took her to Pirates of the Caribbean Battle for the Sunken Treasure, which was one of Disney's most popular programs. The two boarded a boat and slowly entered the dark world of pirates.
The sound of guns and cannons is heard all around them,
and the sea rushes into the sky.
Li Yitong tightly grasped Ling Yuan's hand. Ling Yuan whispered comfortingly, I'm here. Li Yitong nodded. Soon,
she was caught up in the immersive images, staring at the spectacular scenes and realistic characters.
When she reached the exit, she exhaled and said to Ling Yuan with a smile, this kind of tension and excitement really relieves stress. Afterwards, Ling Yuan went to the Alice in Wonderland maze in order to let Li Yitong relax. Li Yitong walked through the maze, looking around and marveling. She took Ling Yuan's hand and said with a smile, when I was a kid, I always wanted to go on an adventure, so today is the fulfillment of my dream.
Ling Yuan rubbed her hair.
I'll accompany you in whatever kind of experience you want today. The two walked through the maze, laughter echoing through it. Finally, they walked to the center of the maze, where a huge statue of the Queen of Hearts stood. Li Yitong couldn't help but take a few pictures with the statue. Her expression in the pictures was full of playfulness and happiness. Happy time always fleeting. Play near the end of the tour. Nightfall. Disney's fireworks show is about to start. The two stood in the square in front of the castle, surrounded by crowds of people. With the music playing, a cluster of bright fireworks bloomed in the sky, illuminating the night sky and their faces. Li Yitong looked at the brilliant fireworks, looked up at Ling Yuan and said, "Thank you, Yuan, I'm really happy today." Ling Yuan looked at her sideways, her eyes sparkling under the illumination of the fireworks. Ling Yuan took her hand and whispered, "If there's anything you want to experience in the future, let me know. I will accompany you." Li Yitong pursed her lips, a smile appeared on her face and she nodded. The two of them quietly watched the fireworks, the sounds of the people around them gradually becoming blurred, as if the world belonged only to the two of them at this moment. When the last cluster of fireworks bloomed in the night sky, Li Yitong leaned on Ling Yuan's shoulder and murmured, "Never thought that Disney would bring me so much joy, like going back to my childhood." Ling Yuan patted her arm and said gently, "No matter what time of the day it is, you can always choose to relax and be a little kid. With me, you only need to be yourself." Li Yitong looked up at Ling Yuan and wrapped her arm around him to feel the warmth of his body through his clothes, quietly feeling this beautiful moment. Chapter 22 How to Fire Again. I'm going to the theater group. Remember to miss your sister Oh. After 2 days together, Li Yitong completely let her body and mind fly in front of Ling Yuan, as evidenced by her stumbling posture when she left in the morning. After dropping Li Yitong off at the airport, Ling Yuan drove towards the office building where manhwa Tour was located. Ling Yuan pushed open the glass door and looked around the office, where several young people were asleep on their desks, surrounded by piles of computers and game artifacts. Kai Hayu looked up at the sound and hurriedly got up. "Brother Yuan, you're here." Ling Yuan walked over to the table and picked up a Wipeout character's hand puppet, casually playing with it. "I heard that Wipeout World 3 broke $5 million in its debut stream yesterday?" "Yes." Kai Hayu smiled like a child. The market response was even better than expected. "We added servers all night last night." "Very good." Ling Yuan put down his hand puppet and leaned back in his office chair. His tone was bland but full of encouragement. "Since the debut is so hot, let's advance the previous plan. If July's water flow breaks 100 million, I'll give you guys 800 million in August to make new projects." "Brother Yuan, we were waiting for your words. What exactly is the new project?" Kai Hayu was filled with curiosity. Ling Yuan then told Kai Hayu about the worldview of Original God, the game setting, and the card draw mode. Kai Hayu froze for a few seconds, and then his hands were shaking with excitement. "Brother Yuan, this idea is simply divine. I have a premonition that it will catch fire all over the world." Ling Yuan lightly patted his shoulder and stood up. "Cheer up, I believe you guys can do it." Looking at Ling Yuan's back as he left, Kai Hayu couldn't help but sigh. Brother Yuan is Brother Yuan. It's worth it to follow him in this endeavor. Of course the Original God would go out of the country. The magic of the Original God initiation knew no boundaries. Ling Yuan was sure of that. In the afternoon, in the conference room of Star Han Capital, Ling Yuan and Hu Jun interviewed the three candidates. Young director Wen Makino stood out with his unique creativity and rich directing resources, while beauty brand founder Zhang Ying demonstrated her precise analysis of the female consumer market. Her professionalism and business acumen were highly recognized by Ling Yuan. Wang Chang, a senior technologist, cut through with his professional background in artificial intelligence and big data, and emphasized the importance of combining technology and capital. After the interview, Ling Yuan decisively made a decision. All three are good and have their own strengths. Contact them and formally join Star Han Capital. 1 Mai, Zhang Ying and Wang Chang officially joined StarHub, and were responsible for venture capital projects in film and television entertainment, women's consumption and high-tech respectively. When Ling Yuan finished the interviews of the three, his name had long been on the headlines of all the major media, all because of his actions at the charity dinner 2 days ago. Sino-Ocean Group's Ling Yuan, $40 million watch charity auction, recreating the pattern of top tycoons. The person behind the helm of Star Han Group appeared, and the sky-high priced wristwatch charity auction triggered a shock in the room. Ling Yuan donates $40 million to the auction. The young proprietor of Sino-Ocean Group and the person at the helm behind Star Han Group are exposed. Various news platforms dug out the details of the charity auction, reporting in detail the bidding at the auction and the historical value of that Patek Philippe 1527 rose gold wristwatch. The media's cameras captured the moment when Ling Yuan smiled calmly, while his family background and brash demeanor became the center of discussion. Celebrity guests at the dinner mentioned Ling Yuan's auction donation on social media, their words full of shock and admiration. A star posted a photo of the dinner on Weibo, with a text that read, "Witnessed a real grandeur in pattern." Mr. Ling's watch donation not only reflects the vision of a top collector, but also the best interpretation of philanthropy. Salute. It's so handsome. One person donating $40 million. This is a real big shot, completely different from those fake charities that pose for photos. Several first-tier stars also followed up with their voices one after another, and many of them even began to take the opportunity to give Ling far-reaching praise in an attempt to hook up with the top tycoon. Compared to the showbiz stars who focused more on Ling Yuan's bold donation, The financial circle was more concerned about his identity and the power he represented behind it. A financial commentator commented in a live program, Ling Yuan's charitable donation is not just the tycoon's random spending, but a precise image building. The donation amount of $40 million is certainly amazing. But what's more noteworthy is that this Patek Philippe 1527 rose gold watch has never appeared in the auction market, and it represents a top-notch resource integration ability. Ling Yuan is not only the helmsman of the Starhan Group, behind him stands the Sino-Ocean Group, with his shareholding in Huai Brothers second only to the two founders. He actually has direct influence over the high-level operations of Huai Brothers. In another program, the host also analyzed, although Star Ocean Group has just come into prominence, it has already demonstrated an extremely strong ability to deploy funds in the capital market. Ling Yuan's high-profile appearance this time is not only for charity, but most likely also to gain reputation for Starhan Group's subsequent layout. Articles in the field of finance and economics analyzed one after another, coming to a consensus that Ling Yuan was not only a simple second-generation tycoon, but also an up-and-coming figure in the capital market. Ordinary netizens also participated in the discussion. A popular question appeared on Jihu: what do you think of Sino-Ocean Group's Ling Yuan's donation of $40 million in auction items to participate in charity? Gao Zhan replied, Ling Yuan's approach is different from that of ordinary tycoons. Many people participate in charity dinners just to go through the motions and take some painless things for symbolic auctions. Ling Yuan, on the other hand, took out an extremely valuable Patek Philippe 1527 rose gold wristwatch, which is not only valuable but also symbolizes the status of a top collector. His move was not only a mere donation of money, but also a brilliant move to establish high-end connections for himself and enhance his brand value. On Weibo, some netizens teased, Ling Yuan, this is the real big brother. Low profile with explosive power. Ceiling-level wealth display. When I think of someone donating $40 million easily, I feel like I've lived my life in vain. Stars work hard for half a day to make a movie to earn tens of millions of dollars. Big brother casually a piece of table directly donated. The gap is too big. Huai Brothers Wang Zhongjuan purposely posted a status in his circle of friends that day, Mr. Ling's donation last night is admirable, and it's a blessing to be able to work hand in hand with a partner with such a pattern as the Sino-Ocean Group. Employees within Star Ocean Group have long known about Ling Yuan's donation move, and the group is buzzing with excitement. Our boss is also too handsome. This is the real rich man. For charity, one shot is $40 million. Such a boss. I'm really getting more and more impressed. Follow him, there will definitely be a big future in the future. In the face of the outside world's comments and fervor, Ling Yuan was extraordinarily calm. He sat in the Starhan Group's office and listened to Hu Jun's report. The news is spreading very widely. Many media outlets are already digging deeper into your background. Starhan Group's influence is increasing dramatically. Ling Yuan smiled. These are all expected. Charity and business are never opposites. True resource integration. To be able to make every move have a compound effect. Hu Jun nodded. However, after this dinner, there are already quite a few people who have taken the initiative to contact us, wanting to cooperate with Starhan Group. Ling Yuan's tone was bland. Contacts are fine, but there is no rush. What I want is a partner that truly matches our goals, not some people who are trying to climb up the ladder. Ling Yuan looked out of the window at the city skyline. The future map was just unfolding. Chapter 23, Little Rainbow Book goes online. Early the next morning, Ling Yuan stepped into the Little Rainbow Book office in the Magic City Center building. Today was the first day of the project going live. He, the boss, still had to be there in person, both to supervise the battle and to cheer up the staff. Wu Jiayi is leading the team to keep a close eye on the back-end interface, and the product manager, designers and interns are all waiting with bated breath. At 8 o'clock, the product manager clicked the Go Live button, and the number of users on the screen immediately began to jump. In just a few seconds, the number of registered users exceeded 5,000, 15, 000, 30, 000. In less than 10 minutes, it exceeded 100,000 users. The interns cheered softly, while Ling Yuan looked on with a bemused expression, watching the numbers continue to climb. 1 hour later, the number of users was approaching 500,000 users. At the same time, the major social media also set off a frenzy, with netizens posting their experiences to share, driving the Little Rainbow Book to go viral on Weibo and in the circle of friends, and the number of downloads quickly rushing to the top of the charts of the major app stores. This is just the beginning. Ling Yuan looked at the background data and was inwardly enlightened. This was all thanks to the 3 axes that he had carefully prepared. The first axe was to utilize Worry-Free Media's web celebrity resources to get all its celebrities to register and actively publish content. The second is to utilize the influence of Sino-Ocean Group's entertainment media, prompting a number of celebrities to join the company and share their daily lives. The third axe was by virtue of her mother, Xiao Yunfang.
using her influence as the principal of the Magic City Drama Academy, contacting her previous students and giving them a word about this.
Into the small rainbow book is certainly not mandatory, but after all, teachers and students, and small rainbow book will also give to the corresponding business cooperation fee. The crowd is also willing to do this. At 10 a.m., the number of users had exceeded 700,000, and a variety of popular topics began to emerge. The Good Place to Travel became the first board to explode with users uploading travel photos of Tibet's Potala Palace, Xinjiang grasslands, etc. And the interaction and messages were extremely active. Ling Yuan was prepared for this. He invested tens of millions of yuan in the promotion, and the efforts of the marketing and public relations departments made the traffic war unfold in an orderly manner. At 1 p.m., the number of users exceeded 1 million, and the curve in the background was constantly refreshed. The restaurant scouting became a new focus. Users described in detail the dining experience of all kinds of high-class restaurants. Some people recommended the new Japanese restaurants in Magic City, uploaded exquisite cuisine pictures, and instantly increased the number of likes and favorites in the comments section. At the same time, the pressure on the technical team also came. Too much access led to some pictures loading slowly. Ling Yuan immediately decided to increase the server capacity. Engineers work overtime to optimize the background system. By 4 p.m., the number of registered users exceeded 1.5 million. Topics such as life tips and food scouting were rising in popularity. Users shared life hacks, such as using toothpaste to clean shoe stains or white vinegar to wash pesticide residues on fruits. The amount of interactions continued to soar, and even triggered a number of users to forward the posts to their circle of friends, forming a secondary spread. At 6 p.m., the number of users exceeded 2 million, although a small number of users feedback that the opening speed is a little slow, but the customer service team quickly responded and promised to optimize the experience. At this time, the comment area has become a sharing paradise for users, and many people left messages saying that they were addicted to the platform's real recommendations and couldn't stop. At 8 p.m., the statistics of the operation team showed that the number of users exceeded 3 million, and the interaction rate was as high as 85%. The content of the major boards is rich and active. Food store, skincare tips and home goodies have become popular areas for users to share, and the community atmosphere is gradually taking shape. At 11 p.m., in the conference room of Little Rainbow Book, Ling Yuan looked at the whiteboard data of the day and glanced over the employees who were tired but couldn't hide their excitement. He got up and said, "Today's battle was a success. Everyone has worked hard. All employees, today's overtime pay will be calculated at 5 times. One sentence caused the entire conference room to instantly boil. 5 times? Did I hear that right? An engineer's eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Ling is telling the truth, right? An intern sitting in the back row turned his head to look at his colleague, his voice shaking a little from excitement. Of course it's true. Another person's tone was tinged with laughter. When has Mr. Ling ever said anything that wasn't true? 5 times the overtime pay? I've never heard of such a hoity-toity company. It's so worth it. An employee couldn't hide his excitement and said loudly to his co-workers. In an instant, the entire conference room boiled over as the employees went from being initially shocked to gradually reacting to the situation. The fatigue on their faces swept away. Mr. Ling is really sober on earth. It's worth it for me to work overtime. A young man from the technical department waved his fist excitedly. An employee leaning against the window smiled and teased. If I had known, I should have fixed a few more bugs yesterday. It's not too late. It's okay to go back to writing code now. The people next to him laughed their asses off. Ling Yuan, however, still stood calmly in front of the whiteboard with a slight smile, signaling everyone to be quiet. Today is just the beginning. He cleared his throat, his tone unhurried. Little Rainbow Book has only just gone online, and there are still many challenges waiting for us in the future. But I believe that as long as we maintain this team spirit, the future will definitely be better. For the sake of everyone's efforts, for the next overtime meal, I will personally fund an additional upgrade, 1 seafood buffet per person, and it will be delivered tonight. Ling Yuan's tone remained calm, but the conference room instantly erupted into even louder cheers. A seafood buffet? Mr. Ling is too generous. Not only do we get 5 times our salary today, we also get to eat seafood? This is simply a double whammy. I can even smell the lobster. Wu Jiai, who was sitting on the side, looked at the scene in the arena and said to Ling Yuan with a smile, Mr. Ling, you have completely bought everyone off today. Ling Yuan let out a light laugh. I don't need to buy them off. An excellent team deserves excellent treatment. This is just respect for their efforts. As soon as his words fell, the employees once again burst into applause and cheers. Some even directly stood up and shouted, Mr. Ling, follow you. We'll work until dawn. Wu Jiai took over the microphone and began to arrange the next details. Alright, everyone be quiet for a while.
Next, the technical department and I will coordinate the server issue to ensure that tomorrow's data remains stable. The seafood buffet will be delivered within half an hour.
Hard work everyone. Hold on for a little while longer.
The meeting place gradually returned to order,
but the atmosphere of excitement was still pervading, and everyone had a smile on their face, even in the dead of night.
This group of young employees were still full of vigor because they knew that with a boss like Ling Yuan, the future was full of infinite possibilities.
Ling Yuan, on the other hand, took advantage of the joyful atmosphere to leave the conference room, leaving the rest of the time to Wu Jiai, as he was planning to go back to Gubei no. 1.
Ling Yuan's jacket pocket bell rang, and it turned out to be Lu Wei who had returned to Magic City on vacation.
Chapter 24, Magic City International Auto Show. Suihu Tiandi.
Ling Yuan pushed open the door and just walked into the living room. A figure jumped towards him from the living room.
Who else could it be if not Lu Wei?
Lu Wei wrapped her hands around Ling Yuan and rubbed her cheek against his chest. Ling Yuan lowered his head and kissed her forehead.
After the hug, Lu Wei let go of her hands that were encircling Ling Yuan. The two of them leaned back and sat on the sofa.
Ling Yuan wrapped his arms around Lu Wei and said,
"Remember when I said I wanted to give you a surprise? Remember, it's a surprise that you can accompany me on my vacation this time." Lu Wei smiled and looked straight at Ling Yuan. "Of course I'll accompany you, but it's not a surprise. Did you use the little rainbow book today? What do you think of it? It's great." "Ah, Yuan, this was really designed because of an idea you had? You know too much about girls too." Ling Yuan smiled. "Do you want to work at Little Rainbow Book?" Can I? I'm worried that I won't be able to do it well." Lu Wei's eyes glittered and quickly dimmed again. "Of course you can. Believe in yourself.
I'll have someone bring you along in the early stages." Ling Yuan held Lu Wei's hand in his hand.
"Think about it. If you're willing, do your separation, rest for a few days, and I'll take you to the company." "I'm willing." "Ah, Yuan, you're too good to me. It feels like you've been giving and I haven't done anything. You have paid for me. You make me very happy. Remember the last time when you arrived at the hotel and gave a video call? Remember? What's wrong?" Lu Wei queried. "I want to see you dressed like that day tonight, in your uniform with your hair hanging over your shoulders." Ling Yuan smiled and looked at Lu Wei and said. Lu Wei's cheeks blushed and nodded. The next morning, when Ling Yuan woke up glowing, Lu Wei was still limp in the big bed, and was not expected to get up until noon. He walked through the living room to the outdoor balcony and propped his hands on the railing, looking at the Huangpu River rolling forward in the distance. The cell phone on the table rang, and when Ling Yuan answered it, Qin Fen's voice immediately came. "It turns out that in the past few days, Mordor has organized an international car show, and it just so happens that Ling Yuan has mentioned before that he wants to buy a car. So the two of them made an appointment to meet directly at the exhibition hall at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." The Magic City Convention and Exhibition Center was crowded with people. Ling Yuan and his entourage stepped into the venue from the members channel and instantly attracted the attention of many people around. Ling Yuan's aura was calm and steady, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding, while Qin Fen followed behind him with a few moments of respect. "Isn't this Emperor Qin Fen of Shanghai? Who is the one next to him?" The crowd not far away whispered. "Qin Fen is actually working as a follower for someone? That's too much of a stretch. Isn't that Ling Yuan, the boss of Star Han Group, the national husband? He looks handsome in photos, but his aura is even stronger in real life." Hearing someone recognize him, Qin Fen turned around and smiled, but did not explain and continued to follow Ling Yuan. When he arrived at the Porsche booth, a silver Porsche 918 caught his eye and made people stop. The showroom manager recognized Qin Fen at a glance and quickly greeted him with a smile on his face. "Young Qin, long time no see. Are you free to come over to look at cars today?" Qin Fen waved his hand and pointed to Ling Yuan beside him. "I'm here with brother Yuan today. The real protagonist is him. Just call Mr. Ling. Mr. Ling." The manager immediately understood and hurriedly nodded his head to Ling Yuan in greeting, his attitude instantly respectful. Ling Yuan smiled faintly, his voice unhurried. "Is there a current car for the 918? And then a top match Primera Executive Extended Edition? Can you pick up the car today?" The manager froze for a moment, then nodded his head repeatedly. "Yes, Mr. Ling, we have existing cars that can be delivered at any time." As soon as the words fell, there was a commotion from the surrounding crowd. "Porsche 918? That's a $15 million car. My God, this is buying a car without thinking about it. Just take a look and buy it." Qin Fen stood on the side, looking at the manager's smiling face, teasing, "Brother Yuan, isn't your garage full of executive cars? Is this a new hobby today?" Ling Yuan smiled slightly and looked sideways at Lu Wei. "This car is for her. For transportation, choose a color." Lu Wei froze for a moment and said, I don't need it. I have a car, and I don't need such an expensive one. Pick a color." Ling Yuan's tone was calm, but it carried a certainty that could not be refused. Lu Wei bit her lip and said softly, Then, red color it is. After hearing this,
the manager immediately arranged for his subordinates to prepare the procedures for handing over the car.
But Ling Yuan,
like he had accomplished a trivial matter that was no longer ordinary, took Qin Fen and Lu Wei to continue walking forward. The crowd gathered more and more,
with low voices talking. Sure enough, it's Star Han Group's Ling Yuan. This handiwork is too exaggerated. Qin Fen is following him. How much background does this person have to have? Just bought 2 Porsches. What is this now?
Without waiting for the crowd to react, Ling Yuan had already walked over to the Lamborghini booth. A black Lamborghini Poison convertible was parked in the center of the showroom, its sharp and flamboyant appearance like a ghost in the night.
This one. Swipe your card. Ling Yuan stood still,
his tone calm and flat. The salesperson in the showroom froze for a few seconds,
then nodded excitedly. Okay, Mr. Ling, we'll arrange it for you right away.
The surrounding crowd completely exploded.
The Poison Convertible Edition, a $40 million car, and he just said he'd buy it? This car is still a limited edition, only 12 in the world. This is also too cool, right? Do not even look at the price. At the next Pagani booth, a yellow Pagani Wind God stood quietly, the metallic luster of its body dazzling under the lights.
Ling Yuan merely swept a glance and said casually,
"This one counts too." Qin Fen, who was next to him, was overjoyed. Brother Yuan, today's car show is a real eye-opener.
$30 million worth of cars, you're just like buying a toy car.
Ling Yuan smiled and didn't say much.
At the next stop, they came to the Koenigsegg booth, where a Koenigsegg one-show car shown. Ling Yuan's gaze lingered for a moment, still with the same words.
This one swipes the card too.
The shocked voices around him had changed from whispers to exclamations.
A $60 million car, just like that?
Qin Fen is even giving him a little brother.
I'm really convinced now. Ling Yuan is really ruthless. Buying a car is as easy as us buying a cake.
I have to think about what flavor to buy Honey Snow Ice City.
He's buying a car just like he's buying groceries. Then, in the center of the Bugatti booth, a black Bugatti Veyron stood quietly. Qin Fen smiled and said, "Brother Yuan, this one wouldn't be the target too, right?" Ling Yuan smiled,
his tone still calm.
"That's right, swipe your card."
The salesperson was so excited that he almost bowed.
"Mr. Ling, thank you so much, we will arrange it immediately."
Ling Yuan ended up ordering a few more practical models, including the Black Warrior Mercedes-Benz G800, S63 AMG, and the Black Warrior Rolls-Royce Phantom, which together with a few sports cars were just right for different occasions.
After all,
a sports car is too costly for the waste, and a chauffeur's car has to be kept on hand.
Ling Yuan's trip to the car show ended here,
but the impact of his trip to the car show has just begun.
Chapter 25, Buying a Car on the Hot Search. At night in the streets of Magic City, the red Primera is traveling through the streets. Lu Wei is holding the steering wheel, and Ling Yuan is in the co-pilot,
leaning his elbow on the window and looking out the window. The rest of the cars in the car show were sent to the Gubei No.
1. Ling Yuan let Lu Wei drive to practice. After all, she usually does not drive much. Suddenly, Lu Wei's cell phone rang, an unfamiliar international number from Paris. She frowned, not knowing why there was a call from abroad, and eventually picked up the phone. "Hello? Hello?"
A trembling voice came from the other end of the phone.
Wei, it's me." Lu Wei instantly heard the other party's voice and asked anxiously, Man, what's wrong with you?" I had an accident in Paris."
Shen Manmang's voice sounded like it was squeezed out of her throat.
"I'm now locked in a room,
around which I can hear the sound of bells, the sound of water flowing.
Cell phones, passports have all been taken. You calm down. Are you hurt? Is it safe now?" Lu Wei asked in a panic, pulling over to the side of the road. Shen Manmang lowered her voice, like she was afraid of being heard by someone. "This cell phone, I borrowed it. Help me. Wei, must find me." Listening to the situation on Shen Manmang's side, Lu Wei did not know what to do for a moment,
and suddenly remembered that Ling Yuan was beside her.
Lu Wei's fingers trembled and immediately handed him the cell phone. Yuan, help her. She has a big problem."
Ling Yuan took the phone and said word for word.
"Shen Manman, listen, stay calm and don't hang up." Shen Manman murmured, "I've never been so scared. These people seem to be human traffickers."
Ling Yuan was about to ask about the situation in detail when the caller hung up.
He dialed back but was hung up straight away. The same result after repeated attempts. Yuan, what should I do? Man is my best friend. You must help her." Lu Wei's voice trembled. After thinking for a moment,
Ling Yuan dialed a phone number to his French best friend Jack when he was studying abroad.
"Jack, it's me." On the other end of the phone, Jack's voice was surprised. "Ling, why did you remember to call me?" Ling Yuan's tone was smooth. "Over here in Paris, there might be a human trafficking situation. so I need to trouble you to mobilize a security company to investigate. Ling Yuan then relayed the conversation with Shen Nanmeng to Jack. Jack's voice was serious. Got it. I'll make arrangements immediately. Ling Yuan nodded. As soon as possible, the sooner the better. I'll have someone look into it. Jack responded. Wait for my news. 10 minutes later, Jack called back, his tone more grave. Ling, my people are already on the move, but the situation is more complicated than we expected. Your friend has too few clues. She mentioned the sound of bells and the sound of water running, and there are quite a few places like this in Paris, including Notre Dame and the area around the Assay Martin Canal. We can expand our search, but, if it really involves human trafficking, I'm afraid that a security company alone won't work. Ling Yuan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Jack's tone was heavy. These types of cases generally involve black market transactions. A formal security company can provide force protection and access to information as well as buy information. The problem is that if we need to cascade and wait for feedback every time, action becomes sluggish, and these types of deals tend to turn on a dime. Security companies can execute, but they can only follow set instructions, not make decisions on the fly. For every minute of delay, the other party may shift their target, and once they miss the best time, the difficulty of finding your friend will multiply. Ling Yuan tapped his fingertips on his knees, his gaze deep. Jack continued, if you are at the scene, you can make direct decisions, you can make instant judgments and negotiate on the spot. Otherwise, even if we find clues, the rescue may fail due to delays in the flow of information. If you don't come over, you might miss the best time. Ling Yuan was silent for a moment, then spoke. I know, Jack, I'll deal with it as soon as possible. After he hung up, he dialed his assistant's number. Book me the fastest flight to Paris. An hour later, Ling Yuan boarded the flight to Paris. With the help of the airplane's Wi-Fi, he contacted Jack again. Tell the security company to block all possible trading channels first and keep an eye on the black market activities. I'll contact you first when I arrive in Paris. After hanging up, he flattened his seat, closed his eyes, and began to rest, while Ling Yuan was on the airplane. At the same time, he was on the Chinese microblogging hot search again. On that day, Ling Yuan's luxury car purchase list was wildly spread on the internet. Porsche 918, Lamborghini Poison Convertible, Pagani Wind God, Koenigsegg 1, Bugatti Veyron. The total cost is over $200 million. A video has gone viral on all major platforms, in which Ling Yuan stands in front of the Lamborghini Poison booth and lightly says to the salesperson, "This one, swipe the card." This was followed by the same decision in the same calm tone at the Pagani booth. He didn't even ask for the price each time he placed an order, and the whole thing was as casual as if he was shopping in a food market. Netizens were abuzz. Is this the life of the rich? I can't even touch a Porsche test drive, but he directly swiped $200 million. I finally understand what it means to have money power. Ling Yuan's speed of buying a car is faster than me buying takeout. What does it mean to buy a car like groceries? That's the true portrayal. And once he buys it, it's $200 million of vegetables. Many netizens expressed their shock in a teasing manner. Ling Yuan, buy a car with a card. 200 million is nothing. Me, buy milk tea sweep code. $8.5 are afraid of collapsing. He picks a car faster than I decide whether to buy socks or not. Today we witnessed a fact. Ling Yuan's 200 million at the car show. Spent faster than the breakfast store aunt downstairs in my house looking for change. Poison plus Wind God plus Koenigsegg 1 plus Bugatti. This garage is really a dream car. How big must this garage be? It feels like I've never seen so many luxury cars in my life. Others came to the auto show to see cars, but he came to the auto show to buy inventory, right? Some netizens calculated Ling Yuan's 200 million luxury car bill, and then used the spending power of ordinary people to make comparisons. Such a sense of disparity makes many people call shocking. I have a monthly salary of 5,000. 200 million for me is 3,333 years of income, or not eat or drink under the premise. I've never seen $200 million in my life, but Ling Yuan takes the card and casually brushes it. Ling Yuan's efficiency in buying a car equals the speed of the money I earn in a day's work. Ling Yuan's time in choosing a car equals the time I spend obsessing about what to eat. Ordinary people buy a car, loans plus bargaining, trying to save the last dollar. Ling Yuan buys a car, cash plus buy a few more, directly leaving the salesperson speechless. I had to ask my mom and dad for a down payment to buy a car. He probably didn't even look at the price to buy a car. Ling Yuan's behavior not only triggered heated discussions among ordinary netizens, but even professionals in the automotive industry joined the discussion. Automotive media person Speed Car Review, Poison, Wind God, Koenigsegg 1. Each of these models can be called mobile works of art. They are not only transportation, but also the top of the automotive existence. Luxury car sales supercar butler. Ling Yuan's consumer concept is very clear, only buy the best, not second rate. Like the Poison and Koenigsegg 1,
These global limited edition models.
Buying them is not only to show off the capital,
but also a status symbol. With this auto show's luxury purchase, Ling Yuan has once again become a hot topic of discussion and has given netizens a concrete perception of his wealth.
Chapter 26 Arrival in Paris.
At the other end of the Earth's point,
12 hours later, the plane finally landed.
And it was early morning in Paris, with the morning light pouring down on the white wings,
flooding them with golden light.
In the arrivals hall, the blonde Jack was already waiting there, with several burly security officers standing beside him. He quickly greeted him and patted Ling Yuan's shoulder.
Ling, you finally arrived. Ling Yuan nodded. Long time no see.
Jack.
Jack looked at the few people beside him and introduced them.
Ling, they're from Leclerc Security,
the largest security company in France. Let's get in the car and talk.
With that, he turned to lead the way,
and several people quickly boarded a black SUV.
The head of the security company,
a Frenchman in his 40s,
opened his mouth and went straight to the point. We've retrieved the records of missing persons in Paris in the last 12 hours and are doing a preliminary screening of the clues you provided.
Ling Yuan leaned back in his seat. What have you found?
The sound of bells, the sound of running water, these two are key. But there are many churches in Paris and many tributaries of the Seine.
The range is still too large, but combined with your friend's situation, traffickers usually don't move their targets at first,
but rather temporarily imprison their victims to find a suitable buyer.
In other words, they need locations that are hidden and secure, yet easy to move.
So she's still within Paris,
Ling Yuan responded.
Jack pondered for a moment before suddenly saying,
if those two conditions are to be met, I can think of a place.
He paused for a moment.
Near St. Denis Cathedral. A brief silence fell in the SUV as the head of security looked over at Jack, seemingly pondering the possibilities of the location.
Jack continued to explain. There are tributaries of the Seine there, as well as several underground culverts that were used as hideouts for criminal gangs in the early years.
What's more, the perimeter of the St. Denis Church, with its number of old buildings that have fallen into disuse, is perfect for a temporary captivity site.
The head of security flipped through his tablet and pulled up a map,
quickly tapping on an area.
Indeed, there are several abandoned warehouses around St.
Denis,
and there are even some buildings that are connected to dark rivers right underneath the ground,
making it difficult for the outside world to detect any abnormalities. Ling Yuan nodded.
Since we have confirmed the specific target point,
let's act immediately. The group quickly arrived at the St. Denis Church,
only to see a Gothic church with a steeple rising into the sky. Various races of people could be seen roaming the streets, and not far away were dilapidated buildings, large warehouses, and a green river flowing beside the church.
Just a moment, Ling, Jack said.
The security company has people in all of these places.
They went to ask about this side of the city to see if anyone was taken over yesterday.
A few moments later, the security officer returned to the car and explained the situation to the crowd. The informant said that yesterday it was a few Asian girls who were captured by human traffickers and were currently in the hands of a criminal gang called Shadow's Teeth. Their leader was called Lucas.
Ling Yuan propped his hand on his chin, thinking. After a few moments, he said to Jack, tell them to ask the informant, how is this Lucas person? Since he is a human trafficker, is there any possibility that he can just spend money to buy my friend back?
The best way was to safely rescue Shin Manmang first,
and then clean up this human trafficker afterward. Ling Yuan could just barge in,
but he was worried in case the other party was desperate and directly harmed Shin Manman. It would be more trouble than it was worth, and France was allowed to legally carry guns. He could also ask the consulate for help, but that would be too slow in terms of efficiency.
Maybe when the person arrived,
Shin Manman was also sold out of the country.
Besides, to him, anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem,
and he had a cold $28 billion lying in his account right now.
The informant said that this Lucas is still reputable in the industry. Spending money to buy it back directly has this possibility. The security officer said, alright then, contact Lucas and say that I want to buy someone. Don't let him know that we are rescuing people. Ling Yuan said, we'll clean him up after we get the people out. Jack, later on, you will accompany me to perform the play. Say that I am your good friend.
I heard someone say that a batch of goods arrived in his hands,
so I came over to take a look.
Ling Yuan turned his head and said to Jack,
understood, then you have to act like it.
Jack flirted as he saw that the crisis seemed to have lifted.
The two waited in the car, time flowing as quietly as a small river.
Ling Yuan surveyed the increasing number of people outside the car window and lifted his wrist to check the time. It turned out that the foreigners were also going to the early 8.
Ling Yuan took the opportunity to make a call to Lu Wei,
saying that Shin Manmang is now safe,
and that he will bring her back soon. And through the cell phone he could feel Lu Wei on the other end of the phone breathing a long sigh of relief.
Lucas was very cautious and agreed to this meeting close to noon.
2 security officers followed Jack along with Ling Yuan.
A few people followed a black man as he made 7 turns around abandoned trails,
finally arriving in front of a warehouse door. The heavy iron door was rusted, and water stains had been branded onto the whitened concrete floor due to the long time it had gone unwashed. A thin man sat on a wooden stool, one of the legs of which had rotted. Ling Yuan had no doubt that he could knock the man to the ground with a single punch, or the kind that could never stand up. Beside the man stood two people, wearing torn undershirts. Their looks belonged to the kind that could not be found when thrown into a pile of people. Only the silver pistols pinned to their waists showed that the two men were different from the norm. "Hello friend, I heard you were buying goods. Who is it that you want to buy?" The thin man got up and approached the two. A strong smell of tobacco mixed with gunpowder followed. "My friend is buying. Why else would I come to a place like this?" Jack said, holding his nose. "Oh, you want to buy it? You're an Asiatic, aren't you?" "Yeah. What? Can't a subcontinental spy? I just came to buy it because I heard that you have subcontinental chicks here," Ling Yuan said with a smile. "Of course, friend. What price are you prepared to offer?" "That will have to be inspected to know. Let's see the quality first. I'm using it for myself. I don't just want all the goods," Ling Yuan said with a smile. "Of course, haha, understand. Friend, this way please." Lucas walked side by side with Ling Yuan and the others to the door of a small room. The wooden door of the room was plastered with posters of various colors above it, and the cement on the walls had fallen off, leaving behind large white patches, accompanied by the creaking sound of the door opening. Several people also entered the room. On one side of the wall were three emaciated girls sitting against each other. Their mouths were taped and their hands and feet were bound. When they heard the sound of the door opening, the three of them all tightened up in a ball, as if they were three kittens that had been drenched by the rain and were cowering in the corner. Shen Manmang finally waited until exhaustion overcame her fear, and when she drifted off to sleep, she heard the door open and woke up. Hurriedly clasping her hands around her knees, she clung to the two people beside her. Since their mouths were sealed after the call, she didn't know what condition the two were in, but guessed that they had been captured just like him, only to cling to each other. Chapter 27, Fighting the Black Evil Forces. When Shen Manmang heard the footsteps, her entire body curled up tighter as her gaze surveyed the few people. The moment she saw Ling Yuan, her eyes instantly widened. Then she quickly lowered her head to avoid arousing suspicion. Her heart began to beat faster, both because of surprise and because she was unsure of how the situation would unfold next. Ling Yuan looked at the three girls in the corner with a steady gaze and a smile on his face. He turned his head to Lucas and said, "I'll take them all." Lucas laughed out loud and threw his cigarette to the ground, crushing it out with his boot. "All of them? That's fine, but you know the rules. Money before goods." "Of course." Ling Yuan pulled out a check from his pocket and handed it to Lucas, then said, "Unbind them, and tear off the tape on their mouths. I have to check them myself." Lucas looked at the check and revealed a satisfied smile, then nodded and signaled his men to act. The three girls' restraints were untied and the tape on their mouths was torn off. One of the girls immediately sobbed and seemed to be scared, but was pulled back by the companion next to her, signaling her to be quiet. When Shen Manhwa was untied, her feet were numb from being bound for a long time, and she almost fell when she stood up. Ling Yuan stepped forward to support her and whispered in her ear, "It's me, don't be afraid." Shen Manmang trembled slightly, but quickly nodded, her eyes glistening with tears, but she forced herself not to cry out. Ling Yuan led the three girls towards the door and turned to Lucas. "I'm satisfied this time, so I'll leave first." Lucas nodded with a smile on his face. "Happy cooperation. Welcome next time." After leaving the warehouse, Ling Yuan brought the three to the car and quickly instructed Jack, "Tell someone to watch over this place. Don't allow anyone to leave, and take action if necessary." Jack nodded. Inside the car, Shen Manmang finally couldn't help herself and flung herself into Ling Yuan's arms, unable to stop the tears from flowing down her face. "I really thought I was finished." Ling Yuan gently stroked her back and whispered, "Don't be afraid. With me, everything will be fine." He then looked at the other two girls and said softly in English, "You're safe. I'll make sure you get home." When the two girls understood, a trace of gratitude flashed in their eyes, but they still carried fear and doubt. Shen Manmang wiped her tears and took the hand of one of the girls, softly soothing, "We're all safe. Don't be afraid." Ling Yuan looked at the girls and said in a deep voice, "Next, I will be responsible for your safety." The two girls froze for a moment, then gently nodded. One of them pursed her lips and whispered, "Thank you." The car slowly drove away. "Next, where are we going?" Shen Manmang asked softly, her voice still hoarse. She never thought that she would go through such a calamity, much less that it would end up being Ling Yuan appearing in front of her. Ling Yuan patted the back of her hand, his tone firm. "First send you to a safe place, leave the rest to me." "Why did you buy them?" Shen Manmang couldn't help but ask. Ling Yuan glanced at her sideways and said in a deep voice, "They are as innocent as you are. I can't do anything to see them die." Shen Manmang nodded gently, no longer pursuing the question.
The car eventually stopped at the hotel that had long been booked, and several security guards were already at the door.
Ling Yuan got out of the car, helped the three out of the car, and instructed the waiting doctor, check their physical condition, and notify me immediately if there are any problems. The girls were brought into the room.
Shen Manmang still followed Ling Yuan until she was relieved to confirm that everything was properly arranged.
Ling Yuan turned to look at her, his voice low but caring. You're safe now, you also need to rest, do you? Shen Manmang looked up at him, some reluctance in her gaze.
Ling Yuan looked at her and smiled. I still have things to take care of.
Wait for me to come back.
Then he turned around and walked towards the door. Shen Manmang stood in the doorway,
looking at his back, her eyes slightly reddened,
her heart filled with complex emotions, gratitude,
dependence,
and even a trace of sentiment that she herself did not dare to admit.
Inside the house, the other two girls were already lying on the bed,
with the doctor carefully examining them.
Ling Yuan sat in the car.
Jack. Ling Yuan turned his head to look at the security in the driver's seat.
Contact trusted hands and keep a close eye on Lucas Lair. Since he dares to touch this kind of business, he can't be allowed to leave in one piece. Jack nodded, his face serious.
Understood.
I'll arrange the most reliable people to handle this. Ritz Hotel, opened in 1898, located in the center of Paris, MS.
Chanel had stayed in this hotel for 30 years,
and many people came to visit. At this time, inside the 20,000 euro a night Chanel suite, Shen Manmang was sitting against the bed. Two girls were sitting on the sofa, and the family doctor had just checked the three of them. After collecting the stethoscope, the doctor said to Ling Yuan that there was nothing wrong with the three of them. It was just a stress reaction caused by excessive shock, and it would be good to rest for one night. Ling Yuan gave the two girls a sum of money, returned their luggage to them, and had security send the two to their country's consulate. Inside the hotel suite, only Shen Manmang and Ling Yuan were left at this point. Thank you, Ling Yuan. Shen Manmang looked up at him. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what would have happened. You're Weiwei's friend, it's only right that I save you. Ling Yuan smiled. You call her to report your safety. Have a good rest tonight. I'll be in the bedroom next to her. Call me if anything happens. Shen Manmang gazed at Ling Yuan's back disappearing in the doorway, picked up her cell phone handset and called Lu Wei, after which she fell asleep on the big bed. The night-shrouded hotel was quiet. Ling Yuan was playing a video with Lu Wei in the next room when he suddenly heard a scream. He immediately sat up and heard that the voice was Shen Manmang's. After explaining to Lu Wei, he hangs up the phone. Ling Yuan got up and ran to the next room, pushed open the door and saw Shen Manmang curled up on the bed, her face pale and breathing heavily, her hand gripping the corner of the quilt tightly. Man, it's okay, wake up. Ling Yuan sat on the edge of the bed and gently patted her shoulder. Shen Manmang snapped her eyes open. Her eyes were confused and fearful. It was only a moment later that she saw that it was Ling Yuan, slightly relieved, but tears were welling up in her eyes. I dreamed that I was captured again, and kept running, but I couldn't run out. Her voice was weak, with a tremor of fear afterward. Ling Yuan gently nodded, reached out and handed a cup of warm water to her. It's just a dream, it will be fine. I'll be here with you. Shen Manhwa nodded, holding the cup with both hands, the water trembling slightly in the cup. She took a few sips and seemed to calm down a bit, raising her eyes to look at Ling Yuan. Will you be here tonight? There was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. I'll be on the couch, here anytime. After Ling Yuan finished speaking, he took a thin blanket and sat on the couch, pulling down the lights. The room quieted down once again. Shen Manhwa stared at his figure sitting on the sofa, the fear in her heart gradually calming down. She closed her eyes, her breathing gradually becoming steady. Chapter 28 Paris Car Race. Early in the morning, the sunlight poured in through the gaps in the curtains, and Shen Manhwa slowly woke up. She turned her head and saw Ling Yuan on the sofa still leaning there, his chest rising and falling regularly with his breathing, his head resting on the back of the sofa, his eyes closed, his expression calm. Shen Manhwa couldn't help but look at his face. Her mind flashed back to last night's comforting and guarding. Ling Yuan, she read in a voice only she could hear. When Ling Yuan woke up, he realized that Shen Manmang was no longer in bed, and was about to get up to look for her when Shen Manmang appeared at the bedroom door. Perhaps it was because Ling Yuan's previous focus had been on Lu Wei, but today he realized that Shen Manmang was also very pretty. She was wearing a white baseball cap, and under the brim, her long hair was naturally spread out. On her upper body was a white long-sleeved printed t-shirt, the hem of which was tucked into dark blue high-waisted denim shorts, highlighting her slender waist and long legs. The hem of the shorts was slightly rolled up, and the feet were paired with a pair of white sneakers. You're awake. I'm all packed up. Let's go, Shen Manhwa said with a smile. It was hard to believe that the terrified girl from last night and the sunny one now were the same person. Are you sure you're leaving today? I heard Weiwei say you're here in Paris on vacation, right? This is nothing to play with and you're going back? Ling Yuan said. My friend is a local. He told us yesterday to play for a day or two before we leave. After all, he also helped a lot this time. Do you want to reconsider? Okay, then I have to talk to Weiwei. Shen Manmang leaned over and picked up the cell phone on the table. No need to call. I was on the phone with her last night when you had a nightmare. You obviously haven't recovered well yet, and she also asked me to relax with you. Ling Yuan said indifferently. Let's go then. Shen Manmang lifted the white satchel on the bed and walked towards the bedroom door. Don't panic. Wait for me to eat my breakfast. You have to relax when you come out to play. Why are you in a hurry like you are at work? Still breakfast. It's almost noon. Lazy pig. Shen Manmang sat across the coffee table from Ling Yuan and played with her cell phone. Ling Yuan chewed on his baguette, picked up the milk on the table and took a big gulp, finally swallowing it. That gang of human traffickers yesterday has been cleaned up. Ling Yuan raised his eyes to her. Is that so? That's great. Shen Manmang smiled broadly as she looked at Ling Yuan and paused. I'll slowly pay you back your money, even though I probably won't be able to earn this much in my lifetime. You've already paid it back. You've already paid it back by being the Moonlord for Weiwei and I. Ling Yuan pulled out a napkin and wiped his mouth. Let's go. Have a good stroll around Paris today. The afternoon sunlight dappled on the ground through the sycamore leaves, and the Champs-Élysées were crowded with tourists. Jack walked in front. Ling Yuan and Shen Manmang walked side by side. Did you guys know that Champs-Élysées means place of extreme happiness in French? It's the most popular street in Paris, and no matter what time of day it is, you can see the energy here. Jack explained as they walked. They reached the Arc de Triomphe. The mosaic reliefs looked solemn and grand against the blue sky. Shen Manhwa stopped to look up. Want to take a picture? Ling Yuan smiled slightly. Shen Manmang nodded and took out her cell phone, but suddenly felt that the angle was not right. This is not a complete picture. Ling Yuan took Shen Manmang's cell phone, took a few steps back and raised his hand to adjust the shooting angle. The lofty vault of the Arc de Triomphe was reflected in the screen, side by side with Shen Manmang in the mirror. He carefully adjusted the focus, slightly to the left. Yes, just like that. Shen Manmang followed his instructions and turned sideways. Her figure appeared more slender, with a hint of curiosity and surprise in her eyes. He pressed the shutter. The photo framed the moment she smiled and looked up at the Arc de Triomphe. Ling Yuan looked at the image in his phone, nodded and handed the phone back to her. Shen Manmang took the phone, looked down and couldn't help but smile. It's really good. Why didn't I think to shoot it like this? There are some things that you need to stand farther away to see clearly, Ling Yuan said. Shen Manmang stared at herself in the photo and froze slightly. Raising her head to meet his gaze, she suddenly smiled a little uncomfortably and lowered her head to gently say thank you. Ling Yuan did not say anything, but just smiled. They continued to stroll along the Champs-Élysées. Along the way, Shen Manmang picked up her cell phone from time to look at the photos Ling Yuan had taken for her. After dinner, the three of them took a walk along the Seine River, and Ling Yuan said something to Jack, who listened and left. A few moments later, Ling Yuan sidled up to Shen Manmang and said, Do you want to experience some excitement and vent? What? Shen Manmang looked up at Ling Yuan, curious. You'll find out later. Jack, who had disappeared after disembarking the ship, drove a red Ferrari 812 followed by a yellow 458. Coming around the corner, Jack stepped out of the car and said to Ling Yuan with a smile, I'll take you guys in the other car. There's a stretch of road ahead where no one is disturbed, just right for racing. Ling Yuan glanced at Shen Manmang and smiled slightly. Let's go. Get in the car. Jack led them to turn into a secluded riverbank section. Streetlights illuminated the road ahead. No one was around, and the night breeze swept across the water, sparkling. Sit tight. Ling Yuan stepped on the gas. The car instantly accelerated. Shen Manhwa let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly gripped the seat as the scenery on both sides flew backward. The wind rushed in through the car window, whipping her hair. Ling Yuan's side face was calm and focused, his eyes locked on the road ahead. Shen Manmang slightly inclined her head, looking at his focused look. Her heart suddenly throbbed. Ahead, Jack had begun to pick up speed, his body cutting through the streets like lightning. Ling Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. With a twist of his wrist, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, the red Ferrari quickly catching up at an amazing speed. Shen Manhwa's heart pounded with the speed of the car, unconsciously holding her breath. He's going to overtake us, she growled, with tension and anticipation in her eyes. Ling Yuan smiled gently. Don't worry, I won't let him get what he wants. He accelerated violently, and the road in front of him quickly shortened. The Ferrari deftly stuck to the ground and turned the corner, the tires rubbing the ground with a sharp sound. They passed Jack's yellow 458 in a single bound. The night wind whistled by the car window. The end of the street gradually appeared. Shen Manhwa's nervousness mixed with excitement. She looked at Ling Yuan and whispered, You are so awesome.
Ling Yuan slightly inclined his head. Sometimes, speed can make people let go of all their worries.
Shen Manmang froze, nodding her head as if she understood.
She turned her head to look out the window, a smile floating on her face. The speed of the car slowed down, and the surroundings gradually regained their calm.
Ling Yuan casually opened the music. The melody flowed in the car. Shen Manmang's mood also slowly calmed down with the melody.
From time to time looking at Ling Yuan, the passion just now had already blended into the night, but his uninhibited nature had already been engraved in her heart.
Chapter 29 Spell Duo Online.
It was completely dark, and the noisy Paris was quite quiet, so the three of them drove back to the Ritz Hotel.
Upon arriving at the hotel, Jack joked,
"How was your trip to Paris today? I hope you won't forget this city too quickly."
Shen Manhwa looked at Ling Yuan and smiled at Jack. Of course not. Everything was unforgettable. After stepping into the suite,
Ling Yuan sent Shen Manmang to the door of her room.
"How was your day? Did you have fun? Did you get better?" "Very happy. It's been a long time since I've relaxed like this,"
Shen Manmang said with a smile.
"Okay, then rest early. I'll be in the next bedroom. You won't have nightmares tonight," Ling Yuan joked. "Of course not. Don't underestimate me." Shen Manmang turned around and walked into the room.
The moment the door closed, she unconsciously stood quietly behind it for a moment, leaning back and sitting on the bed. Shen Manmang flipped through the pictures Ling Yuan had taken for her today, a smile appearing on her face from time to time.
Tonight, she slept soundly. The next morning,
when Shen Manmang walked out of her bedroom, Ling Yuan was eating breakfast in the dining room. Looking up and realizing that it was Shen Manmang, "Come and sit down.
Breakfast is all ready. Just eat it." "Why? It's hard to eat." "I think it's okay." Shen Manmang laughed. "Can't get used to eating it."
"I can't get used to eating it even if I stay here for 10 years. It's still a good domestic diet."
"Do you still want to play today? Let's continue if you want to. Otherwise we'll go back. I've already recovered. So let's go back. Otherwise if you stay for a few more days and you're starving and thin, Wei Wei will be heartbroken," Shen Manmang joked. At Suihu Tiandi,
it was already 9 p.m. when the two arrived. Ling Yuan was lying on his back in a lounge chair on the balcony.
Lu Wei was holding Shen Manman, and the two of them were leaning back on the living room sofa talking, looking over at Ling Yuan from time to time, not knowing what they were saying. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the color of the night like ink covered the dome. Shen Manman chose a room, closed the door and rested. Lu Wei walked to Ling Yuan's side, squatted down and held his hand. Yuan,
I told Man to live with me in Magic City from now on.
You won't mind, right?" "Of course I won't. This is your house. You can arrange it however you want."
Ling Yuan scraped her nose.
"Thank you. I heard from Man that without you, I might never see her again. She's your friend. Well, this is all what I should do." Ling Yuan looked straight at Lu Wei.
His nostrils swept across her cheeks. "But how are you going to thank me tonight?" Lu Wei blushed scarlet and lowered her head to look at her white toes.
"All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go."
"Go to sleep." Ling Yuan got up and left the lounge chair, holding Lu Wei with both hands, walking towards the bedroom.
Lu Wei could only hold onto his neck, feeling the warmth of his skin. The mountains and rivers undulate,
the wind brushes across the stream,
and the water ripples.
The night is deep and the starlight falls on the water.
Sparkling, the stream ran down the valley, rinsing the moss from the rocks.
Bean-sized raindrops suddenly fall from the sky and hit the muddy ground. The leaves whispered, the night wind swept through the branches, and birds flapped their wings in the distance. The sky and earth were silent. Only the sound of running water and rainwater slapping the ground remained. This was a rarely visited valley.
In the silence of all music, the dirt wrapped in the smell of moss, extended noiselessly until the depths of the night. The next morning,
Ling Yuan came to the Magic City Center building.
Today was the day that Piecing Duo went online. He as the boss had to come and supervise the battle. Wu Xiaomao was also excited. His efforts for many days were about to see results. After all, Su Hui was borrowed by Ling Yuan from his father, Ling Jingxiong, and in the future, the day-to-day affairs of Pinduoduo will be handed over to Wu Xiaomao, and he did not disappoint, and has gradually taken charge of the situation. Suihu Tiandi,
Lu Wei leaned on the sofa doing her nails.
Shen Manmang walked out from the bedroom with a yawn on her face. Man, you usually don't stay in bed today, so now just get up." Lu Wei was puzzled. "It's not because of you." Shen Manmang glared at Lu Wei. What does your bedwetting have to do with me? You were too loud last night. How can I sleep?" Shen Manmang explained. No way. We are separated by a living room. How did you hear it?
This house soundproofing is not bad. Lu Wei's cheeks slightly red.
I was thirsty in the middle of the night. The refrigerator took a bottle of water. Passed by and heard it. I didn't think you had this side. Shen Manhwa laughed. Is Ling Yuan really that good?
Well, I begged for forgiveness before I went to sleep.
He's in such good health. You can tell by looking. Lu Wei nodded. Nowadays there are so many medium-looking ones, you can't tell by looking. Shen Manmang said. I see that you are in the throes of spring, Lu Wei said. The two of them played around on the sofa. The breeze blew through, and the pool rippled. Inside the piecing duo office, it was only 8 a.m. And it was already crowded with people. And piecing duo was officially online. Tens of thousands of merchants have signed up for Pinduoduo before the official launch, which is the result of Pinduoduo's massive recruitment of ground pushers to lock down the supply chain in advance. The ground push team has made these merchants familiar with the platform rules and fish and play through promotional support programs and thematic training. Ling Yuan and several people sat in front of the computer, waiting for the first order from piecing duo to be credited. The screen displayed a few sporadic order data, occasionally refreshing. Wu Xiaomao and Su Hui stood beside him, their eyes both excited and nervous. It's been online for 10 minutes, Wu Xiaomao said in a low voice. The number of orders has just broken through 2,000 now. Well, there's no rush, it just went live. Ling Yuan smiled faintly. Noon and night will be the peak, now is just a warm-up. Wu Xiaomao nodded. Although the number of orders had not yet reached expectations, he knew that it had just begun. Mr. Ling, the number of orders has exceeded 10,000. Su Hui suddenly looked up, his eyes glittering. It was now only half an hour since the launch. It seems that users are gradually adapting to our playstyle. Ling Yuan nodded slightly and said, the Choppa / feature is playing well, isn't it? That's right. Su Hui opened a data analysis report. The percentage of users using Chopper has now exceeded 70%. Most people will invite 3 to 5 friends to participate, and some users have even directly forwarded it to a dozen people. This fission effect is very obvious. Ling Yuan stared at the numbers that kept jumping on the screen. When it's 12 noon and the morning's work is over, we might see an even more obvious rise. Fragrance wafted through the office as everyone hurriedly ate their lunch. Suddenly, the computer let out a ding alert, and an employee monitoring the data in the background ran in. Boss, the number of orders has exceeded 1 million. Ling Yuan put down the chopsticks in his hands and walked to the big screen to check the current data. The number of orders was steadily increasing, and the transaction amount was rapidly accumulating. He stood in the center of the put office and looked around. To have this result in half a day is already considered a good start. Everyone cheer up, I'm sure you'll create miracles. Chapter 30, All people spell duo. Smiles also surfaced on Wu Xiaomao and Su Hui's faces. Although this number wasn't too exaggerated, from the accumulated momentum, it was clear that there would be a subsequent wave of outbreaks. As the end of the day approached, the number of orders on the screen began to gradually climb. At this time, users have begun to forward the price cut link. A help me cut a knife message in the circle of friends has almost become a screen state. Usually never send friends circle old classmates are beginning to cut prices. Su Hui swiped his cell phone and couldn't help but laugh. This activity of ours has really reached out to different age groups of users. Ling Yuan nodded his head and looked at the numbers jumping on the screen, his eyes glowing. In just 1 hour, the number of orders quickly shot up to 5 million. The data monitoring room and the backstage of piecing duo was already lit up, and none of the technical team and operations staff had left their posts. Almost every few minutes, the number of orders and the transaction value appeared in amazing leap. It was already mealtime, but many people didn't have time to eat dinner. An employee ran over and excitedly reported, Boss, the number of orders just passed 10 million, and the amount of order transactions amounted to breaking 500 million. For this result, Ling Yuan was not surprised. After all, he directly allocated a few hundred million to Pomlin's marketing department. Subways, airplanes, buses, shopping malls, as long as you go out, you can see the advertisement of Pinduoduo. Do not go out. It does not matter. Pinduoduo also sponsored a variety of programs on the line. What? You don't watch TV? You always have to play with your cell phone. Fast hands. The opening screen ads on Shake It are all Pinduoduo. This Life's Jitterbug came out in late 15. Snapchat came out even earlier. In 13, people were already surrounded by pieced duo. Ling Yuan commanded the scheduling while caring about the team's condition. Is the technical backend stable? Don't drop the chain at peak time. Don't worry, boss. Ample preparations have been made. The technical supervisor replied. The people in the office stared at the screen, and the room was silent. There was only the sound of people's breathing and the sound of tapping on the keyboard. At this time, piecing duo has become a network hotspot. The major social platforms are filled with links to piecing duo. The information in the circle of friends help me cut a knife is endless. Many never online shopping Moncler Jackets outlet have joined the army of cut price. They also send them to their grandchildren, so that they can cut their own knife. There are also several years of people who do not re-establish contact. Not for anything else. As long as you help me cut a knife, you are my friend. Friends should cut each other. There are even posts on the internet that say the test to see if you are a true friend is simple. Let your friend next Poundland. cut you a knife. If he is willing, you are true friends.
Boss, just now a middle-aged uncle's account slashed more than 50 slashes and ended up really getting a full discount, Su Hui said with a smile. It seems that our slashing mechanism really does make people head over heels.
Ling Yuan nodded gently. This shows that our fission effect far exceeded expectations. Everyone can appropriately liberalize their advertising efforts to allow more people to participate. The time was approaching late at night, and the office was still brightly lit.
Wu Xiaomao sat in front of the computer, his eyes glued to the data. Every jump in the numbers was a new milestone. The number of orders had approached 15 million, and the transaction value had reached a staggering 800 million. Su Hui stood in front of the big screen, looking at the rising curve with disbelief.
Boss, I'm afraid today's data is historic.
Ling Yuan nodded with a hint of a smile on his face.
By the early hours of the morning,
we will most likely break through expectations.
It was 12 o'clock late at night. In the office,
there was a silence filled with tension.
Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the final data sprint.
Boss, the order volume has broken through 20 million. An employee from the technical team shouted out excitedly,
as if breaking the silence. What about the transaction amount? Ling Yuan asked, gazing at the screen. It's broken through 1 billion. Su Hui waved his fist excitedly. We did it. The entire office instantly boiled as everyone started clapping in celebration.
Ling Yuan stood up and looked at the tired but fighting team in front of him, his heart filled with pride.
Hard work everyone. It's the result of everyone's joint efforts that Piecing Duo went live on its first day today and was able to achieve such a result. Ling Yuan thanked the crowd. There are more challenges ahead, but tonight is a victory that belongs to us. Today, Piecing Duo employees, whether it's the cleaning ants, the uncle, or the front desk, the supervisor, everyone, 5 times the salary. Ling Yuan shouted. The office boiled over, and the cleaning amma in one corner directly waved her broom, realizing her faux pas and then hurriedly sweeping the floor as if nothing had happened. Wu Xiaomao raised his glass of water and led the way, shouting, to spell duo. Cheers, cheers, cheers. The entire office was filled with laughter and expectations for the future. When Ling Yuan left Piecing Duo, the office was still brightly lit and on fire. Suihu Tiandi, Ling Yuan pushed open the entrance door. To see the living room is still lit.
It turned out to be Lu Wei and Shen Manmang. 2 people are still brushing the drama.
On the TV screen, Tencent Video's membership advertisement was playing the magical jingle. Buy it together. It's cheaper. Spell duo. Spell duo at any time of the day. Ah Yuan. Today, Man and I saw your Piecing Duo everywhere we went. During the daytime when we went out shopping we could see it. When we went home and swiped the drama we could see it.
And when we played with our cell phones we could see it.
And I could memorize the advertisement.
Lu Wei said to Ling Yuan with a smile.
Really? It seems that our marketing department is doing quite well. So did you use it or not? Not using it at night is going to punish you.
Ling Yuan said with a smile.
Hey, I'm still here. Pay attention to the influence haha. What a tiger in wolf words. Shen Manmang said. Of course I used it, but I bought it directly. I'm only embarrassed that you had to forward so many people with that chopping a knife.
Lu Wei took Ling Yuan's hand and said proudly Man also used it. We all placed several orders. She looked like a child who was looking forward to being praised by her teacher.
So good. Then I'm going to reward you tonight. This punishment and reward of yours, it feels like you're taking advantage of all the cheapness. Seeing Lu Wei scowling, Shen Manmang said for her, how can there be no reward? You too. All the future spell duo bills, will be all by me to pay on behalf of the programmer to write a code thing? In the future you spell duo on the random buy. How about it? This reward can be it. No need.
Lu Wei's words of refusal were interrupted before she finished.
Shen Manmang then said, Wei, think about it. If you buy it on Piecing Duo, it's him who makes money either way. If you go outside and buy it, the money goes to someone else. We don't have to feel sorry for him. He's just a big spender.
Then twisted his head to look at Ling Yuan. Wei and I promised.
Shen Manmang yawned and returned to her bedroom. And before she left, she told Ling Yuan to keep his voice down at night. Ling Yuan inwardly only expressed helplessness. This is not my voice either. It's useless to talk to me. Chapter 31. The whole internet is buzzing. Let's go. Rest up.
Ling Yuan said as he picked up Lu Wei and walked towards the bedroom.
Ling Yuan leaned and sat on the bed.
Lu Wei leaned on his shoulder and watched as he used his cell phone to tweet.
Today, did you spell duo?
Ling Yuan's Weibo finally posted a second message, accompanied by 2 pictures of the backend displaying 20 million orders and $1 billion in order transactions.
After posting successfully, Ling Yuan put his phone on the bedside, dimmed the lights in the room, looked at Lu Wei by his side and laughed.
Man told me to keep my voice down at night.
I won't take the blame for this one.
Lu Wei blushed slightly and lowered her head. Her hair scattered on her shoulders, the lines on her neck were clearly visible,
and a faint floral fragrance filled the air. he gazed at her, and between them, there was an unhurried rhythm, like the tide pushing against the sand, bringing a calm yet passionate impulse. The night was silent, and the moonlight spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto her skin, trembling with unspeakable joy. Everything seemed to be embraced by the evening breeze, and the emotions that surged beneath their skin were more like an undercurrent, meticulously wrapping around them, pushing each other into a silent yet endless wave. They seemed to be wandering on the edge of the waves, but also seemed to have been completely wrapped up, until each other's breathing gradually eased, and heaven and earth returned to tranquility. Ling Yuan was woken up by Wu Xiaomao's phone call, in which Wu Xiaomao said that he was on the hot search again. Ling Yuan could even feel Wu Xiaomao's excitement on the other end of the phone. Lu Wei, who was lying limply on the bed, was still asleep. Ling Yuan walked out of the bedroom and came to the living room. The time was already in the middle of July, and even though it was only morning, he could already feel the scorching heat of the sun. Ling Yuan leaned back on the single chair, took out his cell phone and looked through the microblogs. "Can you put your top on, Ling Yuan? There are still people here," Shin Manmang said as she walked from the bedroom to the living room. Looking at him, her body, however, was honest, her eyes wandering over Ling Yuan's pecs and abs. Ling Yuan snorted and put on a white tee. He continued to browse Weibo, and only then did he realize what was going on with the hot searches that Wu Xiaomao was talking about. The first headline on the hot search list was about piecing Duo. The first day of online orders broke 20 million, and the transaction value exceeded 1 billion. Piecing Duo's model is truly a stroke of genius, a well-known economic commentator in the industry exclaimed in a blog post. It is not by chance that the number of orders in a single day is so huge, but it is a business miracle designed by Ling Yuan from the user's needs. How to spell Duo from the beaver. Jingdong's e-commerce map in another way. A Business Watch magazine wrote, Pinduoduo rural surrounded by the city. The market sinking strategy is a necessary condition for success, and Zaya Honshu and Worry-Free Media are also climbing up the hot search list on Weibo. Another hot search. The hot topic has been analysis. Zaya Honshu, Pinduoduo and Worry-Free Media business model occupied. All kinds of posts and articles are endless. From different perspectives, they analyze how these three companies have captured the psychology of contemporary consumers, and understand why Pinduoduo can quickly sweep the market from various aspects, such as demand, consumption habits, and social drivers. The design of Patchwork Dodo perfectly exploits the interactive behavior among users, a marketing expert posted. It allows users to actively participate and create a sense of belonging. The price-cutting mechanism of Duo makes price changes directly linked to interpersonal relationships, and even elders who usually don't use the internet much for shopping have participated because of the sharing of their acquaintances. Zaya Honshu, another unique idea of Ling Yuan, has also gained a lot of praise. The design of this platform is based on real user experience and recommendations, as if it were a bridge connecting the world, where users are both consumers and recommenders, and real experience drives the spread of content, an entrepreneurial mentor wrote in a long article. Ling Yuan has achieved a feat that no one else can accomplish. He deeply understands the needs of the younger generation of consumers, and has made Zaya Honshu a multi-dimensional combination of socializing and shopping, forming a unique community atmosphere. At this moment, a new tweet suddenly appeared on the screen, with the topic of the rise of Worry-Free Media. As another company founded by Ling Yuan, Worry-Free Media's business direction is different from that of Pinduoduo and Zaya Honshu, but its market share and influence in short videos and online communication are equally amazing. Comments have analyzed how Worry-Free Media has been able to accurately place branded content in front of users through its contracted netizens and live streaming model. On the one hand, and on the other hand, it has also enabled advertisers and the consumer market to be closely connected. Ling Yuan is an innovator of modern business. He is not only a successful entrepreneur, but more like a scholar who understands the psychology of users. In the comments, some attributed Ling Yuan's success to a sharp business sense and deep user insight. As Pinduoduo's performance exceeded expectations on its first day, many business media joined in analyzing these three companies and Ling Yuan personally. Some commentators even used the term business genius to describe Ling Yuan's achievements. On Weibo at the moment, business gurus and ordinary users were sharing the order and transaction data of Pinduoduo, and even discussing the interesting experience of cut the price and help me. Someone teased, today even my father has placed an order in Pinduoduo. Usually he does not even bother to look at Taobao, but Pinduoduo is so interesting. Another middle-aged user shared, it turns out that Pinduoduo is so simple and easy to use, and you can save so much money by buying things together. Pinduoduo's user participation rate continues to rise, and with the attraction of freshness and discounts, Pinduoduo continued to sweep the country on the second day of its launch. And in the financial analysis column, various professional analyses came out one after another. Some people think that the fire of Pinduoduo is a kind of social e-commerce innovation, integrating the fission propagation attribute of WeChat and other social platforms to quickly attract users to participate. Another long article is an in-depth analysis of the content of the small red book of social and carefree media short video live with goods mode, and the three companies are linked together, pointing out that this is a subversion of the traditional business model. Pinduoduo, Little Red Book and Worry-Free Media. The three companies seem to be independent, but somehow promote each other to form a complete business ecosystem. In a financial forum, an expert wrote, "These three companies have realized the closed loop of users, content and goods, as if they were the perfect combination of internet e-commerce and socialization." After roughly browsing through it, Ling Yuan put down his cell phone. "You don't say, you really don't say." These experts are quite accurate in their analysis. However, there is one thing that they certainly did not expect. Although Worry-Free Media is currently the most inconspicuous of these three companies, but that is because the live streaming mode is currently only done by Bieber's Peach Treasure platform, and Jitterbug has not yet found a suitable business model for itself. If I remember correctly, Jitterbug's new round of financing should be soon. This piece of fat meat must not be let go. Chapter 32 Emergency Meeting. Taba Headquarters. The first ray of sunlight in the morning through the floor-to-ceiling windows sprinkled in the conference room, but the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. The data from the first day of Pinduoduo's launch had already spread all over the internet. The number of orders exceeded 20 million, and the transaction value went straight through 1 billion. A new platform has attracted such a large user base in a short time. Even many middle-aged and old-aged users, who have always been quiet, have also participated in the social network overnight group bargaining. All of this exploded like thunder in the ears of the major e-commerce giants. In the conference room, executives quickly assembled. Pinduoduo's mode of rapidly penetrating the user base through the spread of social fission didn't make everyone's face look too good. The director of market analysis picked up the remote control and pointed to the data on the screen and said, Pinduoduo's social communication mode hit the sharing psychology of the young group, and in turn pulled in middle-aged and old-aged users, who are usually resistant to online shopping. But Pinduoduo makes everyone feel the fun of participation and affordable prices by chopping prices. The result is a spurt of orders and turnover. The COO sat on the right side of the long table, tapping his fingers on the desktop with a grave expression. Pinduoduo's model just avoids the traditional e-commerce model, and builds a low-price attraction through social fission. And this platform is still in the promotion stage. The capital investment behind it is obviously not small, and I'm afraid that the later advertising and market expansion efforts will make it difficult for us to cope. Then the social fission model of Pinduoduo, can we learn from it? A young product manager asked in a low voice. The marketing director said, "We've already tried the social model, but Pinduoduo is more aggressive, daring to press the profit margin to a very low level and relying on the propagation power of social fission to accumulate the number of users. This requires greater cost investment and wind control. But if we don't capitalize on this wave of social fission, our existing users will be snatched away by Pinduoduo, especially third and fourth tier cities and middle-aged users." The marketing director interjected. They utilize the grouping method to spread rapidly among users. This is a huge threat to us. The atmosphere in Taba's conference room was oppressive, and everyone was in deep thought. At this moment, a strategy director suddenly spoke up. Pinduoduo utilizes low prices to quickly attract users, but if we join forces with other platforms such as Jingdong to form a price alliance, and direct the comparison of Pinduoduo's goods to our platform, what will be the effect? In a state of contemplation, the screen continued to play Pinduoduo's dissemination data. Each change in the data was like an invisible thorn, piercing the nerves of the executives. At Jingdong's headquarters, having just gotten the shocking data from the first day of Pinduoduo's launch, everyone was clear about what this meant. Jingdong has always taken quality and service as its core in the past, differentiating itself from Taba. But the emergence of Pinduoduo seems to have ignited another way of playing, using the fission effect of social networks to continuously pull in low-priced sensitive consumers. President Lu's face was grave as he stood by the screen at the front of the conference room. We have always emphasized quality e-commerce. Price and service are on the high-end route. But Pinduoduo did not fight the traditional price war, but rely on the social effect of people passing on people to cut the price to achieve exponential growth in a short period of time. President Lu's voice was low. This is a model we have never seen before. The director of the marketing department whispered. This model of Pinduoduo is completely based on low-priced pop-ups and high-frequency social interactions, especially by utilizing price cutting and group pooling, so that the users themselves become a channel for advertisement dissemination. And their promotion method makes every time a user shares, it is active rather than passive, so that the fission speed is very amazing. It's not that social e-commerce hasn't been thought of. Another VP of strategy took over, smiley face, but Pinduoduo's approach is more radical.
they dare to cut margins and induce consumption with very low prices. This model is not necessarily sustainable, but it's enough to get the first shot and win a large number of users in the short term. Short-term users may also become long-term users. President Lu frowned more tightly. Once these users have formed a consumption habit in Pinduoduo, I'm afraid that they will gradually leave our platform. Another technical director interjected. There is another point. Pinduoduo's fiction marketing is very suitable for mobile user habits, especially for those middle-aged and old-aged users. This kind of simple and intuitive price-cutting method is very attractive. If we don't take measures as soon as possible, it's likely that we'll have to fall behind on this new track. President Lu nodded and said after a moment's thought, we can't let Pinduoduo easily plunder our market share, especially in the sinking market. The most important thing is to utilize our supply chain advantage to compress costs and strike a dual advantage in quality and price. The marketing director was the first to break the silence. Mr. Lu, it is true that the supply chain is our advantage, but if we want to fight with Pinduoduo to fight for low prices, I'm afraid that we need the support of higher-level decision-making, because it will directly affect our profit margin. Profit is not something we prioritize now. President Lu swept his gaze across all the attendees. The focus now is to retain market share. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually became more active, with everyone coming up with various possible scenarios. The outbreak of Pinduoduo had already reshuffled the industry. Tomorrow, every department of Jingdong would put in their best efforts to start a counterattack that belonged to them. Ling Yuan was oblivious to all this. However, soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. He had long thought that there would be imitation and competition from other platforms, but Pinduoduo had already taken the first mover advantage. Even if they wanted to imitate, R&D, design, and development of the app would all take time. Ling Yuan believed that by the time other e-commerce platforms launched the Pound Buy model, Pound Buy was already riding high on the track. At the office of Star Han Capital, Ling Yuan was in the president's office listening to the investment plans of several investors. Mr. Ling, this is the film and television investment plan I've drawn up. Please take a look at it. Wen Mai, with an inch hair and black-rimmed glasses, sat in his office chair and handed Ling Yuan a blue folder. I personally have a movie that is also on the list. Ling Yuan opened the folder and browsed through it. Good lord, Wen Mai is really a movie ghostwriter with a sharp eye. The movies on the list: Operation Mekong, Wolf War II, Shy Iron Fist, Journey to the West, Manhwa, and his movie, I Am Not the God of Medicine. If I remember correctly, the box office of each of these movies is more than 1 billion, and Wolf War II has more than 5 billion, so I really picked up a treasure. Ling Yuan said, I believe in your vision. As long as you can get these projects, the amount of investment is up to you. I also fully support your works, and for future movie and television related investments, you don't need to ask me, you are solely responsible for them. Then, he handed the document back to Wen Mai. Chapter 33 Acquiring Dior? Mr. Ling, there's one more thing. Yang Mi, an actress, is also a shareholder of the entertainment company. When Muyi took the file, she wants to see you for a while and asked me to bring a message. Look, how do I get back to her from my side? Why don't you just give her my phone number directly and ask her to contact me? I'll communicate with her, Ling Yuan said as he rested his chin. If he remembered correctly, Yang Mi was currently in the state of signing a betting agreement. Right, so what could she do by looking for herself? After Wen Mai left, Lu Ying, who was in charge of the female market, and Wang Chang, who was in charge of IT, submitted their intended investment projects. Most of the projects submitted by Lu Ying were beauty, health, and nursing care companies. Ling Yuan was not interested in these, but in order for the company to blossom, he approved all of Lu Ying's investment projects. He scanned through Lu Ying's plan. The largest single amount of investment is more than 1 billion. For the current Star Han capital is 1 cow and 1 hare. Even if the loss does not affect, Wang Chang has brought him a lot of surprises. Before also let Hu Jun help pay attention to the news of DJI and Ningda Times. I did not expect Wang Chang submitted the list. DJI, Ningda Times, is listed. In addition to these two, there are also many loud companies. Shangtong Technology, Cambrian are listed. These companies are the leaders in the field of artificial intelligence, essential to Star Han Group's layout in the field of artificial intelligence. Ling Yuan approved all of them, and these companies are all valued at $50 billion or more in his impression. In particular, Ningda Times is essential to Star Han Group's future new energy automobile business, and is also a future top 500 company in the world. With a market capitalization of over $1 trillion, he really picked up the treasure. These several generals are all money trees. After the three left, Hu Jun also came to Ling Yuan's office. Mr. Ling, the news that you asked to poke around last time, there's an understanding, Hu Jun said. Mr. Hu, let's hear it in detail. Meituan will have a Series E round of financing within half a month. and they will give 25% of the shares to the outside world in this round.
ByteJump will conduct a D round of financing within a month.
And this round they will give 30% of the shares to the investors.
In addition, due to your outstanding performance, Mr. Ling,
Starhan Capital is also within the scope of consideration of manhwa and ByteJump,
and we are fully capable of fighting for these two financing, and I will continue to pay attention to it. My outstanding performance, how come I don't know? Mr. Who, tell me.
Ling Yuan was puzzled.
Mr. Ling,
the first thing is the powerful strength of Starhan Capital. The registered capital of 4 billion, all paid up, proves that we have strong capital.
The other thing is your personal ability. Mr. Ling,
Hu Jun took a sip of water and continued. The 3 companies under your name are currently industry leaders,
especially Pinduoduo, a dark horse of the e-commerce platform. The CEOs of Byte and manhwa are very cognizant of your personal abilities. Mr. Ling.
Ling Yuan also did not expect the other 3 companies to help Starhan Capital,
smiled and said, continuous follow-up, any other news? There is also news from abroad. The French luxury brand Dior
is looking for intended buyers to sell 33% of the company's shares.
The current market estimates that the transaction price should be between $7 billion and $9 billion.
The competing buyers are all from luxury groups.
It seems difficult for us, Starhan Capital, to attract each other. After all, for them, selling to a luxury group, they themselves can have better development. That's the reasoning. But what if I give enough?
They may not be unmoved.
Ling Yuan said, we don't have a luxury company under our name, so I'll acquire a luxury empire. Mr. Ling, if you want to give the other party a heartwarming price, the price will be at least $9 billion or more. Money is not a problem, Mr. Hu.
The Dior side is also hard on you to keep an eye on it. You can leak some of our ideas to them at the right time.
We can fly to Europe to talk about it.
Ling Yuan crossed his arms and placed them on the table.
After Hu Jun left,
Ling Yuan leaned back in his boss chair and turned the chair towards the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window at the steel jungle and ant-like pedestrians.
Meituan, ByteJump's financing in Dior's shares. He made sure to take them. Also thought that $28 billion is a lot, so it seems that it is still a little less. A
luxury 1/3 of the shares are $10 billion.
He wanted to build a luxury empire. How much money would he have to make? Hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't know if it's enough. It seems like I have to find a way to make some money in the capital market again.
The ringing of his cell phone on the table interrupted Ling Yuan's thoughts.
It was an unfamiliar caller. When Ling Yuan answered the phone,
he heard a soft voice from the other side,
which turned out to be Yang Mi.
Presumably she called right after Wen Mai gave her the phone number. Yang Mi directly asked Ling Yuan to have dinner with her, saying that she would talk at the dinner table. Ling Yuan did not refuse.
He was also a bit curious about this little fox. Huang Gonzi Private Dining, the ceiling of private dining in Magic City.
Yang Mi was seated on a vintage dining chair, her shoulder-length hair falling naturally. Today, she was wearing a silver-gray shiny long dress. The design of the long dress was slightly tightened at the waist, outlining a slim waistline and emphasizing her curves nicely. The V-neckline of the dress was designed to be moderately open, showing off the lines of the neck and collarbone to the fullest.
The hemline part of the dress is slightly asymmetrical,
creating a high split effect and revealing slender leg lines. On the feet is a pair of sequined high heels that complement the skirt. It was evident from the elaborate outfit that this meeting was particularly important to her. She needed a strong investor.
And more specifically, she needed Ling Yuan. Yang Mi looked at Ling Yuan across the table, his calm and detached air, as if everything was his chessboard, to be arranged and manipulated by him.
Ling Yuan picked up his wine glass and wrapped his fingers around the rim, shaking the red wine in the glass as he waited for Yang Mi to speak.
Mr. Ling, thank you very much for taking the time to see me today. Yang Mi nodded slightly.
Today is actually the day I want to introduce you to a project our company has just launched. 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 peach blossoms. She paused slightly, her gaze locking onto Ling Yuan's eyes. The investment budget for this drama is around $300 million. We currently have some of the funds in place, but we're still a bit short to fully launch it. I do hope that you,
Mr. Ling, can be one of our investors.
Ling Yuan raised his eyes,
his sight lingering on Yang Mi's face. He knew that 3 lives, 3 worlds was going to be a huge hit. He smiled slightly and asked, how much does Ms. Yang think I should invest?
Yang Mi did not show her eagerness, but reported her expectations.
Around 200 million. Do you think it's okay? If it's successful,
we'll prioritize the return of your investment in future earnings.
Since it's 3 lifetimes,
let's just make my investment 3 lifetimes as well. 300 million. Ling Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly,
put down his wine glass and said softly.
Yang Mi froze for a moment, and a smile swept across the corners of her mouth.
Yang Mi's expression was a little surprised,
but she remained calm. Mr.
Ling is indeed quick enough. However, Our total cost is just 300 million. It's simple. You guys raise the budget to make the drama more exquisite, or spend the extra money on promotion and distribution. Ling Yuan laughed, as 3 lives, 3 worlds was a surefire deal. Of course he had to invest a little more. Chapter 34, Sending Big Mimi Home. Understood, Mr. Ling, thank you for your support. In order to ensure the benefit of your investment, our company will sign a detailed contract with you to ensure your return is prioritized. Yang Mimi's vermilion lips slightly opened, her lipstick slightly trembling with her words. Ling nodded farther and smiled. I'm not worried about returns. I'm more curious about the current state of Jiaxing Media. As one of the shareholders of Jiaxing, you don't have much say in Jiaxing, do you? Yang Mi froze for a moment. She really didn't have much to say in Jiaxing, and many of her resources were used to promote newcomers. This was especially true after the bet with Shangshi Pictures, causing her to take on all the good and bad movies now. The person was on fire, but there were also a lot of black fans. She sighed and said, "You're right, Mr. Ling, but in our industry, it's unrealistic to go it alone. And sometimes I have to compromise for the sake of the company's development. If you could be given full control of Jiaxing, would there be more options?" Ling Yuan smiled and said lightly. Yang Mi was slightly stunned. Of course she wanted to fully control Jiaxing. She felt powerless from time to time for that, but the reality in front of her forced her to compromise. She raised her eyes to look at Ling Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Who wouldn't want to? It's just that, under the current conditions, how could Zhang Jia and the others be willing to let go of their shares? And besides, acquiring their shares would require a large sum of money. What if I can acquire their shares?" Ling Yuan looked straight at him. Yang Mi's eyes lit up and she smiled. "Mr. Ling, you do have extraordinary influence in the business world, but acquiring Jiaxing is not a simple matter. In the capital market, the key to the problem is in determination and direction. If you are really interested, I can help you get out of your current situation." Ling Yuan gazed at her and said with certainty. Yang Mi retracted her gaze, but waves rippled in her heart. The Ling Yuan in front of her was very different from the investor she had imagined. He was not just a businessman, but more like a strategist in control of the whole situation. His every word and action exuded influence. She was a little shaken in her heart. Ling Yuan's confidence seemed to make her resistance seem insignificant. She took a deep breath to hide the fluctuations in her heart and looked at Ling Yuan with a smile. "Mr. Ling is indeed a calm and decisive person rarely seen in the shopping mall, but I don't believe that such a thing can really come true. Believe it or not is up to you. You just need to wait for the results." Ling Yuan smiled blandly and raised his wine glass. He touched Yang Mi's glass and gazed at her. A complex expression swept across Yang Mi's face as she looked at the wine in her glass, an indescribable feeling welling up in her heart. The person in front of her was not only a valuable person in her career, but perhaps an existence worthy of her trust. "Then it seems I can only wait and see. If the acquisition is successful, you'll be my boss, Mr. Ling. The 3 lives will also be fully handed over to you to take charge of." Not wanting to appear too dependent, she said in a half-joking tone, "Leave it to me?" Ling Yuan smiled. "You're not afraid that I'll mess up this project?" Mr. Ling is certainly not someone who would do a botched job. Yang Mi smiled bashfully. The two looked at each other and smiled, once again lifting their glasses and clinking them. Candlelight swayed, reflecting the 2 men's look at each other. The aroma of red wine filled the air. The 2 men were no longer just business cooperation, more than a few strange emotions. When the meal dispersed, Yang Mi smiled faintly and prepared to wave goodbye, but was told in a low voice by the assistant beside her, "Sister Honey, the driver has an urgent matter at home, and just now sent a message that he has to rush back." "Ha?" She froze for a moment, her eyes falling on the screen of her cell phone. It was already almost 11 o'clock, and it wasn't too convenient to call a car. Just as she was pondering how to get home, Ling Yuan's voice came. "I'll ask the driver to give you a ride. At this hour, it's still important to be safe." Yang Mi froze slightly and eventually nodded. The 2 of them walked side by side towards Ling Yuan's car. The Black Armed Forces Mirage parked on the side of the road. The door was pulled open by the driver. Yang Mi sat in the back, leaning slightly against the seat. Ling Yuan followed and got into the car, sitting down beside her and closing the door. The city lights outside the window slowly receded. The sky overhead was full of stars. Soothing music lingered in her ears, and the fragrance gave off a faint woodsy scent. "Do you usually finish work this late too?" Ling Yuan asked indifferently. Yang Mi nodded, her smile tinged with helplessness. "Yes, it's not uncommon to be busy until 3 or 4 in the morning when shooting a movie. Today is considered early. Can the body stand it?" Ling Yuan said. "Always have to find some time for myself to rest." Yang Mi was slightly stunned. She hadn't heard such words for a long time. The familiar circle always only talked about cooperation and interests. Few people cared about her state. "You're right, but sometimes things pile up in front of us, and it's impossible not to do them."
She smiled and shook her head. Otherwise there will come a day when you don't even know what you're pursuing. Ling nodded farther, listening quietly as if waiting for her to release a little of the pressure in her heart. The lights outside the car window gradually thinned out. Yang Mi turned her head and couldn't help but ask, "You do look quite calm. With such a big career, the pressure shouldn't be small, right?" "There's always pressure." Ling Yuan smiled, "but with a good mindset, even more things can be handled." Yang Mi looked at him quietly, suddenly feeling that the Ling Yuan in front of her was completely different from other people in the business world. His tone was flat, but it had its own power. A moment later, she asked softly, "Have you ever encountered anything particularly difficult when you started your business now?" "I always feel that starting a business is actually more difficult than shooting a movie." Ling Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded his head gently. "Sometimes changes in the environment, fluctuations in the market, and even some man-made factors may cause the company to fall into a crisis," he said calmly, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. "But sometimes setbacks are also a kind of experience, and if handled properly, it will instead make you stronger." Yang Mi looked at his expression and suddenly felt that this person had gone through a lot of storms but still maintained a kind of gentleness. Her mood also gradually relaxed. "You seem really frank. Many people might not be able to stand it when they encounter similar problems." "Actually, it's not like that right off the bat." Ling Yuan smiled. "It's just that over time, one will always find their own rhythm and way." Then, Ling Yuan looked at Yang Mi. "Moreover, you who can make it this far in this industry must have your own strength as well." Yang Mi smiled. His eyes seemed to see through her inner persistence and hard work. Although it was just a simple sentence, it brought a kind of strength. She slightly lowered her head. The smile at the corner of her mouth quietly deepened. The two chatted for a few more moments, the topic shifting to something more lighthearted. The car drove smoothly in the night, and the neon and night scenery outside the window swept by alternately, reflecting their silhouettes. Yang Mi suddenly felt that this feeling of truly communicating with people and understanding each other had been long overdue. In this night, she felt a calm joy. Chapter 35, Buying Gold. After sending Yang Mi to the neighborhood, Ling Yuan went back to Tsuehu Tiandi, and was spared a vicious battle that night. Early in the morning, the sunlight spilled through the curtain slits on the teak floor, and when Ling Yuan woke up, Lu Wei was still slumbering on the big bed. He walked to the study and opened his laptop. The screen displayed the latest data from the global precious metals market. Ever since Hu Jun mentioned to him yesterday that the shares sold by Dior were priced at tens of billions of dollars, he realized that he had to speed up the pace of making money. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a shame to have insufficient funds when the opportunity came? As far as he could remember, Britain's exit from the European Union, coupled with the effects of the downward spiral of the global economic situation, had led to rising prices for precious metals. How does a saying go? Buy gold in troubled times, play antiques in prosperous times. The current price of gold in China is 270 yuan per gram, and if he remembers correctly, it seems to have risen to 650 yuan per gram in 2024. Of course he will not hold it for a long time, but isn't it possible to add leverage? Even if it only went up 10%, the profit would be terrifying. At that time, it shouldn't be a problem to buy a few luxury groups, a few more multinational groups, and some shares in semiconductor companies, right? Star Han Group's territory is not just China. As long as the stars were all over the place, there should be Star Han Group's industries. And what he wants to do now is to buy gold and wait until the price rises before selling. Take $25 billion to invest this time. When you need money, just dump the gold you hold. He logged into the trading platform and entered his account information. The page flashed with real-time market quotes. His fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard. $25 billion, 20 times leverage, all buy gold. But unfortunately such a huge amount of money, the maximum can only be 20 times leverage. The moment he clicked to confirm, the data of the entire market jumped in front of his eyes. After ending the transaction, he closed his laptop. And now all he has to do is to forget about this investment and sell it when he needs a large amount of money. There was still $3 billion left, and more than 9 billion Chinese dollars as small investments in daily consumption. It should be enough. When Ling Yuan's thoughts were in a whirlwind, a pair of white and slender hands reached out behind his back to encircle his shoulders, and a burst of aroma came with him. Turning his head to see, who else could it be but Lu Wei? "Ah, Yuan, I've rested enough. I want to go to work." Man went to work, and I don't want to stay at home every day. Lu Wei said against his face. "Don't want to stay home every day? Why? To go to work you have to go home too." Ling Yuan was puzzled. "Of course I have to go home. I mean you're too good. Every night with you I feel a bit overwhelmed. I didn't even sleep before." Lu Wei said weakly. "Am I useless? I can't even make you satisfied. How could it be? It's because I'm too good physically. You can refuse. Forget it, be the truest version of yourself," Ling Yuan said as he squeezed her hand. "Actually, it's also quite comfortable. It's just that my body doesn't compete.
Lu Wei said with a red face. That's normal. What's the saying? Sex is part of nature. Shame and morality often overshadow its beauty. Ling Yuan got up and walked out of the study. Let's go. Let's go to Little Rainbow Book. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with it first. The 57th floor of the Magic City Center building, where Little Rainbow Book is located. In the president's office, Ling Yuan and Lu Wei were sitting against the leather, waiting for Wu Jiai. The two were chatting, when Wu Jiai pushed open the door and walked in holding a stack of documents, resting them on the black oak desk and sitting across the coffee table from them. Brother Yuan, just finished the meeting. Long wait huh? Why did you think of coming over to supervise the work today? Wu Jiai said to Ling Yuan with a smile, then swept a glance at the girl next to Ling Yuan. She was really good looking, just don't know what she does. Mr. Wu, I'm relieved that you're doing your job. I'm not here to supervise the work. Ling Yuan waved his hand towards Lu Wei. This is my girlfriend, Lu Wei. You arrange a position for her, one where she can learn something. It's best if she can follow you. See if it's okay. Lu Wei smiled and greeted Wu Jiai. Your girlfriend? Isn't that my sister-in-law? Far brother, you are still so polite with me. Wu Jiai laughed. No problem. Then sister-in-law will be my secretary first. When the time is ripe, give sister-in-law a separate department for her to manage. How about it? Isn't this for you to maintain your majesty in the office? Mr. Wu, you want me to call you Xiao Lu Zi? Ling Yuan laughed and turned his head to Lu Wei and asked, what do you think? Wei Wei, I will learn by heart. Lu Wei nodded her head. Don't. You should still call me Mr. Wu. Wu Jiai said, if there are no other arrangements, then I'll take sister-in-law away. It just so happens that I'm going on a business trip in the afternoon, so I'm afraid you won't be able to see each other for a few days. I'll leave it to you. I'm relieved. Mr. Wu, you can do whatever you want with the company's affairs. Ling Yuan laughed. Isn't it a coincidence that Lu Wei just said that her body can't handle it, and the two of them will be separated for a few days? It's really a dose that needs a pillow. Cheer up, Ling Yuan said as he touched Lu Wei's head. Inside the Gubei No. One detached villa, Ling Yuan was sweating in the pool after his nap. On a July afternoon, the hot sunlight tilted at the water surface, and with every swing of his arms, the golden pool surface was flooded with splashes of water, as if it was raining gold. The cell phone placed on the marble suddenly rang, and Ling Yuan propped his hands on the edge of the pool and got up to leave the pool. The water droplets on his body fell to the ground as he walked, forming a circular rainbow in the air. Looking at the note displayed on the screen, Sister Yitong, he smiled. This is still Li Yitong took his cell phone and changed it, saying that she is 3 years older than him and wants to be his sister. After connecting, Li Yitong's clear laughter came. It turns out that the scenes belonging to Li Yitong have been filmed. She can rest for a few days. The plane has landed in Magic City, and asked Ling Yuan where he is. She wants to come to him. He suspected that Lu Wei and Li Yitong were not privately acquainted with each other. Otherwise, how come Lu Wei had just left and Li Yitong came? Which totally did not allow him to take a vacation. When Ling Yuan opened the door, Li Yitong was standing on the steps. A long black dress. The skirt is slim and has a split design, outlining her slender and tall figure. She wore black sunglasses and slightly raised her head, confident and elegant. The matching black high-heeled sandals added a bit of sophistication. Why aren't you wearing clothes again? Li Yitong said with a smile. Her hands were also honest. After placing her handbag on the table, her fingertips wandered over Ling Yuan's chest and abs. Sister Yitong, are you sure you want to keep this up? It's still the middle of the afternoon. Ling Yuan laughed as he grabbed Li Yitong's slender fingers and looked at her. Let's go, brother, let's go out shopping. The right time to do the right thing. The evening has to be saved for the night. Li Yitong smiled and said as she wrapped her right hand around Ling Yuan. Chapter 36. Take me as a tool man, is it? Faced with the number of sports cars in the basement, Ling Yuan finally chose a cheap black Knight S63 AMG, accompanied by the roar of the engine. The car shuttled through the city roads. Although it was only more than $3 million, Ling Yuan kinda liked the suit thug. Sister Yitong, what resources did Huai brothers give you over there? How is it? Ling Yuan held the steering wheel with one hand and looked straight ahead at the traffic. Although he had given Wang Zhongjuan a word, he was not clear on how the specific side had materialized. He had to understand the situation. The drama that is now shooting gave me the female number one, and directly gave me a contract change. The treatment is the ceiling of the industry. This vacation is still my own arrangement, or else I still have to give me a schedule. Li Yitong stroked her hair, her hand propped up on the interior armrest, smiling as she looked at Ling Yuan. Thank you, little Yuan, you're amazing. I couldn't even think of such treatment before. I'll try my best to prove myself as well. Of course you can do it. One thing, when you shoot a movie in the future, what kissing scene, intimate scene, don't go on it yourself, you have to find a stunt double. Ling Yuan said. Don't worry, sister, is you alone? Li Yitong said. Before I met you, there was not much drama to shoot, kissing drama even less. After I met you, these also do not need to shoot. Isn't this quite good? You can concentrate on filming, but your basic dance skills can't fall behind, especially the one horse. It's the foundation. You have to practice it well. You'll know my dancing level by night. Li Yitong smiled and winked at him. It wasn't until Ling Yuan parked his car in front of the chain's house that Li Yitong reacted. Wasn't it shopping? How did it become looking at houses? Ling Yuan explained that shopping is not shopping, so buying a house is also shopping. Li Yitong just thought that he wanted to buy a house, so he followed him into Chain Home. Zhu Shirhan was still dressed professionally, competent and without losing her femininity. When she received the news from Ling Yuan today, she couldn't help but be excited for a while. Who would have thought that after only 10 days, he would buy a house again? With Zhu Shirhan's store colleagues are enviously looking at her. That man again. Today at least millions of commission a day turnover of 290 million. She directly created a company record. Now she is just walking sideways in the company. Xiao Zhu, the conditions for choosing a house are the same as last time. By the way, Suihu Tiandi and Gubei no one are not to be considered, so you can help take a look. Ling Yuan said indifferently. High-tech North Bund, Yunjin East, OCT Suyuan. These all meet your requirements. Take a look. Mr. Ling. Zhu Shirhan turned the screen towards Ling Yuan. What about you take a look and give a suggestion? Ling Yuan sidled up to Li Yitong who was on the side. I think this set is quite good. Li Yitong did not doubt that he was really offering advice, and after thinking for a moment, he pointed to a set of Yunjin Oriental's penthouse duplex on the screen. Seeing this scene, Zhu Shirhan had a bad feeling. Wait, it won't be using her as a tool person again. From the time Ling Yuan said that he would not consider Suihu Tiandi, she wondered. That neighborhood is considered good among the luxury homes. Why not consider it? And wasn't he quite satisfied last time? After thinking about it, there seemed to be only one answer. He didn't want this girl to meet up with the girl from last time. And although this girl today was wearing sunglasses, she seemed to be a star. She had seen herself somewhere. But 110 million, 100 million, more than 2 million commission does not smell? Well, one does not know anything. Just selling houses. On the top floor of Yunjin Oriental, at the entrance door of the 3 staircases, Zhu Shirhan gently pushed open the copper door that was more than 3 meters high. Ling Yuan and the two of them walked through the entrance hall and were greeted by a living room with a height of nearly 6 meters, and huge floor-to-ceiling windows that gave an unobstructed view of the entire city's skyline. Zhu Shirhan duly introduced, Mr. Ling, this penthouse covers an area of 580 square meters, 5 rooms, 2 halls and 5 baths. The owner quoted $110 million. The furniture and appliances are all top brands in the industry, and the owner hasn't lived in it since it was renovated, so it's practically a new house. Ling Yuan looked around the spacious living room. Zhu Shirhan pointed to the sofa area next to the floor-to-ceiling window. This is a Hermes leather sofa. The coffee table is from Casina, and the house is embedded with a complete set of Platinum Pride sound system. Li Yitong looked up at the high ceiling and Swarovski crystal chandelier and nodded slightly. Zhu Shirhan guided the two towards the dining room and continued her introduction. The dining table is customized by Baxter, made of natural marble, seating for 12, perfect for banquets. After pushing open the wooden door of the master bedroom, Zhu Shirhan introduced, the master bedroom suite is 130 square meters in size, with 270 degrees of panoramic lighting. Then she opened the door to the walk-in check room. This is a Louis Vuitton check room, and the bathroom is equipped with a Duravet double bathtub, which is very durable. Ling Yuan said indifferently, how come this feels almost the same as Suihu Tiandi? Your introduction hasn't changed much, just the furniture brand is different. And also, why are you emphasizing that the bathtub is very durable? Zhu Shirhan is a bit speechless. Why I introduced the bathtub is very durable. You do not know. Of course, she could only think about it in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. It's like this, Mr. Ling, beautiful things are all the same, but ugly things are strange. The ones you're looking at are top-notch mansions, so there's not much difference in the house design. The difference is mainly reflected in the soft furnishings. Zhu Shirhan paused and then said, as for why I'm saying the bathtub is durable, because it's really durable. It won't break even if you bounce on it. I'm just stating the objective facts, not emphasizing. What do you think, Sister Yitong? Ling Yuan nodded slightly, worthy of being a salesman, speaking at a bit of a level. I think it's good. Of course it's still up to you to decide. Li Yitong said, okay, then this is the set. You contact the owner. Although everything was expected by Zhu Shirhan, she was still very excited when it happened. She suppressed her inner joy and hurriedly promised to contact the owner right away. Coincidentally, the owner of this suite was also Su Ziyuan. Su Ziyuan received a phone call. We're shocked. Such a thing can still meet twice. Half an hour later, Su Ziyuan stepped into the living room and said to Ling Yuan with a smile, Mr. Ling, good day, I have all the house books with me. Directly let Xiao Zhu do the formalities. After the transfer was completed, Ling Yuan sidled up to Li Yitong and said, take out your ID card. This house is a gift for you, Sister Yitong. Ah, I don't want it. You've already given me a gift. This is too expensive. I can earn my own money. Li Yitong was flabbergasted for a moment, then hurriedly waved her hand and said, today was supposed to be for you to choose a house. Now that the money has been paid, you really don't want it? Then I will transfer this house to Xiao Zhu. Ling Yuan said and walked towards Zhu Shirhan. Xiao Zhu, you have your ID card with you. She doesn't want this house. I'll give it to you. Chapter 37 Sister Yitong is awesome. Zhu Shirhan stood on the side with a smile on her face, but her heart had already turned upside down. She forced herself to maintain her composure, but her gaze flicked back and forth between Ling Yuan and Li Yitong. She had obviously guessed the ending, but she was still shaken to the point where her brain went blank by the maneuver. She herself was going to be a tool person again this time. On the other side, Li Yitong looked at Ling Yuan's attitude and frowned slightly, her tone slightly anxious. Xiao Yuan, stop it. I can't accept this house. It's really too expensive. And, this house was bought by you. You keep it. Zhu Shirhan took the opportunity to nod her head repeatedly. Right, Mr. Ling, this kind of thing is better for you to decide on your own. I really can't take it. Ling Yuan smiled. Sister Yitong, this isn't my first time. You really won't accept it? Xiao Zhu also don't push back. You're not at a disadvantage standing anyway. ID card out? Zhu Shirhan opened her mouth. The hole stayed there. Loss? What am I losing? If it's real I'll earn hemp, but I'm just a tool person. Seeing this, Li Yitong only sighed and took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to Ling Yuan. Alright, little Yuan, I'll just take it. Don't you dare make fun of Xiao Zhu again. Ling Yuan smiled. That's right. He turned his head to Zhu Shirhan. Get the formalities done as soon as possible. The faster the better. Zhu Shirhan was relieved and took the document off her feet, nodding frequently. Okay, Mr. Ling, no problem. I'll take care of it right away. When the two walked into the sofa area and sat down, Zhu Shirhan stood in place, still in a trance. In the distance, Su Ziyuan watched the farce, shook his head, and sighed in a low voice. Mr. Ling is still really suave, which is like himself, who now has to take Hui Yuan kidney treasure every day. Then he looked at Zhu Shirhan. But Xiao Zhu, this is the blessing of your life. Cherish it. Zhu Shirhan had a bitter smile on her face as she and Su Ziyuan left one after another. Before Su Ziyuan left, he also suggested to Ling Yuan that he should not just buy a house, but also buy some yachts and private airplanes. Ling Yuan of course smiled and said that he would definitely do so next time. After dinner, Ling Yuan and Li Yitong both returned to Yanjin East. The time was almost late at night, and they sat on the sofa on the outdoor terrace, with the breeze blowing lightly, casually chatting about their respective life moments. Ling Yuan suddenly asked, Sister Yitong, do you have any wishes? He seemed to ask casually, but his eyes looked at her seriously. Li Yitong lifted a smile to look at him and slowly said, Wish it's already been realized by you there's endless drama and big houses. Besides this, there's nothing else? Other than that, there's nothing special to look forward to, whether it's dull or lively. It's all part of life. Li Yitong said. Really? Ling Yuan smiled. Then what if I have to say one? Li Yitong pondered for a moment, as if traveling back to some long ago memory. Well, if there has to be one, then it's watching fireworks once. Watching fireworks? Ling Yuan raised his eyebrows. Didn't we watch them at Disney last time? Li Yitong laughed out, a hint of spontaneity in his voice. This fireworks thing is a bit pretentious to be honest. I remember the New Year's Eve when I was 15. I was setting off fireworks in my hometown, and my parents saw it. They were like, you're so old, and you're still playing with all this kid stuff. She shrugged. After that, I also thought, fireworks, no big deal. The last time we went to Disney together was the last time I saw fireworks after 11 years. Although the fireworks didn't bloom because of me, but it was already beautiful. Li Yitong smiled and looked into the night sky, seemingly still reminiscing. Fireworks don't bloom because of you, but they can also bloom for you, Ling Yuan said with a smile. Li Yitong froze for a moment, then lost her smile and reached out to lightly whack him. Bloom for me? This is not a drama. Ling Yuan was silent for a while and nodded, not saying anything more. However, he was already planning something in his head. While Li Yitong went to the restroom, he made a call to Wang Xiaoonion. Little Onion, get a fireworks show tonight, Disney fireworks show of that caliber, so that I can see it in Yunjin East. Can it be done? Ling Yuan said. Brother Yuan, this is for your sister-in-law to see. No shame. A moment of silence fell on the other end of the phone. Your place belongs to the urban area. You can't put that kind of scale. However, I want to find a way to do it. It should be fine to put it at the coastline. You can see it there too. The night is getting deeper and deeper. About an hour later,
Wang Xiaowen sent a message that everything was ready, and the fireworks show would be blossoming on the coastline not far away.
Ling Yuan held Li Yitong's hand and walked to a position with a wide view on a terrace. Stand here, there will be a surprise later, Ling Yuan said.
Li Yitong looked at him doubtfully,
not knowing what he was selling. Right at this moment,
there was a sudden ringing sound from the sea in the distance,
and a bright light instantly bloomed in the night sky, cutting through the darkness. Immediately after,
a cluster of fireworks rose up one after another, blooming in the air in various shapes and colors,
reflecting the night sky like a dream. Li Yitong froze.
She turned her head and looked at Ling Yuan, her eyes full of surprises.
This is something you purposely arranged? Sister Yitong,
all the fireworks in the night sky tonight are blooming because of you. Ling Yuan smiled faintly and hugged her to his side.
Li Yitong couldn't help but smile,
the corners of her eyes carrying some wetness. Each explosion of fireworks hit the softest part of her heart. All those unfulfilled wishes over the years, all those small regrets, seemed to be filled by the brilliant fireworks at this moment.
A moment later, she wrapped her hands around Ling Yuan's neck.
Her nostrils swept across Ling Yuan's chest,
looked up at him, her red lips lightly opened, and whispered, "Hold me to the bedroom, love me, like ink under the night."
Two pieces of wilderness adjacent to each other. When the breeze rises, the grass tends to each other,
seems to be exchanging whispers.
The two wildernesses on the earth gradually overlapped and mingled with each other, like two rivers rushing in the distance and converging in the same lake.
There is a vague sound of water in the distance. Is it a river? Or is it a dream? Early in the morning, Ling Yuan woke up close to noon. Li Yitong's dancing skills were really good,
and Ling Yuan had never gotten up this late when he lived in Suihu Tiandi. The two of them were chatting in the living room after lunch. Li Yitong rested her head on Ling Yuan's thighs, her white and tender feet crossed on the armrests of the sofa, and her hands held Ling Yuan's palms.
Ling Yuan suddenly remembered something,
picked up his cell phone and dialed Wen Mai's number, asking him to contact the two major shareholders of Jiaxing Media,
other than Yang Mi, to talk about the acquisition. This matter can only be left to outsiders, definitely not Yang Mi to contact. When Mu Ye's identity is good.
What? You're looking at Jiaxing Media. This matter can be directly operated by your family.
Ocean Group, right? Why should it be done by you? Li Yitong asked. Because the acquisition of Jiaxing Media is entirely my personal behavior. In addition, how do you know that the Sino-Ocean Group is my family's? I'm not a cutie, okay? You represented the Sino-Ocean Group on the day of the banquet, and your last name is Ling, so tell me how I know that. Li Yitong gave him a blank look. Many people on the internet guessed your identity. It said that you are the son of the Sino-Ocean Group, and it also said that the Star Han Group is what your father made you gold-plated. The front is right, but the back can be guessed wrong. Star Han Group is entirely my own establishment, and the Sino-Ocean Group can have nothing to do with it. Otherwise, why did you give this name?
I'm trying to surpass my dad. Ling Yuan ruffled Li Yitong's hair with his fingers.
Really?
Then the outside world has underestimated you. You turned out to be so powerful.
Li Yitong grabbed Ling Yuan's hand and looked at him with a smile. That's for sure. You haven't experienced whether I'm awesome or not. Sister Yitong, last night was awesome, but I can stay for several more days. That's impossible to say. Wait and see. Chapter 38 Acquisition of Jiaxing. Night fell quietly,
and the neon lights of the city flickered with light.
Shijiao 5. The 400,000 sky-high menu rumored on the internet. This was from this restaurant, located near the Shijiao Hotel. Ling Yuan sat at the table with a bland face. The acquisition of Jiaxing was not a whim, but a part of Singham Group's shadow entertainment map. With Singham's financial strength, he could lead Jiaxing to a higher stage. When Mu Yi was sitting next to Ling Yuan, flipping through a menu in his hands, and was reporting to Ling Yuan, Mr. Ling, Zhang Jia and Zhao Ruoyao are already on their way, and are expected to arrive soon. Good. Ling Yuan nodded slightly, silently pondering in his mind how he was going to steer this negotiation. Rights first, carrot and stick. This time, by acquiring the shares of the two men, not only would Star Han Group be able to strengthen its strength in the entertainment industry, it would also be able to completely control the direction of Jiaxing Media. 5 minutes later, the door of the private room was pushed open and Zhang Jia and Zhao Ruoya walked in one after another. Zhang Jia was dressed in a professional outfit with a competent temperament, while Zhao Ruoya was dressed in a dress. They smiled and greeted each other before sitting down. Mr. Ling, thank you for the invitation, Zhang Jia said with a smile as she sat down, a hint of polite detachment in her tone. Ling Yuan picked up his wineglass and said indifferently, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhao, you are the seniors in the film and television industry. I believe that tonight is a fresh start for Jiaxing Media. On the dining table, All colors of delicacies mingled, emitting an aroma.
With the clash of wineglasses, the atmosphere gradually eased up.
Mr. Ling,
Regarding your desire to acquire the shares of the two of us, we had an internal meeting, and everyone's opinions were very cautious.
Zhang Jia opened his mouth.
His tone was still gentle, but his gaze revealed a few hints of caution. Ling Yuan had prepared for this in his mind.
He was not struck by Zhang Jia's attitude.
Instead he smiled slightly.
I understand your thoughts. After all,
Jiaxing Media's market valuation has reached 3 billion.
The shares in the hands of the two of you translate to 2 billion, but my offer is 5 billion. With such a high premium, you won't be able to wait for the next opportunity.
Zhao Ruoyo sighed softly.
Mr. Ling, your offer is indeed very attractive. We are indeed considering this offer, but we are also worried.
If we refuse to sell our shares,
will you use your industry influence to strike our company?
Absolutely not. Ling Yuan's voice was firm and strong.
I don't want to gain benefits through improper means. In business, everything is done according to the rules.
My expectations of Jiaxing Media go far beyond a simple share sale. I hope to create greater value together with you.
Co-create? Zhang Jia froze slightly, seemingly taking a new interest in this statement.
Yes, Ling Yuan continued. I hope that while acquiring the shares, you will be able to withdraw from Jiaxing Media so that I can better integrate my resources and promote the company's development.
After all, it's not appropriate for a company to have too many voices. It needs your help. I know this is a big decision for you guys, but I believe that this is the best choice for Jiaxing Media's future development.
Zhang Jia and Zhao Ruoyo looked at each other, waves rippling through their hearts. They had been working in the industry for many years and had poured their hearts and souls into Jiaxing Media.
However,
Ling Yuan's words were like an invisible rope that entangled their hearts.
Mr. Ling,
quitting the company is not an easy thing for us.
Zhang Jia's voice trembled slightly. I understand how you all feel.
Ling Yuan's tone was soft,
but I hope you can look at this from a long-term perspective. Jiaxing Media needs a new direction, and I can provide that.
You're all well aware of Star Han Group's capital and strength. Jiaxing Media will go even further when it merges into Star Han Group.
Don't you want to see your children thrive? Zhao Ruoyao's face was written with entanglement. Our dedication and hard work in Jiaxing is not something we wish to give up easily, but considering the future of the company, we really need to re-evaluate this deal. It's definitely a tough choice. Ling nodded farther. Only a radical change can revitalize the company. Please believe that my goal is to push Jiaxing Media to a whole new level, and your exit will be an important step in realizing that goal. Zhang Jia bowed her head in contemplation. Contradictions intertwined in her mind.
They had once been part of the company, but now they were forced to make such a choice. Such emotional entanglements made her feel incredibly complicated.
I'll give you guys time to think about it.
Ling Yuan continued. But I also hope to get a clear answer tonight so that we can better move forward with the rest of the cooperation.
Zhao Ruoyo said softly, we need to have a short discussion. After all, this is a major decision involving our future.
Of course,
I will respect your decision, Ling Yuan said, his gaze firm,
but please remember that this opportunity will not last forever.
Zhang Jia and Zhao Ruoyo talked quietly, their inner kinks becoming more and more apparent. After some discussion, Zhang Jia finally raised his head, his tone slightly heavy. Mr. Ling, we have carefully considered your proposal, and although we feel reluctant to leave Jiaxing Media, for the sake of the company's future, we have decided to agree to sell our shares and exit the company. Ling Yuan smiled and responded, thank you very much for your trust. This will be the first step in Jiaxing Media's voyage, but we want to make sure that our interests will not be jeopardized during the exit process. Zhang Jia reminded again, I will make sure of that, and all the details of the deal will be transparent and fair, Ling Yuan said. Dinner continued in a relaxed atmosphere. The core issues had been resolved and the rest of the time was spent on mutual chit-chat and pleasantries. Amidst the clinking of wine glasses, Ling Yuan's vision of the future became clearer and clearer. When he returned to Yunjin Dongfang, the time was already late at night. Ling Yuan walked through the entrance hall and just stepped into the living room. Li Yitong smiled and handed him a cup of warm honey water. Sister Yitong, you are so kind. Ling Yuan took the glass of water and took a big sip. It's so sweet. Really? How about comparing it to Sister Me? Who is sweeter? Li Yitong looked at him with a smile. Of course it's you who is sweet. The sweetness of honey water is sweet in the mouth, while your sweetness is sweet in the heart. Count you over. Li Yitong's red lips lightly opened, and her hands encircled his neck. Let's go. Sister Yitong, let's go try the quality of the bathtub. Ling Yuan picked up Li Yitong with both hands and walked towards the bedroom, drawing a burst of laughter. The night sunk into the bathtub. The water rippled, reflecting the faint moonlight outside the window. A drop of water slid along the edge, shattering the tranquility, but then quickly blended into the warm water without a sound. The water misted and heat waves mingled. The smell of wetness that permeates the air echoes the lapping of the warm water, like a whisper or a sigh. Chapter 39 Big Mimi is single? With the crisp cries of the birds, a new day begins. When Ling Yuan woke up, it was already close to noon, but Li Yitong woke up even later than him, and he won another round. Hansgrohe's bathtubs are not only big, but also really good in quality, and they don't even shake when you exercise vigorously. But Li Yitong seems to be at her wit's end, and her results aren't as good as yesterday's. Li Yitong is prone to sweating, and it's not easy to get rid of the sweat. Li Yitong is easy to sweat body. Yesterday's exercise on the wet sheets and floor, in the bathtub exercise is quite suitable. The two were eating lunch at the marble bar table. Li Yitong looked up at Ling Yuan. How was your negotiation at the dinner party last night? Was it successful? Of course, everything was under control. Ling Yuan nodded. But why did you leave Yang Mi behind when you acquired Jiaxing Media? You have thoughts about her, right? Li Yitong blinked and looked at Ling Yuan with a smile. How could I? She's married with a child. What could I have thoughts about? This kind of thing I still can't do, ha. Just appreciate her spunk. Ling Yuan said firmly. What marriage with a child? Who did you hear that from? Everyone in the circle knows that she's a workaholic and doesn't have a boyfriend. Li Yitong said doubtfully. Her husband is not that Lu. Ling Yuan said halfway, suddenly remembered something, picked up his cell phone and searched, and as a result, he really found a difference. After being reborn in Blue Star, the similarity was so high that he had almost forgotten that it was a parallel world. This world's Yang Mi was really in the same situation as what Li Yitong said. How about it? Was I right? The circle is this big. Nothing can be hidden. Li Yitong stared at Ling Yuan and laughed. What about now? Knowing that she's single, are you still just appreciating it? For now it's admiration. We'll see what happens in the future. I think you're heartbroken, but it's nothing even if she becomes your girlfriend. Li Yitong paused. Other men have your conditions have long been open to play. You are considered to be clean. Moreover, you have such a good body. I feel a little overwhelmed by one person. Happy? Sister, I'm being considerate of you like this. Li Yitong walked to Ling Yuan's side, hooked her hands around his neck, and swept her nostrils across Ling Yuan's cheeks. However, you can't think about her when you're with me. Ling Yuan looked down at Li Yitong and nodded with a smile. Thousand Island Lake, Jiangsu, Zhejiang. After a 4-hour drive, the time was dusk when Ling Yuan and the two of them arrived at their destination. As for why they came to Qiandao Lake, Ling Yuan's explanation was that since he was on vacation, he wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Under the vast sky, the hot air balloon slowly rose. The surrounding scenery gradually became smaller and the view in front of them became more and more open. Li Yitong tilted his head up to look at the azure sky, his face with a surprise that he could not hide. The earth under her feet gradually shrunk, and in the basket of the hot air balloon, there were only the two of them, her and Ling Yuan, swaying gently along with the breeze. The afterglow of dusk sprinkled around them, isolating them in this tranquil world high in the sky. Ling Yuan stood beside her with a faint smile on his face as he asked in a low voice, "First time riding a hot air balloon? Sister Yitong?" Li Yitong nodded her head. Her sight did not move away from the horizon. Gently exhaling, "Yes, I didn't expect high altitude to feel like this. There is a sense of weightlessness and freedom. What made you think of experiencing a hot air balloon?" Her gaze swept across the boundless sky and the fading sunlight, her whole body looking a bit out of it. "After hearing the story of your childhood yesterday, I had a feeling that you would enjoy such an experience." Ling Yuan smiled. "Did you like the dinner amongst the heights? It's very special." Li Yitong turned her head to look at him, her smiling eyes like crescent moons. "However, compared to the dinner, this hot air balloon arrangement surprises me even more." She looked around, the wind blowing through her hair, bringing with it a gust of fragrance, excitement and novelty in her expression, and a hint of touch hidden in the depths of her eyes. Ling Yuan smiled and took out the small basket he had prepared from one corner of the hot air balloon, which contained a champagne and 2 highball glasses. He opened the champagne, the bubbles bouncing off the top of the bottle, the foam shimmering in the afterglow of dusk. Ling Yuan handed one of the goblets to Li Yitong and said softly, "How can you have less champagne at a moment like this?" Li Yitong took the glass and gently took a sip, with a slight surprise in his eyes. "You really prepared thoroughly. Every detail is so thoughtful, with a maturity that doesn't belong to this age." She looked at Ling Yuan with a hint of softness in her eyes. "Really? Then you still always call me brother. Or else, brother." Ling Yuan said to him with a smile, "Just complimented you and you're exposed, right?" Li Yitong winked. "Want me to call you brother? It's limited to the night." She smiled and raised her champagne glass. The two of them gently clinked their glasses together. The champagne in the glass shimmered under the light of the setting sun. They looked off into the distance together. The skyline colored a deep orange, and it was as if the whole world was just the two of them. The breeze high in the sky blew gently, carrying a hint of coolness but filling the heart with warmth. "You know what?" Li Yitong smiled down, his gaze looking away from the horizon. "When I was young, I always fantasized that I could fly like a bird. At that time, I often lay on the parapet of the balcony and looked at the distant sky, always feeling that there was something mysterious waiting for me in the sky. Ling Yuan was slightly stunned as he put down his cup and looked sideways at her face. Everyone has some small dreams when they were a child that they may forget when they grow up. I hope that every time I'm with you in the future, I can help you find a little bit of that childhood beauty. Li Yitong turned her head to look at him with a glint in her eyes. Thank you. Ling Yuan held her hand and whispered, in the future, I will take you to experience more. As long as it's what you like, it will all come true. The two of them smiled at each other and did not say anything more, quietly leaning against the edge of the basket, watching the sun slowly sink into the horizon. The light around them gradually dimmed, and the sky was gradually colored a deep blue. On the breeze, it seemed as if all the hustle and bustle was far away, and time stood still for the moment. You know what? Li Yitong suddenly said softly, breaking the momentary tranquility. I actually don't need too many surprises, and I don't have any particular place I want to go to. With you by my side, I'm satisfied. Ling Yuan turned sideways and looked at her smiling face. Since that's the case, then I'll accompany you. Even if it's just watching a sunset together, it's good enough. Li Yitong smiled faintly and gently leaned on Ling Yuan's shoulder, all words becoming redundant at this moment. The last rays of the setting sun disappeared into the sky, and night gradually enveloped them. There were only the two of them high in the sky. The earth beneath their feet was distant and quiet. The entire world stood still for them. Chapter 40 Rapid Development. The joy was as short as the morning sun. A few days of vacation passed by in a flash. The two of them experienced all the programs of Thousand Island Lake, helicopter tours, night tours by boat, forest hiking. Sister is gone. Remember to miss me. Li Yitong gave Ling Yuan a peck on the cheek and turned around to walk into the airport ticket gate, the slightly dragging pace showing her fiasco of the day. After sending Li Yitong away, Ling Yuan went to the Magic City Center building to inspect the recent situation of Starhan Group. Now the companies under the Starhan Group are a hot scene. The office is swarming with people, job-seeking employees, looking for investment entrepreneurs, seeking cooperation business enterprises. On the 58th floor, pound duo duo. The sliding door just opened. Ling Yuan had not yet stepped into the office. The receptionist recognized him, and after a moment of disorientation, he immediately stood up from his seat and said to Ling Yuan, "Good day, Mr. Ling. Ha, you guys recognize me." Ling Yuan also didn't expect that he had come to the company just twice and the receptionist knew him, and the few people at the receptionist's desk were very unfamiliar, so they should be new to the company. I even paid attention to you, Mr. Ling, although you came to the company less. We are not strangers to you. Although the remaining few people did not say anything, they also looked at Ling Yuan. Alright, you guys get busy with yourselves. I'll just take a look around. No need to be nervous. Ling Yuan didn't realize that he had become a netizen now. If he checked his Weibo right now, he would have realized that even though he had only sent 2 messages, his fans had broken 10 million, and the private messages in the background were hundreds of thousands. Mr. Ling, you would never have guessed that the first day of the launch was the worst result for Patchwork Duo. Inside the president's office, Su Wei opened a web page and pointed his finger at the screen. Look, nowadays, we have an average daily volume of 25 million transaction orders in $1.5 billion, and it's growing every day. Although it's currently in a loss-making state, a market that takes money in exchange. But according to this trend, when our first month's sales data is out, the data must be very considerable, and then we can carry out the first round of financing, so we don't have to burn the company's money. In addition, although Jingdong, Beaver's e-commerce launched a response strategy, but the results are very little. Now we are the absolute king in the 3rd and 4th tier cities, with the strategy of encircling the city from the countryside, and gradually get a piece of the pie in the 1st and 2nd tier cities. It's only a matter of time. Well, this will be discussed at that time, Ling Yuan said indifferently. Ling Yuan could have chosen not to raise any financing and not allow outside capital to intervene. He had enough capital to burn, but it seems that this is not necessary. All in the capital market to mix. You let others eat a piece of meat, others will also leave you a piece of fish. Although the future spell Duo is the world's top 500, but his ambition can be more than one spell Duo. As long as the vast majority of Piece Together's shares were in his own hands, what was the harm in splitting a little out to the capital market? Besides, financing was not just about supplementing funds, but also about obtaining external resources. Xiao Mao, how about you? How are you following the study lately? Most of the month has passed. Such a great general like Mr. Su, my dad can't afford to give it up. It's to be returned. Ling Yuan looked up and said to Wu Xiaomao, Brother Yuan, don't you realize that I haven't looked for you to play for a long time? Don't worry, after waiting for a few months, I'll be out of school. Right, Master. Wu Xiaomao looked at Su Hui. Mr. Ling, Mr. Wu has really studied hard. and nowadays, I've left some matters in his charge, Su Hui said with a smile. On the Little Rainbow Book side, Wu Jiayi was still traveling on business, all the while running abroad, and Lu Wei also followed. She said that she was getting some kind of overseas purchase and had to do market research. However, Ling Yuan learned that Little Rainbow Book has more than 50 million daily active users, especially in the Magic City, the capital of such a big city. Young people almost know not registered Little Rainbow Book. Although you may not share your life, you will definitely search for information on it. It was believed that by the end of the month, the data related to Little Rainbow Book would continue to surprise her. Carefree Media, General Manager's Office. Several people led by Wang Xiaoanian leaned on the sofa, looking at the relevant data on the projection screen. Ling Yuan pushed his way in and sat across the coffee table from the several people. Brother Yuan, it's true that our current live streaming bandwagon and Netflix economy is ranked number 1, but how do I feel that this piece of cake isn't big? Wang Xiaoanian said, and although the remaining few people did not speak, they nodded in agreement. Xiaoanian, this piece of cake is very big in the future. I'll put it to you this way, Jitterbug, Shutterbug, the user base of these short video platforms is up, and they all start to do live streaming bandwagons. It's the time for us to suck up the gold and worry-free media. Now it looks like the scale is not big, because many people in the market still don't have this concept. Take the live with goods. In addition to Taobao, there is a Mushroom Street left to do. These two platforms are shopping platforms themselves. How big can the user base of a shopping platform be? And the time these users spend brushing the shopping app every day is only 1 or 2 hours tops. Can it be compared to ShakeFast? Platforms like ShakeFast are different. They're still in the development stage, and I'll use the power of capital to speed up their development. Brother Yuan, hearing you say this, we are hugging a big cake, Wang Xiaoanian said with a smile. Of course, just wait. Within January, Jitterbug will grow rapidly. The number of users will skyrocket, and they will start doing live streaming with goods. As for why Ling Yuan knew, of course, it was because he would take advantage of Shake Voice's Series D financing, not only contributing money, but also a proposal. As far as he remembered, it seemed that Jitterbug only started doing live streaming with goods at the end of 2018, and what he was going to do was to push it. Star Han Capital, the president's office. Hu Jun sat across the black desk from Ling Yuan, and in front of him was a pile of documents. Mr. Ling, let me first give you a report on the projects that have been invested so far. Hu Jun held up his gold-rimmed glasses and said to Ling Yuan, in terms of film and television, we have invested in a total of 15 film and television dramas such as Ode to Joy, 3 Lives, Forensic Medicine Qinming, I'm Not the God of Medicine, Wolf 2, Operation Mekong River, and so on, with a total investment of $3.5 billion. For the women's consumer market, we have invested in 8 companies, such as Nature Hall, Lanzi, Pacific Bird and Perfect Diary, with a total investment of $4.5 billion. For the technology market, we invested the most amount of money, investing in 5 companies such as Ningda Times, DJI, and Shangtong Technology, with a total investment of $8 billion. The above is the investment situation of each segment. Hu Jun picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip. Ling Yuan held his chin and summarized the data reported by Hu Jun in his mind. These few big generals under his command were really saving themselves money. This only cost $16 billion. It seems that a large investment still needs to be spent by himself as the boss. Got it. What about the financing of Meituan and Byte, and the sale of Dior shares? How is the progress so far? Ling Yuan asked. Chapter 41 Blackstone Group. Meituan will have its E-round of financing within a week. The competition is relatively fierce. Tencent Capital, Redshirt Capital, and High Tide Capital are all on the list. Byte has already invited us to participate in their D round of financing as an investor. There are just 3 that made it to the final round. Besides us, there's also Redshirt Capital and CCB International. Byte's financing meeting is expected to be half a month later. After the 3 organizations' respective financing ratios are determined, they will hold a financing conference, which we as a financier need to attend. Then, Hu Jun continued to report. The other thing is the sale of Dior shares. I've established contact with the shareholder, Willett Group, through channels. Initially they really had little interest in us, but after expressing our willingness to acquire at a premium, we, Star Han Group, are also within their scope of consideration, and in about a month or so, the final buyer will be decided, and we will need to make a trip to France at that time. After Hu Jun finished speaking, his excitement could clearly be felt. After all, if he could act as one of the participants in these 3 transactions, he would add 2 more colorful strokes to his professional resume. Ling Yuan's tone was confident. In that case, keep an eye on the progress. A global luxury giant like Dior, if it can become a major shareholder, whether it's brand effect or market expansion, it can bring great help to Starhan. Right, Mr. Ling,
there's something else, also about the sale of a multinational corporation.
Hu Jun added. Oh, tell me about it. Ling Yuan's eyes glittered, not expecting a surprise. Hu Jun paused and lowered his voice. The Blackstone Group
is selling the hotel business under their name and is looking for a buyer globally.
I don't know if you are interested.
The corner of Ling Yuan's mouth hooked up a trace of arc. Blackstone Group,
the largest listed investment company in the beautiful country. I know. What about their hotel business?
Their hotel business covers a number of globally recognized luxury brands and resorts.
The Waldorf Astoria in New York, the Ritz-Carlton in Boston, the Beverly Hills Hotel in Los Angeles, the Four Seasons Resort, etc.
Hu Jun replied succinctly.
Ling nodded farther.
All of these hotel assets are located in the world's top locations, attracting a large number of top-tier customer groups.
Acquiring these assets will allow us to deepen Star Han Group's influence in the international market.
He took a deep breath and spoke in a firm tone.
We must participate in this deal. Hu Jun nodded,
a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. There are just over 10 of these hotels in total,
but each of them is located in prime locations across the globe,
valued at around $6 billion.
They will gather all the buyers together in a week. Funding is not a problem.
Ling Yuan lowered his head and tapped his fingers on the desktop.
After thinking for a moment, he directly said, you go and implement the specifics, and we'll go to the beautiful country together then. When he returned to Gubei No. 1, it was already 7 in the evening.
Ling Yuan was leaning on the sofa to take a nap when his cell phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. On the caller ID was Weiwei.
Ling Yuan was puzzled. He usually plays video. Why did he change to voice? Lu Wei on the other end of the line sounded anxious. Yuan, Man just fell down at home, and it seems that she was hurt quite badly. I can't rush over right now. Can you send someone over to take a look at her? Upon hearing this,
Ling Yuan decided to go and take a look himself.
Hanging up the phone and driving to Tsuehu Tiandi. After arriving at the door and passing the facial recognition,
Ling Yuan pushed the door in with a drop sound.
The large living room was empty,
and the surrounding area was quiet.
Man, Ling Yuan shouted,
but there was no response. He made his way up the stairs, when a faint muffled humming sound came from the room. He pushed open the door to the study, and Shen Manmang was sitting on the floor, leaning against the bookcase, her expression pained and her face slightly pale. Her right ankle was obviously swollen and askew, looking like she had a bad fall. Ling Yuan,
why are you here?
Shen Manmang was slightly surprised to see him.
Weiwei called and said you fell, so I came over to take a look.
Ling Yuan walked up and half squatted beside her, his gaze falling on her feet.
Is this what falling a bit looks like? The ankle is swollen like this.
Shen Manmang skimmed her mouth.
It's just an accident. I accidentally stepped out of the way when reaching for something. It's not serious. Just take a casual break. Don't hold on hard.
Ling Yuan glanced at her.
In this situation, you must go to the hospital. Shen Manmang gave a light hum. Don't look over her head. Hospitals are too troublesome. There's no need.
Ling Yuan stretched out his hand, trying to get her to put her arm on his shoulder.
Alright, don't be brave. I'll help you up. Shen Manmang wanted to push him away,
but as soon as her feet touched the ground, she immediately sucked in a breath of pain,
unable to resist frowning,
her hand unconsciously clenching his shoulder. She had no choice but to cooperate and put her arm on his shoulder, allowing him to half support and half carry her up from the ground.
You're quite persistent, Ling Yuan said half-jokingly, holding her in his arms. Shen Manmang's cheeks flushed slightly, but she forced herself to calmly look away and said faintly, it's a minor injury. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it.
Ling Yuan looked down at her with helplessness in his eyes.
A small injury? What if it breaks a bone? Shen Manmang let out a light hum. Then count me as unlucky. Ling Yuan laughed and didn't say anything else,
steadily carrying her out of the study and towards the downstairs. Shen Manmang was forced to snuggle in his arms, and although her expression was calm, there was some discomfort in her heart.
Along the way,
she lowered her eyes and tried to remain calm, not allowing herself to look too flustered. Ling Yuan held her in his arms, trying to avoid her injured foot,
moving gently and carefully.
Shen Manmang was originally a bit constrained, but as he held her more and more steadily, she gradually relaxed. However, just as Ling Yuan was about to adjust his position of holding her, an accident caused Shen Manmang's hand to slip, and she subconsciously hooked her hands hard around Ling Yuan's neck, leaning closer to his chest. Due to the sudden force on his neck, Ling Yuan's head also dipped down a few points.
Shen Manmang's face was directly attached to Ling Yuan's face. Four eyes met, and time stood still for a moment.
Shen Manmang's lips brushed against Ling Yuan's lips, and the soft touch made her freeze. It was as if the moment had stretched out for many seconds. The unexpected kiss made both of them freeze. Ling Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and a faint smile, while Shen Manmang was rare and a little flustered. Her face flushed with a hint of redness. She hastily moved back, but due to her unsteady center of gravity, she once again fell back into his arms.
Right, sorry.
Shin Manmang coughed a few times, her eyes dodging to hide her inner panic. Ling Yuan smiled and gently patted her shoulder.
His tone gentle. It's fine, just an accident. Chapter 42, Plum Blossoms Twice. Shen Manmang didn't turn her head, pretending to straighten her hair, not wanting him to see her flushed cheeks. She tried to regain her composure and said, "Don't misunderstand, I just didn't pay attention just now." Ling Yuan smiled and nodded. After a few moments of silence, Shen Manhwa cleared her throat and tried to calm herself down, but couldn't help but lower her gaze. She tried to stop herself from thinking about the moment just now, but her heartbeat was not listening to her, and she was still a bit disorganized. Ling Yuan smiled. "It's fine, just an accident. Does your foot still hurt?" "It's still bearable," Shen Manmang replied indifferently, trying to hide the fluctuations within her heart. Ling Yuan sensed the change in her expression and softened his tone. "Since it hurts so much, it's better to go to the hospital for a checkup." Shen Manmang originally wanted to refuse, but looking at his concerned expression, her words turned into silence, as if she also realized that she really couldn't solve the problem on her own right now. She nodded, but didn't forget to add, "Trouble you?" Ling Yuan smiled and shook his head. "What kind of trouble is that?" "Don't worry." Shen Manhwa couldn't help but stiffen slightly as she was held tightly in his arms, and she could even feel Ling Yuan's warm nostrils. She pretended to be calm and averted her eyes, but her heartbeat sped up a little. Ling Yuan noticed her tightness and said softly, "Relax, I won't let you fall." "Who said I'm tense?" Shen Manmang retorted with a stiff upper lip, but a slight blush spread across her face. She was just used to being calm and independent, rarely relying on others, especially being held in such an occasion. It made her a little uncomfortable. Ling Yuan smiled and carried her towards the elevator, which took the two towards the basement. A Rolls-Royce Phantom Black Warrior had been waiting for a long time. Ling Yuan gently placed her on the passenger side of the car. After getting into the car, he fastened her seatbelt before he himself went around to the driver's seat and started the car. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent for a moment. In order to break the silence, Ling Yuan opened his mouth and asked, "Do you usually live here alone and feel cold?" "Don't think so. It's better to be cold than to have too many worries." Shen Manmang looked sideways out the window and replied indifferently. Ling Yuan nodded. "You are indeed an independent person. However, this also reduces some of the joys of life, such as having someone to accompany you when you need it. Everyone's lifestyle is different. For me, it's more comfortable to live alone." Shen Manhwa looked at him, her gaze cool and calm. "That's also true. However, sometimes, relying on others doesn't mean weakness. Instead, it's a form of trust." Ling Yuan was silent for a moment and nodded. Shen Manmang froze and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Are you saying that I don't trust others?" Ling Yuan smiled and shook his head. "I'm not talking about you, but I think that sometimes relying on others appropriately might make life a little more warm." Shen Manmang didn't reply. She just lowered her eyes and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Soon, the car arrived at the hospital. Ling Yuan parked the car, went around to the passenger side and gently carried her out. Shen Manmang silently cooperated, but from her slightly furrowed brow, it could be seen that the pain in her ankle had not lessened. After entering the hospital, Ling Yuan sent her directly to the emergency department, helping her register and fill out the information. His movements were crisp and seemingly very skillful. Shen Manhwa sat in her wheelchair, looking at his figure running back and forth. Her heart couldn't help but surge with a complex emotion. Normally she is confident and independent, used to carry everything by herself, but the feeling of being taken care of at this time is a little strange to her. The doctor quickly examined Shen Manman's ankle, and after taking an X-ray, the diagnosis came out there was no fracture, but the ligaments were strained, so she needed to rest and cooperate with the rehabilitation treatment. The doctor prescribed medication and also instructed, "Be sure to pay attention to rest lately. Never bear weight, and it's best to use cold compresses every day to help reduce the swelling." Ling Yuan nodded his head in appreciation, then turned his head to look at Shen Manmang. "Did you hear that? You can't move around during this period of time." "Got it," Shen Manmang said as she lowered her head. Seeing this, Ling Yuan smiled and shook his head. "Alright, then I won't say much, but since Wei Wei isn't home, if you need anything during this time, feel free to call me." Shen Manmang originally wanted to refuse, but thinking that her foot injury had not healed and she was not able to walk alone, she nodded. Ling Yuan took her out of the emergency clinic and bought some ice packs to reduce swelling on the way. When they arrived at the car, he handed her the ice packs. "Remember to put them on when you go back this evening." Shen Manmang took the ice pack. "Thank you." On the way back to Tsuehu Tiandi, the night outside the window gradually deepened. Shen Manman leaned on the seat and closed her eyes, seemingly a little tired. Ling Yuan gave her a sideways glance and eased the speed of driving, giving her more time to rest. When they arrived at Lu Wei's house, Ling Yuan once again carried Shen Manman out of the car. Shen Manman tried her best to remain calm, but her eyes flickered a bit, occasionally meeting his gaze and then quickly moving away. It wasn't until she was carried to bed that she let out a long sigh of relief. I'm not worried about you, so I'll stay over here tonight and leave tomorrow. I'll arrange for someone to come over and help you cook and clean before I leave, Ling Yuan said, placing the ice pack on her ankle, adjusting the position to ensure that the ice pack completely covered the injury. Shin Manmang nodded and whispered, trouble you, what's the point of being polite with me? However, you also have today's woeful appearance. It's really a rare sight, Ling Yuan said. A rare sight? You've seen it twice, once last time in Paris, and again today. Why am I so unlucky? Shen Manmang sighed. Words can't be said like that. Put it another way, you're lucky every time I'm there, Ling Yuan said with a smile. Shin Manmang glared at him, but the corner of her mouth rose slightly. All the good words have been said by you. That's how you lied to Wei Wei, isn't it? You still want to lie to me. How could it be? Am I not good to Wei Wei? Aren't you Wei Wei's friend? Ling Yuan pretended to be aggrieved and said with a hint of flirtation in his tone. Shen Manmang grunted, but a hint of warmth flowed from the bottom of her eyes. After she watched him leave, she leaned back on the bed and slowly closed her eyes, the figure of him when he was taking care of her floating in her mind. Back in the bedroom, Ling Yuan returned a call to Lu Wei about Shin Manmang's situation before falling into a deep sleep on the bed. When Ling Yuan woke up, there were still crystal dewdrops hanging on the tips of the grass and leaves under the light blue sky. Meanwhile, the early morning sunlight spilled into the room through the curtain slits, swaying slightly and reflecting on Shin Manmang's face. Shin Manman slowly opened her eyes and habitually tried to get up, but a stabbing pain came from her ankle, making her suck in a breath of cold air. Just as she frowned and pondered how to get out of bed, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Ling Yuan stood in the doorway, holding a dinner plate with cut-up fruits and a bowl of congee. Chapter 43, Choosing a Private Jet. How are you doing? Does your foot still hurt? Ling Yuan walked over to the bedside and put down the plate. Shen Manmang forced herself not to show vulnerability and said faintly, it's still bearable. Ling Yuan nodded, walked next to her, half squatted down, stretched out his hand to hold her shoulders, and said in a low voice, don't try to be strong. I'll help you to the dining room. Sitting down to eat will be more comfortable. Shen Manmang opened her mouth, wanting to say that she could hold on, but in the end, she just nodded and took his arm. The distance between the two was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath, and Shen Manmang had to use her strength to lean on Ling Yuan. When she turned her head slightly, she could see the line of his jaw and the slight stubble on his chin. Slow down. There's no rush, Ling Yuan reminded in a low voice. Step by step, he helped her out of the bedroom and to the chair by the dining room, carefully helping her to sit down. After Shen Manmang sat down, she whispered, thank you. What's the point of being polite with me? Ling Yuan pulled out a chair and sat across from her, picked up the congee and pushed it in front of her, smiled, be careful of the heat, eat slowly. Shen Manmang bristled and picked up her spoon, pretending to be calm on the surface, but inwardly she felt a rare trace of warmth. She lowered her head and drank the congee, glancing at Ling Yuan across the table from time to time. After eating, Ling Yuan put the bowl back into the kitchen and re-entered the room, saying, the sky is just right. Why don't we go to the balcony to bask in the sun and change the air? It's not good to be stuffy in the house. Shen Manmang nodded. She raised her hand. Ling Yuan held her wrist and helped her up from the dining chair, one hand wrapped around her waist, the other holding her shoulders. Shen Manmang was slightly uncomfortable, but let him lead her towards the balcony. Golden morning light spread over the balcony. Ling Yuan helped her to a chair on the balcony and gently patted her shoulder. Sit down and be careful with your feet. Shen Manmang obediently sat down, looked at the scenery in front of her and said faintly, the view from here is not bad. Ling Yuan stood beside her, smiling as he looked into the distance. Yes, quite suitable for relaxation. Shen Manmang's heartbeat gradually accelerated. She pretended to focus on the scenery outside the balcony, taking a deep breath every now and then. The doorbell rang at an inopportune time, breaking the tranquility of the moment. Man, these two ants are caregivers and nannies. Until you fully recover, they'll be here with you. I've already paid for the expenses, so just get well soon. Ling Yuan brought the two middle-aged women to the balcony. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Remember to call me if anything happens, Don't try to be brave. Ling Yuan smiled at Shen Manmang and waved his hand. Shen Manmang was slightly stunned, an indescribable feeling flooding her heart. She lowered her head and straightened out the corner of her coat, looking thoughtfully in the direction that Ling Yuan had left. In the IFC Center in Magic City, the golden yellow sunlight sprinkled on the glass curtain wall, dazzling. Inside the office, Su Ziyuan's team was busy greeting a client. I heard that the client who came today is very young, not even 30 years old, a rich second generation. Assistant Xiaolu muttered in a low voice while arranging the model drawings on the display screen. It's not uncommon for a rich second generation to buy a private airplane, but have you heard? He asked for a range of over 10. 000 kilometers and a garage. Another team member, Shaoli, couldn't help but interject. Really? The cabin can hold a car. This has to be a top-notch configuration, right? I'm afraid ordinary ultra-long-range business jets can't even do that. The technical advisor at the side frowned, clearly puzzled by such a request. It's true. Su Ziyuan walked into the showroom, holding a stack of information in his hand. The customer is called Ling Yuan, the owner of Star Han Group. News about him is all over the internet. Get it? This is not an ordinary rich second generation. It is a real rising star in the business world. Hearing the word Star Han Group, the entire team instantly quieted down. Isn't Star Han Group the company with a registered capital of $8 billion? Xiao Lu's eyes widened. This boss is only in his 20s? Aha! Su Ziyuan turned over the information in his hand and continued. He is most likely preparing for Star Han Group's next layout this time. The private jet is just the beginning. I thought it was one of those operations where rich kids show off their family's wealth, but it turns out it's really here to talk business? Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This kind of customer. I'm afraid our company would have to pay attention to the extreme, right? You don't say. Su Ziyuan smiled. He called me yesterday, asking for a range of over 10,000 kilometers, the ability to load a vehicle, and spot, which is the top of the top. There aren't many airplanes in the world that can fulfill these conditions, are there? The technical advisor pushed up his glasses. The customer is so young. Does he really understand all this? Or is this order a random purchase he made for a status symbol? Don't make any wild guesses yet. You guys will know when the person comes. Su Ziyuan waved his hand, his tone serious. Since he was able to create the Star Han Group, he is definitely not a master who casually bought it for fun. All cheer up. This is a big order. As soon as the words fell, a sound of footsteps came from the doorway. Ling Yuan walked into the office and Su Ziyuan greeted him. Mr. Ling. Su Ziyuan had a professional smile on his face and took the initiative to extend his hand. Welcome. Ling Yuan nodded slightly and shook his hand before sitting straight down. His tone bland. Are things ready? This sentence immediately made Su Ziyuan and his team feel that Ling Yuan was different. General customers always come in to exchange a few pleasantries or show off a few words of background. Only the truly high-ranking people will open the door and cut straight to the chase. Su Ziyuan nodded his head and hurriedly said, Mr. Ling, according to the requirements you mentioned on the phone, we have screened out 2 types of airplanes, both of which meet the conditions you mentioned. The information has been prepared. Please take a look. He handed over the 2 documents in his hand, while signaling his assistant to bring up the relevant screen on the display screen. The first one is the Boeing BBJ 777X, which has a range of more than 11,000 kilometers, and has a spacious cabin that can be retrofitted with a garage, satisfying your need to place your car. Moreover, this aircraft has just finished customizing the interior. It is in stock and can be delivered at any time. Ling Yuan took the information, flipped through it and said blandly, how is Boeing's shock absorption system? Will the bumpiness affect the comfort during a long flight? Su Ziyuan hurriedly explained. Mr. Ling, the stability of this airplane is one of the best in the industry, especially for long-distance flights. The fuselage adopts the latest aerodynamic design, coupled with the special shock-absorbing seats inside. It can ensure that you and your team are always comfortable during the flight. Ling Yuan nodded. Are there any other options? Su Ziyuan continued. The other is the ACJ 350 from Airbus. Engines from Rolls-Royce. Chapter 44 Airbus ACJ 350. This airplane can carry 25 people for more than 20,000 kilometers, and can fly halfway around the world in a single trip, with cabin space similar to the Boeing just now. Actually, in terms of luxury and comfort, I personally think this one is even better. It has excellent cabin noise control and the interior design is quite atmospheric. However, I've heard that there's usually a longer waiting period for customization of Airbus planes. Ling Yuan said. Su Ziyuan nodded and smiled. That's usually the case. However, there happens to be one in stock that just recently left the European factory. The interior of this aircraft has been fully completed, customized to meet the needs of top-notch business, and the design style is extremely elaborate. The delivery process can be completed in as little as a week. Arrange it. Go and experience this Airbus first, and if it's suitable, finalize it. Ling Yuan nodded his head. Then please, Mr. Ling, the plane is at the nearby private airport. Su Ziyuan got up and gestured. The team members listened on the sidelines, shocked by every word of the conversation. A few assistants, on the other hand, stood on the sidelines, whispering, so young, about the same age as us, right? Don't underestimate him. He's a regular on the internet's hot searches. These 2 airplanes are sky high in price. But Mr. Ling didn't even frown. Not to mention us, even many top tycoons are not as decisive as he is. This is a big business that can easily cost hundreds of millions of dollars. A few moments later, the car drove into the airport, and a brand new Airbus ACJ350 was parked quietly on the distant runway, its white fuselage glistening in the sunlight. Ling Yuan stepped out of the car and swept his eyes over the airplane. Behind him was Su Ziyuan, and inside the airport, a foreign man in a well-dressed suit had been waiting for a long time. He was Mark, the sales director of Airbus Asia Pacific. With a smile on his face, Mark quickly greeted him and said in fluent Chinese, "Mr. Ling, welcome to your arrival. This ACJ350 is the pinnacle of the private aviation sector, with only 5 delivered worldwide, each representing a combination of top-notch design and craftsmanship." Ling Yuan nodded his head and took a step towards the airplane. The gangway had already been lowered, and the Airbus staff lined up neatly at the gangway entrance. Making a pleased gesture to Ling Yuan, the staff by the runway had obviously already learned about today's important customer, and as they watched Ling Yuan board the plane, many of them whispered, "Is he the Star Han Group's Ling Yuan?" A young ground staff member asked. "Yes, that's him. This airplane should be specially displayed for him today. It's rumored to have a unit price of $400 million. The person next to him replied, with envy in his tone, $400 million? Gosh, the average tycoon wouldn't even be able to see the shadow of this kind of airplane. He can actually afford it." Ling Yuan stepped onto the gangway and walked into the cabin. The parlor area was the first part of the cabin, with beige leather seats paired with original wood grain tabletops. The table in the center was set with several crystal wine glasses and wine sets, with a few pots of greenery dotted alongside. Mark walked aside and smiled. "Mr. Ling, what you're looking at now is the parlor area, where the seats are all made of imported Italian leather, equipped with the most advanced shock-absorbing devices, able to ensure comfort in any flight environment. Even after a long flight, you won't be able to feel any fatigue." Ling Yuan did not speak and casually touched the armrests of the seat. His gaze swept across the entire space before continuing deeper into the cabin. Passing through the meeting area was an exclusive office area configured with bookshelves, folding desks, and multifunctional audio-visual equipment. Mark pointed to the office area and said, "This place is designed for business people, convenient for you to work during the flight, and the audio-visual equipment and communication system all use the most advanced technology to ensure real-time contact with the outside world." Behind the office area was a rest cabin designed for long-distance flights. A wide bed was placed by the window, equipped with a reading lamp and touch panel beside the bed, and the sky could be seen directly through the porthole. "Mr. Ling, this is the rest area," Mark continued. "The entire bed is made of customized memory foam material, and the touch control panel can adjust the lighting and ambience according to your needs. When flying at night, lying here you can directly enjoy the starry sky outside the window." In a hidden area next to the cockpit, Su Ziyuan opened a small door and pointed to the interior. "Mr. Ling, there is a specially designed exclusive garage here that can accommodate 3 limousines or other equipment. For long-distance flights, you can absolutely bring your favorite car with you." Ling Yuan swept a glance at the size of the garage, then returned to the meeting area. "Mr. Ling, what do you think? Why don't you take a test flight and feel how it performs?" Su Ziyuan suggested at the right time. Ling Yuan nodded. Soon, the crew took their positions and the airplane's engine started. Even during the taxiing phase, the cabin still maintained an extremely high level of silence. As the airplane gradually climbed, the horizon outside the window disappeared below the clouds, and the view became even more expansive. Mark stood aside and said with a smile, "Mr. Ling, the noise control of this ACJ350 is top-notch in the field of private jets, and even during the cruising phase, you can still enjoy the ultimate in quiet and comfort." After the airplane entered smooth flight, Ling Yuan looked through the porthole at the vast sea of clouds at his feet. After the test flight, the airplane returned to the airport and landed smoothly. The crew saluted Ling Yuan in turn and then left the cockpit. Ling Yuan sat on the leather seat in the parlor area, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. At this time, Mark looked at Ling Yuan and said with a smile, "Mr. Ling, the base price of this ACJ350 is $400 million, with all the hardware and software inside the aircraft included. Of course, for a private jet like this, the customized design of the interior is completely optimized to your needs." Su Ziyuan took over and added, "Mr. Ling, as the intermediary for this transaction, we will charge a 5% intermediary fee, which is $20 million. This fee includes the formalities, delivery, and maintenance support for the next 6 months. You can also feel free to contact us if you need additional services in the aftermath." Ling Yuan looked around the cabin, his eyes resting on the center of the meeting area. Su Ziyuan stood respectfully at the side, nervously waiting for Ling Yuan's comments. Although he had met many clients, a scene like this still made him feel excited. After all, this was a deal of up to $400 million. "Not bad," Ling Yuan nodded, his tone calm.
as if he was not evaluating a top-notch private jet, but some ordinary commodity. Su Ziyuan immediately nodded his head, a professional smile on his face. We are deeply honored to receive your affirmation. Next, do you see fit to arrange a formal transaction? Chapter 45, $400 million Big Toy. Ling Yuan pulled out a bank card and handed it over. Arrange the contract directly. Implement it as soon as possible. Su Ziyuan received the black and gold private bank card, his inner thoughts churning. He had been in this line of work for many years, and there were only a handful of holders of this kind of bank card, each one of which was a peak figure of wealth that people looked up to. Mr. Ling's decisiveness is truly admirable. Suji continued to add, this airplane is also very complete in terms of crew configuration. 2 pilots, an exclusive crew chief and 6 cabin attendants ensure that your every need is taken care of in the air. Additionally, the annual maintenance costs for this aircraft, plus crew salaries, are expected to be in the neighborhood of $10 million. If you need it, our company can provide a package of services, including regular crew training and global standby crew arrangements, to ensure that your flight plan is never disrupted for any reason. Ling Yuan nodded. Very well, let's do as you say. Mr. Ling, Su Ziyuan looked at him. We will arrange the highest specification services for you according to your needs. If you have any special requirements for the crew, such as replacing certain members or needing a higher level of service personnel, you can also inform us at any time, and we will make arrangements immediately. Good, very thorough. Ling Yuan nodded. Just follow the standard process. I will confirm the details separately. Su Ziyuan nodded his head repeatedly. Mr. Ling is really crisp and clear. I'll contact the finance department and ask them to prepare the contract. At the latest, all the processes can be completed by this evening. Watching Ling Yuan prepare to leave, Su Ziyuan almost subconsciously did some quick calculations in his head. A $400 million airplane, plus an annual operating cost of $10 million. This Mr. Ling's ability to dispose of funds is simply beyond normal. Just how strong is his funds scheduling? Star Han Group's financial power is truly unimaginable, he said with a smile on his face as he quickly followed behind Ling Yuan. Mr. Ling, it's really an honor for our company to facilitate this order today. It's really the first time I've seen a client as amazingly efficient and decisive as you are. Ling Yuan smiled and turned his head to look at him. In business, time is more important than money. Efficiency is the core of every transaction. Thank you for Mr. Ling's trust. The plane will be ready within a week with the relevant flight procedures. The first voyage can be arranged by then, Su Ziyuan said with a smile. Happy cooperation. Next time I buy a yacht I'll still look for you. I'll leave today. Happy cooperation. Mr. Ling, thank you for your trust. Su Ziyuan replied with a smile and sent Ling Yuan to the car. He began to recall the clients he had come into contact with. There was once a multinational company who, in order to negotiate a purchase contract of $300 million, their board of directors met for a month. The approval documents were piled up 2 feet high, and in the end, they dragged their feet and suppressed the price for 6 months. There were also some notorious tycoons who bought airplanes on a shoestring, even being calculating about the payment method, and some of them preferred to keep their liquidity on hand even if they had to install it over several years. But Ling Yuan, not simply rich, but absolutely bottomless. In the Jin Mao Tower in Magic City, the afternoon sun shone on the light blue curtain wall. After the elevator doors slowly closed, Ling Yuan's mind conjured up Yang Mi's somewhat joking tone on the phone. Mr. Ling, you're my boss now. As the major shareholder of Jiaxing, do you want to show your face today? The elevator went all the way up, and at the entrance of Jiaxing Media, Yang Mi was already waiting for him. The black blazer with a slim cut emphasized her tall figure. Her lower body was paired with ultra-short bottoms, revealing her long, straight and white legs, with slim and well-proportioned leg lines, paired with black high-heeled shoes, which further emphasized the proportion of her legs. The overall black color scheme, coupled with her slightly curled long black hair and exquisite makeup, made her look full of high class and mature temperament, with a strong and elegant overall aura. The moment she saw Ling Yuan, a light flashed in her eyes, followed by a polite and subtle smile. Mr. Ling, welcome to Jiaxing. Ling Yuan nodded gently with a faint smile. Mr. Yang, don't be so polite. After the two of them exchanged simple pleasantries, Yang Mi led him into the spacious office. Sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the wide desk and the neatly arranged documents. She sat down behind the desk and Ling Yuan sat on the opposite chair, 4 eyes facing each other, and the surroundings quieted down. In fact, today, I found you here, on one hand, to let the people of the company get to know you. On the other hand, I also want to hear your thoughts on the future of the company. After a moment, Yang Mi slowly said, I actually don't have too many hard requirements. Ling Yuan leaned on the back of his chair, his gaze crossing over the desk to look at Yang Mi. You are the soul of the company,
and I'll feel at ease with you around. I trust your judgment and management skills in the entertainment industry. I'm optimistic about Jiaxing, that's why I made the acquisition. From now on, you are the head of the company, responsible for the overall operation of Jiaxing Media.
Upon hearing these words, Yang Mi clearly froze for a moment, some movement in her eyes. Her previous experience had left her with little say in Jiaxing, and this was something she had long agonized over.
And now, Ling Yuan, as the company's major shareholder, had chosen to leave the company entirely in her hands. She had always fought on her own in the entertainment industry, and it was rare for anyone to trust her so unreservedly. And Ling Yuan's words slightly warmed her heart. She gently hooked up the corner of her mouth, but her gaze carried seriousness. Since you trust me so much, I'll do my best. Mr. Ling, Jiaxing's current achievements are inseparable from your efforts. You are fully capable of this. Ling Yuan looked straight at her and pushed his body forward. I'll call you sister, honey. You can call me Xiao Yuan. Mr. Ling sounds too raw. How about it? Sister honey. Yang Mi froze for a moment, her lipstick-coated lips rising slightly. Okay, Xiao Yuan. She raised her eyes to look at him and gently nodded, then turned her head sideways, her gaze falling on the documents on the table, as if to hide her subtle emotions at the moment. Ling Yuan gently tapped on the desktop, his gaze sweeping across Yang Mi's office and finally landing on her face. Sister Mi, I actually have a proposal. Yang Mi was slightly stunned, raising her eyes to him and nodding, signaling him to continue. Jiaxing's current artist lineup is already good, but I think that the company can be more forward-looking in terms of resource integration and project investment. Ling Yuan spoke in a calm tone. For example, in the future, we can increase our own say in movie and television projects, picking out those with potential and investing directly in production in the name of Jiaxing. Chapter 46 directly called husband? Yang Mi narrowed her eyes, seemingly aroused by his words. She nodded her head and responded. You mean, letting Jiaxing shift from pure artist agency to content production and investment? Right. Content production can bring us closer to the artists, grasp the initiative of resources, and expand the company's position in the entire entertainment industry chain, Ling Yuan said with a smile. In this way, Jiaxing's artists are not just participants, but the core of the platform, enhancing the brand value and providing them with a more attractive space for development. Yang Mi pondered, a glint in her eyes. You have a point. Oftentimes, after Jiaxing's resources are allocated by other companies, we can only passively accept the results. It's true that we would have more initiative if we could hold the production and distribution rights. Ling nodded farther. For example, we can inject more originality into our future film and television projects, packaging Jiaxing's resources to create some unique content. This is more than just business behavior. It's a process of building a brand. Yang Mi nodded frequently as she listened to Ling Yuan's proposal. She had considered the direction of Jiaxing's development before, but this more ambitious model proposed by Ling Yuan brightened her eyes. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the office door, interrupting their conversation. Dilly Reba pushed the door in. She had just finished a business show and came to see Yang Mi to report on the situation. Dilly Reba was wearing a slim black gown. The gown was tightened at the waist, perfectly displaying the curves of the slender waist. The crossover neckline created a small cutout in the chest. She paired it with a pair of long golden earrings. Her red lips and deep eye makeup emphasized the three-dimensionality of her features. Her long black hair was naturally draped, and her overall look was both mature and generous. Sister honey, hubby. Hotba had just entered the office and subconsciously greeted Yang Mi, when she suddenly realized that there was a boy sitting opposite Yang Mi, who she was still familiar with, and waited until it was too late to realize that she had lost her temper. Ling Yuan, on the other hand, leaned on the back of his chair, his eyes looking towards Dilly Reba who was frozen by the coffee table. I didn't expect this 90 flower to be so enthusiastic, calling her husband as soon as they met. What a situation. What husband? Call Mr. Ling, he's now the boss of our Jiaxing. Yang Mi cried and laughed as she looked at her, then turned her head to Ling Yuan. Xiao Yuan, I've made you laugh. Reba also followed your Weibo. She probably shouted it out subconsciously. Dilly Hotspur stood by the side, nodding frequently, and continuously sizing up Ling Yuan with her afterglow. She was a bit puzzled. What kind of situation? Since she was the boss, she called herself Mr. Ling. How come you, Sister Honey, called her Xiao Yuan? Did Sister Honey become the boss's wife? She had to find some time to ask. Ling Yuan smiled and looked sideways at Dilly Jiba. Have a seat, Jiba. Jiaxing is your home. Feel free to be casual. They are all the same age. Just call me Yuan. Yuan. Nice to meet you. Dilly Reba smiled and looked at Ling Yuan, taking the opportunity to speak to get a closer look at him. She also didn't expect the national husband she was following to show up. After she left, Yang Mi couldn't help but smile and casually said, Hotba was just signed and not long ago. Don't look at her dressed in an atmosphere of maturity.
That's what the commercials require.
In fact, she's still very green. She paused, seemed to think of something, and continued.
I remember the first time I saw her. She still didn't know how to walk on stage, and ended up tripping over herself directly. The youthful her also has a lot of potential.
After all, in this circle, experience always has to be accumulated slowly. Ling Yuan said with a smile. That's why we, Jiaxing, are there wings?
Letting them mature step by step.
It's only a matter of time. Yang Mi nodded.
She was well aware of the complexities and hardships of the entertainment industry, and it was indeed rare to have a boss who viewed artists in this way. At a time when traffic was king,
there weren't many companies that were willing to settle down and slowly cultivate their artists. Without realizing it, her eyes lingered on Ling Yuan's face, somewhat lost in thought. Immediately,
she noticed her lapse and coughed lightly, readjusting her expression and regaining her usual calmness and composure.
Actually, Yang Mi paused slightly, gently biting her lower lip.
She hesitated for a moment and finally spoke.
Actually,
I very much hope that Jiaxing can go to another level,
but I alone sometimes always feel a bit overwhelmed. If you need any support, just tell me. I'm here, sister honey.
Ling Yuan gazed at her, his gaze carrying encouragement. Yang Mi couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. She had been working in the entertainment industry for many years, always carrying Jiaxing's development, but now she finally had such a solid backing.
She gently nodded,
and her voice couldn't help but become gentle.
Thank you, little Yuan.
Ling Yuan smiled faintly,
sensing the change in Yang Mi. He stood up and walked over to the window,
his hands in his pockets, his eyes casting out the window to the traffic in the cruise ships on the Huangpu River. All of Star Han Group's relevant resources will be prioritized to Jiaxing. Jiaxing is a company with great potential. I believe that under your leadership, it will definitely be able to create more miracles. Yang Mi also walked to his side and followed his line of sight to look out the window.
A tall building showed an orange-red glow under the afterglow of the setting sun,
and her mood was also like this bright orange-red sky,
gradually warming up and brightening up. In an instant,
the two stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the window, so close that they could hear each other's breathing. Ling Yuan turned his head to look at her, the faint scent of lavender coming from his side. In the future,
I'll be here,
so you don't have to work too hard alone.
Yang Mi was slightly stunned, looked up and straight at him and nodded.
A few moments later, Yang Mi looked at Ling Yuan. Since you've come to the company,
why don't you meet everyone and let them get to know you? The big boss. Sure, let's go.
Ling Yuan nodded and turned towards the door.
Yang Mi walked ahead,
looking down at her cell phone,
seemingly replying to a message from work.
Ling Yuan followed behind her,
keeping a few steps between them.
She was just about to take a step when she accidentally kicked a file box on the floor.
Due to the high heels she was wearing,
her body swayed, her center of gravity was unsteady, and she was about to fall. Before she had time to react, Ling Yuan was quick on his feet and quickly reached out to hold her shoulders, while his other hand naturally looped over her waist, fixing her firmly in his arms. She was instantly pulled back to her balance,
but her body was not yet fully relaxed.
Ling Yuan's arm was tightly pressed against her waist, the warm touch coming through the material of her clothes,
steadily supporting her.
Yang Mi froze a little, her heart racing, but she did not break free.
It's a good thing I held on, Ling Yuan whispered,
his voice right next to her ear.
No sprains, right, sister honey?
Chapter 47, Big Nini smells so good. Yang Mi looked up at him, her lips moved, but no words came out. The two of them were extremely close at the moment, and she could feel his steady breathing, as well as the warmth coming from his chest. Ling Yuan's hand did not immediately let go, but helped her to slowly stand and stabilize.
You don't look at the road even when you walk. Ling Yuan let out a light laugh,
but there was no blame in his eyes.
Instead, a kind of gentleness came through.
Yang Mi raised her head and slightly inclined her face,
wanting to say something, but Ling Yuan's face was just a few centimeters away. His gaze was focused,
as if he was watching every subtle change in her expression. There was a stillness in the air.
Only the two of them were left,
and everything around them disappeared. Ling Yuan's arm was still wrapped around her waist,
tightening slightly harder to pull her closer,
as if he was making sure she wouldn't fall.
Realizing that his hand had no intention of letting go, Yang Mi couldn't help but relax her body and move a little closer to him. Thank you, Xiao Yuan. Yang Mi finally spoke, her voice low, smiling a little unnaturally, but she didn't move her position, as if she had no intention of leaving his embrace. What's the point of being polite?
Ling Yuan returned softly,
just be careful in the future. I don't always make it in time.
Yang Mi smiled faintly and lowered her head, looking at Ling Yuan's hand still supporting her waist. She suddenly felt particularly at ease at this moment. She couldn't help but raise her head,
just in time to meet his eyes. The two of them had their eyes intertwined, and neither of them moved away,
as if they were both waiting for something.
It seems that I really have to rely on you in the future. Yang Mi smiled faintly. That would be my honor. The corner of Ling Yuan's mouth lifted. The two of them stood there quietly. Each other's breaths softened a little. Neither one moved first. This moment of proximity was more real than any words. Ling Yuan's hand unconsciously tightened slightly again, feeling Yang Mi's warm body pressed in front of him. His nose wrinkled slightly, seemingly sniffing Yang Mi's hair fragrance. Yang Mi sensed the change in him, but didn't push him away, instead allowing herself to stay in his arms, as if deep down she also wished that this warm moment could stay a little longer. The air was filled with a strange scent that both of them knew in their hearts, but no one broke it. Aren't you tired of holding on like this? Yang Mi raised her head, her gaze looking straight at him, her tone carrying a hint of flirtation but no resistance. Ling Yuan looked down at her and smiled. Not tired. Not tired for how long? You don't mind. I won't let go. Yang Mi smiled gently, her eyes carrying surprise and delight. She didn't say any more, just slightly sidled her head and leaned on his shoulder. Feeling the warmth of his arm, the two of them stood silently like this, as if time had stood still. Ling Yuan's hand gently patted her on the back, as if silently telling her that no matter what she encountered, he would be by her side. Let's go. Ling Yuan finally spoke. Otherwise people will think we're doing something in the office. Yang Mi laughed out softly and gently pushed him a step away, but her gaze still lingered on his body, her eyes glittering. The two walked side by side towards the door, their shoulders occasionally touching inadvertently with a hint of lingering warmth. Joshing Media Conference Room. After getting to know each other, the artists of Joshing suppressed their excitement and left one after another. At this time, only Ling Yuan and Yang Mi were left in the spacious conference room. The night outside the window was deepening, and there were already neon lights on. Sister honey, do you want to go out for dinner together? Ling Yuan looked towards Yang Mi. Sure, work is over anyway, it's not bad to go out and relax. Yang Mi smiled and nodded. The two were discussing which restaurant to go to when Ling Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. The word Hujun was written on the caller ID. A moment later, Ling Yuan put away his cell phone. He looked at Yang Mi and seemed to have some difficulty speaking. What's wrong? Sensing his hesitation, Yang Mi tilted her head slightly and asked with a smile. I'm sorry, Sister Mi. Ling Yuan said. There's something going on at the company, so I might not be able to accompany you for dinner tonight. The light in Yang Mi's eyes slightly stalled. Then she smiled and said gently. It's okay, work is important. Is there something urgent? Well, tomorrow is the day of manhwa's round of financing. I have to go to the capital, and I have to rush over tonight, Ling Yuan explained. Yang Mi nodded, her face still maintaining a smile, but Ling Yuan noticed a flash of loss in her eyes. He stepped forward and whispered, I'll make it up next time. Yang Mi smiled and patted his shoulder. You owe me a meal. Don't find an excuse to escape next time. Never. Wait for me to come back. Ling Yuan nodded. Then go get ready early. Don't miss your flight. Sister honey, take care of yourself. Yang Mi smiled and waved her hand, watching him walk out of the conference room door. Only until that back completely disappeared did she retract her gaze and turn to look out the window into the night. The following morning, in the capital, No. 6, Wangjing East Road, where the headquarters of Meituan was located. 6 years ago, Wang Xing would never have imagined that the Meituan he set up at that time has now become the premier life service e-commerce company in China. 2 years have passed since the last round of financing, and today is the day that Meituan will carry out the E-round of financing. In this round of financing, Wang Xing directly took out 25% of the shares of Meituan. As for how much money can be absorbed by this 25% of the shares, it can only be left to the market to decide. He went through repeated screening and finally chose 4 venture capital organizations to enter the final round of financing. All 4 had a share in this round of financing, but the exact share would depend on the meeting later. The reason for choosing VinExpress Investment is very simple. It needs their traffic support, and at the same time, it will work with VinExpress to fight against Beavers Hungry. As for Red Shirt Capital and High Tide Capital, both venture capital organizations have a good reputation and industry influence, and can also borrow their resource network. Initially, he didn't put much thought into Starhan Capital. At most, it was a little more capitalized, but after analyzing the business models of the 3 companies under the Starhan Group, he had to admire Ling Yuan, the founder of Starhan Capital. This person is very industry forward-looking. Its many companies, Starhan Capital known investment projects totaling more than $10 billion, involving a number of industries. The other 3 companies in their respective industries also have smashing results, especially Pinduoduo, in the e-commerce business out of another way. Currently in the sinking market has been a deserved king, is gradually to the first and second tier cities, so that Taobao and Jingdong is a headache. This is also the reason why StarHub Capital can participate in the E-round of financing of Meituan with 3 other organizations. With strong capital and the founder's vision, he believes that Ling Yuan will surprise him in the meeting later. Chapter 48 Financing Meeting. Wearing a dark blue suit,
Ling Yuan just walked into the meeting room and saw several competitors who had already arrived, and these people were regular readers of the financial news.
Lin Jiangwen,
the head of Sequoia Capital, was chatting with Su Chaocheng of High Tier Capital about something, and when he saw Ling Yuan come in, several gazes fell on him.
Mr. Ling, first time meeting,
what a hero. Lin Jiangwen stood up with a smile and extended his hand towards Ling Yuan. Now your Star Han Capital is blossoming with projects all over the country.
It's in full swing.
Ling Yuan shook his hand and smiled faintly.
Mr. Lin is too kind.
In front of you guys it's all just a small fight. Not worth mentioning.
You are all seniors. I still have to learn from you. We are not only opponents this time,
but also collaborators. A glint flashed in Ling Yuan's eyes. I hope to hear your insights at this meeting.
Tencent Capital's Li Chanan also followed suit and stood up, smiling and joked. Mr. Ling,
your piecing duo and Little Rainbow book have been making a lot of noise lately,
releasing news that are more shocking than one another. Look at this situation. None of them need an angel round.
I'm afraid that they will soon have an A round of financing, ready for us to show mercy on this financing of Meituan.
Right? Ling Yuan smiled gently and did not comment.
A few people exchanged glances,
knowing his saving for a rainy day well. At this moment,
Su Chaocheng from High Tide Capital laughed.
Mr. Ling,
I don't know if we have the honor to participate in the first round of financing for piecing duo and Little Rainbow book,
but is it possible that you're laying out a plan ahead of time, waiting for us to be relieved on the side of Meituan?
Ling nodded farther and said lightly,
we are all acquaintances, and it is inevitable that we have our own focus on investment. Piecing duo and Little Rainbow book are just starting out, and I hope that the partners I bring in will not only bring in capital, but also help them to make fewer detours in the direction of development.
He paused and then said,
as for Meituan, I do have some new ideas that I want to talk to Mr. Wang. Hearing you say that, it's rather that we have to look at American Tuan in a different light.
Lin Jiangwen smiled gently, with a few hints of temptation. I wonder how much your offer will be.
Ling Yuan, we also have a good idea in mind. Ling Yuan smiled. I plan to offer $2
billion in exchange for 10% of the shares.
Of course, this is a premium offer. I think the future market potential of Meituan should not be underestimated.
And this amount of money can play an important role in fueling their expansion.
Hearing this figure,
the other three had a surprised expression on their faces. Li Chagan coughed lightly and took the lead.
$2 billion? Mr. Ling is quite the handyman. However,
this also proves your confidence in Meituan.
The confidence is certainly there. After all, Mr. Wang's team has outstanding abilities and is worth investing our resources in, Ling Yuan said. Su Chaocheng nodded slightly. No wonder piecing duo and Little Rainbow book are developing so fast. It seems that Mr. Ling's every step in the layout is well thought out.
He paused and continued.
However, our bid from High Tide is not low, and if Mr. Wang needs online resources, we can also provide quite a few cooperation resources. Ling Yuan just smiled when he heard this. High Tide Capital had always been expanding its online channel resources, and it did have certain advantages. But what Meituan needed could be much more than just resources.
Lin Jiangwen picked up at the right time.
I think Mr.
Wang is also well aware that Sequoia Capital's resources in market operations can likewise provide strong support to Meituan.
He glanced at Ling Yuan. So this time, Mr. Wang should give comprehensive consideration in choosing an investor.
Ling Yuan smiled faintly.
His tone was not condescending. Indeed, Sequoia's resources should not be underestimated. However,
I personally believe that the future transformation of the consumption model will be a more important direction for Meituan.
If everyone tilts towards online, then some key market opportunities will be lost.
He paused and looked at the three. I believe that against the backdrop of diversified market demand,
Meituan needs a broader layout, not just a single online resource.
His words not only pointed out the future direction of Meituan, but also inadvertently weakened the resource advantages of the other few.
At this time, the meeting was about to start, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with each other, several people entered the conference room individually, ready to meet Wang Xing. Inside the conference room, Wang Xing was waiting for several people. Seeing Ling Yuan, Lin Jiangwen, Su Chaocheng, and Li Chang'an take their seats one after another, he nodded slightly and opened the door. Thank you all for your trust and support for Meituan. For this round of financing,
we've put up 25% of our shares in the hope that we can get more resources to boost our business and promote its overall development. Lin Jiangwen was the first to speak up and put forward Sequoia's conditions.
Mr. Wang, Meituan has been walking steadily in market expansion, but if we want to speed up the pace, we can provide globalized market channels and operation experience to help Meituan move to the international market faster. We are willing to offer $1.5 billion in exchange for 8% of the shares. Wang Xing nodded, but did not make a clear statement. Then, Su Chaocheng from High Tier Capital took over the topic. briefly introduced High-Tier's online resource integration program, and offered $1.4 billion in exchange for 8% of the shares. Lee Chagan, on the other hand, said that Tencent Capital could provide a strong social promotion platform while embedding Meituan into the Tencent ecosystem, and offered $1.2 billion in exchange for 7% of the shares. When it was Ling Yuan's turn, he looked at Wang Xing and smiled slightly. Mr. Wang, our offer from Star Han is $2 billion in exchange for 10% of the shares. This is a premium offer. In addition, I would like to provide some of my personal suggestions for the future of Meituan. Wang Xing raised his eyebrows lightly and looked at him, signaling him to continue. The future market will not only be a fusion of online and offline, but also a reshaping of the consumer experience. I think Meituan can focus on service quality, especially personalized and customized consumer experience. In this way, Meituan will not only be able to attract more young users, but also further enhance brand loyalty. Wang Xing had a twinkle in his eyes. He nodded, signaling Ling Yuan to continue. In the next 5 years, the demand for catering, traveling, entertainment and other areas will become more diversified. If Meituan can provide innovative services in these areas and build a stable user base, I believe this will be Meituan's core competitiveness for long-term development. The atmosphere in the meeting room became quiet after his words fell, and several delegates were silent for a moment, as if digesting his proposal. Wang Xing scanned the conference room in silence, crossing his arms on the table. He knew that today's decision was not only related to the future capital injection of Meituan, but also an important consideration of Meituan's future resources and strategy. Chapter 49, Instructing Wang Xing. Wang Xing spoke. I have carefully considered all of your bids and conditions. All of you here today are top-notch investment organizations, and what Meituan needs is not only capital, but also a long-term strategic partner. I'm impressed by Mr. Ling's proposal, and it's also in line with the future direction of Meituan's development. With Wang Xing's statement, the crowd had different expressions. Ling Yuan smiled, while Lin Jiangwen frowned slightly, clearly somewhat surprised. Su Chaochang and Li Chanan, on the other hand, exchanged a glance, seemingly realizing the turn the situation had taken. Wang Xing then added, Star Han Capital's $2 billion, 10% of the shares, and Mr. Ling's proposal on the future strategic direction. I think it's extremely crucial for Meituan. Therefore, I have decided to accept Star Han's proposal. With these words, the atmosphere in the conference room became even more tense. Lin Jiangwen's tone was tinged with resignation. Mr. Wang's choice is certainly justified, but Sequoia also hopes to play a bigger role in this financing. The future growth potential of Meituan is there for all to see. Ling Yuan, on the other hand, responded with a smile. Mr. Lin, StarHub Capital is looking at more than just immediate gains. Meituan has huge potential, and this time, we are willing to take a stake at a premium in order to realize a win-win situation for both sides in the long run. Sequoia Capital's advantages are undeniable, but for related strategic support, StarHub can provide more assistance. His words were spoken in a non-condescending manner, but expressed the advantages of Star Han Capital in a proper manner. Wang Xing nodded, then turned to the other three representatives. I also fully understand the expectations of Sequoia, High Tide and Tencent. In order to balance the interests of all parties, I hope that each of them can contribute $900 million in exchange for 5% of the shares, and that we will have room for broader cooperation in the future. Since Mr. Wang has made the decision, then Gao Tailing's side expresses its support. We have always believed that the future of Meituan does not just rely on a round of financing, but on the joint efforts of everyone here. Su Chaochang replied. Li Chanan nodded in agreement. Tencent is also confident in the development of Meituan, and we respect Mr. Wang's decision. I hope that we can each utilize our strengths in our future cooperation. The look on Wang Xing's face relaxed a bit and he nodded towards the crowd. Thank you all for your support for Meituan. I believe that with everyone's joint efforts, Meituan will definitely achieve higher growth in the future. Today's decision will be the starting point of our cooperation. Several people stood up and shook hands in turn. Ling Yuan and Wang Xing were the last to shake hands, and Wang Xing whispered to Ling Yuan, Mr. Ling, I look forward to more cooperation in the future. And thank you for the support you have brought to Meituan. Mr. Wang, today's is just the beginning. In the future, Star Han Capital will fully support the development of Meituan. Ling Yuan patted Wang Xing's shoulder and said with a smile. After the meeting ended, Lin Jiangwen was the first to walk out of the conference room. He looked at Ling Yuan. Mr. Ling's tactics are really brilliant. I've seen it today. Mr. Lin is flattering. Today everyone is working hard for the future of Meituan. Ling Yuan responded with a smile. Lin Jiangwen nodded slightly and left without saying much. Su Chaochang spoke up. Mr. Ling has truly lived up to his reputation, and it was a wise choice to hand over the Meituan to Star Han. He extended his hand,
and Ling Yuan shook his hand. Mr. Su is too kind, and I hope to have more opportunities to cooperate with Starhigh in the future. Li Chang'an smiled and extended his hand to Ling Yuan as well. Mr. Ling, we at Tencent Capital are but very interested in Little Rainbow Book and piecing Duo. I hope there will be more exchanges in the future. Mr. Li is right. We will have many opportunities to explore cooperation in more areas in the future. Ling Yuan shook Li Chang'an's hand and said with a smile. Several people said their goodbyes and Ling Yuan was the last to walk out of the conference room. This negotiation today had laid the foundation for Starhan Capital's position in Meituan, and it had also allowed other capitalists to recognize Starhan's strength. Starhan Capital will help this future Fortune 500 to go faster and farther. That night, Daiou Yutai State Guesthouse. With a history of more than 800 years, it is a perfect combination of ancient royal garden and modern architecture. Inside the box, the night was thick outside the window. Wang Xing poured 2 glasses of red wine, handed Ling Yuan a glass and smiled. Mr. Ling, thanks to your support today, tonight is considered a slight token of my appreciation. Mr. Wang is polite. Starhan invested in Meituan because it sees the future of Meituan. It is Starhan's honor to be a strategic partner of Meituan. Ling Yuan raised his cup and clinked it with Wang Xing. Mr. Ling, truth be told, after listening to your advice today, I have a clearer perception of the future direction of Meituan. In particular, the new retail and logistics layout you mentioned makes me feel enlightened. Wang Xing said with a smile. Ling Yuan nodded. Mr. Wang, the future new retail must be a combination of online and offline. Relying solely on offline layout is not efficient enough, while online also has a traffic bottleneck. Meituan already has a well-established online channel. How to integrate offline resources into it will be the key in the next few years. Wang Xing put down his wine glass and listened attentively. Ling Yuan continued. In terms of logistics, Meituan can consider deep integration with local warehousing and last-mile distribution. Logistics cost control will not only improve profitability, but will also enhance the user experience, especially for the fresh food retail and small distribution areas that Meituan may get involved in the future. Fresh food and small distribution, Wang Xing silently repeated, nodding frequently. That's right, the fresh food field has been growing rapidly in recent years, and we've been considering this area for a long time, but we haven't been able to find a suitable entry point. Mr. Ling, this model you mentioned can be said to be eye-opening. Ling Yuan looked at Wang Xing with a smile. Meituan actually possesses this foundation, and can quickly cut into the market by utilizing the existing takeout network. Coupled with the support of instant logistics, it can effectively shorten the delivery time and meet the needs of users. For users, Meituan can do what you need is what you get, which will be a very strong competitive edge. Wang Xing raised his glass and said to Ling Yuan, Mr. Ling, you have brought me a lot of inspiration today. It seems that we have really found the right person for this strategic cooperation. Come on, for the future of Meituan, and for our cooperation. Cheers! The two clinked their glasses again and drank it all. As dinner drew to a close, Wang Xing leaned back in his chair and said, Mr. Ling, nowadays, every move of Meituan is under the spotlight, so we really can't let up for a moment. Mr. Wang, the more critical the moment, the more stable you have to be. Meituan has gone through the startup stage, and now it's the harvest period. Attracting more attention from the outside world is an inevitable result. Ling Yuan responded. Wang Xing nodded. Mr. Ling, you are right. I gained a lot after talking to you today. By the way, I'll pick you up for the financing conference tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Wang. See you tomorrow. The two smiled at each other and ended their dinner. Chapter 50. Nice gown. The Mandarin Oriental Qianmen, the capital's top hotel, was located in the old capital's hutongs in the center of the city. Each guest room is a unique old capital courtyard. The price of the cheapest suite was as high as 20,000 RMB. Ling Yuan leaned back in the Chinese-style taisha chair in the living room and watched the koi carp swimming around in the pond in the center of the courtyard. The evening breeze blew and caused ripples, and the luohan bamboo that stood by the side of the pond fluttered with the wind. Chinese courtyard feeling is good. Ling Yuan inwardly pondered. It seems to find time to buy a few sets of courtyard. Cannot come to the capital every time to live in the hotel. On the red taiji table, the cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be a video call from Li Tong. After connecting, a smiling face came into his eyes. Brother, have you missed me recently? Li Tong smiled like a flower, and the background seemed to be a car seat. Of course, Sister Itong. Are you in the car? Well, I just finished a business show, and I haven't even changed out of my dress yet. Li Itong surveyed Ling Yuan in the screen, as if she had discovered something, and whined. You're in a hotel, right? Accompanying another woman and still saying that you miss me. Stinky brother, I can't stay in a hotel alone. I'm in the capital. Something came up.
Ling Yuan smiled bitterly. You have wronged me, Sister Itone. What? You're in the capital. Where are you? I'm also in the capital. Why don't I come and find you tonight?
Li Yitong came closer to the screen and said with a smile.
Sure, I'm at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Xianmen. Contact me when you arrive. Ling Yuan said. But, you wronged me. You have to compensate me. What compensation do you want? Didn't I come to compensate you? It's not enough. Not enough. I want you to come over in this gown.
With this makeup.
How about it, Sister Itone? Half an hour later,
Li Yitong crossed the courtyard and stepped towards Ling Yuan, smiling at him.
Is this satisfactory?
Brother. It had to be said that her makeup for the event was eye-catching. The upper body of the fitted gown featured light golden sequins that shimmered with a bit of light and set off her smooth skin. The streamlined design of the dress gradually darkened from the chest to the hemline, fitting the waist and showing off the slim curves. The split design of the skirt reveals long and white legs. The long black hair that was spread out was smooth as silk, and the flaming red lips and deep eye makeup made her face three-dimensional.
Let me tell you something else. Li Yitong came close to Ling Yuan's ear, wrapped her hands around his neck,
and said to him in a whispering volume,
I've already bought this gown, and it's okay if it breaks. Sister Itone, you're playing with fire, you know?
Ling Yuan's nose twitched slightly, sniffing the fragrance of roses coming from his side.
So what?
Li Yitong used her fingertips to draw circles on Ling Yuan's chest.
Her red lips pressed against Ling Yuan's earlobe, and whispered, I don't have to get up early tomorrow. Or is it? You can't, brother.
Ling Yuan held Li Yitong up by the waist, and her silver high heels slipped off her feet,
eliciting a burst of silver bell laughter. The night was as dark as ink.
Like a mountain mist quietly covering the verdant mountain ranges, the air echoed with subtle rhythms, and the lake rippled with a layer of ripples, soft but unnoticeable. The breeze gently swept by, like a falcon's wings gliding in mid-air,
fleeting, but left traces.
The shadows of the mountains on both sides of the river stand opposite each other,
slowly approaching, casting each other's silhouettes,
as if the tacit understanding after 1,000 years is converging at this moment.
The goose-yellow moonlight, sprinkled on the quiet water,
the fish constantly surging,
the vague animal song in the deep forest, distant but incomparably real.
The hustle and bustle of the world was cut off in this instant, and the only thing left in heaven and earth was this tranquil and deep resonance that echoed between the mountains,
lakes and seas. Ling Yuan woke up and went to the venue with Wang Xing.
Only the sleeping Li Yitong on the bed and the pieces of cloth scattered on the ground tell the story of last night.
The entire venue was crowded with people at the China World Trade Center Hotel in the capital. The venue was set up quite formally, and the words Meituan E-Round of Financing Conference on the huge yellow backdrop stood out in the light.
Reporters from all kinds of financial and general media were there,
with cameras and recorders ready to capture every detail. There was a long line of cameras lined up outside the venue,
and journalists were talking to each other in different corners,
discussing the heavy news of the financing. Soon after, Wang Xing,
dressed in a dark-colored suit,
walked into the venue and immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Many reporters raised their cameras and flashed frequently.
Wang Xing greeted a few media friends with a calm demeanor, and then a reporter stepped forward and asked, Mr. Wang, may I ask what this E-Round of financing for Meituan means for the company?
Wang Xing stood still and said with a smile,
Today is an important day for Meituan,
and the success of the Series E financing shows that the capital market recognizes and supports our Meituan. This will help us better expand our business in the future and provide better services to our users.
Another reporter asked immediately after, Mr. Wang, the amount invested by Starhan Capital in this financing is quite huge. What do you think of Starhan Capital's entry? Wang Xing nodded and paused slightly. Mr. Ling of Starhan Capital has a very deep understanding of the industry. He not only gave strong support to Meituan in this investment,
but also put forward a lot of constructive opinions on the future development direction of our company.
I think it is a very lucky thing for Meituan to have such a partner. As soon as the words fell, many reporters turned their focus to Ling Yuan, who was standing on the side. He stood beside Wang Xing with a straight posture, and appeared to be blandly at ease in the face of the media's gaze. Seeing the camera focusing on him, Ling Yuan smiled slightly and then walked to the front of the stage. Mr. Ling, can you talk to us about Starhan Capital's views on the investment in Meituan this time? A financial reporter stepped forward to ask a question.
Ling Yuan nodded slightly, his tone unhurried. Starhub Capital has always been concerned about innovative enterprises in emerging markets,
and the development direction of Meituan fits very well with our company's investment philosophy. We are very optimistic about Meituan's future growth potential,
and believe that Meituan will make breakthroughs in a wider range of areas and create more value for users with the support of new capital.
A reporter from a general media outlet then asked, Mr. Ling,
I heard that this time, Starhan Capital's share in the financing is as high as 10%, which is twice as much as several other companies.
May I ask how do you think about this percentage?
Ling Yuan kept a smile on his face.
Actually, Capital investment is inseparable from confidence. We are very optimistic about the long-term value of manhwa, so we chose to give more support. For us, the investment is not just an injection of capital, but also a recognition of the future of the company. We look forward to growing with manhwa. Applause rang out in the room as the words fell. Ling Yuan's answer was both firm and concise, showing his confidence and professionalism in investment. Chapter 51, The Release Event Spectacular. Wang Xing looked at Ling Yuan with a smile and added, Mr. Ling's team is very professional. Not only does it have a deep insight into the market, but it has also made very forward-looking suggestions. The cooperation between our two parties has been very smooth, from the communication at the beginning to the signing of the final agreement. The success of this cooperation also provides important support for the future development of manhwa. Reporters were taking notes with their pens. The camera's lens was aimed at the two people on the stage, focusing on their every move. Mr. Wang, what do you think about the market changes that may come from this manhwa financing? Another reporter asked. Wang Xing smiled slightly. Financing is just the beginning. We are more focused on how to use this funding to truly serve our users and expand our business. In the future, we will make deeper layouts in logistics, retail and other areas to continue to improve user experience and expand our market share. Another reporter then followed up with, Mr. Ling, what core directions do you think manhwa will take in the future? Ling Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, in manhwa's future layout, the combination of online and offline, the further penetration of new retail, and the deepening of instant logistics services are all highly promising directions. We hope to take advantage of manhwa's platform to further expand the breadth of services, enhance user stickiness, and provide users with truly convenient life services. During the conference, the media not only focused on Wang Xing and Ling Yuan, but also did not ignore the representatives of the other three venture capital institutions. Each of the three investment heads received a short interview with the media after the launch. Sequoia Capital's Lin Jiangwen faced the camera and said, manhwa's business model is very unique, and being able to occupy such an important position in the field of living services, we are very optimistic about its future development prospects. With this cooperation, Sequoia Capital will continue to help manhwa further expand its market with resources and technical support. When pressed by reporters to talk about their investment strategy, Su Chaocheng of High Tide Capital replied, manhwa's ecosystem has been gradually perfected. While in the areas of logistics and new retail, it has great growth potential. We believe that through this financing, Gaotong can help manhwa achieve more rapid development in its core business and consolidate its leading position in the industry. Finally, Tencent Capital's Li Chahan, when faced with reporters, put it succinctly, as a long-term strategic partner of manhwa, Tencent has always been committed to providing manhwa with strong online traffic and social ecological support. The cooperation between manhwa and Tencent has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and this investment will further deepen the depth of cooperation between the two sides and drive the landing of more scenes. The statements of the three people have their own focus, but they all show their confidence in manhwa. Reporters recorded quickly, and the answers of the crowd gave them more room for imagination about the future layout of manhwa. After the press conference, many journalists were still unwilling to leave, continuing to exchange and discuss today's event in the venue. As they dispersed, Wang Xing and Ling Yuan shook hands in front of the entrance to the venue. Wang Xing smiled and said, Mr. Ling, you have stolen a lot of the limelight today. The reporters are staring at you and asking questions. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your compliments today. There are some words that people might not believe when they come out of my mouth. But from you, Mr. Wang, it's a completely different story. Ling Yuan said with a smile. Mr. Ling, don't be modest. Today's launch was thanks to you, especially your analysis, which really taught me a lot. Wang Xing patted Ling Yuan's shoulder. Ling Yuan gently nodded. Mr. Wang, it's my honor to work together. I'm also looking forward to the future of manhwa. The two walked out of the venue together. Waiting for them was a brand new manhwa, a future that was about to take off. Although the financing conference is over, the heat between manhwa and StarHub Capital has just begun. After the press conference, the headlines of major financial media were quickly dominated by manhwa's Series E financing, and a wave of discussion was also started on social media. The financing not only marked the rise of manhwa, but also pushed StarHub and its helmsman, Ling Yuan, into the limelight. manhwa's latest valuation is as high as $20 billion, and StarHub Capital threw in $2 billion to lead the investment. Various news websites and financial platforms had released headlines with eye-catching headlines, attracting the attention of countless readers. As a unicorn enterprise of life service platform, manhwa has once again refreshed people's perception of it, and the high-profile investment led by StarHub Capital and Ling Yuan has become the biggest highlight of this financing. In this round of financing, manhwa took out 25% of the shares, which aroused widespread concern in the industry. All walks of life hold high expectations for the future development of manhwa,
especially based on the support of StarHub's large investment.
On social platforms and investment forums, netizens and industry experts have expressed their opinions,
with some marveling at the growth rate of manhwa's valuation, while others have begun to focus on the capital strength and strategy behind StarHub Capital.
This is not only the success of manhwa,
but also a bright layout of StarHub Capital in the investment field.
An industry analyst said in a financial talk show. He analyzed in detail
the fact that StarHub Capital was able to stand out among many competitors and lead the investment with $2.2
billion shows Ling Yuan's firm confidence in the future of manhwa.
And this lead investment also shows that StarHub's investment layout in the new economy has entered a higher level.
At the same time, this financing also reaffirms manhwa's attractiveness in the capital market.
As a highly influential company in the field of life services, manhwa has accumulated a huge user base in recent years by expanding its diversified business in areas such as takeout, hotels and tourism. The success of this financing also makes people imagine the future business expansion space of manhwa.
Not only that, StarHub's investment of up to $2 billion US dollars has triggered a lot of shock in the industry. Prior to this, the general expectation in the industry was that Sequoia, Gao Tailing and Tencent would dominate this round of financing. However,
the emergence of StarHub changed the whole situation.
Wang Xing, the founder of manhwa,
spoke highly of Ling Yuan at the press conference, which made StarHub become the focus of media and public attention. People began to explore the background and strength of StarHub,
and were even more curious about Ling Yuan's investment strategy. The valuation of manhwa reached $20 billion,
and StarHub Capital occupied 10% of the shares.
Ling Yuan's vision is really unique, a senior financial commentator analyzed. This is a bold layout of StarHub Capital on the new economy track.
It is foreseeable that with the further development of the life service market,
manhwa's market value may continue to climb,
and StarHub Capital will reap considerable returns.
Chapter 52, $1 billion quadrangle. At the same time, 3 other venture capital organizations, Sequoia Capital, Gao Tailing Capital, and Tencent Capital, have similarly attracted the attention of the media. In this high-dollar financing, Sequoia and Gao Tailing each invested $900 million,
accounting for 5% of the shares,
while Tencent Capital continued to hold shares as a strategic investor in manhwa.
Although their investment is slightly less than that of StarHub Capital,
the participation of these 3 top-tier capitals has further boosted the market's trust in manhwa.
StarHub Capital led the investment in a high-profile way,
and the other 3 capital institutions similarly demonstrated their confidence in manhwa. In an in-depth report in the Economic Daily News,
it was mentioned that manhwa's financing this time is not just an injection of capital,
but also a further improvement of its ecosystem.
The endorsement of the 4 major capitals gives manhwa more confidence in future market competition.
In addition to the investment community, the attention of the technology industry should not be underestimated. With manhwa's valuation reaching $20 billion,
the industry has begun to re-examine the potential of life service platforms.
The success of manhwa has once again validated the business model of Chinese internet companies that plowed deeply into vertical areas. It also brings reference and encouragement to similar companies.
Ling Yuan and StarHub Capital's investment is not only financial support,
but also recognition of manhwa's future development direction. The editor-in-chief of a technology magazine pointed out in an interview, manhwa's strong ecosystem in local living services, coupled with the injection of capital, will help it quickly widen the gap with its competitors. What's more, Ling Yuan's investment not only brings capital, but also may bring more strategic support.
Under the leadership of StarHub Capital,
manhwa's Series E financing has successfully attracted a lot of attention.
This grand capital cooperation not only let people see the future of manhwa, but also made StarHub Capital and Ling Yuan become the focus of the capital market in one fell swoop. Financial media have predicted that StarHub may further lay out in the field of new economy in the future. Netizens will also list the rest of the projects invested by StarHub,
which realize that, in addition to manhwa,
StarHub has invested tens of billions of dollars in other fields.
And the key is that StarHub was founded less than a month ago. And the current investment projects involve film and media, women's market, high-tech and internet, which can be said to be blossoming everywhere. StarHub Capital has also become a new star in the venture capital industry, just like the name of the company,
using the starlight of capital to light up the vast market.
Ling Yuan, only 23 years old, in addition to the title of national husband. One more, the media praised him as one of the most discerning investors. This financing, so that manhwa once again stood on the capital of the wind, and the high-profile investment of Xinghan Capital and Ling Yuan,
also pushed Ling Yuan to the center of the public vision.
When Ling Yuan returned to the hotel,
Li Yitong was trying on a bunch of clothes brought to her by her life assistant. It couldn't be helped that the gowns she wore yesterday were all torn into rags by Ling Yuan. If she had known better, she wouldn't have done that, and now the roots of her thighs were still a little sore.
Does it look good, brother?
She smiled and spun around in front of Ling Yuan, her purple skirt fluttering as she did so,
the faint scent of her hair coming through the air. Looks good. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Let's go look at houses if not.
Ling Yuan smiled and looked at Li Yitong, who came up to him.
Good. I don't have anything today, but why do you want to buy a house again?
Li Yitong was puzzled.
You don't live in the capital often. Conveniently, the company's business, it is inevitable to come to the capital in the future,
or have a set of their own house is good.
I'm not in you can live You come to the capital once to spend $2 billion, and dominated the hot search.
You are now more than the star is still hot.
How are you so powerful? Brother, of course, you know best if I'm awesome or not.
Ling Yuan looked at Li Yitong and walked out of the courtyard side by side with her. Inside Crow's Hutong in the back sea of the capital, in front of a courtyard,
the agent gently pushed open the heavy wooden door, and Ling Yuan and the two of them then entered. Mr. Ling, this courtyard covers an area of 722 square meters, with a floor area of 550 square meters. The agent walked ahead, introducing it as he went.
There are a total of 5 separate courtyards,
2 floors above ground and 1 underground, 26 parking spaces, and the owner is offering $1 billion. He knew that he had gotten lucky today. This Mr.
Ling had recently been a hotshot all over the internet.
Young and golden. No, it should be mega rich. How much commission can he take when this single is completed? It seems to be more than 20 million. This can buy a suite in the capital. Ling Yuan nodded. Li Yitong, on the other hand, her eyes flickered, repeatedly surveying the surroundings.
Although she had seen many mansions, she still had a hint of curiosity when faced with such a scene.
Entering the courtyard,
what met her eyes was a spacious main courtyard,
surrounded by 4 small courtyards clustered around it.
The various courtyards were arranged around the main courtyard in a staggered manner,
forming a typical courtyard pattern.
The courtyard was paved with green stone slabs, beside which were carefully trimmed flowers and trees, and tall trees were planted in the corners.
This is the main courtyard, the agent said as he walked.
The main courtyard is mainly used to receive guests, and can also be used as a leisure area during the week. Each individual small courtyard can be set up as a different functional area,
such as a guest room, a study, a tea room, or a parlor. He guided the two to visit each small courtyard one by one,
introducing their respective design concepts and uses. Walking into one of the small courtyards, they were greeted by an antique screen, and next to it was a chic little pond. A few koi carp were swimming leisurely in the water.
Li Yitong stood at the edge of the pond,
watching the fish swim and cause ripples in the pond.
The agent went on to say,
these decorations and designs follow the traditional style, and every detail has been carefully carved,
striving to restore the ancient charm of the old capital courtyard. The stone bridge by the pond, the flower windows,
and these green brick and gray tile roofs all carry a classical flavor.
Ling Yuan nodded from time to time as he listened to the agent's introduction,
his gaze slowly sweeping over the surroundings. They continued to walk towards another small courtyard, which had a relatively private layout.
As the agent introduced, this small courtyard can be transformed into a bedroom or private living space,
with a separate bathroom and check room, and can even be set up as a small leisure gym.
Li Yitong gently stroked the carved wooden pillars under the eaves.
I can see that a lot of care has indeed been taken.
The agent smiled and said, indeed.
This courtyard house is not just a living space, but also a cultural heritage. The design of the underground part is also very special. Apart from the parking space, it also includes a large parlor,
as well as a fully equipped kitchen and wine cellar. Ling Yuan nodded silently.
The agent watched his expression and quickened the pace of the introduction.
Mr. Ling, if you have any special needs, we can make customized renovations, such as adding a home theater, a gym, or even a private drawing room. Chapter 53, How are they all Fortune 500?
Ling Yuan smiled and looked at Li Yitong.
It feels like I can just move in. What do you think, Sister Yitong? The remodeling can be done individually for each compound.
Li Yitong stood beside him and nodded with a smile.
Walking to the last small courtyard, the agent stopped and pointed around. This compound is near the east side of the courtyard.
It can be used as a study or parlor, with plenty of sunlight and a very quiet atmosphere. Ling Yuan stood in the center of the courtyard.
The breeze was gentle and the entire courtyard was under the sunlight.
He turned his head to the agent and pulled out his bank card. I am very satisfied with this courtyard. Go through the formalities as soon as possible and try to sign the contract today. The agent immediately nodded in response.
Of course, Mr. Ling. We will arrange for the relevant personnel to follow up. You wait for a moment. The intermediary took the bank card handed out by Ling Yuan,
his hand shaking slightly as his mind quickly replayed everything that had just happened.
1 billion. 1 billion for a quadrangle. This price discouraged countless people.
But Ling Yuan had no hesitation from start to finish,
not even haggling, and just casually slapped it down. After the transaction,
Ling Yuan and Li Yitong leaned against the octagonal pavilion in the courtyard and chatted idly,
surrounded by wigwams, ponds, koi carp, green bamboos, and octagonal plums poking out from the wall. The cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be Wang Xiaooni. Ling Yuan picked up the phone and answered the call. A moment later,
Ling Yuan put away his cell phone and looked at Li Yitong.
Let's go, Sister Yitong. I'll take you out for a stroll.
Right, you ask your assistant to bring all your stuff over. You'll be staying here in the capital from now on.
Inside the red Rolls-Royce Phantom, Wang Xiaowen and Ling Yuan were sitting side by side,
while Li Yitong was leaning on the back of the seat and closing her eyes for a nap. Wang Xiaowen said to Ling Yuan with a smile,
Brother Yuan, what does it feel like to spend $2 billion in one go? It doesn't feel like much,
Ling Yuan said indifferently,
other than at my dad's place. I've never seen so much money. You'll look like I'm dull. Both went to university in Eagle Country. How come the gap is so big? Wang Xiaowen said, maybe you'll experience this feeling yourself one day. Ling Yuan smiled.
Right, what's the point of going to the Capital Club?
I haven't been there in years. Brother Yuan, there are two friends who know that I know you and want to befriend you through me. I didn't tell you in advance. You don't mind, do you?
Wang Xiaowen said with a smile.
He only took Ling Yuan's words as a joke, without relying on his father. He could have $2 billion?
He had never dreamt of it.
Why would I? I happen to have nothing to do. It's good to go and have some fun. The Capital Club, located on the 50th floor of the Capital Mansion, the #1 club in the country of China.
Membership is by invitation only, which makes it extraordinarily mysterious in the eyes of the outside world. The three had just gotten off the bus when a man in a black uniform bowed and came forward.
Good day, young Wang. Young Ling, this way please. At the same time, his hands cupped a golden card and handed it to Ling Yuan. Xiao Ling, this is the gold card of our Capital Club. Our boss personally explained for me to give it to you. Please make sure you take it. Brother Yuan,
I was only able to come here with my father's gold card,
and here they are directly giving you a gold card. Is this someone else's child?
It's hard to get shiitake mushrooms. In their eyes you're on the same level as my dad now. Wang Xiaowen scratched his head.
Why does it feel weird? Let's go. Ling Yuan took the card and smiled. It's hard to lose a bit of thinking of you liquid. Thinking of unite. What thinking of unite?
Wang Xiaowen had a puzzled look on her face, but did not stop walking.
Capital Club, crystal chandeliers hung high.
The floor was covered with marble. The sofas and seats were separated into small independent areas,
dotted with greenery around them. Ling Yuan and Li Yitong had just stepped into the hall and attracted the attention of many guests. Wang Xiaowen followed them, saying as they walked, Brother Yuan, the hall here is a bit more lively. Let's just sit here. The three of them walked straight to a semi-open area, which had been arranged in advance with a few bottles of red wine and a few cigars. Just as they sat down, Lu Yuxuan and Sun Jingwei came over from the other side with smiles on their faces.
Wang Xiaowen stood up and said with a smile,
Brother Yuan, these two are the friends I mentioned before, Li Yuxian, Sun Jingwei.
The two of them nodded slightly and simultaneously reached out to shake hands with Ling Yuan.
Brother Yuan, I've heard a lot about you, and I've finally met you today.
Ling Yuan smiled lightly. His tone was calm.
No need to be so polite. We are all the same age. Just be casual.
A few people had just sat down and some of the guests in the hall couldn't help but cast curious glances at them. Although they were several meters away from each other,
those familiar faces still made many people whisper. Isn't that Rongxing young proprietor Li Yuxuan over there?
The one next to him seems to be Jili's young proprietor Sun Jingwei.
That's right. I've seen it before in a financial report. Why are they sitting with those two? Who is the one in the middle? Some people who were familiar with Ling Yuan's name couldn't help but whisper. That's Ling Yuan, the boss of Star Han Group. He's the one who led the E-round of financing for Meituan.
While the outside world was talking, Ling Yuan and the others were getting acquainted with each other. Wang Xiaowen picked up his wineglass and said to Ling Yuan with a smile,
Brother Yuan, I finally invited you out this time. Xuanzi and Hui have been looking forward to this for a long time. Li Yuxuan took over and laughed. Brother Yuan, Xiaowen always praises you, saying that not only are you a top-notch business talent, but you are also very easygoing. Seeing you today, it's really true.
Ling Yuan gently took a sip of wine and smiled.
Easygoing is not something to talk about. It's just that we are all destined to be friends if we can get together.
Sun Jingwei took the cigar box and handed it to Ling Yuan.
Mr. Ling,
Star Han Capital has been a popular investment lately. It has invested tens of billions in less than a month. Ling Yuan took the cigar and said softly, venture capital business is only a part of Star Han Group.
Capital is fluid.
The key lies in how to find the most promising projects and maximize the use of resources.
A few people chatted and the atmosphere lightened up. but the conversation revealed admiration for Ling Yuan from time to time. Some of the curious guests in the hall became more and more shocked the more they watched. Someone whispered, "There are 4 top-tier scions in a single cigar circle: Oceanic Group, Star Han Group, Rongsheng, Geely, and Wanda. Except for Star Han Group, which was not established long ago, the rest are all Fortune 500. The young proprietors of Rongsheng and Geely are actually willing to take the initiative to show goodwill with Ling Yuan. So the top circles of the younger generation look like this. It seems that we really can't reach them." Just as Ling Yuan and the others were talking and laughing, Li Yitong suddenly walked back from the distance with a somewhat nervous expression. She walked over to Ling Yuan and whispered, "Xiao Yuan, I think I saw Bai Lu. She looks a little off." "Bai Lu? Who is that? What's wrong?" Ling Yuan asked. "My friend, a sister, also in the circle. I just saw her being forcefully dragged to a box." Li Yitong looked towards Ling Yuan and spoke much faster. "Don't be anxious, Sister Yitong. I'll go and take a look." Ling Yuan held Li Yitong's hand, then turned sideways to Wang Xiaoonian and said, "Xiao Onion, you stay with Xuanzi and Ah Hui for a while. I'll go over and take a look." Wang Xiaoonian nodded. "No problem, Brother Yuan." Chapter 54, Clash in the Box. Ling Yuan kicked open the door of the box. The sound of the crash was particularly abrupt in the quiet room. The lights in the room were dim. Bai Lu was being bound by ropes on the sofa. Her hands were tightly wrapped and her mouth was gagged by a piece of cloth. Helplessly, she suddenly heard the sound of a crash, and then a strange but somewhat familiar man came in front of her. But the person following behind him was familiar to herself. Li Yitong. Ling Yuan walked towards Bai Lu, untied the rope on her hand, and pulled down the cloth that was blocking her mouth. Bai Lu took a deep breath and whispered, "Thank you," her voice trembling a little from the shock. Li Yitong kept patting her back, whispering something to her. At this time, the compartment door was pulled open. An obese middle-aged man walked out from the inside. He was clearly startled by the sound of the door breaking, and his face was filled with displeasure and suspicion. He frowned and looked at Ling Yuan. "Kid, who are you? Dare to break into my compartment? Tired of living?" Ling Yuan stood up straight and looked at the man in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "What are you planning to do by tying someone up here?" The man let out a cold laugh and carefully sized up Ling Yuan. Realizing that he was just in his early 20s, he couldn't help but smile and growled, "What do you care what I do? Know who I am? Followed your lord here, right?" Ling Yuan ignored him. On the side, Bai Lu's body was trembling because of the man's roar. She walked to Bai Lu's side and gently patted her shoulder. Bai Lu had not fully recovered from the shock she had just experienced. She adjusted her breathing a few times and tried to calm herself down. The man's face became even more ugly when he saw that Ling Yuan was completely ignoring him, and he snorted coldly, "Kid, seeing as you don't know the rules, I advise you that you'd better leave right now, or else there will be a good time for you." Before his words fell, a few hurried footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the box, and Wang Xiaoonyan's trio rushed over. It turned out to be the account manager of this box who recognized Ling Yuan, but he was just a small account manager. He couldn't be offended by either side, so he had to tell the three of them, "Wang Xiaoonyan, about the situation over here." "Brother Yuan, what's wrong?" Wang Xiaoonyan asked, his eyes scanning the room and guessing the situation. Ling Yuan said indifferently, "He just forced the man into the box and tied him up on the sofa. Luckily, I came early." The man froze for a moment when he saw Wang Xiaoonyan's trio, but did not take it to heart. After all, these young people looked young. At best, they were rich sons who didn't know the heights of heaven. He simply did not expect that these few people in front of him would be even bigger than him. Reading more books and newspapers was still beneficial. At least it wouldn't mess with people who couldn't be messed with, he said with a cold smile. "A few brats. How dare you tell me what to do in front of me? Let me tell you, today this is the venue for my private banquet, so be sensible and leave." Wang Xiaoonyan sniffed and smiled as he sized up the man without making a sound. He also came to be interested. It had been a long time since someone had spoken to him like this, and he also wanted to see what else this man could say. Even if he couldn't solve it, could Brother Yuan still not solve it? Just then, a man with glasses behind the man panicked and came over, seemingly his secretary, and whispered a few words in his ear. The man frowned and said impatiently, "What nonsense? What kind of characters can these brats be?" The secretary held his eyes and took a breath. "Boss, you don't know. The four of them are not ordinary people. The young man who kicked the door just now is Star Han Group's Ling Yuan. His father, Ocean Group's Ling Jingxiong. The three next to him are Wang Xiaoonyan and Li Yuxuan, Sun Jingwei, all young proprietors of the Fortune 500. In other words, you have messed with 4 Fortune 500 young proprietors today. Taking a step back, they don't have this status, and you don't have a case in this matter." The man sniffed, froze for a few seconds, and asked back in a low voice, "Are you sure? It can't be a mistake, right?" The secretary wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and nodded his head repeatedly. It's definitely not a mistake.
Ling Yuan has been on fire online these days. He had already made up his mind. This time when he went back, he must let his boss read more books and newspapers. This not studying will really kill people. After the man heard this, his arrogant expression disappeared and was replaced by a look of embarrassment and horror. He sardonically looked at Ling Yuan and said with a dry smile, Ling Xiao, Wang Xiao, it's really a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know that MS. Bai is your friend. Just now there was much offense. Please don't take it as a small person's fault. Ling Yuan stared at the man. Misunderstanding? Tying someone up is called a misunderstanding? The man was stared at by Ling Yuan in a cold sweat and waved his hands to explain. It's really a misunderstanding. I just wasn't joking. I didn't expect it to come to this. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, he said while taking a step back, completely without the previous arrogance. Wang Xiao Onion sneered. Your way of joking is really special. Tying people up and blocking their mouths. Such a joke. Do you think we will believe it? The coal boss was rendered speechless. His face was green for a while, not knowing how to respond. Just then, Li Yuxuan also stepped forward. His gaze swept over him and said, This is illegal confinement. Do you know that this is against the law? The coal owner's face became even more ugly, almost ready to cry. He folded his hands and said, Young masters, I'm really sorry. I didn't know Miss Bai's identity. Just now it was really a joke. Please be magnanimous and let me go as a fart. Ling Yuan looked at him, his tone cold. If I didn't happen to be here today, what would have happened to her? The man lowered his head and nodded repeatedly, his head full of cold sweat. Young Ling taught me the right lesson. It was really a moment of confusion on my part. There is absolutely no next time. At this time, Bai Lu was beside Ling Yuan's body. Her emotions had calmed down a little, and a hint of complexity came through her eyes. She bit her lip and looked at the man in front of her who was panicking and begging for forgiveness. Taking a deep breath as if she still had palpitations, Ling Yuan glanced at her and said softly, Are you alright? Bai Lu shook her head and looked at Ling Yuan. Through her conversation with Li Yitong, she finally recognized Ling Yuan and whispered, Thank you, Mr. Ling. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what I would have done. Ling Yuan nodded his head and smiled faintly. Comforting. No need to thank you. It's only right, not to mention that you're Yitong's sister. The man's face became even more embarrassed when he saw the two men talking, and he tentatively asked, Ling Xiao, Wang Xiao, this matter today, can you see on the basis of my sincere apology? Can you just let it go? I will definitely make amends and apologize, and promise that I won't dare to do so again in the future. The man bowed and said, Oh, tell me, what are you apologizing with? Ling Yuan laughed. Chapter 55, Sister Yitong's sister? The man's brow was furrowed. These young masters were not lacking in money. How could he apologize? Suddenly, he thought of something. Miss Bai came today was supposed to talk to me about film and television investment. I will directly double the investment in this project, without any conditions. Then he turned his head to Bai Lu and said, Miss Bai, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Ling Yuan looked at Bai Lu and asked, What do you think? Don't be afraid. I'll back you up. Do you accept this apology? Bai Lu froze for a moment, then looked at Ling Yuan and nodded. Wang Xiaoanian glanced at the man. I think it's best for you to remember what happened today. Count yourself lucky that we are here today. Otherwise you know the consequences. The man nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, Yes, yes, yes. Wang Xiao taught me the right lesson. It's really that I'm not long-sighted. Thank you for your generosity today. I'll definitely change my ways and definitely won't do it again. Wang Xiaoanian waved his hand at him. Get lost. Don't let us see you again. The man was relieved and bowed repeatedly to thank him, then retreated in a grayish manner. The secretary behind him followed closely, looking back at Ling Yuan and the others from time to time, afraid that they would back out. The box returned to silence, and Bai Lu finally relaxed completely. She looked at Ling Yuan and Wang Xiaoanian and several people, took a deep breath and slowly said, I really thank you all. If it wasn't for you guys today, I don't know what I would have done. Ling Yuan smiled and said, It's alright. Be more careful on such occasions in the future. Bai Lu gazed at Ling Yuan and nodded. The atmosphere relaxed for a moment. Ling Yuan realized something at this time. He looked at Bai Lu and then at Li Yitong, his eyes glancing back and forth between the two faces. Li Yitong found Ling Yuan's abnormality, also looked straight at Ling Yuan. This Ling Yuan can understand. After all, a Tong's sister, there is no fear. As for Bai Lu, for some reason, she also smiled and looked at Ling Yuan. Neither of them had the intention of avoiding it. A moment later, Ling Yuan said, Sister Yitong, is Bai Lu your real sister? How come the two of you look so much alike? Then he sidled up to Wang Xiaoanyan's trio and said, What do you guys think? The two of them also look too much alike. Wang Xiaoanyan's trio, on the other hand, nodded their heads frequently as they sized up Bai Lu and the two of them. No, Li Tong and Bai Lu said in unison. And the two of them looked at each other after speaking and laughed themselves.
Bai Lu is the one I met on the program. She and I get along very well. A bit younger than you all.
I called her sister because of her young age.
Li Tong looked towards Ling Yuan and said with a smile. Yes, I would like to think that Sister Li Tong is my own sister.
Bai Lu also looked towards Ling Yuan and said with a smile.
I kind of realized that you two smile differently.
Ling Yuan looked at the two smiling faces.
Outside the glass window,
the sky was getting darker. Wang Xiaoonian saw this and said to Ling Yuan.
Brother Yuan, why don't we eat here tonight? Inside the box,
the crowd sat around a round table. As the dishes were served one after another,
the atmosphere came alive. How was it? Were you okay just now?
Scared,
right? Li Tong asked Bai Lu in a low voice. I'm really thankful to Mr. Ling.
He's really a righteous person. Bai Lu smiled slightly and whispered.
That's how he is. Although he seems calm,
he is never ambiguous when it's time to strike.
Li Tong smiled,
his gaze sweeping over Ling Yuan. The two of them exchanged glances and could not help but laugh out softly,
sneaking glances at Ling Yuan from time to time. Over here, Wang Xiaoonian and Ling Yuan were chatting about other topics.
Wang Xiaoonian picked up his wine glass and took a sip before looking at Ling Yuan with a smile.
Brother Yuan, are there any investment opportunities lately? Like us, we don't have your precise vision. Can you give some advice?
Ling Yuan put down his wine glass and smiled lightly. Your family has invested in quite a few projects.
Right, you still need me to give advice? Don't be polite. Brother Yuan,
we all trust your vision. Wang Xiaoonian waved his hand with a smile.
Yes, Brother Yuan, we're all waiting. Lu Yuxuan on the side also chimed in. Ling Yuan pondered for a while and nodded. Since you guys asked, I'll also briefly talk about the recent market situation. I think that the current real estate market is a good opportunity. The real estate market? Nowadays, so many people are saying that real estate is saturated,
and it's hard for housing prices to rise significantly. Wang Xiaoonian raised his eyebrows with curiosity in his eyes.
Indeed, on the surface, house prices are already high, but this is the appearance of the market,
Ling Yuan said with a smile.
In reality,
properties in first-tier cities still have strong demand and rising potential,
especially in the current economic situation.
The inflow of funds into the real estate sector is a relatively sound way to preserve value. Sun Jingwei nodded thoughtfully.
Then, Brother Yuan, what you mean is that if you get into real estate now, you will still be able to see faster gains? That's right, especially in the next month.
The property prices in the first-tier cities are likely to see an increase of at least 10%.
Ling Yuan nodded. For investors like us, with ample funds,
it's entirely possible to take advantage of the current market environment and purchase a large number of properties.
A 10% rise, within a month, this is indeed a good opportunity.
Wang Xiaoonian's eyes flashed with light. Li Yuxuan pondered for a moment and turned his head to ask,
Brother Yuan, which cities do you think have the most worthwhile properties to invest in?
For first-tier cities,
the capital, Magic City, or Deep City? Ling Yuan said.
The real estate markets of first-tier cities each have their own advantages,
but if I have to choose, I would recommend the capital and Mordor.
The capital city has stable policies and stable demand, while the inflow of foreign capital in Mordor will accelerate the rise in property prices. These two cities currently have the most potential.
Then I know. Go back and have someone prepare the funds. Li Yuxuan nodded and said with a smile, Brother Yuan,
besides the property market,
what other opportunities are there?
Wang Xiaoonian put down his chopsticks at this time and lowered his voice to ask.
There will be a big event in November. The impact will be very big and the opportunities will be great.
Ling Yuan looked at him.
The presidential election in the beautiful country.
Wang Xiaoonian brought his body leaning on the chair forward.
You mean, utilizing market capital? Ling Yuan nodded.
Yes, the beautiful country election will have a huge impact on the global capital market. The announcement of the election results will most likely trigger sharp fluctuations in the capital market, especially the dollar, gold and US stock market. With excitement in his eyes,
Li Yuxuan asked in a low voice, Brother Yuan, how do you plan to operate?
If you guys trust me, you can invest a sum of money with me and I will help you operate and profit through the capital market,
Ling Yuan said with a smile. How do you operate it? I'm curious, Wang Xiaoonian asked. Ling Yuan shook his head.
I can't say too much about the specific details, but my plan is to operate around the fluctuation of the US dollar and the rise of gold. During the election period the market uncertainty is very high. The dollar index and the price of gold are likely to fluctuate significantly.
This is the time when we can use leverage to increase returns. Chapter 56 detonates the real estate circle. So exciting. And adding leverage.
Sun Jingwei also looked at Ling Yuan. Such a probabilistic event.
Ordinary people can't play this operation.
Ling Yuan tapped his finger on the desktop. There is no 100% certainty in this matter.
but after analyzing it, I think the probability is that there will be a round of larger fluctuations. As long as it is operated properly, the return will not be low. For us, the key is to utilize the fluctuation amplitude to control the risk within an acceptable range. Wang Xiaoonian nodded. Brother Yuan, after hearing you say this, I think it's worth a try. I trust you anyway. Li Yuxuan also chimed in. Then I'll come in with a fortune then. Brother Yuan, we'll be looking at you next. Li Yitong and Bai Lu listened to their conversation from the side, smiling from time to time as they looked at Ling Yuan with a curious and appreciative look on their faces. Although the two of them didn't really understand what the few of them were talking about, they could clearly tell that the few of them had Ling Yuan as their leader, while Ling Yuan and the others were gathering for dinner. That night, the entire real estate circle in the capital was shaken by a piece of news. The backseat courtyard was sold in its entirety on the same day for 1 billion yuan. The news spread very rapidly, starting from the agent's circle of friends. In less than an hour, almost all real estate agents, developers, high-end account managers and even the relevant financial circles had heard about the deal. A well-known real estate forum, post title, Beijing's top quadrangle sold for $1 billion. Who is the buyer? Posting content, shocked. The top quadrangle in Hohai was sold today, and the buyer paid the full amount of $1 billion directly, not even negotiating price. I heard that the house is listed for almost 2 years. In the end, who is the god? The comments section exploded. Netizen Beijing Rich Observer, 1 billion quadrangle? Full payment? The capital has this kind of person? This is not a real tycoon. Is Jean Hao it? Netizen Don't Call Me Social Animal, 20-something? What a joke. Can full payment of 1 billion, either entrepreneurs or top rich second generation it? Netizen Salted Fish can't turn over, it's outrageous. The money I earned in my life may not even be able to buy a square meter of this courtyard. Netizen Courtyard lovers, may I ask, this courtyard what conditions? I thought this kind of house or only state institutions can buy. Netizen Late Night Real Estate Hunter, the capital's landmark building, the absolute version of the resources, tens of thousands of square meters. Take 1 billion to buy this kind of house. Value. Netizen Money Ability Institute, people who can afford to buy $1 billion house. We don't need to guess the background. People are not the circle that we mortals should discuss. A high-end real estate agent group's message was almost screen-brushed. Who is the buyer of the $1 billion sold quadrangle? Which colleague took the order? I heard that it's Ling Yuan, the owner of Star Han Group, who just recently hit the news with $8 billion in cash paid in capital. Really? Ling Yuan? Didn't he just become famous, and this is spending $1 billion? He's young, handsome, and rich, and he didn't even waste his time signing directly with full payment. Our line of work has really witnessed what it means to be beyond the sky. TSK, I just sold a $20 million villa and I still think it's awesome. They didn't even ask for a single detail for $1 billion order. At a dinner party of a well-known investment bank in the capital, this news from the real estate circle also became the focus of discussion at the table. An executive in a suit smiled with a glass of wine. Have you heard? That quadrangle in Hohai. It was sold today. $1 billion in full payment. A business owner next to him immediately picked up. I heard about it. Or a young man in his 20s bought it. Just checked. It seems to be that young proprietor of the Sino-Ocean Group. What's his name? Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan? That's the one that's on the hot search in the past 2 days. The owner of Star Han Group? The one with $8 billion of cash paid in real? A bank executive sniffed and couldn't help but interject. That's him. This kid's background is too hard. Not only does he have a deep family background, his methods are also brilliant. How old is this? Actually daring to buy a house with such a large amount of money. It's simply a living, breathing new aristocrat of the capital. The business owner exclaimed. Speaking of which, when he bought this courtyard, did he intend to live in it himself or invest in it? Someone asked curiously. It is said that he bought it because he doesn't want to stay in a hotel every time he comes to the capital. Each courtyard is independent, convenient and private. The business owner was surprised. Just because you don't want to stay in a hotel, you spent $1 billion? You dare to believe that? The crowd smiled and shook their heads. On Weibo, a well-known real estate self-media posted an article with several million hits in just 1 hour, with the title, Deep Dive into the Mysterious Buyer of the $1 billion Courtyard in the Capital, the newly promoted king of hot searches, Ling Yuan. The article reads, this afternoon, a set of courtyard houses in Beijing's Dongqing district was sold at a sky-high price of 1 billion yuan, and the buyer is Ling Yuan, the young proprietor of the Sino-Ocean Group and the owner of the Star Han Group. As a young generation entrepreneur, he has just been on the hot seat for the news of Star Han Group's $8 billion in cash paid in, and now he has bought a courtyard house for $1 billion, once again letting people see his financial strength and vigor. According to reliable sources, this quadrangle was listed for 2 years without anyone asking for it, but it was instantly taken down in front of Ling Yuan.
The buyer didn't hesitate and paid the full amount directly,
reflecting his extraordinary decisiveness. What's even more surprising is that he's only in his 20s.
This matter sparked a hot debate in the real estate circles,
with numerous real estate agents expressing their admiration for his decisiveness.
Such a background and strength makes him the hottest newcomer in the capital.
The crowd was still talking online.
Ling Yuan was oblivious to this,
and the dinner was coming to an end. The night was getting late. When the crowd left the table, Li Yitong sidled up to Bai Lu and said, "There's nothing to do tonight. Sit with me later. We haven't chatted together for a long time." "Good. I'm also looking forward to chatting with you more." Bai Lu nodded. In the courtyard at night,
the sound of thin rustling insects came from the courtyard. The moonlight sprinkled on the green stone boards,
and the osmanthus flowers in the corners of the walls gave off a faint fragrance. "This courtyard is also too big, isn't it? And it's also so ancient."
Bai Lu looked around and sighed.
"Come and sit often if you like it. Don't be polite."
Ling Yuan responded with a smile. Time passed quickly and the three of them chatted for a long time.
It was late at night. Li Yitong looked at the time and said to Bai Lu, "It's not early. Why don't we stay here tonight?" Bai Lu was a little hesitant. "It's not good. I didn't bring a change of clothes." "It's okay. You can wear my clothes first and talk about it tomorrow." Li Yitong smiled and waved his hand. "Then I'm sorry to bother you." Bai Lu nodded. Li Yitong took Bai Lu to the guest room and took out a set of pajamas from the closet and handed it to her. "Just make do for now. The size should be suitable." "Thank you, Sister Yitong. It's really troublesome for you."
Bai Lu took the pajamas and smiled. "You're still polite with me."
"Xiao Lu," Li Yitong said with a smile. After washing up, Bai Lu changed into Li Yitong's pajamas,
and the size was really suitable.
After all, the two of them had similar body heights.
She walked out of the bathroom and stood in the courtyard,
feeling the coolness of the night.
The silver-white moonlight sprinkled on her.
Chapter 57, Hugging the Wrong Person. At this moment,
Ling Yuan came out of his study and was ready to go back to his room to rest. When he passed by the courtyard, he found Li Yitong standing under the laurel tree in her pajamas, so he walked up to her.
"Sister Yitong, what's wrong?" Ling Yuan asked gently,
his hands encircling Bai Lu's waist from behind, his nose sniffing the faint fragrance of her hair. Bai Lu heard the voice and was about to respond to Ling Yuan.
However,
she felt those hands gently encircle her from behind,
bringing a warm touch.
She shivered slightly, her heartbeat accelerated at that moment,
and her entire body instantly tightened up. For a moment, she didn't even want to break this moment.
Bai Lu coughed softly,
as if trying to remind him of something with this action.
But Ling Yuan realized that Li Yitong didn't say anything,
and put it even tighter.
Her warm breath brushed against Bai Lu's ear, making her face slightly hot.
"Sister Yitong, how does Xiao Lu look so much like you? What do you think, if I fall in love with her?" Ling Yuan said as he pressed himself against Li Yitong's ear.
Bai Lu's mind was in chaos, filled with the echo of his words. Her heart was beating even faster, like a wild horse rushing in her chest, and she could even clearly hear the sound of thumping in her ears.
After a long period of silence,
Ling Yuan saw that Li Yitong still did not speak, thinking that she was not in a good mood, so he reached out and gently held her hand,
softly asking, "What are you thinking about?"
Bai Lu felt the warmth coming from her hand,
and for a moment,
she didn't know how to respond. She slightly turned her face sideways, but under the dim moonlight, Ling Yuan still didn't notice the difference. Ling Yuan gently patted the back of Li Yitong's hand and said gently,
"If there is anything you want to talk about, you can talk to me."
Bai Lu felt his concern, and her heart was both delighted and torn. She knew that she should have clarified her identity,
but for a moment, she couldn't bear to break this moment. Just then, Li Yitong's voice came from the room. "Xiao Yuan, why aren't you sleeping?" Ling Yuan froze for a moment and looked back in the direction of the room, realizing that Li Yitong was standing in the doorway. He then turned his head to look at the Li Yitong beside him, and only then did he see that it was Bai Lu.
"Xiao Lu?" Ling Yuan was a little embarrassed and immediately let go of his hand.
"Sorry, I should have told you earlier," Bai Lu said with a red face and bowed her head. Unfortunately, the lights were too dim for Ling Yuan to see this. Li Yitong walked over and looked at the two. "What are you guys talking about?" Ling Yuan scratched his head. "I just thought she was you." "So?" Li Yitong couldn't help but laugh out loud. "The two of us do look quite similar in our backs, and she's wearing my pajamas today." Bai Lu also laughed to ease the embarrassment from earlier. "Yeah, online we are often mistaken. You look alike. You're about the same height. You have the same body. You just don't smile the same." Ling Yuan laughed bitterly.
"Oh, why don't you tell us how we don't look the same when we smile?"
Li Yitong looked at Ling Yuan with a smile. Bai Lu also looked at Ling Yuan with a smile.
"Sister Yitong, you smile with your eyes.
Xiao Lu, you smile with your mouth."
Ling Yuan scanned back and forth between the two smiles.
Li Yitong said, "Then you have to be careful or you'll be mistaken next time. It's impossible for us to smile every time we see you." "How is it impossible?"
"I'll clean up whoever makes you guys cry." Ling Yuan said with a smile. Li Yitong and Bai Lu sniffed and both burst out laughing as the awkward atmosphere gradually dissipated. Alright, it's getting late. Let's all take an early rest, Li Yitong said. Bai Lu nodded. Okay, good night. After returning to her room, Bai Lu laid down on her bed, recalling the scene just now, as well as Ling Yuan's last words. Her heart was a little complicated, but she quickly adjusted her mind, telling herself not to think too much. After all, Ling Yuan was Sister Yitong's boyfriend. But why did he ask a Tong sister what if she likes herself? He is not afraid of a Tong sister angry. A Tong sister will give up in his love, or give up in his own friendship. How do you reap the benefits of love, but also want to maintain friendship? Is not his heart a little too big? Buddha said, it is not the heart that is too big, it is the head that is so big. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Everything is in your dreams. On the other hand, when Ling Yuan returned to his room, Li Yitong looked at him with a smile. You're not really embarrassed, are you, brother? Ling Yuan smiled. It was a bit of an accident. I'll pay attention next time. Li Yitong held his hand and said, it's okay, Xiao Lu won't mind. You don't even know what I did to her. How do you know she won't mind? Didn't you hold her in your arms? I saw it all. Li Yitong came closer to Ling Yuan and said with a smile. I even asked her, what if I fall in love with Xiao Lu? She didn't say anything. Really? Then from what I know about her, she likes you. Ling Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. You like me when you only met me for the first time today? Are you sure it's not a misunderstanding? Not a misunderstanding at all. Li Yitong smiled. Xiao Lu isn't a person who is easily shy. The fact that you hugged her today and she didn't push away already says it all. If it was someone else, she would have already slapped her face. I can guess how messed up her heart was when you asked her that. Ling Yuan was thoughtful and looked down at Li Yitong holding his hand. Are you helping her? Or are you helping me? Of course I'm helping you. Li Yitong's smile deepened, with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. She's a good girl. If you hadn't appeared in time today, the result would have been different. It's her good fortune that you can protect her, and it's also my peace of mind. Listening to you, it seems like you are pushing her towards me? Ling Yuan smiled with a teasing tone in his voice. What do you think? Li Yitong's eyes looked straight at him. Don't pretend you don't understand. I'm not pushing, but reminding you not to let her down. Then, Li Yitong's lips came close to Ling Yuan's ear and whispered. Isn't it bad to be happy already? Is your sister treating you well? You're so good, Sister Yitong. Ling Yuan sniffed the fragrance of his hair and felt Li Yitong's warmth through his clothes. Sister has even better ones. Li Yitong picked up Ling Yuan's chin with her fingers, feeling his nostrils, and pushed him, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, down onto the bed. Moonlight poured through the window pane and spilled onto the floor of the room. In the silence of the wilderness, the mountains were silent, pale and majestic. A breeze swept by, awakening echoes from the depths of the valley. A slight tremor of the earth. The river flowed slowly down from the heights and meandered into the distance, reflecting the softness of both banks in the rippling light. The eagle slipped from the sky, spinning and crashing into the infinite meadow, its chasing shadow falling on the lake, sweeping up a ripple. The moonlight tilted, sprinkling every inch of the mountains and fields, and above the dome, the stars floated, dispersing and then coalescing, like a long wind blowing across the wilderness. In the silence, the breath of the earth mingles with the murmur of the wind, and the mountains and the water fall silent in the wilderness, returning each other to a silent rest. Chapter 58, 800 million to make the original god. Early the next morning, Bai Lu woke up early and walked out of her room, stretching her body in the courtyard. Ling Yuan also got up and saw Bai Lu in the courtyard, walked over and said with a smile, Xiao Lu, how was your rest? Very well, thanks to Mr. Ling's hospitality. Bai Lu turned around and said, no need to be polite. It's good to be able to live comfortably. Ling Yuan paused and said, Xiao Lu, you can call me Ah Yuan from now on. Okay, Ah Yuan. Bai Lu looked at Ling Yuan with a smile. At this time, Li Yitong also came out from her room and said with a smile, you all got up so early. Sister Yitong, I remember that you usually don't stay in bed? Bai Lu looked at Li Yitong in confusion. Why don't we go for a walk together in the nearby park? Li Yitong said. She directly skipped this question, and inwardly murmured, Xiao Lu, you are still young, you will also stay in bed in the future. The three of them went out together. There were not many pedestrians in the hutongs. The morning light sprinkled on the pavement. The birds on the trees were twittering. The steamer of the breakfast store was bubbling with white mist, and from time to time, people on bicycles swept past the three of them. In the park, Bai Lu and Li Yitong walked in front, chatting. Ling Yuan followed behind, enjoying the surrounding scenery. Bai Lu suddenly turned her head to Ling Yuan and said, I haven't thanked you for yesterday. Thank you, Ah Yuan. If you're Sister Yitong's sister, you're my sister. It should be, Ling Yuan said with a smile. Li Yitong looked at the two and said with a smile, you don't have to be so polite. All of you are your own people.
Xiao Lu, why don't you come to Jiaxing Media, so that Sister Tong and I can feel a bit more at ease? Ling Yuan said. Ah, I want to come too, but my contract hasn't expired yet. Bai Lu looked at Ling Yuan. A light flickered in her eyes, which quickly darkened again. It's fine, you want to come and I'll arrange it for you. Don't, the liquidated damages are very high, and my contract is about to expire in a few months. I'm a newcomer now, and my contract is only for 1 year. Bai Lu hastily shook her head and said, okay, then, after that, if you have any problems in the company you must contact me or Sister Tong, okay? Don't let us worry, he said to Bai Lu. After the expiration date, you come directly to Jiaxing. Seeing Bai Lu's attitude so decisive, Ling Yuan no longer insisted. After all, she was still young and had to take care of her self-esteem. Going back, he asked someone to just remind Bai Lu's current agency. After returning to the courtyard, Bai Lu cleaned up a bit and said to the two people, I should go back. I still have work today. Leaving so soon? Come back to play next time. Li Yitong was a little reluctant. Definitely. Thank you. Bai Lu nodded and said. Bai Lu smiled and waved goodbye. Watching her back disappear at the end of the alley, Li Yitong turned to Ling Yuan and said, Bai Lu is very nice, right? Ling Yuan nodded. Yes, very cheerful. Li Yitong smiled. She's always like that. It's always fun to be with her. Can feel it. Ling Yuan looked down at Li Yitong. But I'm even happier with Sister Yitong. Is that so? I'm not ashamed of what I did to you last night. Li Yitong took Ling Yuan's arm and walked back to the courtyard. The next day, in manhwa's office, Ling Yuan looked at the game data of Wipeout World 3 on the curtain. After Kai Haoyu called Ling Yuan yesterday, he rushed over as soon as the plane landed today. Kai Haoyu said excitedly, how was it, Brother Yuan? It didn't disappoint you. You said that the water flow would break 100 million a month, and we did it a few days ahead of schedule. Ling Yuan smiled. Awesome, How's as promised, 800 million. I'll call the company right away. This is just the R&D funds. Don't worry about this project of Original God. We'll let foreigners know that China can make top-notch good games too. Kai Haoyu and the others nodded frequently. Brother Yuan, we will definitely not let you down. Ling Yuan nodded and continued. How's I've already sent you an email with project-related information. Make the game as soon as possible, and I'll give you other projects after Original God. Notify me in advance before Original God goes live. The market promotion must be willing to invest in it. My request is that for all the games in our company, the cost of research and development and quarterly promotion should be at least 1-to-1. Ling Yuan said to Kai Haoyu. 1-to-1, Brother Yuan, if you put it that way, then isn't Original God's quarterly promotion and distribution costs at least 800 million? Of course, that's why the game you guys must do well, or else throwing so much money out there is also smashing our brand. Ling Yuan said word for word. Hearing Ling Yuan's trust and support, Kai Haoyu's voice raised a few points. Brother Yuan, don't worry, we'll make sure that the Original God goes out of the country. By what right do their games rake in money from us Chinese? We'll make money from them as well. Ling Yuan nodded and continued. Also, there are a few small projects. You can go online every few months. You take control, so that the market continues to keep an eye on our game. The small projects that Ling Yuan said are Yin Yang Master, Fifth Personality, Egg Boy Party, Endless Winter. These types of projects, although these projects individually took out monthly water flow were several $100 million, they were still not enough to look at in front of the Original God. Promise to complete the task, Brother Yuan. Seeing this, Kai Haoyu also became serious. A few moments later, Kai Haoyu rubbed his hands together, looked at Ling Yuan and asked, Brother Yuan, what was the project after Original God that you were talking about just now? Tell me about it. Well, that's it. I hope that the next time I come here, it will be the day that Original God goes live. Ling Yuan smiled, not commenting, and turned around to leave the office. After leaving manhwa, Ling Yuan finally made up for Yang Mi's dinner that the two of them had agreed to a few days ago. The night was slightly cool. The two of them walked out of the restaurant side by side. The light from the street lamp sprinkled on the two of them, the ground reflecting a goose yellow outline. Yang Mi was wearing a burgundy long trench coat with a short knitted skirt of the same color, perfectly accentuating her slender and well-proportioned legs. The black high-heeled sandals on her feet were embellished with metallic details, and her long black hair fell casually over her shoulders. From time to time, she turned her face sideways and looked at Ling Yuan, her eyes glittering. Little Yuan, thank you for inviting me to dinner tonight, Yang Mi said with a smile. Sister Mi, there's no need to be polite between us. Ling Yuan looked down at Yang Mi. The two of them stared at each other like this, and after a few moments, she took Ling Yuan's arm and the two of them walked towards the parking lot. Her gaze inadvertently swept towards the curb and suddenly paused. A few meters away, a man with a camera was standing on the street corner as if nothing had happened.
but the lens of the camera in his hand was unabashedly aimed at them. Yang Mi frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in her eyes, but then she regained her composure.
Xiao Yuan, it looks like we've become news fodder again,
she said indifferently, her tone calm with a hint of helplessness.
Chapter 59, Being Secretly Filmed.
Ling Yuan followed her gaze as he held Yang Mi's elbow, his voice low and steady.
Let them go ahead and film it. We didn't do anything unseemly anyway.
Yang Mi smiled bashfully. Of course, but
I'm afraid their pen and ink won't let us off easily.
Ling Yuan looked at her subdued expression, a few more points of appreciation in his eyes.
As she walked to the parking lot,
Yang Mi stopped and looked sideways at Ling Yuan,
saying word for word, "Little Yuan,
when these news are passed around,
it will eventually affect the company's image.
Although I don't care,
I don't want Joshing to be implicated as well."
Ling Yuan heard the deeper meaning in her words and nodded. Sister honey,
I know your concerns, but there are some things that the more you go about clarifying them,
the more it will trigger more speculation. Yang Mi looked at him. I'm not afraid of speculation or rumors, but it's necessary to let the outside world know that Joshing Media is a powerhouse company that isn't sustained by gossip. I don't want people to treat me as a typical example of relying on my boss to get to the top. Then there's even less need to explain.
You have the ability and don't need to rely on anyone to prove it. Let time speak for itself. Ling Yuan said, "You're right. No explanation is the best explanation."
Yang Mi was silent for a moment and nodded. I believe that Joshing Media will definitely shine brighter with you around.
Ling Yuan said, "Sister Mi, you've never been the best. There's no need to be bothered by this. Gossip will always dissipate as it spreads."
Ling Yuan put his arms around Yang Mi's shoulders.
"Moreover, what if the gossip comes true?"
"What gossip comes true?"
Yang Mi felt the warmth coming from Ling Yuan's palms and wondered. "Of course it's the scandal of you becoming my girlfriend." Ling Yuan looked straight at Yang Mi.
Yang Mi froze for a moment and said with a smile,
"Then you have to work hard." Little Yuan, sister honey, don't worry, as long as there's something else to say on the internet, I'll have someone deal with it.
Of course, I don't care about the gossip about the two of us. Yang Mi cried and laughed at his words.
Alright, let's consider this as us giving the media a big gift.
The two of them smiled at each other and Yang Mi took Ling Yuan's arm.
In that case, I don't care about them. Let's go. I'll send you back. The night breeze whipped by.
Yang Mi's hair swayed with the wind, and that warmth in her heart intensified.
Sitting in the car,
Yang Mi slightly tilted her head sideways,
glanced at Ling Yuan,
and said in a low voice,
"Xiao Yuan, thank you.
During this period of time,
with your trust, I was able to come this far."
Ling Yuan turned his head to look at her, his eyes gentle.
"Sister Mi, you don't have to be polite to me. You deserve my trust and everyone's respect." Yang Mi was slightly stunned, then she looked down and let out a light laugh. A moment later,
she suddenly spoke.
"Xiao Yuan, I actually never thought that I would one day meet a boss like you, who not only supports me in my work, but also gives me enough backbone when facing the outside world. Sister honey, you don't need me to prove your ability.
Joshing has only become what it is today in your hands." Ling Yuan had his elbow on the car window and looked sideways at Yang Mi.
The evening breeze blew by,
bringing with it a gust of her hair scent. Yang Mi nodded and said with a smile,
"To be honest, I did pay a lot for Joshing, and I also believe I have the ability to do so. But sometimes, in the eyes of those who don't know the truth clearly, my efforts are covered up by the scandals and even misinterpreted. I don't really care what others think, but I also don't want to see my efforts being underestimated." Ling nodded farther. "Sister honey, the scandals will eventually pass,
and what will truly remain are your abilities and accomplishments. I can see that Joshing Media's development is closely related to you."
Yang Mi looked straight ahead at the traffic. "Thank you, Xiao Yuan. With you behind me, I have the confidence to go farther. Don't worry, Sister Mi, no matter what, I will support you."
Ling Yuan looked at her, his gaze gentle and appreciative.
"Having your words is enough." Yang Mi nodded slightly. The car pulled into the parking lot of Chui Hu Tiandi. The night surrounded them.
Yang Mi slightly tilted her head sideways and looked at the side of Ling Yuan's face.
"We're here, take an early rest."
Ling Yuan turned his head, his gaze staring straight at her, searching for something in her eyes. He was silent for a few seconds and seemed to have made up his mind. Then, he moved closer to her and gently pressed his lips against hers.
Yang Mi was slightly stunned, her breath stuttering,
but that momentary surprise was quickly replaced by some sort of determination. She closed her eyes and raised her hand on Ling Yuan's shoulder, bringing him closer to her, responding to him as the temperature between her lips gradually rose.
They kissed silently for a few seconds in the car, everything in the world standing still in this moment. Yang Mi's heart raced,
but she remained subdued. She knew her feelings and wouldn't hide from them.
After a few moments, Ling Yuan slowly backed away. "Sister honey,
Yang Mi smiled gently and placed her finger on his lips, interrupting his words,
her tone gentle yet firm. "No need to explain. Little Yuan, go back quickly.
The two of them looked at each other and smiled.
And in the night, each other's thoughts flowed silently and coalesced in this moment. Lu Wei ended her business trip yesterday and returned to Magic City. But yesterday, Ling Yuan was still in the capital. So today, she purposely waited in the living room for Ling Yuan to come home. After all, the two had been separated for a little over half a month. The moment Ling Yuan pushed open the door to his home, goose yellow light poured out from the entire room, spilling onto the carpet and also onto Lu Wei. She was sitting quietly on the sofa, her hair hanging over her shoulders, holding a book in her hands that she had just turned halfway through, wearing a light pink robe. "You're finally back." Ling Yuan smiled as he took off his shoes and stepped towards the living room. "Ah, Yuan, I missed you so much." Lu Wei put down her book and got up to run towards him, a smile on her face. Ling Yuan swept her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Lu Wei's cheeks felt the warmth coming from Ling Yuan's chest as she looked up at him, her gaze eventually landing on a strand of long black hair on her collar, and then the faint lipstick mark on her lips. The beating of her heart seemed to have missed a beat, and her breathing became heavy at that moment. Her heart fluttered, but she didn't show it right away, instead silently averting her eyes. "How are you staying at Little Rainbow Book? Are you still used to it?" Ling Yuan looked down at Lu Wei, feeling that she was a bit different from usual, but just assumed that she was due to the exhaustion of traveling. Lu Wei nodded her head gently, trying her best to make her voice sound natural. "It's good. Mr. Wu taught me a lot. I gained a lot. How is it, traveling for a small half-month? Feeling tired?" said holding her hand towards the sofa. "Not tired." She looked up and smiled at him, but the loss implicit in her godless eyes was captured by Ling Yuan. "What's wrong, Wei Wei? Something on your mind?" Ling Yuan inquired, sensing that something was wrong with her. Chapter 60, Do You Want to Be Together? Lu Wei hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to open her mouth, but her words were as gentle as ever. "Ah Yuan, I know that you're very busy and have a lot of things to deal with every day. I don't want to cause you any trouble." Ling Yuan hurriedly asked, "Is it because you're not used to being in Xiaohongshu?" Lu Wei said softly, "No, I'm just a little tired." Ling Yuan noticed that the focus of her gaze was not on his eyes, but on his shirt. He followed her line of sight, a long black hair. He had just kissed Sister Honey as if he hadn't wiped his mouth. "Sister Honey, your big red lips are amazing, but sooner or later you have to face it. It's just a matter of time. Don't panic when you run into problems. Things are in the trunk." He raised his hand and wiped his lips, and put his hands around Lu Wei's shoulders. "Wei Wei, I do like other girls besides you, so what about now? You're giving me a showdown. Are you ready to give up on me?" Lu Wei looked at Ling Yuan. Her chest rose and fell irregularly. Her voice was trembling a little. "Of course not. Just because I'm giving you a showdown doesn't mean I'm going to give up on you." Ling Yuan paused. "Remember what I told you? Be the truest version of yourself. This is the truest me. Very greedy indeed. Everyone has a special place in my heart, and so do you." Ling Yuan looked straight at Lu Wei. He had been unsure of how to say this to Lu Wei, because after getting along, he realized that she was rather traditional. Her personality also belonged to the soft and meek, but such a person actually had a firm heart and had her own principles. At this moment, Lu Wei was unusually quiet. There was no stormy crying or head-splitting scolding of Ling Yuan. A moment later, she looked up at Ling Yuan, took a deep breath and said, "I know, let me be alone, okay?" Ling Yuan held her hand, his tone sure and gentle. "Wei Wei, I won't let you feel aggrieved, but I also hope you can understand that my true heart will always remain the same." Lu Wei pushed away his hand, got up and left the sofa, walked into the bedroom and closed the door. After entering the bedroom, she leaned against the door, her mind constantly replaying Ling Yuan's words. "Be your truest self." His voice was gentle but firm, but could she really accept him as such a real person? Loving him was true, but could this love really allow himself to let go of his principles? Worried about Lu Wei having an accident, Ling Yuan did not leave Cuehu Tiandi, but spent the night on the sofa in the living room. The morning light shone through the curtain slits into the bedroom, and Lu Wei woke up and stayed in the bedroom. She knew that Ling Yuan had not left the living room. His silence was a sign of respect and worry for her. Many images flashed through her mind, from their first acquaintance to now. His gentleness and attentiveness towards her surfaced one by one. Perhaps he really did love her, as he said, but he loved others as well. A few moments later, a familiar voice came from outside the door. "Wei Wei, there are still things to do in the company. I'll leave first." Accompanied by the sound of tiny footsteps and the sound of the door closing, she was certain that he was gone. She walked to the living room and found an extra note on the coffee table with Ling Yuan's handwriting. "No matter what happens, I'll be there." She froze for a moment, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. Her thoughts were interrupted by the ringtone, and when she connected, an eager voice came from the opposite side. "Wei Wei, look at Weibo, about Ling Yuan." "Weibo, what is it?" Man. Ling Yuan has other women besides you. I know, I knew last night. You know, and now you're still acting like this. Are you okay? Do you need me to accompany you? It's okay, I'm okay, I just want to be quiet. I'll hang up first. After Lu Wei hung up the phone, she opened the microblogging. The first few of the hot search list were all about Ling Yuan's news. Yang Ni's love affair is exposed. Her boyfriend is national husband Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan's girlfriend was exposed as popular actress Yang Mi. All kinds of headlines, but the pictures were all the same. One showed the two of them looking deeply into each other's eyes, and the other showed Yang Mi holding Ling Yuan's arm. She looked at the hot search on her phone and smiled. Feelings were not something she could fully control. A wonderful person like him never belonged to anyone in particular. Was it the real him that one loved? Or the imaginary him? Could one leave him? It seemed as if he couldn't, and every time he woke up on a business trip, he would call his name out of habit, and he was in such good health that he really couldn't handle it on his own, and it seemed okay to have more people to share it with. The sound of the door opening suddenly came from the aisle. Lu Wei turned her head to see that it was Shin Manmang who had come. How is it? Wei Wei, are you alright? I was worried about you. Shin Manmang runs towards Lu Wei, pulling her hand, her eyes sizing her up. It's fine, don't you have a flight in the afternoon? Why did you come? Lu Wei said. I couldn't worry about you and came to take a look. Shin Manmang looked around the week before saying, where's Ling Yuan? He just left you alone at home? I don't blame him. He guarded me all night last night, and in the morning it was also because I didn't know how to face him. The corner of Lu Wei's mouth gently rose. He had something in his company and was busy. Are you alright? Still helping him talk. Shin Man said with the back of her hand touching Lu Wei's forehead. This brain is not burnt out? I'm really fine. I just figured it out. You figured it out. You let him sow foot in 2 boats? Shen Manmang's eyes went wide. Yeah, I can't leave him now, and besides, he's really good to me. Lu Wei nodded her head and said, you have a big heart. Why didn't you realize it before? Shen Manmang gritted her teeth and said, hoping that both of you are fine. Only I'm not, right? It's not that I have a big heart, it's that I figured it out. Lu Wei smiled and looked at Shin Man. What's the matter with you? You don't like Yuan, right? Shin Man froze for a moment and hurriedly said, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Wei glanced at her, her tone soft. Is that so? But your expression has already betrayed you. Shin Manmang blushed and glared at her. Don't talk nonsense? I don't care about it. Your face is red. You still don't. Shin Manmang opened her cell phone camera, looked at her face in the screen, and said loudly, I'm going crazy. I came to see you with good intentions, and the clown is even myself. Wandering. I'm serious. If you like Yuan, I don't have a problem with it. Haven't you never been in love either? He's so good. Don't you feel moved? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This world is finally epileptic. Shin Manmang looked at Lu Wei. Since you're fine, I'll leave. Lu Wei looked at Shin Man's fleeing figure and shook her head with a smile. She pulled out her cell phone, ready to call Ling Yuan, but after thinking that he should be busy right now, she put it back. Chapter 61. Hot Bar is very gossipy. As soon as Yang Mi entered Jiaxing Media's office, her assistant hurriedly greeted her, looking slightly nervous. Sister Honey, there is something you may need to know. The assistant spoke in a low voice, the tablet in her hand displaying the Weibo interface, on which was clearly the headline of Ling Yuan's romance scandal with her. Yang Mi's romance exposed. Boyfriend is national husband Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan's girlfriend is exposed. It's actually popular actress Yang Mi. After clicking in, there were 2 photos, one of her and Ling Yuan looking deeply into each other's eyes, and one of her holding Ling Yuan's arm. It was also a pretty good shot. The assistant looked at her with some concern. Do you think this needs a response? It's already going crazy outside now. Yang Mi lightly waved her hand signaling that she didn't need to worry. Don't bother. Work is important. The corners of her mouth rose as she lowered her head and smiled lightly. She returned the tablet to her assistant and turned towards the office, picking up her phone again and continuing to browse the comments under the gossip. The fans and netizens at the bottom of the page were almost speculating about all kinds of relationship details, with some shouting at her to make an early announcement and others starting to make all kinds of assumptions about their future. She was just about to continue reading when footsteps suddenly came from the doorway. Delilah jogged in, a light shining in her eyes. Sister Honey. Hotba pounced in front of her as soon as she entered, directly handing her her cell phone to look at. Smiling, look, the microblogs are blowing up. The rumor about you and Mr. Ling has spread. The whole internet is talking about it. Yang Mi smiled and looked at Hotbar, taking her phone and flipping through it. Seeing those headlines, the smile in her eyes became even more intense, but she pursed her lips in a pretense of composure. Yeah, see, I didn't expect everyone to have such a rich imagination. Hotba came closer and lowered her voice to ask, Sister Honey, are you really together? What does it feel like for you and Mr. Ling to be in love? Ah?
Her eyes were filled with anticipation,
wanting to hear the answer from Yang Mi.
Yang Mi returned the phone to her and raised her chin,
her gaze looking out the window. She didn't answer immediately,
but smiled and gently shook her head.
Don't guess blindly. It's just gossip. It's not like you don't know. The media always loves to write about this. Hotba was unwilling and pouted. But, Sister Honey, don't you think this scandal looks especially romantic? The netizens are all saying that you and Mr.
Ling are simply a match made in heaven.
And,
she paused and lowered her voice to continue. I also think you guys are quite compatible. Yang Mi laughed and shook her head. Her tone seemed helpless. You little girls, you love to see this.
What's scandalous or not? It's all media hype.
Despite her words, her face did not show any hint of anger or resistance.
Instead,
her eyes were smiling as she talked about Ling Yuan's name. She said to Hataru, don't take gossip as business during work hours.
Go about your business. Hotba blinked as she came a little closer and whispered, Sister Honey, so you really aren't moved at all in your heart?
Ling Yuan is the national husband, the perfect boyfriend in the hearts of many people.
Yang Mi glanced at her,
the corner of her mouth curled up.
Heartbroken? I rather think you're very moved. No way. Hotba quickly waved her hand.
A hint of redness rose on her face,
biting her lower lip. I'm just happy for you. If it's true, how good it would be. Yang Mi sighed, but the smile didn't dissipate.
She lowered her head and organized the documents on the table.
Just then,
Hotba handed her cell phone again and said with a smile,
Sister Honey, everyone is shouting for your official announcement. Look, isn't this the time to give everyone a response?
She picked up her phone and scanned through the comments section, seeing that some fans had already started to shout at Ling Yuan,
asking him when the official announcement would be made.
There were even quite a few netizens who were at the two of them at the bottom, expecting them to interact on the social media platform. Yang Mi pretended to be serious and glared at her,
tapping her finger on the desktop. You guys, you're really just watching the fun. Talking about this during working hours, I think you're really too idle. Hotba spat out her tongue and took a step back,
but still had a smile on her face.
Alright, I know, I won't bother you, but Sister Honey, I truly feel that, if it's you and Mr. Ling, I will definitely be the first to support it. After saying that, Hotba smiled and ran out of the office, not forgetting to turn back and wink mischievously as she walked to the door.
Yang Mi watched her back disappear in the doorway and shook her head helplessly. Her gaze returned to the screen of her cell phone, her finger sliding in the comments section.
Seeing those fans' blessings and flirtations, a faint smile surfaced once again at the corner of her mouth.
She gently placed her phone back on her desk and folded her arms.
The sunlight outside the window poured into the office.
Yang Mi leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes,
and took a deep breath.
The hubbub brought about by the scandal gradually turned into a sweetness in her heart.
Star Han Group, the president's office.
Ling Yuan was leaning on the back of his chair.
He looked at the hot searches on Weibo, and as expected by Yang Mi,
the two of them were rumored.
But these paparazzi reporters were quite understanding and didn't write nonsense.
The sound of the door opening interrupted his thoughts as Hu Jun sat across from him with a stack of documents.
Mr. Ling, good news.
Tomorrow's trip to the beautiful country might have an extra gain.
Hu Jun's eyes glittered. Oh, what extra harvest? Tell me.
In addition to the hotel business under the Blackstone Group, I have inquired that Starwood International Group is also looking for an intended buyer. We can directly create a multinational hotel group this time.
Starwood? What are the hotels under its name?
And what is the valuation? Starwood's hotels are all mid to high-end brands, divided into 3 grades. The luxury grade has Regency Hotels, Luxury Select Hotels,
and W Hotels. The high-end grade is Le Méridien, Westin, Sheraton,
and the rest are mid to high-end hotels.
Also, Starwood has over 200 hotels and resorts in over 100 countries worldwide. So if we acquire all the top luxury hotels under the Blackstone Group, plus Starwood's hotels of all classes, we can directly own a global top hotel group. How much is the Starwood currently valued at?
And what are the competitors? Ling Yuan propped his hand on his chin and rested his elbow on the desktop.
The current valuation is around $12.5 billion. The competitors are Shangri-La Hotel Group, Marriott Hotel Group.
Ling Yuan frowned slightly.
After a moment, he said, not a big problem. We'll go for a direct premium.
This is the first step for our Star Han Group to go global.
Make sure to take it. Hu Jun also looked excited. Since he came to Star Han Group, the business he came into contact with were all at the billions of dollars level. There were even tens of billions of dollars. He didn't want to go back to Ocean Group.
Ling Jingxiong knows it is estimated to be depressed for a while.
Said stay a few months. You directly do not come back. What is going on?
This time go to the beautiful country.
Bring more elites from the hotel industry. Don't worry, Mr. Ling.
It's been prepared for a long time.
Chapter 62, Departure for the United States. After Hu Jun left,
Ling Yuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and watched the lamps light up at his feet. And it was at this moment that the cell phone on the table rang. The corner of his mouth lifted up as he picked up the phone. "Are you okay, Wei Wei?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "I miss you. Are you coming back tonight?" Suihu Tiandi. Ling Yuan pushed open the door. The light from the entranceway spilled onto the wooden floor, and the aroma of food filled the air. Lu Wei was sitting at the dining table, and when she saw him come in, her eyes lit up and she continued to lower her head and fiddle with the tableware on the table. Ling Yuan changed his shoes and walked through the entrance hall. His eyes swept over the dishes on the table, stir-fried small dishes, boiled soup, and his favorite braised pork. The food was steaming hot. His heart warmed. He pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at Lu Wei. "Hard work." Lu Wei smiled and handed over a pair of chopsticks. "Try it. Does it suit your appetite?" Ling Yuan took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and chewed it carefully. Lu Wei didn't say much, just watched him. "It's delicious." He looked up, met her gaze, and paused. "You're doing this for me." "Thanks. It's all just home cooking. It's good that you like it." Lu Wei gently shook her head and whispered, "I realized that I haven't been able to do anything for you. From now on, whenever you're home, I'll cook for you, okay?" Ling Yuan looked at her and nodded. He put down his chopsticks and held her hand. Lu Wei didn't break away. Instead, she held his hand tighter. Her fingers were a bit cold at first, but slowly, they were covered by his temperature and became warm. After dinner, the night gets deeper and deeper. Lu Wei packed up the dishes and walked out of the kitchen when she saw Ling Yuan leaning on the sofa, his gaze falling on her. As their gazes met, her cheeks blushed slightly and her footsteps involuntarily slowed down. "Come here." Ling Yuan beckoned to her, his tone carrying a hint of intimacy that could not be denied. Lu Wei sat down next to him. Ling Yuan reached out his hand and covered the back of her hand. She leaned into him, feeling the warmth of his arm. "Ah, Yuan." Lu Wei called out to her in a low voice. "I really miss you." Before the words left his mouth, he slowly leaned down. Lu Wei lightly closed her eyes and raised her head. The thoughts made her heart beat faster and she responded to him, a trace of warmth touching her lips. A moment later, her lips parted and Lu Wei gazed at Ling Yuan. "Love me, okay?" Ling Yuan got up and picked up Lu Wei, walking towards the bedroom, while she wrapped her hands around Ling Yuan's neck as she had done in the past, feeling the warmth of his chest, and his hot nostrils. Under the night color, the branches and leaves overlapped, and ripples appeared in the depths. In the evening breeze, the air is slightly intoxicated, and there seems to be the echo of the low roar of the beast swinging away, and the distant waterfall roars, unstoppable, and finally returns to silence under the starry sky. The surroundings sank into tranquility, the mountains and rivers and the earth once again to restore the original peace and solemnity. Ling Yuan woke up. Lu Wei is still as usual, paralyzed on the bed. The two have not seen half a month. She had a trace of Liiton style last night. Early in the morning, the Magic City International Airport. In the light fog, the tarmac seems particularly quiet. On the private ramp on the side of the airport, a brand new Airbus ACJ350 private airplane is quietly waiting for its owner. The streamlined fuselage was glistening with a layer of silver, the upper part of which was dotted with golden stars, and the lower part of which was covered with blue waves, and a line of big words clearly visible on the fuselage. Starhub Group is particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. Some cleaners, maintenance staff, and security guards couldn't help but stop and look at it even when they weren't busy, murmuring softly, their gazes full of admiration and curiosity. "Did you know? The owner of this airplane is Starhan Group's Ling Yuan, only 23 years old." A staff member whispered to the colleague beside him. "Do you see me as blind? Either that or you just think I'm stupid?" So big 4 words. Starhan Group. Who doesn't know him now? A wave of blank stares swept by. In the waiting hall not far from the private ramp, the passengers also gradually noticed the existence of this private airplane. Some people saw this distinctive airplane through the floor-to-ceiling windows and couldn't help but stop and pick up their cell phones to take pictures. Some passengers even started a topic on social media. Ling Yuan's private jet ACJ350 made its debut. A dominating debut at the Magic City Airport, worth $400 million. Soon, the topic sparked a hot debate on social media. $400 million. This is too outrageous. What kind of concept is this? A dozen times the price of an ordinary airplane. Ling Yuan really isn't an ordinary person. Starhan Group's name is really overbearing, and the airplane even has the word Starhan Group printed directly on it. Is this to tell everyone where to fly to? Netizen, Airbender, sighed at the luxurious appearance of the airplane, and accompanied it with a picture of a distant view of the airport. Soon, some netizens began to calculate the exaggeration of $400 million US dollars in layman's terms. $400 million is roughly equal to 2.8 billion yuan. And this amount of money can buy 280 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, or the top-of-the-line kind. Netizen, luxury car enthusiasts, thoughtfully popularized the price conversion for everyone, and quickly sparked a wave of discussion. Not to mention 280 Rolls-Royce. This money can make our 18-line small city everyone have a suite. Netizen, small-town youth, couldn't help but sigh. This is the price of an airplane. Ling Yuan's life is simply beyond my imagination. Netizen, little master of finance, added, I heard that there are luxurious bedrooms, private theaters, and even a small garage that can park a sports car. It's simply a mobile mansion in the air. If a person travels on such a plane, I feel that the gas money for one trip can top the income of our whole family for 1 year. Netizen, thrifty and frugal, said. More people focused their discussions on Ling Yuan's fabulous life. This kind of person is destined to be the protagonist. Every action he takes will be magnified countless times. Buying an airplane for $400 million may be a daily operation for him, but it's an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Some senior Ling Yuan observers interpreted his moves at a deeper level. Ling Yuan has always been generous. The key is that he never buys useless things. His plane is not only a tool, but also a symbol of status and position. Star Han Group's future global layouts may all require such an efficient travel tool. That's right. This kind of airplane is not only a show of wealth, it's also a need for business operations. After all, time is more important to him than anything else. Meanwhile, Ling Yuan led Hu Jun and the relevant personnel of this acquisition to enter the private tarmac from the VIP channel of the airport. After the people boarded the private cabin, Hu Jun couldn't help but look around. Mr. Ling, this airplane is really a moving palace in the sky, he lamented, looking up at the starry skylights inlaid on that ceiling, as if he was in the Milky Way. It's not showing off, it's just a tool. Ling Yuan sat on the wide leather seat, his fingers tapping on the armrests. The role of a tool is to serve the goal. Hu Jun was silent for a moment and bowed his head. With tools like this, we can definitely accomplish great things. Don't worry, Hu Jun, this is just the beginning. Ling Yuan's tone was calm but carried certainty. This airplane will span 5 continents in the future, and every time it lands, it will bring back more resources for the Star Han Group. Hu Jun nodded and took a deep breath. So, first stop, ready? Ling Yuan raised his head, his eyes looking through the porthole to the rising sun in the distance. Ready? Hu Jun nodded his head, his tone carrying excitement and anticipation. Chapter 63, $90 billion funds. On the airplane, Ling Yuan slid his fingers on his laptop to check the precious metals trading account that he opened most of a month ago. Although the price of gold had only risen by 13%, with a $25 billion principal and 20 times leverage, even after deducting the transaction fees, it had reached a profit of $65 billion. After more than 10 hours of flight, the airplane finally arrived at JFK International Airport. The morning light sprinkled on the runway through the clouds, and there were still dots of dewdrops hanging on the surrounding grass. The cabin door slowly opened, and the cold wind hit his face. Ling Yuan straightened his collar, took a deep breath, and looked towards the unfamiliar and opportunity-filled city in front of him. Just below the gangway, several black cars had been waiting for a long time. The leader was a middle-aged man, dressed in a dark suit, with a straight posture and a smile on his face. He was the senior vice president of the Blackstone Group, Bob. Blackstone Group is the largest investment company in the beautiful country. At this time Bob personally greeted. In the airport caused a lot of attention. Some early risers and hurried passengers stopped and sized up Ling Yuan and his entourage. Reporters' flashbulbs lit up on one side, and low murmurs rang out from the surrounding crowd. Is that Bob from Blackstone? Greeting them personally? How big must the visitor be? It's Asia's Star Han Group. Their boss is very young, called Ling Yuan. I heard that Star Han Group is going to buy Waldorf? That's big news. Bob smiled and walked towards Ling Yuan, extending his hand. Mr. Ling, welcome to the beautiful country. You've had a hard journey. Ling Yuan smiled and shook Bob's hand, his tone light but not rude. Thank you for your hospitality. Mr. Bob, it's been hard on you. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Bob signaled Ling Yuan and his party to get into the car. He would lead them to visit the Blackstone Group's hotel in New York, the Waldorf Astoria, New York. As one of the Blackstone Group's heavy assets, the Waldorf Astoria, New York was not only a landmark in New York, it was also a global leader in the luxury hospitality industry. Ling Yuan got into the limousine, and behind him, Hu Jun and the other subordinates accompanying him also got into the car, and the fleet drove towards the center of New York. Upon arriving at the hotel, Bob led Ling Yuan and his entourage in through the exclusive entrance, where the hotel manager and the reception team, who had already made arrangements, waited in the lobby and saluted them with a smile. Inside the hotel lobby, crystal chandeliers hung high on the floor was covered with thick carpeting. Bob led Ling Yuan and introduced him to the history and layout of the hotel. Mr. Ling, this hotel has 100 years of history since it opened. It not only carries the memories of New York,
it has also witnessed countless important moments.
The presidents of the beautiful country have often patronized this place.
Prime Minister Churchill, President de Gaulle,
and Queen Elizabeth have all stayed here.
Bob said here.
A hint of pride flashed in his eyes.
It is our honor to have you personally visit.
Ling Yuan listened and nodded from time to time.
Hu Jun and the rest of the entourage, on the other hand,
exchanged glances from time to time, wordlessly communicating their expectations for this acquisition.
At this moment,
the manager of the hotel seemed to have prepared for this and notified a few reporters present for filming.
For a while,
cameras and flashes kept flashing,
and the reporters whispered about this mysterious entrepreneur from the East,
and the huge business empire behind him.
Meanwhile, the domestic financial news had already broken the news of Ling Yuan's trip. The screen of the financial channel showed Ling Yuan arriving in the beautiful country.
The background was the scene where he had just stepped down from his private jet, and behind him was the ACJ350 private jet with Starhan Group printed on it. The subtitles at the bottom of the TV screen read, Starhan Group's Ling Yuan arrives in the beautiful country, suspected to be negotiating the acquisition of Blackstone Group's hotel business.
This news quickly sparked discussion in the country, and social media was filled with speculation about Ling Yuan's trip. Ling Yuan is acquiring the Waldorf Hotel in New York?
Worthy of being the Starhan Group.
What a big handful.
I heard that Blackstone Group recently intended to sell a portion of its hotel assets.
Is Ling Yuan entering the hotel industry in the beautiful country?
If Starhan Group succeeds in taking down Blackstone's hotel business, this will be the first step and a big step for Starhan Group to go global. Various opinions quickly emerged in the comments section.
Financial observationist.
StarHub is trying to challenge the pattern of international capital.
Blackstone Group is the world's top asset management company,
and Ling Yuan's stroke is really bold.
The Waldorf Astoria is one of the world's most historic landmarks, and if it's acquired by StarHub, it will be a milestone for Chinese companies in the international luxury hotel sector. Conspiracy theorist. The beautiful country's assets are not easily sold to foreign investors, right?
Ling Yuan is dancing on the tip of a knife.
Is Blackstone Group in some kind of trouble? How else would it be willing to give up a top asset like the Waldorf?
The international capital market is treacherous.
Can this negotiation really succeed? I think it's hanging. Starhan's fan club. Aha! Mr. Ling is open for business again. This is too handsome.
The moment he walked down from the private jet,
it's like the domineering President Benjamin.
Starhan Group's operations make my blood boil every time.
And if this negotiation is successful, it feels like our big country's enterprises have really raised their eyebrows. Ling Yuan is only 30 years old. Who can tell me how he did it? It's simply an open life. Skeptics.
So much infrastructure needs to be developed in the country.
Why run abroad to acquire hotels? How much can these luxury hotels return? Will this handful of investments be a risky board? Corporate expansion is good, but I hope StarHub won't forget about domestic livelihood projects. Onlookers. This capital drama is a bit interesting. Let's wait and see. Isn't Ling Yuan the real-life version of a domineering CEO? Looking forward to which actress he'll take to the Waldorf for dinner next. Meanwhile,
financial bloggers and famous media people have spoken out and analyzed the incident.
At Financial Sister V, Ling Yuan's trip is by no means just for the hotel business. There may be deeper capital cooperation behind this. For example, will StarHub take this opportunity to start a wider strategic cooperation with Blackstone Group? At International Financial Horizons, the portfolio of assets in the hands of Blackstone Group is quite complex, and the hotel business is just one of them. If Ling Yuan is able to successfully complete the acquisition, it means that Starhan Group will not only be able to open up the market in the beautiful country, but will also be able to gain higher recognition in the international capital market.
Ling Yuan was blissfully unaware of this. As the tour of the Waldorf Hotel came to an end, Bob led them back to a conference room within the hotel. Several documents and cups of freshly brewed coffee were neatly placed on the table, and the golden morning light poured down on the wide conference table.
Chapter 64, 6, $8 billion. Mr. Ling, next we will be meeting with the other two bidders who are equally interested in the hotel assets under Waldorf and Blackstone, Bob said to Ling Yuan with a smile. Ling Yuan nodded. Soon after, the other two contenders arrived. The first was one of the world's largest private equity firms, Joseph Hopkins of the Carlyle Group. The Carlyle Group was a company known for its venture capital, mergers and acquisitions, and capital operations, and they had a significant influence not only in the beautiful country, but even globally. Following closely behind was a representative of Credit Suisse, a global asset management company from Switzerland, Marc Lorenz. As an internationally recognized investment bank and asset management company, Credit Suisse also occupied an important position in the global financial field. As the meeting began, Bob smiled and spoke. Thank you all three for participating in this important meeting. Blackstone Group's hotel business is a core asset that we have built over the years and is part of our brand. This time, we hope to find the most suitable receiver. Joseph of Carlyle Group was the first to speak. He had a sharp gaze. The Carlyle Group has always been committed to building the strongest asset management network in the world. For this bid, we are proposing $6.2 billion, and we plan to introduce a globalized operation model to enhance the long-term profitability of the hotel.
He paused and looked around the room.
Certainly, Carlyle's network and financial strength are sufficient to ensure that these assets will double in growth over the next decade.
Credit Suisse's Mark took over. We're willing to offer $6.5 billion for the acquisition, but price isn't all we have to offer. Credit Suisse has strong asset management experience and a worldwide financial network that can bring new clientele and resource integration to these hotels.
Hearing this, Bob turned to Ling Yuan. Mr. Ling, what do you think?
Ling Yuan put down the coffee cup in his hand, swept his eyes over everyone present, and spoke. Star Han Group's view on this acquisition is completely different from the two of you. His voice was low and strong.
For Star Han Group,
this is not a short-term investment,
but a layout about the future. The core competitiveness of hotel assets is not simply asset management or market network, but brand heritage and innovation.
He paused and continued. Our acquisition plan will not only focus on the value of the existing assets, but also on the heritage and global expansion of the brand. Our willingness to offer $6.8 billion is not only a valuation of the assets, but also a sign of respect and trust for the brand.
Moreover,
StarHub has a complete strategic plan and resource allocation to ensure that these assets will double their overall profitability in the next 5 years.
He looked to Bob. We're not here to bid. We're here to invest in the future.
Carlyle's Joseph sneered.
Mr. Ling's plan sounds ambitious,
but the hotel business has never been about fine-tuning.
Overly ambitious plans can backfire. Ling Yuan smiled.
Carlyle's strength is venture capital,
not brand management. If your strategy is buy split sell,
it might be suitable for assets,
but not for brands.
The room was silent, and Joseph's face changed.
In the end,
Blackstone Group discussed and announced that they had chosen StarHub as the final partner.
After the acquisition meeting,
a grand press conference was held at Blackstone Group's headquarters, where media reporters from all over the world gathered.
The press conference was located at the Blackstone headquarters building in New York City, and the reporters outside had already formed a long line. With the focus of the camera constantly on Ling Yuan and the owner of the Blackstone Group, Jonathan Green, who were about to appear on the stage. Jonathan was one of the founders of the Blackstone Group, and the man at the helm of the group in recent decades. Ling Yuan and Jonathan Green stood on the same podium, and the moment they shook each other's hands, flashbulbs lit up and camera lenses kept sweeping through. Mr. Ling Yuan, can you talk about the strategic motivation behind this acquisition?
A reporter from the financial media of the beautiful country was the first to raise his hand to ask a question. Ling Yuan straightened the cuffs of his suit, smiled, and faced the reporter.
We, Star Han Group,
focus on the accumulation and development of global luxury brands. The acquisition of Blackstone Group's hotel business is actually our prediction of the future development trend of the hotel industry.
Immediately after, another reporter raised his hand to ask a question. Mr. Ling, some people think that Star Han Group's acquisition price is too high and even risky. What is your response to this?
Ling Yuan smiled calmly. Whether or not the price is too high depends on how one views the asset.
For Star Han Group, this is not just an asset, but a strategic layout. We are full of confidence in the future.
The press conference lasted for about an hour, with the media still clamoring for questions and the atmosphere gradually heating up.
And shortly after the conference, the press release had been retweeted by major financial media around the world, quickly dominating the headlines on all major platforms.
The headlines were almost the same. China's StarHub Group acquires Blackstone Group's hotel business for $6.8 billion. This news caused widespread discussion around the world. The Wall Street Journal, this acquisition of Blackstone Group's hotel assets by StarHub for $6.8 billion marks the formal entry of Chinese companies into the center stage of the global high-end hotel industry. This is not only a mere merger and acquisition, but also a signal for StarHub Capital to demonstrate its internationalization strategy.
Financial Times, Ling Yuan, a 23-year-old entrepreneur from China,
has once again shaken the international capital market with his precise strategic vision and decisive decision-making power. His ambition obviously goes beyond the luxury hotel sector, but tries to establish StarHub Group's luxury brand matrix on a global scale through this acquisition.
Forbes, this transaction will become a classic textbook for future cross-border M&A cases.
Ling Yuan demonstrated his ease and foresight in capital maneuvering, not only beating out financial giants like the Carlyle Group and Credit Suisse, but also securing the brand legacy of the assets. It was a subtle victory. Renowned economist Eric Saunders, the globalization of StarHub Capital maps out the fact that Chinese companies are gradually grasping the international discourse.
More importantly, a new generation of entrepreneurs like Ling Yuan is influencing the pattern of the international capital market in a whole new way. At the same time, The domestic financial news also broke the heavy news.
Securities Times, Ling Yuan proved the internationalization ability of China's entrepreneurs with $6.8
billion. This is not only a victory for capital, but also a milestone event for Chinese companies in the global luxury and high-end service industry. Chapter 65, Trump is coming.
Economic Daily, this acquisition by StarHub not only brought international reputation to Chinese companies, but also demonstrated the growing competitiveness of Chinese capital in the global market. On social media platforms such as Weibo and Jitterbug, the topic #Ling Yuan's acquisition of Waldorf quickly made it to the hot search list,
with netizens talking about it. Proud faction. This is the top entrepreneur. Not only is he doing well domestically, but he's also able to make capital giants bow down when it comes to the international arena. Ling Yuan is simply the pride of China. The moment I saw him standing on the stage and shaking hands with the Blackstone boss, my heart lit up. The Waldorf Astoria Hotel. When you go to New York for a few nights in the future, you'll have to tell the waiter that it was bought by us Chinese. Entertainment eater. Ling Yuan looks like he's in a movie every time he appears. Is he real? Will he be the new generation of world's most handsome rich man? I'll bet $100 that he'll make even bigger moves next. Do those actresses who are rumored to be with him have to stand in line? Now the whole world knows about Mr. Ling's charms. Rational Analysis School. $6.8 billion is indeed an astronomical figure.
But the value behind this investment is by no means a simple hotel acquisition.
It represents the opening of a globalization strategy.
I hope that StarHub will not only buy the top global assets,
but also manage them well. After all, the operating environment of the international market is much more complex than the domestic one.
At the same time as the whole network was buzzing, Ling Yuan was attending a dinner party held by Blackstone Group.
The summer night in New York, the hot and humid air was mixed with bustle and clamor. The dinner was held in the ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, attracting many celebrities from the beautiful country's capital market. Not only bigwigs from the financial sector, but also dignitaries from the political and business sectors. Ling Yuan and his party passed through the crowd, and he steadily stepped into the ballroom in a tailored suit. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the entire room. After all, in the world of capital, for Ling Yuan to be able to lead a $6.8 billion cross-border acquisition at such a young age was enough to make him the center of attention of the media. Ling Yuan's appearance instantly heated up the atmosphere of the banquet hall, and the guests began to whisper amongst themselves, discussing this young Chinese entrepreneur. Not far away, a few business leaders were holding red wine glasses, smiling and pointing at Ling Yuan. I've heard that his negotiation style is very decisive yet irresistible. Indeed, his acquisition proposal is said to have not only satisfied all of Blackstone's interests, but also proposed an innovative management model. It's not unfair that Carlyle and Credit Suisse lost, compared to their capital gains. Ling Yuan obviously understands brand value better. Young and promising, stepping onto the global stage so early, his future is unlimited. The team of media people on the side got together, their eyes glittering. Look, that smile Ling Yuan just gave is definitely the kind of charismatic moment we need for our cover. That's right, this man doesn't even look like a real-life entrepreneur, more like a character that came out of a novel. Is he really that powerful? It can't just be a lucky guy, right? Luck? Those old foxes from Carlyle and Credit Suisse can tolerate a lucky person? Ling Yuan must be a genius, a representative of Chinese capital. Let's be more direct with our headline, Young Global Capital Newcomer, Ling Yuan. On the other side, a group of noble women discussed softly, occasionally letting out light laughter. Ling Yuan looks even more handsome than I imagined. Definitely the brightest presence tonight. Did you say he's married? Such a young and talented man. Surely he must have had a famous husband a long time ago? As the banquet was in progress, Trump walked over from the corner. Already one of the most recognizable businessmen in the United States with a distinct and charismatic personality. Trump saw Ling Yuan and immediately walked towards him. Mr. Ling Yuan. Trump smiled and extended his hand. I've heard about your achievements. Young man, you're even better than I was at that age. A huge sum of $6.8 billion. A bold move. You're a man who dares to think and do. Ling Yuan looked at Trump in front of him. This one was the president of the beautiful country in a few months. It was necessary to get to know him. Although the beautiful country was not the president's one word, his future influence was unquestionable. After all, if he wants to buy Asmax lithography in the future, the beautiful country is a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. Ling Yuan shook his hand. Mr. Trump, I am very happy to be able to communicate with a senior like you. Trump smiled broadly. Young man, you are very discerning. I am very optimistic about you. You have enough capital and guts to change the pattern of the market. Ling Yuan smiled. Mr. Trump, I don't know if you have any intention of expanding your real estate business. I'm very interested and would be happy to work with you. Of course, let's talk privately. It's a pleasure to meet you today. Trump lightly patted Ling Yuan's shoulder. Trump's words towards Ling Yuan surprised many people. After all, Trump did not give such high praise to young people easily. Ling Yuan did not continue to respond, but just smiled, looking humble and subdued. Trump's conversation with Ling Yuan attracted the attention of more people. Ivanka Trump walked over from the crowd. She was dressed in a strapless black top that hugged her figure and emphasized her slim shoulders and neckline. The matching silver sequin maxi skirt stretched from her waist to her ankles, flattering the silhouette of her slender legs. The big blonde wavy curls and sharp red lip makeup were eye-catching. She walked towards Ling Yuan and Trump and greeted them with a smile. Mr. Ling, I heard that you acquired the Waldorf Astoria New York today. It's really admirable. Ling Yuan turned his head to look at Ivanka. This was the future first daughter of the beautiful country. Ling Yuan smiled and said, "Ms. Ivanka, nice to meet you. The acquisition of the New York Waldorf is not only a commercial success for me, but also a continuation of a beautiful history." Ivanka smiled gently. "I believe that your vision and foresight will usher in a more brilliant tomorrow for New York Waldorf." The conversation between the two gradually deepened, and she sensed that this young man was not simple. He had a composure that did not match his age, as well as an incomparable charm. As the dinner progressed, Ling Yuan and Ivanka exchanged more and more words, and the two began to talk about more personal and profound topics. The sounds of laughter and conversation intertwined. Outside the window, the night was getting deeper and the atmosphere of the dinner became more relaxed. As the party drew to a close, Bob from Blackstone rose and announced that the party was coming to an end. "Everyone," Bob said loudly, "tonight's party is coming to an end. I believe that Mr. Ling Yuan's acquisition is not only an important transaction in the capital market, but it is also the beginning of the Blackstone Group's subordinate hotel's journey to glory. Mr. Ling Yuan, you are one of the most outstanding young entrepreneurs of our time." Chapter 66 Star Han Trump Group. Loud applause rang out in the arena, and Ling Yuan nodded his head slightly, expressing his gratitude to the guests present. Ivanka gently took Ling Yuan's arm, a sparkle in her eyes. "Mr. Ling, I'm very happy to meet you." She smiled as she looked over at Ling Yuan. "Only by talking to people like you can I learn more." Ling Yuan smiled. "I'm also happy to be able to interact with a woman like you." Just as the banquet was almost over, Ivanka suddenly moved closer to Ling Yuan, her eyes looking at him, her breath near to him. Ivanka suddenly kissed Ling Yuan's lips. The kiss came gently and naturally, as if it was an impulse that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Ling Yuan froze for a moment, then wrapped his hands around her waist, sniffing the scent of her hair as he responded. The people around them had already left, leaving only the goose-colored light reflecting on the two of them. That night, Ling Yuan directly stayed at the Waldorf Astoria hotel that already belonged to him, and of course Ivanka did not leave. Her blonde hair was spread out in the moonlight, spread out on the thick carpet, high heels tipped to one side. Moonlight poured through the half-open curtains, intertwining with shadowed breath. The velvet curtains swayed, and the shades of folds in the carpet were silent witnesses. Moonlight lay on the carpet, and outside the window, the night was like a tidal wave, drowning out all the unfinished afterglow. Early in the morning, Ivanka woke up and joined Ling Yuan at Trump Tower, where her father, Trump, invited Ling Yuan to continue where he left off yesterday. Ling Yuan had also shown Ivanka the majesty of China last night, causing her to walk so slowly in high heels that her thigh roots would hurt if she walked faster. The sunlight poured through the glass windows of Manhattan, spilling into Trump's spacious office as the city awoke to the hustle and bustle of traffic. Inside the office, Ling Yuan and Trump sat opposite each other, and the coffee on the table gave off an aroma. Trump laughed. "Ling Yuan, Blackstone's acquisition is really a big deal. I rarely see someone as young and bold as you, especially in the capital market." "Mr. Trump, you flatter me. The market of the beautiful country is incomparably vast, and this is just the first step for Starhan." He paused for a moment and looked at Trump. "However, it's not easy for us to gain a foothold here alone." Trump narrowed his eyes, clearly interested in what Ling Yuan was saying. "It sounds like you have bigger plans." Ling Yuan leaned forward slightly, his tone unhurried. "Mr. Trump, your influence in the market of the beautiful country is unquestionable, and Starhan has the capital. If we can join hands, integrate our strengths, and jointly promote some high-end projects, perhaps we can create something different here." Trump pondered for a moment, the corner of his mouth lifting up in an arc. "Keep talking, you intrigue me." Ling Yuan nodded slightly and continued. "The high-end real estate market, luxury resorts, as well as the film and entertainment sector in the beautiful country all have huge potential. If we join forces, your network of connections and influence in the market will be a boost to us, while we, Starhan, can bring in ample capital and management experience. We can set up high-end real estate projects in big cities like New York and Los Angeles, and create top-notch resort projects in Las Vegas and Miami. Coupled with the support of the movie and entertainment segment,
we can completely attract more high-end customers.
Trump nodded. You are thoughtful, not only to enter the market,
but also to maximize the use of resources.
The movie and entertainment market is one of the core industries of the beautiful country,
and it is also an important factor in pulling other areas of consumption.
Ling Yuan continued.
Of course, such thinking cannot be separated from your deep roots and resource network in the beautiful country market.
If we are isolated individually,
we cannot achieve such an effect.
But if we join forces, we can make this cooperation go farther.
Trump smiled broadly.
Good, you're right.
If we set up a joint venture, I am willing to contribute my own resources and market influence.
And you, Star Han Group, will be responsible for the main capital investment and management. What specific ideas do you have?
Ling Yuan leaned forward slightly. My plan is to set up a company with the Trump Group, focusing on high-end real estate development,
luxury resort construction, and film and entertainment.
He paused and then continued.
Star Han Group will contribute $2 billion and be responsible for the main capital investment and operational management.
You, on the other hand, will provide real estate resources,
brand licenses,
and market influence worth $1 billion.
In terms of equity distribution, Star Han Group accounts for 55% of the shares,
while Trump Group accounts for 45%.
Trump gently shook his head and laughed.
Ling Yuan, I admit that your conditions sound tempting, but $2 billion for 55% of the shares seems to ignore the appeal of my brand in the market of the beautiful country as well as my own influence in the beautiful country.
Ling Yuan spoke in a calm tone. Mr. Trump, I greatly respect the value of your brand, but the rule of the capital market is to speak with actual resources and data. Star Han Group not only provides $2 billion in cash,
but also brings a high-end customer base and operational experience in the Asian market, and these resources will be indispensable in future market expansion.
Moreover,
our partnership is not a short-term endeavor. I also plan to inject an additional $1 billion over the next 5 years to drive additional projects.
If Trump Group is willing to contribute more real estate resources and project planning,
we can also consider further optimizing the share structure.
Trump pondered for a moment,
his gaze falling on the coffee cup on the table.
After a moment, he raised his head and smiled. Ling Yuan, you are a very smart negotiator. $2 billion in cash plus an additional $1 billion in long-term investment makes it hard for me to refuse. Alright, let's follow your plan. We'll set up a new company, Star Han Trump Group. Star Han Group has 55% of the shares, and Trump Group has 45%. I'm very satisfied with this ratio. Ling Yuan nodded. Mr. Trump, in the face of the uncertainty of the future, with your support on this side, Star Han's layout in the beautiful country will also be more solid. Trump smiled. You young man, you think longer than most businessmen.
The political and economic environment in the beautiful country is changing rapidly. Your vision and strategy has surpassed many.
Ling Yuan smiled. Thanks to Mr. Trump for the compliment. After we work together, not only can we jointly expand our markets,
we can also avoid some potential trade risks through your influence.
I understand that there will be changes in the political and business environment of the beautiful country,
and your support is the backbone of my further development here.
Trump smiled broadly. Smart. I appreciate your candor. You're not just a businessman who came to make a buck and leave. You want to really put down roots and even build your own system in the beautiful country. I like this kind of partner. Ling Yuan, I believe that we will definitely have more room for cooperation in the future. Ling Yuan nodded slightly. Mr. Trump, I also believe that today is just the beginning, and we will both go higher and farther. The two of them smiled at each other. Trump stood up and walked over to Ling Yuan, extending his hand. Ling Yuan, this will be an unforgettable cooperation. I'm looking forward to it.
Ling Yuan also stood up and shook Trump's hand. I believe that the Star Han Trump Group cooperation will become a benchmark in the market.
Inside the office,
the two men's hands held each other looked extraordinarily strong in the early morning sunlight.
This was not only a businessman's deal,
but also a handshake and commitment that spanned the East and West.
Chapter 67, Shangri-La and the Marriott Group. After leaving Trump Tower,
Ling Yuan and Star Han Group's group traveled non-stop to Starwood's headquarters.
After Ling Yuan and his group got off the bus, Brian Stanford, the founder and current chairman of Starwood Group,
had long been waiting in the lobby,
and as soon as he saw Ling Yuan, he immediately walked forward and extended his hand. Mr. Ling, welcome. Starhouse Group is a partner we are very much looking forward to,
Brian said with a smile. Ling Yuan shook Brian's hand and smiled slightly.
Mr. Stanford, thank you very much for your reception. Starwood Group's position and brand influence in the global market is something we value very much, and we at Starhan Group take this opportunity very seriously. Brian nodded.
Although there are two well-known hotel groups also competing,
I understand StarHub's strength and development vision. I believe that you will bring a different future for Starhouse.
Ling Yuan nodded with a smile.
Today's competitors included the world's top hotel groups, Shangri-La and Marriott. The meeting officially began,
and the atmosphere in the spacious conference room was solemn as the three forces were facing each other.
Brian Stanford, chairman of Starwood, scanned the room and spoke. Thank you for your interest and trust in Starwood. Starwood is not only an asset,
but also a brand that carries 100 years of history, and we hope that our future partners will lead it to an even brighter future. He paused, and his gaze went to the representative of Shangri-La Hotel Group. You start first. The representative of Shangri-La Hotel Group,
John Leung,
was a middle-aged Asian man with rich negotiation experience. He smiled slightly.
Starwood occupies an important position in the global luxury hotel industry, especially its brand influence in the North American and European markets.
Shangri-La Hotel Group believes that rather than letting a completely new system take over, it would be better for a brand with the same luxury service concept to inherit its glory. We will acquire all of Starwood's hotel assets for $12.8
billion. In addition, we will invest an additional $1.5 billion over the next 3 years in brand consolidation and market expansion,
particularly in the Asia-Pacific region,
so that Starwood can continue to maintain its leadership position in the luxury hotel sector.
His words were smooth,
clearly emphasizing Shangri-La's dominant position in the Asian market, while also carrying a vague hint about the inexperience of other competitors. Ling Yuan listened, his face calm,
but his gaze saw through everything. When it was the turn of the representative of Marriott Hotel Group to speak,
the atmosphere in the conference room tensed up a few points.
As the giant of the global hospitality industry,
Marriott's arrival exerted immense pressure on the other competitors. Marriott's representative, a blonde, middle-aged woman, Elena Carter, stood up.
Starwood is a global symbol of luxury hotels,
and its unique portfolio of brands will undoubtedly bring great market influence to any taker.
She paused for a moment and continued. As one of the largest hotel groups in the world, we at Marriott are willing to acquire Starwood Group for $13 billion. Not only do we have a network of resources covering the world, we also have enough capacity to complete the integration in a short period of time.
More importantly,
our strengths in shared membership systems and operational experience will breathe new life into the Starwood brand.
Over the next 5 years, we are committed to adding at least 80 Starwood-branded hotels to further strengthen its position in the global market.
Elena's tone was resonant, clearly attempting to convey to Brian the unparalleled value of the partnership by emphasizing Marriott's volume and ability to integrate resources.
Ling Yuan remained calm, tapping his fingers on the table.
Brian turned his gaze to Ling Yuan and nodded.
Mr. Ling, it's Star Han Group's turn now.
Ling Yuan slowly stood up and swept his gaze across the room, his tone calm but confident.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Stanford and Starwood Group for giving us this opportunity.
Starwood is not only a representative of luxury hotels,
but also an important part of global culture and history.
We at Starwood Group value this opportunity to work together.
He pauses for a moment. StarHub's proposal may not be the same compared to other competitors. We are not a traditional hotel group. We are more of a globalized enterprise committed to diversification.
Ling Yuan placed the document in his hand on the desktop and continued. Star Han Group is willing to acquire all of Starwood Group's hotel assets at a price of $13.5
billion.
There was silence in the conference room as a hint of surprise flashed across the faces of the representatives of Shangri-La and Marriott.
Ling Yuan smiled slightly and added, on top of that, we are committed to investing an additional $2 billion in brand expansion and market development over the next 5 years, especially in the Asia-Pacific and European markets.
His tone was unhurried and his gaze was firm.
But this acquisition is not just a numerical deal for us.
It is a long-term strategic layout for the global high-end hotel market.
He looked straight at Brian.
We hope that Starwood will become StarHub's flagship brand in the global high-end market and bring more innovation and possibilities while inheriting its culture and history.
After Ling Yuan sat down, the entire conference room fell into a short silence.
Brian contemplated for a moment and spoke in a low voice with the assistant beside him.
After a few minutes, he stood up and faced the crowd with a smile.
First of all, I would like to thank the 3 companies for recognizing and supporting Starwood Group.
Whoever they are all excellent partners.
He paused,
and his gaze landed on Ling Yuan.
After our careful consideration, we have finally decided to accept Starhouse Group's proposal.
Mr. Ling, congratulations.
Applause rang out in the conference room. Although the representatives of Shangri-La and Marriott had calm expressions,
their eyes showed their unwillingness.
Ling Yuan slowly got up and shook hands with Brian.
Smiling slightly, Mr. Stanford, thank you for your trust.
I believe that our cooperation will open a whole new chapter for Starwood.
After leaving the conference room,
Brian and Ling Yuan walked side by side towards the lobby. Their handshakes and smiles were captured by photographers, which then made headlines in the major financial media. Star Han Group's amazing acquisition in the beautiful country this time around had quickly created a furor in the global financial community.
Ling Yuan's name and the word StarHub Group were everywhere on the headlines of the financial media. The headline shocked countless people. StarHub throws $20.3 billion to acquire Blackstone Hotels and Starwood Group, rewriting the pattern of the global hotel industry. The deal instantly catapulted StarHub to become the new giant of the global hospitality industry. In just a few days, StarHub acquired Blackstone's luxury hotel assets for $6.8 billion and picked up Starwood for a whopping $13.5 billion. Chapter 68 Top 10 Hotel Groups in the World. This move not only expanded StarHub's global hotel business to 300 hotels, but also gave it a top luxury brand spread across hundreds of countries around the world. News about StarHub continues to fester on the internet. China Times, StarHub enters the global hotel industry, creating a new benchmark for the internationalization of Chinese companies. StarHub's acquisition of Starwood Group at a high price of $13.5 billion, coupled with the successful merger and acquisition of Blackstone's hotel business a few days ago, Ling Yuan's capital operation has placed StarHub among the top 10 hotel groups in the world. Upon completion of this acquisition, StarHub will have over 200 luxury hotels located in major cities around the world, including North America, Europe and Asia Pacific. Its hotel business is expected to generate more than $3 billion in annual cash flow for StarHub, substantially enhancing its global competitiveness. Economic Daily, Ling Yuan's globalization strategy has a promising future. Ling Yuan's completion of two astonishing acquisitions totaling $3 billion in just a few days is a business miracle. The successful acquisitions of Blackstone's hotel business and Starwood Group mean that StarHub has officially upgraded from a regional capital group to a global diversified enterprise. It marks the full rise of Chinese companies in the global high-end market. The Wall Street Journal, StarHub becomes new international hotel giant as Chinese capital rises. StarHub acquired Blackstone's hotel business for $6.8 billion and bid $13.5 billion for Starwood Group, pocketing its global luxury hotel assets in one fell swoop. This flurry of capital moves by Ling Yuan has catapulted StarHub directly to the forefront of the global hospitality industry. Compared with traditional hotel groups like Shangri-La and Marriott, StarHub's model focuses more on capitalization and brand innovation. Ling Yuan, an entrepreneur reshaping the global hospitality landscape. Financial Times, with this dual acquisition, StarHub has acquired more than 200 luxury hotel assets in major cities around the world. This not only puts StarHub among the top 10 hotel groups in the world, but also earns it brand influence and high cash flow in the international market. Data shows that Starwood's brands, e.g., W Hotels, Regency Hotels, Westin Hotels, etc., contribute more than $6 billion to the group's turnover annually, while Blackstone's hotel assets also generate more than $1 billion in stable cash flow. These two acquisitions give StarHub ample financial backing to further expand its international presence over the next 5 years. Forbes, Ling Yuan's success will go down in business history. Ling Yuan, the 23-year-old Chinese entrepreneur, has staged a spectacular business drama in the international capital market. His decisive decision-making and globalization vision allowed StarHub to complete an epic-making cross-border merger and acquisition, directly establishing its position in the global hotel industry. What is more noteworthy is that StarHub not only gained top assets and cash flow through this acquisition, but also established a good reputation and a strategic pivot point in the European and American markets through this deal. In the face of this industry-shaking acquisition, experts in the hotel industry have expressed their views. Many industry insiders marveled at StarHub's decisiveness and financial strength, believing that this acquisition is not only a victory of capital, but also a deep layout of the future of the hotel industry. A senior hotel analyst said, "This acquisition by StarHub marks the rise of a brand new hotel empire." Ling Yuan has not only acquired hotel assets, but also laid a solid foundation in the global hotel market. What he holds in his hands are not just numbers and assets, but also the integration power and influence of global luxury hotel resources. Ling Yuan's name quickly became a hot topic on financial forums and social media platforms, with everyone discussing the young entrepreneur's boldness and vision. Meanwhile, after the Starwood trip, Ling Yuan had planned to return to China immediately to begin his next strategic deployment. However, just as he was about to board the airplane, Trump called and invited him to stay on for a few more days. Ling Yuan, Trump laughed out loud on the other end of the phone. "You are now the center of global attention. Taking advantage of this heat, we're going to give the establishment of the StarHub Trump Group an unprecedented release ceremony, letting the whole world know about our cooperation. This is a great opportunity to kill two birds with one stone." Ling Yuan agreed to the proposal after a little thought. During the few days of preparation, Ling Yuan's interactions with the Trump family gradually increased. Ivanka, as a member of the family, was naturally responsible for part of the reception, and her enthusiasm formed a delicate balance with Ling Yuan's calmness. At first, Ivanka was just curious about the boldness and elite temperament of this peer. but as time passed, she was deeply attracted by Ling Yuan's foresight. Whether it was the keenness of business decisions or his insight into the global market, Ling Yuan had left her in awe. Early in the morning, the sky outside the window was slightly light, and on the streets of Manhattan, there was the occasional low sound of vehicles driving by. In the bedroom, sunlight poured in from the gap between the tall buildings, laying on the thick carpet and reflecting on the pair of high-heeled shoes scattered around the bed. Ling Yuan leaned back and sat on the bed, his gaze passing through the distant view outside the window. Beside him, Ivanka was curled up against his side, her blonde hair cascading, the sunlight spilling down her spine, tiny downy hairs faintly visible in the light. Ling Yuan glanced down at her and smiled. Then his gaze shifted back to the distance, but his mind had already turned to his plans after returning to China. Although capital operation is good, but ultimately can not just pursue short-term gains, the real economy is the foundation of the country, can increase jobs, but also increase local tax revenue. New energy vehicles is a good choice. It is not only one of the keys to the future transformation of the global energy structure, but also can drive the development of a series of high-end manufacturing industry. StarHub has long laid out related fields, Ningda Times for batteries, DJI for visual perception, and there is a certain layout on the supply chain of core components. But to really enter the field of vehicle manufacturing, relying only on capital is obviously not enough. The acquisition of an experienced car companies is undoubtedly the most convenient shortcut. Geely is not a wholly owned acquisition of Volvo. It also became the largest shareholder of Daimler, the parent company of Mercedes-Benz. Why can't Starhan? If I remember correctly, Geely through the secondary market cumulative acquisition of Daimler nearly 10% of the shares. This happened in 18 years. They can now completely cut off, become the largest shareholder of Daimler, and then wholly owned acquisition of a car company. Starhan should have the experience of building cars. Right, the construction of the car factory time can go to do these things. They want to build a new energy car brand belonging to the StarHub, and Tesla bye-bye. The impression that Tesla's Model 3, the first batch of deliveries only at the end of next year. I do not know if StarHub can catch up with the car. In addition to doing industry, StarHub also wants to do charity. Hope that the elementary school and nursing home is good. The Hope Primary School can cover the poor mountainous areas and provide educational resources, while the nursing home is completely free and prioritizes services for low-income families. Such a project would not only bear social responsibility, but also solidify Starhan's reputation in the country. Ivanka opened her eyes, sensing his contemplation, and said softly, "Thinking about something?" Ling Yuan came back to his senses. "Thinking about what to do next? Planning your next step so soon?" Ivanka snickered. "You're such a workaholic who never stops." Ling Yuan laughed and didn't explain. In his mind, he was already sketching a blueprint for the future. This blueprint was not only Starhan's internationalization journey, but also a new chapter that belonged to him and this era. Chapter 69: Ling Yuan stirs up controversy. Inside a luxurious banquet hall in Manhattan, New York, the inauguration ceremony of the Starhan Trump Group was held in grand style. Hundreds of celebrities from the business and political worlds were gathered here, and photographers and reporters had already been present, waiting for the protagonists of the event, Ling Yuan and Trump, to make their appearance. As Ling Yuan and Trump walked into the venue side by side, all eyes were on them. Trump was dressed in a dark blue suit, while Ling Yuan wore a black suit, and they stood in front of the stage and greeted the guests in attendance together before walking up to the podium with smiles on their faces. Trump scanned the venue and smiled as he raised the microphone in his hand. "Thank you all for coming to the inauguration ceremony of the Starhan Trump Group today. I think most of you already know this young man beside me, Ling Yuan." He paused and turned slightly sideways towards Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan is at the helm of the Starhan Group, a very forward-looking and powerful entrepreneur. Trump paused. "We just reached this cooperation a few days ago. I rarely work with people, but Ling Yuan showed me his distinctive vision and courage. The cooperation between us is not only a business combination, but also a bridge between the two countries." The guests on stage nodded and exchanged low voices. Trump turned around, patted Ling Yuan's shoulder, and continued with a smile. "I always thought I was daring enough to fight when I was young, but Ling Yuan made me feel anew what it means to be truly courageous and decisive. A few days ago, we decided to set up this joint venture, with Starhan contributing $2 billion and me providing $1 billion in resources. Starhan Trump Group will cover high-end real estate, entertainment resorts, and film and entertainment. I believe that our cooperation will fill this market with new vigor." As soon as Trang's words fell, the stage erupted in applause, and several reporters had already stood up, ready to ask questions. Trump handed the microphone to Ling Yuan and signaled to him. "Ling Yuan, all the people here today are my friends, and I also hope that you can share your vision with them." Ling Yuan took the microphone and swept his gaze across the room. "First of all, thank you very much for Mr. Trump's trust and support.
Starhan Capital's layout in the beautiful country is not just a simple business investment. We hope that through our cooperation with the Trump Group, we can bring more innovation and vitality to the global market. He paused for a moment and continued. After the establishment of Starhan Trump Group, we will focus on high-end real estate development, the construction of entertainment resorts, and the integration of the film and entertainment industry. Our goal is not only to serve the beautiful country market, but also to look globally and bring the highest quality resources to every customer. Both Mr. Trump and I hope that through this joint venture, we can create more unforgettable life experiences for customers from all countries. The guests at the venue applauded as soon as the words left their mouths. An interview area had long been set up on the other side of the venue, and reporters from several mainstream financial media had their equipment ready and waiting to interview Ling Yuan and Trump. After the inauguration ceremony, the two walked towards the interview area, and the reporters immediately surrounded them, their flashbulbs flashing non-stop, illuminating the entire area. Mr. Ling Yuan, your investment in the beautiful country during this trip reached $22.3 billion, acquiring Blackstone's hotel business and Starwood Group, and establishing the Starhan Trump Group. Can you talk about your overall opinion on this big investment? A reporter from the Wall Street Journal was the first to ask. Ling Yuan smiled slightly and replied, the $22.3 billion investment is a strategic choice for StarHub Capital. We hope to further consolidate StarHub's position in the global market through this acquisition and joint venture. The hotel business is our starting point, while the partnership with Mr. Trump is an extension of our presence in the real estate, entertainment, film and television sectors. I believe that StarHub's market potential in the beautiful country goes far beyond that. The reporters quickly recorded his answer, and then another reporter from the Financial Times asked a question. Mr. Trump, you rarely enter into joint ventures with others. Why did you choose to cooperate with Starhan Group this time? Is Ling Yuan different from other businessmen? Trump smiled. Ling Yuan is different from other young people in that he has clear goals and strong execution. Each of Starhan Capital's previous investments has proven his vision. I chose to work with him because I believe he can create more miracles in the beautiful country market. His youth and boldness make me feel passionate again. The two men's answers triggered heated discussions among the journalists present. This was not just a simple acquisition or joint venture, but a brand new layout and branding of Ling Yuan and Starhan Group in the global market. When all the interviews were over, Ling Yuan and Trump stood side by side in the corner of the ballroom, overlooking the bustling crowd. Trump patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Ling Yuan, your performance today was outstanding. I think that the future Starhan Trump Group will definitely be able to accomplish a lot. Ling Yuan smiled. Thank you, Mr. Trump. This is just the beginning. In the future, we will not just be partners in the business world, but will become a benchmark in the global market. The night was deepening, and the lights of the banquet hall were still bright. The night before the two parted, Ivanka was extremely solicitous, yet still lost. Trump may have made a small profit, but Ling Yuan never loses. The next day, Ling Yuan ended his week-long trip to the beautiful country and stepped onto the plane back home. After he left the beautiful country, the social media, financial platforms and news headlines around the world had already set off a storm of public opinion. This is him. A gray-haired investor pointed to the front page of the Wall Street Journal and said, Ling Yuan used $22.3 billion to acquire Blackstone, Starwood, and incidentally set up the Starhan Trump Group with Trump. Such boldness and layout is enough to make all the old guys in the capital market re-examine this young man. The young analyst on the opposite side pushed up his glasses. He's not only a risk taker, but also a calm strategist. He didn't simply smash money, but used a cross-industry layout to integrate the resources of the hotel, real estate and entertainment markets. Another investor sneered. At the age of 23, he dared to lay such a heavy hand on the beautiful country. Now everyone is guessing how the hell he did it. He must be. A hedge fund manager slammed the table and stared at Ling Yuan's picture on the screen. This kind of precise capital maneuvering is simply impossible for someone who hasn't experienced major transactions. Don't forget that someone shorted the British pound in one fell swoop at the time of the UK's exit from the European Union, raking in tens of billions of dollars. Another trader picked up. There is this kind of capital reserve to support this series of big strokes. But why? Up to now, no one can find conclusive evidence to prove that he is the trader behind that deal. He doesn't need proof. Ling Yuan's success itself is the best answer. A financial commentary program in China? The host on the TV screen pointed to a PPT filled with numbers. $22.3 billion in 7 days. Ling Yuan's operation has once again shown the world the power of China's capital. What does everyone think? Gaston nodded gently. Ling Yuan proved with facts that Chinese companies can not only participate in the international market, but also stand out from the rules. He built a global hotel group from scratch. This kind of vision and vigor is admirable. Guest B, on the other hand, frowned.
but let's not forget that most of these investments he's made are abroad. We can't deny his business ability, but we also have to remind that wouldn't it be better if this money could be spent on domestic infrastructure and public welfare? The host laughed. So, this 23-year-old is a genius and a controversial figure. On Weibo, under a hot search titled Ling Yuan's 7-Day Saga of the Beautiful Country, the comments section had completely exploded. At Starhan Iron Fan, Ling Yuan is the light of China. From Blackstone to Starwood to the joint venture with Trump, which is not a big event that stirred the world. The entrepreneurs of China nowadays should have such vigor. At Reality Observer, why does this sound so outrageous? A 23-year-old young man can convince Trump for a joint venture? I just want to know, what kind of magic does Ling Yuan have? At Capital White, don't ask. Ask is young, handsome, rich and capable. Ling Yuan is simply a novel protagonist. I'm going to write a presidential novel for him. On Jihu, Ling Yuan has also become a hot topic of discussion, with one question topping the list: how to evaluate Ling Yuan's $22.3 billion investment? Highly praised answer 1. Ling Yuan's operation is ostensibly a capital expansion, but it's actually a landmark event for Chinese capital to go global. He showed the world that Chinese companies are fully capable of standing at the center of the international market and even becoming the rulemakers. Gao Zhan replied 2. Ling Yuan is indeed powerful, but wouldn't it be more meaningful if the money was used domestically, such as building schools and railroads? Of course, there's no excuse for a capitalist to make money, but I hope he can also focus on social responsibility. Meanwhile, in the Magic City Center building, in front of Star Han Capital's office. Hello, I'm an entrepreneur from the South. Here's my business plan. I hope I can get Star Han Capital's investment. A young man handed over a thick document with anticipation in his eyes. Will Star Han Capital really invest in these small projects? Another person next to him muttered in a low voice. People can easily invest tens of billions of dollars. How can they look at these? Who knows? Right now in the entire country of China, who doesn't want to dip into Star Han Group's light? Inside the cabin, Ling Yuan looked over the documents in his hands. Hu Jun stood by the side with excitement on his face. Mr. Ling, the impact of this trip to the beautiful country far exceeded our expectations. The Star Han Group's heat has reached its peak. Ling nodded farther. The heat is just the beginning. Next is our real layout. Outside the window, sunlight poured into the cabin through the clouds. Ling Yuan leaned back in his seat and rested his eyes. His goal was never just China and the beautiful country, but the entire world. Chapter 70 Automobile Manufacturing Plant. Ling Yuan's first stop after returning to China was the Tang Palace. Although he was busy, his home was the most solid backing. The car drove into the courtyard, the fountain came into view, and the water gurgled between the rockery. Ling Yuan pushed open the door of the car, and just as he walked into the living room, he smelled a light scent of tea. Yuaner is back? His mother, Xiao Yunfeng, raised her head, and between her brows was a joy that she could not hide. Mom, I'm back. Ling Yuan smiled and sat down on the sofa. You've been exhausted for a while, right? I came to see you and Dad first as soon as I returned to the country. Xiao Yunfeng waved her hand. Look at what you said. Mom is not tired. On the contrary, it's you. I heard that you've been tossed around quite a bit abroad. Why don't you rest for a few days before coming back? I missed you and Dad, and came back to take a look. Ling Yuan casually replied, a smile on his face. As they were chatting, Ling Jingxiong also came back from outside. It was still the same dark-colored suit with a dark red tie, the cuffs emitting a shimmering light. The whole person was majestic. You still know you have a family, ah? Ling Jingxiong changed his shoes and stepped into the living room. Glancing at Ling Yuan on the sofa, why don't you come back to see your father on New Year's Eve? Dad, didn't I come right back as soon as I returned to China? Ling Yuan smiled and put down his teacup. You came back only after you spent all your money, right? Ling Jingxiong glared at him. More than $20 billion. That's all that was left last time. The corner of Ling Yuan's mouth lifted up as he looked at him with a smile. Dad, I didn't come back after spending the money. I came back to give you the good news. What good news? You spent a lot of money on your big move abroad this time. Ling Jingxiong sat down on the sofa. More than $20 billion. How much money do you have left now? Jingxiong, you've wronged Yuaner. Xiao Yunfan laughed and joked. If our son is considered penniless, then there are not many people in the world who are qualified to be considered rich. Oh, as for that? Ling Jingxiong was obviously not convinced, his eyebrows slightly raised. What's left over from that last time? Now it's a few $100 million at most, right? Ling Yuan pulled out his cell phone and handed it to Ling Jingxiong. Dad, take a look for yourself. The cash reserve is just over $60 billion. Your son is now richer than you. If there are difficulties at home, just look for me. Ling Jingxiong took the cell phone, looked at the string of numbers, froze for a moment, but a smile appeared on his face. Exempt. No wonder. More than $60 billion or dollars. My son is really getting ahead. Where did this money come from? Capital market?
Ling Jingxiong raised his head and asked suspiciously.
Well, borrowed the precious metals market to make a little money. Ling Yuan smiled.
Ling Jingxiong pondered for a moment, and his tone became a few points more solemn. The capital market does make money fast,
but you can't count on all of it. Industry is the root. It can solve employment and boost the economy. You have made money. You should think more about doing something practical. Dad, don't worry, I've already started planning. Ling Yuan sat up a bit straighter. I intend to invest in a full-chain automobile manufacturing plant in China. Industry is flourishing, and we, Star Han, can't just make capital. Hearing this, Xiao Yunfang interjected with a smile. Jingxiong, don't worry about it. This child, Yuaner, is now the backbone of our family. Then, she looked at Ling Yuan. By the way, that rumored girlfriend of yours, Yang Mi, is it real or fake? Of course it's real. Ling Yuan smiled. How is it? Mom, my vision is okay? As long as the person is good and you like it.
Xiao Yunfang smiled faintly.
When will you bring it back for me and your dad to see? This well. Ling Yuan touched his nose, smiled and snorted. I will definitely, but I have to pick a good time. Ling Jingxiong didn't say anything more, but just gave him a meaningful look. As the night deepened, Ling Jingxiong went back to his study. Xiao Yunfang also went back to her bedroom, leaving Ling Yuan alone in the living room. He stood on the balcony, looking down at the courtyard.
In his ears was the sound of tiny insects, the sound of water from the fountain interspersed with it.
A month ago, he stood in the same position, still fretting over the family's crisis. And now, the crisis was lifted and he had a more lofty goal. He wanted Star Han Group to be like the stars under the dome of the sky, sprinkled all over the night sky, both bright and infinite. The next morning, Magic City Center Building, Star Han Group. The sunlight poured into the office through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and outside the window, the stream of traffic and high-rise buildings outlined the city skyline.
Ling Yuan leaned back in his boss chair, and on his mahogany desk were stacks of documents.
Hu Jun knocked on the door and walked in, closing the door before sitting down opposite him. Mr. Ling, you're looking for me?
Ling Yuan put down the documents in his hands and smiled.
Mr. Hu, it's been hard on you.
During this recent period of time,
Star Han's development couldn't have been possible without your efforts. Mr. Ling, you're welcome. These are all things I should do, Hu Jun said respectfully. Mr. Hu, let's not speak in the dark. The current Star Han can't do without you anymore.
Ling Yuan leaned forward slightly and gazed at Hu Jun. You were originally seconded from the Ocean Group, but I want to ask you what you think. Are you willing to officially join Star Han Group? Hu Jun froze for a moment, then revealed a smile. Mr. Ling, you've opened your mouth. What else can I say? Don't worry, I'm willing to stay and work together to make Star Han bigger and stronger.
Ling Yuan nodded, a smile on his face. Good, Mr. Hu, with you here, I'm even more confident.
After the two of them exchanged simple pleasantries, Ling Yuan said with a straight face, there are 3 other important things that I need you to deal with when I look for you today.
You say.
Hu Jun looked serious and straightened his sitting posture.
The first thing, I intend to invest in a full-chain automobile manufacturing plant in Mordor,
which requires you to go and communicate with the relevant government departments to implement the feasibility of the project as soon as possible.
Hu Jun frowned. Mr. Ling, building a car is a big deal. This project is costly and has a long cycle.
It may be difficult to see the benefits in the first few years.
Ling Yuan smiled. His tone was certain. Just because others can't, doesn't mean that Star Han can't. We need to get Star Han Auto's first car into the market as soon as possible,
and strive to get it off the production line within 18 months.
Hu Jun looked at Ling Yuan in surprise. 18 months? This is almost impossible. Building a car takes a lot of time from research and development to production. Difficult does not mean impossible.
Ling Yuan's voice was low but full of confidence.
Star Han Automobile must create an industry miracle. Seeing him so certain, Hu Jun said after a moment of contemplation, since you dare to think, then I dare to do it. Mr. Ling, feel free to leave it to me. I will do my best. The second thing,
set up a charity fund, Star Han Charity Fund. Ling Yuan continued.
This fund will mainly be used for education and pension programs so that more people can enjoy the fruits of Star Han's development. Hu Jun nodded. Understood. I will arrange it as soon as possible.
Ling Yuan smiled and turned his words around. The third and most important thing, I intend to acquire Daimler's shares.
Chapter 71, Daimler Shares. Hu Jun raised his head, his face full of consternation. Mr. Ling, you mean Daimler? The parent company of Mercedes-Benz? That's right. Ling Yuan's gaze was sharp. Daimler is one of the benchmarks of the global automobile industry. Their technological resources, brand influence, are all what we need at Star Han Motors. Hu Jun frowned. But, Mr. Ling, Daimler is the core company of the German automotive industry. Their equity is scattered and there are many institutional investors. It's not easy to acquire them. Moreover,
they have always been more sensitive to foreign shareholdings,
especially for companies like us. Ling Yuan interrupted. Mr. Hu, there is nothing impossible. We don't need to go one step at a time. Start from the secondary market and gradually acquire Daimler's shares. You mean, slowly increase your holdings through the secondary market? Hu Jun was puzzled. Ling Yuan nodded. Yes.
Purchase 5% of the shares at the market price through Star Han Group and gradually increase the stake to 15% afterward.
Hu Jun frowned slightly. 5% of the shares, according to Daimler's current market capitalization, would require about $4-5 billion, and if it were to increase to 15%, the cost would be close to $13.5 billion. Ling Yuan smiled. Funding is not a problem. We lay out through a multi-trust structure, first completing the initial acquisition of 5% and gradually approaching 15%. It will take time to take 5% from the secondary market, but I have enough patience. Hu Jun pondered for a moment and asked again.
But according to German regulatory rules, holding more than 10% of shares needs to be disclosed to the market and the company.
How do we manage to hold more shares without alerting the other party?
The corner of Ling Yuan's mouth lifted. This requires the use of multiple trust structures.
Star Han Group can set up multiple independent trusts offshore,
each holding 1% to 3% of the shares respectively, adding up to 15% of the shares we actually control.
In this way, we have circumvented the regulatory disclosure line.
And we can also realize an increase in our shareholding in Daimler without alerting the other shareholders.
Hu Jun's eyes lit up. Mr. Ling, this is indeed a brilliant move. However,
even holding 15% is not enough to truly influence Daimler's strategic decisions.
Ling Yuan smiled. Shareholding is just a means to an end. True control comes from binding interests.
We can sign a long-term technical support agreement with Daimler in the name of strategic cooperation, so that they can provide technology and production experience to Star Han Motors,
while we, Star Han, can provide R&D funding. At that time, we, Star Han Automobile,
will be able to quickly launch new cars with Daimler's technology, and also utilize their global supply chain resources to reduce trial and error costs.
Hu Jun's gaze was filled with admiration. Mr. Ling, your move is too good. Not only can you use technical cooperation to bring the relationship closer, but you can also become Daimler's largest shareholder through multiple trusts. Ling Yuan tapped his finger on the desktop. Remember,
the biggest purpose of our shareholding lies in the right to speak and the integration of resources.
Daimler's brand and technology will be the cornerstone of Xinghan Automobile's globalization. Hu Jun rose and said, I understand, Mr. Ling.
I will act as soon as possible on Star Han Motors factory, the launch of the charity fund, and the acquisition of Daimler's shares.
Go.
Ling Yuan waved his hand and watched Hu Jun leave before turning to look out the window.
Daimler's share acquisition had already been implemented down the line.
As for the wholly owned acquisition of the car factory, Ling Yuan was prepared to personally inspect Italy the next time he went to France to acquire Dior's shares. From the establishment of the company to the first car off the production line, it took less than 18 months, which may seem like a pipe dream to others, but with proper planning, it can be realized. In his last life, it only took 2.5 years for Rebus to build a car. Rebus is the king of hundreds of billions of cash. Excluding the money from acquiring Daimler's shares, he still has more than $50 billion left for himself.
Shortening it to 18 months shouldn't be too much of a problem, maybe even sooner. Miracles are for creation. After leaving Star Han Group, Ling Yuan arrived at Jiaxing Media. He pushed open the door to Yang Ni's office, but did not go in immediately, but stood in the doorway, gazing at her with a smile on his lips. Yang Ni was looking down and flipping through the documents. When she heard the commotion, she looked up and saw that it was Ling Yuan. She couldn't help but smile. Little Yuan, you're so free today. Why are you free to run to my place? She put down the papers in her hands, her eyes sparkling. Ling Yuan walked straight to her table and stood in front of it, bent down and looked at her. Nothing special, just wanted to see you. Yang Ni raised her eyes to look at him. Her smile deepened. You're getting better at talking. You don't see me for a week and miss me so much? Ling Yuan smiled. I'm speaking from the heart. Sister Me, you're so busy. I'm afraid you're exhausted, so I came over to take a look. Yang Ni smiled and shook her head, warmth flooding her eyes as she stood up and straightened the papers on her desktop, her gaze falling on him. You're really good at finding opportunities, but I don't have any good tea here. Nothing to entertain. Ling Yuan took her hand and looked at her. There's no need for any tea. Having you is enough. He felt the warmth of her fingers and rubbed his fingertips together. Yang Ni froze for a moment, but did not draw back her hand. Instead, she kept her gaze on his face, the corners of her mouth teasing. You're getting bolder now. It's good to be bold in front of Sister Me. Ling Yuan held her wrist, his smile deepening. The distance between the two was drawn extremely close. Yang Mi raised her chin and looked at him with a bit of mischief. So good at coaxing people. I'm a bit reluctant to let you go. Ling Yuan lowered his head and moved closer to her cheek. Then how about I don't leave? His breath brushed against her ear, bringing a tingling sensation, his voice low and gentle. You are like this today, but it makes me a little surprised. Yang Mi laughed. Ling Yuan laughed and whispered, is that so? And how about this? Unexpected? Saying that, he pressed his lips onto hers. His hand slid to her back waist and gently wrapped around it, allowing her to stick closer. Yang Mi froze for a moment, then closed her eyes, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips in response. She ran one hand up his cheek, her thumb gently rubbing it. The entire room was quiet, with only the sound of their heartbeats. A few moments later, Ling Yuan's cell phone rang, the ringtone breaking the silence between the two. Ling Yuan was slightly stunned and ended the kiss, looking down and taking out his cell phone to look at it. Seeing the caller ID flashing on the screen, he revealed a helpless smile. Yang Mi opened her eyes, with a few moments of tenderness still in her eyes, and when she saw Ling Yuan's expression, she laughed with a hint of flirtation. Little Yuan, every time we get to a critical moment, someone always interrupts us. Ling Yuan laughed helplessly, picked up the phone, answered a few sentences briefly, and hung up. It's not too good to put off a banquet from the Magic City government. Sister honey. He put away his cell phone and looked at Yang Mi. Looks like you can't escape. Yang Mi laughed. Sister Mi, it looks like we can only make it up next time. Ling Yuan nodded with a bitter smile and raised his hand to caress her face. Who let me find such a busybody? Yang Mi shook her head slightly and smiled. Next time, I'll make it up to you twice as much, Ling Yuan said. Then I'll wait and see how you plan to compensate me. Yang Mi had a smile on her lips. Ling Yuan gazed at her, lowered his head, and gave her a peck on her forehead. The smile on the corner of Yang Mi's lips did not diminish as she quietly watched him leave. Chapter 72, City Hall Dinner. In the Magic City Municipal Hall, orange-colored lights were sprinkled on the floor tiles. The Municipal Hall specially hosted a banquet for Star Han Group Chairman Ling Yuan today, and several core leaders of Magic City were present, including Zhou Jiangwo, Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Zhang Jiqian, Director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, and Lu Hongwei, Director of the Bureau of Industry and Information Technology, among others. Zhou Jiangwo raised his glass and looked at Ling Yuan. Mr. Ling, what a hero. We have been paying attention to your achievements in the domestic and even international markets. This time when I heard that you intend to invest and set up a factory in Mordor, the government side will definitely fully support you. Ling Yuan smiled and raised his glass in response. Thank you Secretary Zhou for your concern. Star Han Group has always hoped to make a breakthrough in the field of intelligent manufacturing. As an economic center, Mordor has perfect industrial support and policy support, which is an important reason why we chose to land here. Zhang Jiqian, Director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, came forward and said with a smile, Mr. Ling, Mordor has been very supportive of industries such as intelligent manufacturing and new energy vehicles over the years, especially in the new area of Lingang, where we have planned a large-scale industrial park. This project of yours is really at the right time. Lu Hongwei, the Director of the Bureau of Industry and Information Technology, also said with a smile, Mr. Ling, your project this time involves automobile manufacturing and high-end research and development, and Mordor attaches great importance to such high-end manufacturing industries. As long as you put forward your needs, our Bureau of Industry and Information Technology will fully cooperate. Whether it's for approvals, land parcel siting or industrial policies, we can provide you with one-stop support. Ling nodded farther, and after a moment, slowly spoke. Since the government is so supportive, Star Han will also show the corresponding sincerity. I plan to invest $15 billion in Mordor to build a full-length automobile manufacturing plant covering an area of 1.2 million square meters, which will comprehensively cover R&D, design, manufacturing, and assembly, creating a global benchmark for intelligent manufacturing. He paused and continued. The factory will be divided into 4 major functional areas. First, the production workshop, which covers an area of 500,000 square meters, with a planned annual production capacity of 300,000 electric vehicles in the first year, and a fully automated production line. The second is the Research and Development Center, covering an area of 200,000 square meters, focusing on the development of intelligent driving, power battery management and other core technologies. Third is the Industrial Robot Manufacturing Base, covering an area of 300,000 square meters, with an initial goal of producing 5,000 high-precision industrial robots annually. Fourth is the supporting facilities, covering an area of 200,000 square meters, including a logistics and warehousing center, staff living quarters and a training academy. The logistics center will fully introduce automated equipment to ensure efficient operation of the supply chain. This is not just a factory, but a future-oriented intelligent manufacturing base. When the project goes into operation, it will directly create 6,000 jobs, while driving 20,000 new jobs in upstream and downstream industries. Zhang could not hide his excitement. Mr. Ling, we can fully meet the 1.2 million square meters. There are a large number of high-quality land plots in the new Lingang area with convenient transportation, which can perfectly match Starhan's high-standard demand. In particular, your proposal of full-chain intelligent manufacturing is perfectly in line with the industrial layout of Magic City. Ling Yuan nodded slightly and continued. Lingang new area is indeed a place with great potential. Starhan also hopes to take this opportunity to create a globally oriented intelligent automobile manufacturing base. Zhou Jiangwo beamed with joy. Mr. Ling, the sheer scale of this project will be a huge boost to the development of Magic City. He paused briefly. In order to support this plan of Starhan, we will fully cooperate in the following aspects to ensure the smooth landing of the project. First, regarding land demand, we will allocate 1,800 acres of land in the new area of Lingang for the construction of the factory, and provide Starhan Group with a preferential policy of full reduction of land use tax for the first 5 years. At the same time, the government will also be responsible for the land's 3 passes and 1 leveling, access to water, electricity, roads, and leveling, to ensure that the delivery of the site will be completed within 1 month. Second, for the project approval process, we will open a green channel, from the environmental assessment, construction permits to the commissioning of the approval. The whole process is dedicated to docking, to ensure that all the approval process will take only 2 months to complete at the soonest. Third, in terms of policy support, StarHub's intelligent manufacturing base will be listed in Magic City's 13th 5-year Intelligent Manufacturing Key Projects catalog, and will be eligible for special subsidies and R&D support, especially in the field of industrial robotics. Mordor already has relevant industry clusters, and Starhan can prioritize docking upstream and downstream resources. He added, Mr. Ling, this is not only a manufacturing plant, but also a key project to promote the upgrading of Mordor's intelligent manufacturing industry. The government will definitely help your plan to be implemented smoothly with the best policies and the fastest efficiency. Zhang Jicheng hastily concurred. Yes, Mr. Ling, the location advantages and supporting resources of the new Lingang area can fully meet Starhan Group's high standards. If you need, we can also reserve a 2,000 square meter display and communication center in the park for Starhan to use for visits and negotiations with global partners. Ling Yuan raised his glass and clinked it with show. Thank you for the strong support from the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government. Starhan hopes to take root in Magic City, and with this project as a starting point, we will make more investments in other areas in the future. He paused and continued. This project is not just a simple factory. It will be an innovation-driven demonstration base. Lu Hongwei showed great interest in Ling Yuan's vision, and hurriedly said, Mr. Ling, this idea of full-chain integration is very much in line with our development direction of intelligent manufacturing. We can introduce the scientific research power of the partner universities at a later stage, and we can also work with the talent transfer to ensure that the project is sustainable in the long run. Ling Yuan's gaze brightened and said with a smile, what Director Lu mentioned is exactly what I was thinking. Our manufacturing plant should not only face the domestic market, but also look at the world, attract top talents at home and abroad and work together to create globally competitive products. Zhou Jiangwo raised his glass and said to Ling Yuan, Mr. Ling, your vision is so inspiring. You have such foresight, and we will go all out to give you and Starhan Group our utmost support. Mordor will not only become your base, it will also become the world benchmark for intelligent manufacturing. Zhang Jicheng concurred and raised his glass. I believe that with the addition of Starhan, the new area of Lingang will definitely become the center of intelligent manufacturing in the country and even the world. Everyone raised their glasses, and Ling Yuan also raised his glass in response. Mordor's support gives me full confidence in the project. Starhan will make this place the most advanced intelligent manufacturing center, and in the future, we also hope to work with the government to promote the development of the city. As the banquet drew to a close, Zhou Jiangwo, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, picked up his wineglass and walked over to Ling Yuan. Mr. Ling, we are all very grateful for your trust and investment in Magic City. Since this investment is large and influential, can we officially organize a signing ceremony tomorrow? We can invite the media and relevant departments to be present, and take this opportunity to announce Starhan Group's full-length automobile manufacturing plant project in Mordor to the public. This will not only enhance Starhan's influence at home and abroad, but also show the importance that Mordor attaches to high-end manufacturing. Ling Yuan smiled after hearing this and looked up at Zhou Jiangwo, then nodded.
Secretary Zhou. This suggestion you made is indeed very meaningful. Announcing it through the media will not only allow the public to understand Star Han's new layout in the field of intelligent manufacturing, but also show the outside world the industrial vitality and policy support of Magic City. I'm personally very supportive. The smile on Zhou Jiangwo's face deepened, and he hastily signaled to the surrounding officials to raise their glasses to celebrate this decision together. Ling Yuan nodded slightly and raised his glass to the few people around him. Thank you for your support, leaders. Since this is the case, I will make preparations and officially sign the contract tomorrow. Zhou Jiangwo raised his glass and clinked it with Ling Yuan. That's settled then. Mr. Ling, will officially sign the contract tomorrow. Mordor will fully support Star Han Group's project, and look forward to the brighter future you'll bring to the city. After concluding his goodbyes with the crowd, Ling Yuan walked out of the banquet hall and stood under the lights of Mordor's night, pondering over the details of tomorrow's signing. Tomorrow's signing not only marks the official opening of Star Han Group's intelligent manufacturing map, but will also lay a solid foundation for Star Han Group's future industrial layout. Chapter 73 Charity Fund. Suihu Tiandi. When Ling Yuan pushed open the door, the lights in the living room were still on. Lu Wei was leaning back on the sofa, and Shen Manmang was there as well. Hearing the door open, Lu Wei stood up and walked towards him. Drank a lot of wine? I'll go prepare honey water for you. Lu Wei's gaze fell on his slightly reddened face, took his hand, brought him to the sofa, and turned to go to the kitchen. Drink less of it. Shen Manmang looked at Ling Yuan and skimmed her lips. Ah, okay. Ling Yuan froze for a moment and replied with a smile. Lu Wei walked over from the kitchen and handed Ling Yuan a cup of water. Smiling at him, drink some, wake up. Ling Yuan smiled, took the cup of water and took a sip, the sweet flavor spreading in his mouth. He held Lu Wei's hand and said in a low voice, I signed a big project today. Secretary Zhou and the others are very enthusiastic. It's not good to refuse. How big a project is not as important as your body. Lu Wei held his hand tighter. Don't worry, I know the limits. My body, don't you know? Ling Yuan smiled, talking to you in a serious manner. You don't have a straight face again. Lu Wei beamed. The two of them leaned back on the sofa and chatted for a long time, while Shen Manmang silently went back to the bedroom. Moonlight poured over the pool, reflecting the dark water as a silver ribbon. Let's go. Go to sleep. Ling Yuan got up and picked up Lu Wei, walking towards the bedroom. As night fell, the moonlight enveloped the earth like a thin veil, quietly seeping into every silence. Fine rain sprinkled down, gently seeping into the parched earth, bringing a hint of imperceptible warmth. The night wind traveled through the valley. Whispers echoed in the wilderness. Deep in the earth, the volcano's heat slowly brewing, holding back, accumulating. Until that moment comes, the hot magma spewed out. The heat flow rushed, drowned the silence of the night, leaving the afterglow. In the silence of the night slowly reverberate for a long time. The next morning, the Magic City Municipal Hall. The hall was filled with media reporters from all over the country, with cameras and flashing lights already set up in place, waiting for the heavy signing ceremony between Star Han Group and the Mordor government. The Magic City government had conducted a special live broadcast of the event so that more people could witness it. With a round of applause, Ling Yuan and the main leaders of the Mordor government stepped into the venue. Zhou Jiangwo, Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Zhang Jiqiang, Director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, and Lu Hongwei, Director of the Bureau of Industry and Information Technology were all present. They looked solemn, and Ling Yuan walked at a steady pace, with his usual gentle smile, facing the camera and the crowd at the scene. The host briefly introduced the background of Star Han Group and the basic situation of this investment, and then announced that the signing ceremony had officially begun. Applause broke out at the scene and the atmosphere reached a climax. Representatives of Star Hub and the government of Mordor solemnly signed the agreement, and the $15 billion project came to fruition, which will establish a full-chain automobile manufacturing plant covering R&D, design, manufacturing and assembly in the new area of Lingang. After the signing, Secretary Zhou Jiangwo stepped up to the podium and delivered a speech in front of the media cameras. Today's signing ceremony marks an important step for Mordor in the field of high-end manufacturing. The addition of Star Hub will not only drive local economic development, but also create a large number of employment opportunities for Mordor and promote industrial upgrading. We will fully support Star Han Group's project and create the most favorable environment to ensure the smooth progress of the project. The reporters at the scene quickly recorded the content of the secretary's speech, and the screen was synchronized to scroll the live broadcast information of the event. Ling Yuan was invited onto the stage and faced the reporters and camera lenses on the stage. He smiled slightly. First of all, thank you very much to the Magic City government for supporting Star Han Group. We hope that through this investment, we will not only drive the development of the automobile manufacturing industry, but also contribute to the high-end manufacturing industry in Magic City.
Starhan Group will do its best to make this project a benchmark of intelligent manufacturing. The reporters raised their hands to ask questions, and the host selected a reporter from the Economic Daily News. The reporter stood up and asked with an expectant face, Mr. Ling, why did you choose to establish an automobile manufacturing plant of this scale in Mordor? You have made extraordinary achievements in other industries. What made you choose to invest such a large amount of money in the automobile manufacturing industry? Ling Yuan nodded in response. The future of the automobile manufacturing industry is in intelligence and environmental protection, which is a global trend. Starhan has always paid attention to intelligent manufacturing and has invested in related projects as well. Magic City is not only the economic center of China, it also has perfect industrial support and talent resources. That's why we think it's the best choice for building an intelligent automobile industry. What's more, this time the factory is not just simple manufacturing, but full chain integration. From R&D, design to production and logistics, such a layout will improve efficiency and product quality. The reporters at the scene nodded frequently, recording Ling Yuan's answer. Immediately, another reporter stood up to ask a question. Mr. Ling, regarding Starhan Group's other future development plans, can you reveal more? Ling Yuan slowly spoke. In addition to intelligent manufacturing, we also want to take on more social responsibility. Starhan Group will set up a charity fund, planning to invest $3 billion in the first phase to build 100 high-standard Hope Elementary School, including libraries, cafeterias, multimedia classrooms, and other full sets of equipment, and 100 large nursing homes, each providing 500 beds, with supporting facilities such as infirmaries, rehabilitation centers, etc. Provide free education and retirement services for children and the elderly. We will cover all operating costs to ensure that these institutions can serve the needy for a long time. The reporters on stage were surprised to hear this news. There was a brief silence, followed by a chorus of admiration. Such an act of kindness was not rare in today's business world. There were those who donated more than Ling Yuan, but there were only a handful of them, and they were all middle-aged or old-aged entrepreneurs, while Ling Yuan was so young. This amount of money could have been used in the rapidly developing Singham Group, but he chose to use it for charity. A reporter from the central bank stood up and asked, Mr. Ling, this is indeed a great investment. Can you talk about your original intention of setting up these Hope primary schools and nursing homes? Why did you choose such a charitable approach? Ling Yuan smiled. The value of an enterprise should not only be reflected in economic benefits, but more importantly, how to give back to society. I have always believed that there are many children who are out of school due to poverty who could have had a better future. There are also elderly people who are left alone in their later years due to lack of care. I hope that through this charity fund, I can help those who are truly in need and bring them some warmth and hope. He paused and continued. Our Hope Primary School will provide quality educational resources for children in impoverished areas, with all expenses borne by Starhan Group, ensuring that every child can afford to go to school and receive an education. Our nursing homes, too, will provide unpaid nursing services for the widows and orphans, for children to have schooling and for the elderly to be supported. This is both the needs of society and Starhan's responsibility. As Ling Yuan's words fell, the scene was silent, and the reporter's eyes showed admiration. Chapter 74, The Governor's Invitation. An older reporter said, Mr. Ling, your kind act like this is really rare. This is not only a material commitment, but also a commitment to social responsibility. Ling Yuan smiled lightly. Just doing my part, hoping to have a little positive impact on the society. These children and elderly people should have the right to be respected and cared for. Another young reporter continued to ask, Mr. Ling, how long will this charity fund last? Is your plan to support it for the long term? Ling Yuan nodded. Starhan Group will bear all the operating expenses for a long time to ensure that these Hope Elementary School and nursing homes can operate stably. We will gradually expand the scope, aiming to cover more areas in need. This is not just a momentary commitment on our part, but a long-term plan, and we hope it will continue to help more people in the future. His answer drew a round of applause. Finally, a reporter asked, Mr. Ling, does Starhan Group have any other charity plans in the future? Ling Yuan slowly said, yes, in the future, we also plan to set up special scholarships to help impoverished college students complete their studies. At the same time, we will consider setting up an environmental protection fund to promote environmental protection programs. The development of an enterprise cannot be separated from the support of the society, and we also hope to give back to the society and keep doing our part. After the signing ceremony, Ling Yuan said goodbye to a few people from the Magic City government and walked towards the parking lot. His cell phone, however, suddenly vibrated with an unfamiliar number, and he pressed the answer button. Hello, Ling Yuan said in a low voice. A gentle male voice came through. Hello, Mr. Ling, I am Li Hongwei, the president of the People's Bank of Magic City branch.
Ling Yuan froze for a moment,
Then asked, "Good day, Governor Li. What is it?"
Li Hongwei on the other end of the phone smiled.
"Mr. Ling, I've always wanted to contact you before. However, you've been in the beautiful country and didn't have the chance to meet. Today, when I learned that you had returned to Mordor, I decided to call you at the first opportunity, hoping to have a chat with you in person." "I see, Governor Li. I wonder what you wish to discuss with me," Ling Yuan responded.
Li Hongwei's voice remained gentle.
"Mr. Ling,
We have some ideas on our side regarding Star Han Group's needs in terms of foreign exchange,
especially in terms of facilitating the flow of funds in cross-border transactions.
We believe that your group may encounter some foreign exchange difficulties in its future capital operations,
and as the financial authority of Mordor, we hope to be able to provide you with assistance."
Ling Yuan already had a premonition in his heart.
"Governor Li means."
"That's right," Li Hongwei cut straight to the chase. "We would like to provide Star Han Group with a fast track for foreign exchange, to ensure that your group can enjoy a more efficient and convenient service when it comes to large foreign exchange, especially in the area of cross-border mergers and acquisitions and the scheduling of funds for overseas projects. We have been following your group's progress and are more than willing to provide you with support in this regard."
Ling Yuan smiled.
"Thank you for Governor Li's kind words.
The efficiency of foreign exchange has always been a key issue for our company, and it's important for us to have your bank's support as well," Li Hongwei continued. "Actually, Mr. Ling, I'm making this call today. In addition to wishing to discuss this issue with you,
I would also like to invite you to a luncheon at 12 noon today. The venue is at the Peace Hotel on the Bund.
If you are free, please come."
Ling Yuan was silent for a moment.
He then responded bashfully, "All right, Governor Li. In that case, I'll be on time for the appointment." Li Hongwei smiled. "Excellent, Mr. Ling.
We are very much looking forward to meeting you face-to-face and discussing the next cooperation in detail.
See you at noon then, Governor Li."
Ling Yuan politely excused himself.
"See you at noon, Mr. Ling." Li Hongwei hung up the phone. At noon,
Ling Yuan arrived at the Peace Hotel as promised. The private banquet hall in the hotel had already been properly set up, with golden crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow. Li Hongwei and a few of his peers were already present.
Seeing Ling Yuan's arrival, Li Hongwei rose to greet him. "Mr. Ling, thank you for taking the time to come." Li Hongwei extended his hand. "Governor Li, you are too kind."
Ling Yuan shook his hand and sat down as the waiter quickly poured red wine for him.
Governor Li smiled and looked at Ling Yuan. "Mr. Ling, since we have such a face-to-face opportunity, I would like to ask, through which channels did you conduct your foreign exchange transactions before? Was it through an international bank like HSBC or Standard Chartered?" Ling Yuan nodded and put down his wine glass. "Yes, the previous foreign exchange transactions were mainly conducted through HSBC and Standard Chartered. After all, they have strong trading capabilities and networks in the international capital market. As for how large an amount of foreign exchange facilitation can be provided, to be honest, I haven't had much exposure to the specific process and amount issues." He smiled gently. "After all, these matters are mostly handled by the company's finance team, and as the boss, I'm more concerned with the macro-strategic layout." Governor Li's eyes twinkled as he listened. Then he smiled again. Understood, Mr. Ling's pattern is truly extraordinary. So, can you reveal roughly how much foreign exchange reserves your company currently has? After all, Star Han Group's global expansion is on a staggering scale, so I'm sure the amount of foreign exchange flow is not small." Ling Yuan put down his chopsticks, and the atmosphere at the table froze. There seemed to be some kind of deep meaning hidden behind Governor Li's question. Ling Yuan did not rush to answer, and after thinking for a moment, he finally confessed, "Currently, we have roughly more than $50 billion in foreign exchange reserves, which are mainly used for mergers and acquisitions, investments, and market expansion." As soon as the words fell, several senior officials of the People's Bank of China's Magic City branch exchanged glances with each other, obviously shocked by the amount of Ling Yuan's foreign exchange reserves. A hint of surprise flashed in Governor Li's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He smiled, put down his wine glass, and spoke in a formal and gentle tone. "Mr. Ling, the amount of foreign exchange reserves you have revealed is quite huge. Foreign exchange reserves of this size are extremely rare in domestic companies. Do you know the impact of such foreign exchange reserves on the domestic financial market?" Ling Yuan looked at Li Hongwei. "Understood, Governor Li. Foreign exchange reserves like ours can help stabilize the exchange rate of the Chinese currency to a certain extent, especially when there is uncertainty in the international market. This is also part of what we have to take into consideration as we expand globally." Governor Li nodded and put down his glass. "That's right, Mr. Ling. Star Han Group's foreign exchange reserves will not only facilitate the company's global capital dispatch, but it will also be able to help stabilize the exchange rate of the Chinese currency to a certain extent through capital flows. This is very important for the entire country's financial market. As a matter of fact, a company like your company that has $50 billion in foreign exchange reserves, it's actually close to the combined foreign exchange reserves of some of China's large centralized enterprises or multinationals, and this scale is not to be underestimated on a global scale. He looked at several other officials present. I believe that based on such a scale of foreign exchange reserves, Star Han Group is fully qualified to enjoy the highest foreign exchange facilitation treatment given by our People's Bank. Ling Yuan smiled and responded in a low voice. In that case, I naturally hope to have in-depth cooperation with your bank as well. Foreign exchange facilitation is crucial to our company's global layout, especially in our future M&A plans. Being able to enjoy a more efficient flow of funds will play a positive role in advancing our strategy. Governor Li nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Ling, we will fully support your needs. We will provide Star Han Group with a specialized foreign exchange channel and ensure a quick response when you need it. The atmosphere of the luncheon became lighter as this topic unfolded, and everyone began to talk about other projects and future cooperation opportunities. Chapter 75, A Chance Encounter with Reba. While Ling Yuan was having a luncheon at the Peace Hotel, the news of Star Han Group's signing ceremony and charity program was reported by the media, which quickly stirred up a huge reaction on all major news platforms and social media. All walks of life were abuzz with the Star Han Group's dual investment totaling $18 billion to $15 billion for the construction of an intelligent automobile manufacturing plant and $3 billion for the establishment of a charity fund. On microblogging, WeChat circles and other social platforms, the news of StarHub was widely forwarded, and topics such as hashtag StarHub 15 billion intelligent manufacturing plant and hashtag StarHub 3 billion charity fund quickly hit the hot search list, triggering millions of netizens to talk about it. Most people were impressed by Ling Yuan's foresight and sense of social responsibility and left messages of praise. Those who had previously called Ling Yuan a capitalist also shut their mouths. This era needs companies with a true sense of social responsibility like Star Han Group, not only focusing on their own development, but also caring for children and widows and orphans in impoverished areas. It's truly remarkable. A netizen wrote in the comment section, $3 billion to build 100 whole primary schools and 100 nursing homes is really too responsible. I hope there are more companies like this so that more people in need can be helped. Another netizen commented this way. Many netizens spontaneously expressed their support for StarHub on social platforms. Some users mentioned in the message area that they came from remote and poor areas, and the road to school was full of hardships when they were young, and they lamented that StarHub's initiative was undoubtedly a blessing in disguise for the children in poor areas. Various financial media also published commentaries to analyze StarHub's strategic layout and sense of corporate responsibility. Some financial commentators said that Ling Yuan's decision not only enhanced the public image of StarHub, but also set a new benchmark for the intelligent manufacturing industry. The Financial Daily commented in its report that StarHub's investment in the manufacturing industry reflects its long-term layout of high-end manufacturing, while its investment in public welfare demonstrates the company's care for the society. This double-line development strategy makes Singun Group not only competitive in the economic field, but also sets an example in social responsibility, which is worth learning from more enterprises. Another well-known media in the industry, Business Horizons, issued an article saying, Ling Yuan StarHub Group is no longer just a simple enterprise, but more like a promoter of social welfare. Such an investment not only generates direct economic benefits, but also indirectly promotes education and elderly care in impoverished areas. StarHub's initiative may influence more enterprises, and we may see a new wave of corporate philanthropy in the future. Industry experts generally agree that such a high level of charitable investment is very rare for a private company, and StarHub not only did it, but also made it clear that it would bear the operating costs of these charity programs for a long time. This commitment made many people realize that StarHub has truly integrated corporate social responsibility into the core values of the company. The news also touched the hearts of many ordinary people. A village teacher from a mountainous area commented, "For us children in remote areas, the Hope School is a bridge to the outside world. StarHub's help is not only financial support, but also gives the children hope for the future." Pensioners commented, "I work in a nursing home, and some of the unsupported elderly people often dare not hope to have a good life in their old age. I heard that StarHub Group is going to build 100 free nursing homes, which is really a blessing for the elderly." Ling Yuan's good deeds have also sparked the attention of many young people, with many college students and young professionals seeing his philanthropic philosophy as an inspirational role model. On social media platforms, some young people commented, "I hope that one day I can be like Ling Yuan, not only successful in my career, but also give back to society." Such entrepreneurs are the real successful people. This signing ceremony and the announcement of the charity program not only further consolidated StarHan Group's position in the business circle,
but also gave the public a deeper level of recognition of its brand image. While StarHub's charity program became a topic of discussion, it also made people feel strongly about it. Some enthusiastic netizens even started a discussion on the topic of supporting StarHub, saying that they would give priority to StarHub's products in the future and support such a responsible company. Many entrepreneurs also openly expressed their support to StarHub, and some of their peers even said that they would like to learn from StarHub's practice and take public welfare as an important part of enterprise development. StarHub has demonstrated its commitment and vision with practical actions, making it not only a leader in business, but also a role model for the society in spirit. At the same time, Ling Yuan's personal influence has also risen rapidly in this event, and many people regard him as a role model among the new generation of entrepreneurs. He not only founded the StarHub Group and led its rapid development, but also actively undertook social responsibilities, reinterpreting the definition of successful people. Ling Yuan was unaware of this. After finishing the luncheon with the governor of the People's Bank of China in Mudu, he was already on his way to the Mudu International Airport. Tomorrow is the day of the Byte D round of financing. He needs to arrive in the capital today. At the Magic City International Airport, as Ling Yuan stepped towards the tarmac, the VIP waiting room was surrounded by several people who seemed to be in a bit of a panic. In the center of the crowd stood a slender woman, wearing a mask and looking anxious. Ling Yuan took a closer look, and that familiar silhouette made him instantly recognize it. It was Dilly Hotba. He took a few steps closer and vaguely heard one of them say with an anxious voice, "Reba, we just received a notice that the flight to the capital has been cancelled due to a temporary adjustment of the route. I'm afraid there's no way to arrange for another flight today." Hotba. This title allowed Ling Yuan to confirm his suspicions. Dilly Reba frowned when she heard the news, "But the shooting schedule is so tight. What can we do if we can't make it?" "Jiba, it seems like you're in trouble?" Ling Yuan coughed lightly, drawing the attention of several people. Dilly Hapa turned her head, and when she saw that it was Ling Yuan, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she immediately took off her mask, revealing a bright smile. "Ah, Yuan, how come it's you? What a coincidence." Ling Yuan smiled and nodded, his eyes skimming over her face and the faces of the people around her as he said, "You're going to the capital, right? As it happens, I'm also going to the capital. Why don't I give you a ride on my way?" "Really?" Hotoraba froze for a moment, then smiled even wider. "Too good. However, can the airplane carry so many people? My agent and assistant are also there. Can we come together? Let's go. You'll know when you arrive," Ling Yuan said with a smile, twisting his head towards the tarmac. On the way, Hotba was pondering something and suddenly looked up at Ling Yuan. "I remembered. Your private jet. I haven't been on a private jet yet. Then you'll have sat in one today. How are you going to thank me?" "Hotba," Ling Yuan teased. "You're my boss, hey. It's all for you that I'm working so hard." Hotba winked and smiled in a mysterious manner. "But I'll treat you to dinner when I'm done working. Then I'll make a note of it," Ling Yuan said with a smile. The group quickly boarded the airplane. Chapter 76, Reba Can't Hold It. The cabin was spacious and bright. The privatization of the design made Hotba marvel. Her eyes glanced around the sofa, the lighting, and the bar table, and she smiled and said, "You're so comfortable on this plane. I want to stay here." "You're welcome anytime if you want," Ling Yuan said as he looked at him with a smile. Amused by his words, Reba sat down on the sofa by the window and looked out the window at the airport runway, her mood stretching. After the plane lifted off, she looked through the window at the shrinking ground. She glanced sideways at Ling Yuan next to her and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect to meet you at the airport and catch a ride with you." Ling Yuan smiled. "It's sort of fate. Besides, don't you owe me a meal? This flight is not for nothing." Hotba burst out laughing. "Don't worry, when you're done with this matter, this meal will definitely not be missing you." After saying that, she looked out the window again. The two of them chatted for a few moments, and Reba gradually relaxed, her head leaning on the cushion, her eyelids a little heavy. Just as she closed her eyes, enjoying the quietness of the air, suddenly, a slight bump in the airplane broke the tranquility. The flight attendant walked over to Ling Yuan and squatted down, explaining to Ling Yuan, "Mr. Ling, the plane is entering an area of strong air currents. Please fasten your seatbelt. There may be some slight bumps." Hotba fastened her seatbelt and looked up at Ling Yuan. "The bumps don't seem too light." As soon as the words left her mouth, the airplane shook once again, and her body couldn't help but tilt to the side, almost hitting the seat. Ling Yuan reacted quickly, reaching out to hold her shoulders, shielding her, saying gently, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The airplane shuddered one after another, and Hotba subconsciously grabbed onto Ling Yuan's arm, her heartbeat accelerating with the frequency of the bumps, her entire body almost pressed into his arms. Ling Yuan did not let go. His other hand encircled her shoulder, gently patting her back. "Relax, it's just a short bump." Reba looked up at him, so close that she could feel his warm breath. her heartbeat becoming more and more disorganized. She smiled and said, "I'm not afraid. It's just that, well, I didn't expect you to be this close to me." Ling Yuan looked down at her, sniffing the scent of her hair, and whispered, "If it puts you at ease, I can always be like this." Hadarub's face flushed slightly, but the bumps didn't quite end, and the plane still shook from time to time. Once again, her body leaned towards Ling Yuan with the swaying, and he smoothly wrapped his arms around her a little tighter, saying, "It seems like you have to rely on me today." Hadarub couldn't help but laugh and slapped his shoulder, whining, "Don't bring you to flirt with people like that." Ling Yuan laughed, "Just trying to get you to relax." Hodor smiled and looked at him, not saying anything. Instead, her heartbeat responded instead. The bumps gradually subsided, and only then did Reba realize that she had been leaning against Ling Yuan's arms, and was instantly a little embarrassed as she tried to sit upright. She moved gently and whispered, "It looks like the airflow passed." With that, Ling Yuan withdrew his hand and slowly sat upright. "That was quite scary just now, wasn't it?" Hadarub smiled, her heart somewhat reluctant to let go of that reliance. "Scary is not to speak of. It's just that, well, I didn't expect to have such a sweet service." Ling Yuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said faintly, "It's good that you are at ease. Nothing else matters." Reba said mischievously, "Then when I run into this in the future, I will rely on you and not leave." Ling Yuan nodded slightly. "Any time is welcome." The two of them smiled at each other, and the cabin resumed its tranquility for a moment as the clouds flew by outside the window. Reba averted her eyes slightly, her heart fluttering a little. She couldn't help but ask herself mentally, it's really hard not to be moved by him like this. However, Honey Sister is her girlfriend again. His own counting Honey Sister's love enemy. Honey Sister, cannot blame me. This who came also cannot hold. The airplane flew smoothly, closer and closer to the capital. Hotba's cell phone suddenly came on the message. She opened it. It is the assistant sent the trip notification. She sighed softly and closed her phone, looking up at Ling Yuan. "When we get to Beijing, I'll have to dive headfirst into filming again. I wish I had more time to spend with you." Ling Yuan met her gaze and said, "Work is important, but you also need to relax yourself. If you want to take a vacation, don't worry and tell Sister Honey. I'll also come to see you when I have time." Reba's heart warmed at his words and raised the corners of her mouth. "I'll develop a dependency on you like this." Ling Yuan smiled faintly. "Then you can safely rely on it. I won't let you down." She gazed at him, the vague feelings in her heart becoming clearer. This coincidence also allowed her to recognize Ling Yuan's gentleness and finesse, a very different side from the strong man in the media who traversed the capital market and built a business empire. She closed her eyes, and the feeling of relying on his arms just now came to her mind, and it was as if that sense of security still remained in her for a long time. Ling Yuan, on the other hand, sat quietly next to her, his eyes looking through the porthole to the sea of clouds below, his mind pondering on the next layout. He would soon be going to France to participate in the acquisition of Dior's shares, and although Star Han Group could enhance its competitiveness by virtue of the premium price, this was obviously not enough. High-end commercial real estate. Not only can it provide a display platform for the luxury goods to be acquired in the future, it can also bring in a stable cash flow. Ling Yuan took out his cell phone and directly dialed Hu Jun's number. "Mr. Hu, there's a new task for you," Ling Yuan said as he opened the door. "Mr. Ling, go ahead." Hu Jun's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Pay more attention to high-end commercial real estate around the world. I want you to keep a close eye on it, especially Asia and China, the regions with the fastest growth in luxury consumption. High-end commercial real estate not only brings stable cash flow, but also provides support for our brand layout." Hu Jun replied on the other end of the line. "Understood, Mr. Ling. I'll keep following up to ensure that we don't miss any potential projects." "Good. Make sure to pay attention. Future luxury acquisitions are not just about brand acquisitions. Commercial real estate is also a key part." Ling Yuan's tone was firm. "If there are any projects that are looking for buyers, let me know in the first instance." "Okay, Mr. Ling, I will organize and report back to you at the first time." Ling Yuan hung up the phone and leaned back in his seat, already having a new plan in mind. Shortly after, the airplane slowly descended. The outline of the city of Beijing appeared outside the window. The voyage was coming to an end. Ling Yuan stood up and looked sideways at her, his gaze gentle. "There's an important event coming up next, right? Are you ready?" Reba nodded slightly and looked at him with a smile. "Well, don't worry, I'll definitely perform well." The two of them slowly walked down the airplane with the gangway, the evening breeze blowing Hadarub's hair. She turned her head to look at Ling Yuan and said softly, Yuan, thank you really. I'll leave first then. Go on, cheer up." Ling Yuan waved his hand and responded with a smile. Chapter 77, Leading Bites. The next morning, Beijing, Byte Headquarters Building. Zhang Yiming greeted the three investment institutions and led them into the conference room. The conference room was spacious and bright, with meeting documents placed in the center of the long table, and ByteJump's round of financing was about to begin. For Byte, this was a crucial financing, and Zhang Yiming took out 30% of the company's shares in the hope of attracting strong investors to boost the company's development. Zhang Yiming stretched out his hand to greet Ling Yuan. Mr. Ling, Byte is really honored to have your Starhan Capital participate today. Ling Yuan smiled faintly, shook hands with Zhang Yiming and said, Mr. Zhang, you don't have to be polite. Byte's growth potential is beyond doubt, and it's a rare opportunity for us to participate. Afterwards, Lin Jiangwen from Sequoia Capital walked in, with a lean figure, nodded his head in greeting with Ling Yuan and said with a smile, Mr. Ling, it looks like we will have to battle it out on the negotiation table again. Ling Yuan nodded gently and smiled without saying anything. The last person to arrive was Wang Zhenghai, the representative of Jianin Capital, who had a calm and composed look as he nodded his head to the few people present. Zhang Yiming walked to the conference table to open the meeting, smiled at the three people and opened the door. Thank you very much for the arrival of the three of you today. This financing is of great significance to ByteJump's future development. We want to bring in enough capital to expand our business, so we decided to take out 30% of our shares for financing, and we hope that you all can give us your support. Next, the parties began negotiations. Zhang Yiming's assistant showed Byte's recent financial report, market performance, and plans for the future. Just after the report was displayed, Lin Jiangwen gently put down the document in his hand and spoke with a smile. Mr. Zhang, Sequoia Capital is very confident in ByteJump's growth. We intend to contribute $4 billion and take up 13% of the shares. Wang Zhenghai frowned slightly, looked up at Zhang Yiming and the others present, and also spoke. Jianin Capital's proposal is to contribute $2 billion, accounting for 12% of the shares. Byte's business has huge room for expansion, and we are willing to provide more comprehensive support in terms of capital and resources. Ling Yuan, on the other hand, smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, we, Starhan Capital, are very optimistic about Byte's development prospects this time around, and are willing to contribute $4 billion, taking up 20% of the shares, and hope to have a hand in Byte's development strategy in the future. Once the three-party offer came out, the atmosphere was immediately subtle. Zhang Yiming pondered for a moment, looked around at the several people, and revealed a smile. Thank you very much for the trust of the three of you. However, in terms of shares, perhaps we still need to make some more adjustments. We would like to have a more flexible arrangement in terms of the contribution ratio. Lin Jiangwen sniffed, pushed up his glasses, and said nonchalantly, Mr. Zhang, we at Sequoia Capital have always paid attention to the shareholding ratio, and we hope to have a certain amount of say in future decisions. I think a 13% ratio is reasonable. Ling Yuan looked at Lin Jiangwen, nodded gently, and said, What Mr. Lin said is not unreasonable. But I personally believe that ByteDance's growth potential lies in its unique content recommendation technology and product positioning. We, Starhan Capital, hope to invest $4 billion to take 20% of the shares, which can provide stronger financial support and also jointly participate in Byte's long-term strategy. Zhang Yiming was silent for a moment, turned back to Wang Zhenghai, and asked, Mr. Wang, does CCB have more flexibility on the shareholding ratio? Wang Zhenghai put down the document. Our offer from Jianin Capital is $2 billion for a 12% shareholding. However, since Mr. Ling and Mr. Lin have their own considerations in their proposal, we can make some adjustments in the shareholding ratio, with the ultimate goal of ensuring that Byte's development is worry-free. Zhang Yiming nodded, his eyes falling on the three one by one. Starhan Capital's offer undoubtedly surprised him greatly. It was quite a bit higher than what he expected. With this capital injection, Byte would undoubtedly develop at a high speed. Redshirt and Jianin, although the offer is relatively low, but it is not good to offend. Redshirt as a top venture capital organization, Jianin is a state-owned enterprise, in the future will inevitably be borrowed to their relevant resources, can only find ways to let the two cut the share of investment. Zhang Yiming pondered for a moment and said, Today we hope to achieve the optimal result through reasonable distribution. Starhan Capital's $4 billion contribution is indeed very generous, and Mr. Ling's offer gives us a lot of confidence in our future business expansion. Sequoia Capital and CCB Capital's proposals also have their own advantages, but in terms of shares, we would like to make some adjustments. Lin Jiangwen pondered slightly and finally spoke. Mr. Zhang, if you wish to adjust the percentage, then I can accept lowering the percentage of shares. However, 5% of the shares is the limit we can accept. He did not expect the offer given by Ling Yuan to be so high. Compared to Starhan Capital, Redshirt's offer was indeed a bit dwarfed, and he can only try to fight for as much share as possible. Wang Zhenghai nodded gently and added, Similarly,
Jianing capital can also drop to 5%. And we can be more flexible in terms of financial support.
Zhang Yiming revealed a smile and looked at Ling Yuan.
Then, if under such a premise, will Mr. Ling's capital contribution still maintain the 20% share ratio?
Ling Yuan smiled slightly and nodded.
Of course,
$4 billion of capital is enough to support Star Han Capital's 20% equity share.
Mr. Zhang, I personally believe that such an arrangement is reasonable and operable.
Zhang Yiming revealed a smile and slowly nodded his head. Then let's reach a preliminary agreement. Star Han Capital will contribute $4 billion and take up 20% of the shareholding. Sequoia and CCB will each contribute $900 million and each take up 5% of the shareholding.
After determining the final percentage of capital contribution,
Zhang Yiming then summoned the legal team to submit the agreement documents to the three capitals.
Ling Yuan. Several people also signed the contract. The agreement for the D round of financing was officially reached.
Thank you very much for the trust of the three of you.
ByteJump's future is undoubtedly brighter with everyone's support.
Ling Yuan smiled as he shook hands with Zhang Yiming and said lightly,
Mr. Zhang, Star Han Capital will fully support Byte's development, and we look forward to Byte's future.
Lin Jiangwen and Wang Zhenghai also shook hands and congratulated each other,
expressing their confidence in the cooperation. The atmosphere of the conference room was warm and cordial.
Several people exchanged pleasantries for a moment and left the conference room one after another.
In the corridor,
Lin Jiangwen slightly sidled his head and smiled at Ling Yuan.
Mr. Ling, this time, you've managed to get the big head again. Your offer surprised me a lot. You're so optimistic about Bytes? Mr. Lin is flattering. Being able to work together with top capitals like Sequoia and Jianing is our common success.
Ling Yuan paused and said with a smile,
as for Bytes, I believe in their great potential.
Zhang Yiming sent Lin Jiangwen and Wang Zhenghai away and specially asked Ling Yuan to stay.
Chapter 78, Instructing Zhang Yiming. He looked at Ling Yuan with a smile and said, Mr. Ling, you have given us so much support this time.
Every step in Byte's future needs to be carefully planned. I would like to hear your views and suggestions on our Bytes.
Mr. Zhang, since you are so trusting, I'll be bold enough to speak frankly.
Ling Yuan paused and continued.
As a pioneer in content recommendation,
ByteJump has already established a solid user base in China.
Now that short video platforms are emerging day by day, future content platforms will also gradually turn to video. Compared to graphics, short videos are not only more attractive,
but also bring higher user stickiness.
Zhang Yiming nodded. Indeed, we have been considering increasing the proportion of short video content. It's just unclear how much market share short videos can occupy. Ling Yuan's eyes lit up. Mr. Zhang, the market potential of short videos is far beyond imagination, especially once the short video platform is built. It can form an extremely strong traffic aggregation effect in the future.
If ByteJump continues to invest resources in short videos,
in the future,
it is expected to create a giant traffic pool similar to today's graphic recommendation platform, and users will only rely more and more on the platform's content recommendation algorithms, forming a kind of ecological closed loop.
Zhang Yiming leaned forward and listened attentively. What Mr. Ling means is that short videos will become the mainstream form of content in the future, and even replace the existing graphic recommendation model? Ling nodded farther. Not only that, short videos can further explore the mode of live streaming with goods. The anchor shows the goods through the live broadcast, and the user can buy directly in the live broadcast, forming an instant consumer transformation. This will not only bring a new revenue model for the platform, but also help ByteJump break the single advertising revenue structure. Live streaming with goods?
Zhang Yiming frowned slightly,
inwardly puzzled. Isn't this something only shopping platforms like Taobao do, and a content platform of its own can do it? Ling Yuan explained. Live streaming with goods is through the anchor's interaction with the audience, allowing users to generate a stronger urge to buy. In the live broadcast, users can see the effect of the goods in real time and directly order to buy. This model can not only rapidly increase the profitability of the platform, but also attract more e-commerce companies to station, forming a linkage effect between content and consumption. This market potential is huge. Not only can it help Byte increase revenue, it will further enhance user activity. Zhang Yiming nodded frequently and said, Mr. Ling,
your suggestion made me realize that we can indeed try to expand our business model and not just stay at the content recommendation level.
That's right, Mr. Zhang. ByteJump's content recommendation technology today already has a leading edge, and live streaming with goods is a model that can be gradually cut into. Users realize consumption conversion in the process of watching content, which will be a core trend in the future. Ling Yuan added, this is also an effective way to accelerate revenue and enhance the influence of the Byte brand. Zhang Yiming said, Mr. Ling's judgment of the future trend is really precise, and it has given me a lot to gain. Ling Yuan continued. In addition, ByteJump's internationalization should also be put on the agenda as early as possible. In the future, content platforms will not only compete domestically,
but global users will have an equally strong demand for content consumption.
It may seem like fierce competition now, but if Byte can enter overseas markets early, especially North America and Southeast Asia, not only will it be able to seize the first opportunity, but it will also bring long-term international influence to the company.
Zhang Yiming looked at him with slight surprise.
Mr. Ling, are you saying that will promote ByteJump's content platform to the international market? Ling Yuan nodded. Yes, although the domestic market is huge,
the foreign market also has huge potential, especially short video products.
If they can be spread globally, ByteJump will become a world-class content platform.
Although the North American market is highly competitive, the user stickiness there is very high, and as long as your content and algorithms are accurate enough, the user scale will grow rapidly.
Zhang Yiming frowned slightly, but once you go overseas,
Byte needs to face the cultural differences and content compliance issues in different regions,
so it's not difficult. It's true that it will be difficult, but there are challenges before there are opportunities, Ling Yuan said.
Overseas markets have a rich user base,
and the needs of users are similar. As long as the content can be accurately matched and supplemented with appropriate localization, ByteDance can completely open up a new market. Zhang Yiming bowed his head in deep thought, and after a moment,
he raised his head and said,
Mr. Ling's suggestion does let me see a more distant future for ByteDance. If we can gain a foothold in the overseas market,
we will not only be the leading content platform in China,
but we can even compete with other giants globally.
Ling Yuan went on to add, the strategy of going overseas does require caution,
but in the long run, going overseas is a necessary step for Byte to go global,
and live streaming with goods, short videos, and content distribution ecology are ByteJump's strengths. Combining these content models can better meet the needs of international users.
Zhang Yiming nodded frequently. Mr. Ling's insights have opened my eyes. Your perspective of looking at the problem is really unique, like you have foreseen the changes in the market in advance.
Ling Yuan said lightly.
Mr. Zhang is too kind.
It's just that I hope Byte can maximize its strengths,
and perhaps sometime in the future, ByteJump will become a pivotal content platform on a global scale.
Zhang Yiming stood up and held out his hand.
It's really beneficial for me to receive your guidance today.
I will discuss these suggestions in detail with my team.
If they can be successfully landed, ByteJump's development speed will definitely exceed imagination.
Ling Yuan smiled slightly and shook his hand.
Then I also look forward to Byte's future. Mr. Zhang, Byte possesses great potential, and as long as it seizes the direction, it will take off. Zhang Yiming nodded. I will continue to work hard and live up to Mr. Ling's support. The guidance provided by Mr.
Ling today is a valuable resource for Byte, and Byte will definitely accelerate its development in the future.
The two looked at each other and smiled,
both full of confidence and anticipation for the future of Byte.
Back sea courtyard. Ling Yuan pushed open the door.
The courtyard center then came from the silver bell-like laughter.
Two similar backs were spreading feet into the pond, a tail of koi carp swimming in it. If it wasn't Li Yitong and Bai Lu, who else could it be?
Accompanied by the sound of the door opening,
the two looked back, and after realizing that it was Ling Yuan,
they placed the fish feed on the edge of the pond and walked towards Ling Yuan with a smile.
Ling Yuan looked at Li Yitong and Bai Lu, who were smiling towards him.
This courtyard was not a bad purchase.
How long did you guys get here? I came up yesterday. No one was home.
Ling Yuan said with a smile. I was busy this morning and just arrived not long ago,
Li Yitong said,
then blinked a few times and gave Ling Yuan a wry smile.
I'll let Xiaolu move over to live with me. No problem, right? Chapter 79. Yitong and Bai Lu. Of course there's no problem. It's quite good that Xiaolu can accompany you. Ling Yuan smiled. Why don't we go out for a stroll this afternoon? Ling Yuan looked at Li Yitong and then at Bai Lu. Sure, let's go.
Li Yitong walked in front of Ling Yuan with her right hand holding Bai Lu,
followed by her left hand holding Ling Yuan.
On the shore of Hohai Lake, the three of them walked along the lake to the boat rental place.
The lake was calm.
The weeping willows along the shore brushed lightly with the wind, and the ancient bridges and red walls in the distance reflected the lake. Ling Yuan inquired about the boat rental in the front and looked back at Bai Lu and Li Yitong.
Do you want to try rowing? It's less crowded and quiet here in the afternoon. Just the right time to relax. Li Yitong smiled and nodded. It's rare to come here. Experience it. Her gaze swept over Bai Lu,
as if expecting her response. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled as she smiled.
Then let's row a boat. I haven't tried it yet.
Ling Yuan laughed and took the lead in stepping onto the boat, reaching out to support Li Yitong before extending his hand towards Bai Lu.
Be careful. The boat is a bit wobbly.
Bai Lu hesitated for a moment,
stepped onto the edge of the boat,
grabbed his hand, and used the force to sit steadily on the seat.
The boat swayed gently under their weight.
Li Yitong sat on the side, his eyes wandering across the lake.
Ling Yuan smiled and looked at the two,
then picked up the oar and gently paddled the water.
Wow, It really is a different feeling. The lake is so quiet. Bai Lu sat at the back of the boat, looking up at the surroundings with undisguised excitement in her eyes. Ling Yuan handed the paddle to Bai Lu and smiled. Do you want to try? Bai Lu took the oar, but just after a few strokes, the boat shook a little. She was startled, her hand loosened, and the oar deviated from the water, swaying even more, almost losing her balance. Ouch! She shrieked in shock, and her body couldn't help but topple to the side. Seeing this, Ling Yuan instinctively reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist to stabilize her swaying body. He whispered, "Don't be afraid. Sit still." His arm was close to her waist, warm and strong. A trace of panic swept across Bai Lu's face, which was then interrupted by his soothing words, and she looked up at Ling Yuan, with a hint of embarrassment and overwhelm in her eyes. Li Yitong sat on the side and looked at the two with a smile. Xiao Lu, you were quite confident just now. This is steady, isn't it? Bai Lu sat back with a red face and handed the paddle back to Ling Yuan. It's better to leave it to you, Yuan. This doesn't suit me. She lowered her head and whispered, her face burning a little. Ling Yuan smiled, took the paddle in his hands and paddled again, saying, "It's all right, Xiao Lu. I'll take you to the front to see the scenery." Xiao Lu, looks like you still need to practice more. Li Yitong had a frank face and smiled with a few flirtations. I just didn't stand still just now. Bai Lu hummed softly and said defiantly. The three of them continued to slowly move forward on the lake. The lake was calm, the sunlight sprinkled on the water. The air carried the scent of grass and lake water, and the boat swayed. On both sides were faint ripples. After a while, Bai Lu looked at the lake scene in the distance and couldn't help but pull out her cell phone, ready to capture this beautiful picture. She struggled to adjust the angle, but found that the swaying of the boat made taking pictures a lot more difficult. Yuan, can you stabilize the boat a little bit? This picture is too beautiful. I want to take a picture of it. Bai Lu raised her voice and said, Okay, shoot it. Ling Yuan smiled as he put down the oars and stabilized the boat with his hands. Bai Lu stood up and stood on her tiptoes to adjust the angle, wanting to include the lake and the distant scenery together in the picture. However, her attention was all on the cell phone screen, ignoring the swaying of the boat under her feet. As the boat swayed, she was not able to stand still for a moment, and her body tilted violently to the side, looking like she was going to fall down. Right at this moment, Ling Yuan reached out and held her shoulders, bringing her back to a balanced position. Be careful, Xiao Lu. Bai Lu froze for a moment because she was leaning too close and looked up at him, feeling his arm encircle her, the warmth of his palm transferring to her skin through the thin material of her clothes. She was slightly stunned, a hint of shyness in her eyes, but she didn't avoid it. Ling Yuan glanced down at her, his tone gentle. Sit down and shoot. It's not safe to stand on the ship. Bai Lu slowly nodded her head and sat back in her seat under his guidance, whispering, Thank you. Li Yitong watched the interaction between the two and said with a smile, It seems like you're not having much luck today, Xiao Lu, always encountering situations. Bai Lu, on the other hand, muttered in a low voice, I don't know if I'm lucky or not, but her eyes unconsciously cast towards Ling Yuan. The boat continued to move slowly on the lake, the three of them enjoying the beautiful scenery along the way. Ling Yuan and Li Yitong chatted about the historical origins of the sites, pointing out some special features from time to time. Little Yuan, you've done your homework quite well. Li Yitong looked at her with a smile. He. Ling Yuan responded with a smile. Just then, a fluctuation came from the lake once again, as a large cruise ship sailed by in the river, bringing with it a sizable wave. The boat shook violently in the waves, and all three of them subconsciously grabbed onto the edge of the boat. Bai Lu let out a shriek and her body involuntarily tilted towards Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan reacted quickly, reaching out to hold her shoulders again, his hands firmly protecting her body and steadily bringing her back to her seat. Bai Lu hadn't fully recovered from the shaking and was panting slightly with panic and a hint of helplessness on her face. Ling Yuan patted her shoulder and said gently, Don't be afraid, I'm here, just stabilize and you'll be fine. Bai Lu gradually calmed down, feeling the warmth of his palm. Her face heated up slightly, and she whispered, Thank you, thanks to having you here today. Ling Yuan just nodded and slowly loosened his hand. Pay attention to balance in the future. Riding a boat is all about relaxation. Don't be nervous. Li Yitong looked at the two from the side and said with a smile, Sister, after such an experience, I'm afraid I have to keep it in mind today. Bai Lu smiled embarrassedly. I will definitely pay attention next time. As the boat docked, a layer of ripples rippled across the lake and the boat swayed gently. Ling Yuan stood at the bow of the boat, reaching out to hold onto the stone steps along the shore. Li Yitong lifted the hem of her skirt and slightly owed her body, placing her hand lightly onto Ling Yuan's palm and stepping onto the shore by his support. Thanks to you today, Xiao Yuan. She raised her eyes towards him and smiled. Ling Yuan looked at her and smiled, then turned his gaze to Bai Lu behind him and said softly, Be careful, the shore is a bit slippery. Bai Lu stepped forward,
but ignored the slightly wet moss on the stone steps. Her feet slipped and her whole body leaned back, instantly losing her balance and looking about to fall. Don't panic. Ling Yuan was quick on his feet and quickly reached out to pull her to her feet. Bai Lu's body swayed for a moment, and her center of gravity was steadily brought back to him. Ling Yuan held onto her waist with force, protecting her entire body in his arms to ensure that she would no longer slip and fall. Bai Lu settled down, her face still slightly panicked, and gasped softly as she looked up at Ling Yuan. His palms were warm and steady on her waist. Her face reddened slightly as she softly said, "Thank you for almost making a fool of yourself." Ling Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay, just pay attention." Bai Lu then realized that the two were so close that she could feel Ling Yuan's breath. Her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, and she looked down to hide her panic, saying softly, "Sorry for causing you trouble." Ling Yuan held her steady and confirmed that she was standing firmly before slowly releasing his hand. "Be careful in the future. The steps by the lake are indeed slippery." Li Yitong stood by the side, looking at the two with a smile. "Or not, sister, today's accidents are really enough. It's good that Xiao Yuan is here, don't you think so?" Bai Lu smiled shyly, lowered her head and did not dare to look at Li Yitong, gently nodded. "This reaction is not right. How is it that Sister Yitong is not only not angry, but even a little happy?" The last microblogging rumors about Yuan is also like this. He was worried that she could not stand the stimulus. The result is that she returned to "I know." "What do you mean by I know? Can you give some reaction?" "Sister Yitong, your boyfriend has other women. Also, today he is too unlucky. Rowing a boat, almost fell 3 times. Write a novel, also dare not write it so." Chapter 80, Financing Conference. After disembarking, Ling Yuan led them along the path by the lake towards a tea house. The tea house was built next to the lake, surrounded by bamboo curtains. The three of them found a seat by the window and sat down. Outside the window was the calm lake. The breeze carried a faint scent of water vapor and flowers. The waiter brought a few pots of tea. Ling Yuan slightly raised his head, looked at Bai Lu and Li Yitong on the opposite side of the table, and said, "Today's tea is the signature here. It smells refreshing and tastes good. Very nice indeed." The lake view with the tea fragrance, quiet and cozy. Li Yitong picked up the teacup, took a sip, nodded and smiled. Bai Lu held her teacup, raised her eyes and looked out the window. The sunlight sprinkled on the lake, sparkling. "Today's arrangement is really great, especially the rowing boat, although I'm a bit clumsy." Her tone was slightly joking and self-deprecating, her eyes peeking at Ling Yuan. "It's the first time you row a boat. Anyone would not be too skillful. Besides, I'm here. There's nothing to worry about," Ling Yuan said with a faint smile. Bai Lu's heart was slightly moved, but her face was forced to be calm. She just smiled and said, "Well, having you around is indeed reassuring." The three of them sipped tea and chatted about today's trip and the scenery on the lake. After a while, Bai Lu couldn't help but lift her cell phone and try to take a picture of the lake view outside the window. She probed slightly to find the best angle, but due to the compact seat, she bumped into Ling Yuan's arm. Noticing her movements, Ling Yuan slightly sidestepped and supported her shoulders, helping her adjust the angle. "Shooting from here will be clearer." Bai Lu froze for a moment, feeling the strength of his arm. She whispered her thanks and pressed the shutter. "You're quite good at finding angles." After taking the picture, she turned back to Ling Yuan and smiled. "Taking pictures is the same as rowing a boat. When you get skillful, you'll naturally have a feel for it." Ling Yuan smiled. Li Yitong watched the interaction between the two from the sidelines with a smile at the corner of her lips. "Today, Xiao Yuan really did his best to take care of the two of us. Hard work. Here, a cup of tea to you." She raised her teacup and said with a smile, "It's good that you two sisters are having fun." Ling Yuan lifted his teacup and gently clinked it with her. Bai Lu took a sip of tea, but her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Ling Yuan's thoughtfulness and attentiveness were gradually intoxicating her, but she was afraid that she was showing too much. She secretly glanced at him and realized that he was smiling and did not seem to notice her thoughts. After the pot of tea was finished, the sky was getting dark, and outside the tea house, a light mist of water rose from the lake, and the lights around them began to come on, reflecting on the lake. "It's so beautiful. There's an indescribable tranquility." Bai Lu looked out the window and lamented, "It's indeed relaxing. In the future, when there is an opportunity, I can bring you guys here more often." Ling Yuan looked at her and said softly, "You rarely have time to be able to relax, right?" Bai Lu looked at him with a smile. "You're now on Weibo's hot search every day. If you want to know your schedule, just look at Weibo." "Really? Am I that hot?" Ling Yuan said with a smile. "Of course, there were a lot of sneak peeks of you just now. You're definitely going to be on the hot search again tomorrow." Bai Lu looked around. "Look, there are still people filming you around now. It's fine, as long as you don't dislike my face. Let them take pictures." Ling Yuan looked around. "It's not like I did anything bad. You are fine. Sister Yitong and I will be on the hot search.
Bai Lu beamed. Is that so? I can get rid of the news if you guys don't like it. No need. We need the exposure anyway. It's equivalent to rubbing your traffic for free. Bai Lu sidled up to Li Yitong and said, right, Sister Yitong? Li Yitong didn't say anything, smiled at the two of them and nodded. A moment later, Bai Lu gripped her teacup tightly and said softly, thank you. I had a great time today. I hope we can have this kind of opportunity in the future as well. If there is time, of course. Ling Yuan looked at her. The corners of his mouth rose as he whispered. The lights outside the window reflected the lake, and the three of them enjoyed this moment of peace in the tea house, the distance between each other drawing much closer during this day together. After dinner, the three of them returned to the courtyard. The night was already deep. The neon outside the window reflected into the room through the brick window carvings. Bai Lu went back to her room to rest, while Ling Yuan and Li Yitong took a seat in the living room, the light spilling over the two of them. Ling Yuan leaned on the sofa and looked sideways at Li Yitong sitting next to him. She was wearing a silk nightgown, the ties loosely tied around her waist, and her hair flicked in the wind, revealing her neck and collarbone. Ling Yuan smiled, his gaze landing on her face. Are you still satisfied today, Sister Yitong? The view over the back sea is good, right? Very satisfied. Everything is unforgettable. Li Yitong smiled and looked at Ling Yuan. Happy today. God is helping you. It's still you who understands me. Ling Yuan smiled and hugged Li Yitong towards his body. Li Yitong leaned her head against Ling Yuan's shoulder and looked up at him. I think Xiaolu has completely fallen now. You have to treat her well. Of course. Ling Yuan nodded, his fingers caressing over her hair. But before that, I have to thank you properly. Really? Then how are you going to thank me? Li Yitong bit her lower lip, the tip of her nose almost touching Ling Yuan's cheek. Ling Yuan felt her warm breath. Of course I will thank you in the most honest way. The moonlight was like water, spilling down between the embracing mountains. The breeze traveled through the forest and brushed lightly, resembling the collision of water and stone, and the ebb and flow of the tides, gentle but with irresistible power. Leaves of grass quietly close, entwined with each other, as if the connection between the sky and the earth, in the warmth of the soil deep seed, quietly waiting for the echo of life. In the depths of the night, a wordless rhythm gradually springs up, like the resonance between the earth and the starry sky. The following morning, the capital city China World Trade Center Hotel. Ling Yuan had just gotten off the bus, and many financial media were waiting around. Zhang Yiming had been waiting for Ling Yuan's arrival for a long time, and when he saw him appear, he immediately walked up and shook his hand. Mr. Ling, thanks to the support of StarHub Capital this time, today's press conference had to be pressed by you, so I'm really grateful. Ling Yuan smiled and nodded. Mr. Zhang is polite. ByteJump's growth is obvious to all, and we at StarHub are also very optimistic about Byte's future. Zhang Yiming smiled knowingly and led Ling Yuan into the venue, the two of them stepping side by side into the flashing lights. Printed on the backdrop were the eye-catching words, ByteJump's Series D financing launch, and the logos of StarHub Capital. Sequoia Capital and CCB Capital were juxtaposed under ByteJump's brand logo, symbolizing the three major investors in this round of financing. After the host addressed the room, Zhang Yiming walked up to the podium, adjusted the height of the microphone, and swept his gaze across the room. Thank you, friends of the media. Today is an important moment for ByteDance's D round of financing. We are very honored to announce that in this round of financing, we have received the full support of StarHub Capital, Sequoia Capital and CCB Capital. In particular, we would like to thank StarHub Capital, led by Mr. Ling, for giving us the utmost trust and support in this financing.